We've got you covered. Say goodbye to stress and hello to solutions that save you time and money. Around the house every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m.
You never know what or who you'll hear from on the first shift with me, Marky B. Like Tim Sconing, a WRMN news reporter back in the 1960s.
The jingles you all play, they were purchased by Dick Sutter. He was at some radio convention. He came back with this reel. I remember them playing that in the studio. We were so excited. We thought we were network now. And it's the same jingles today.
That's great.
Every time I hear them, I get excited about it.
I'm sure.
It's a lot of fun.
Fun times on the first shift, right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Welcome to The First Shift with Marky B on WRMN, the voice of the Fox River Valley. The First Shift is community radio featuring the latest local and national news, your Fox Valley forecast, an events and entertainment calendar, music milestones and memories, lively co-hosts and timely guests, and the First Shift staff meeting featuring listener and viewer comments in the YouTube chat room via text and by phone at 847-931-1410.
Whoopie-doo.
I know, it's awesome.
Whatever.
And now, from Studio 14 in downtown Elgin, it's the First Shift on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
It is 6:07 on a Thursday morning, the 16th day of January, 2025, live from downtown Elgin. This is the First Shift, and I'm Marky B reporting. And the First Shift every day starts, of course, with our Pledge of Allegiance and our national anthem. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And happy Thursday from WRMN and from the Fox River Valley Media Network. Hey, how's it going? 16th day of January. A little bit damp outside. We had a trace of snow, I guess, in some parts of the Fox River Valley overnight. And it has the streets looking a little bit wet as this Thursday morning gets underway. Welcome to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin. I think it was maybe just enough to scare some of the local road crews to come in the middle of the night. I did see Jason Krabby and, his crew from the Elgin Township. Their pickup trucks were parked in front of the township building, so I guess they got out just in case. Got some salt out on the streets this morning, but everything seemed to be fine on my way in today. Welcome to the program. This is the 1215th show, ACB. number 1215, since we started counting all this nonsense way back in the good old days. It's the 12th staff meeting of the year, and we start the day with 941 on the prayer scoreboard here in 2025, so let's keep hope alive. And let's win this day, shall we? The weather's going to be better today as we get this day underway. We're going to surge above the freezing mark for the first time in quite a while, it seems. We are at 23. In fact, it was 19 last hour, so we're surging as we speak. 4 degrees since the last time I checked. 23 degrees and mostly cloudy skies. Winds are out of the west at 13 miles an hour. The wind chill factor is 11 above. I think yesterday the wind chill factor was below 0 at the start of the show. So we have a mostly cloudy day today with a high of about 34. Not too bad. It'll feel pretty nice, I think, because of what we've gotten used to in the last several days. I was even considering maybe going for an outdoor run today. That's how excited I am about this 34-degree day. It gets a little boring running inside the center all the time. At least outside you can smell the fresh air and see the old historic houses of downtown Elgin, or wherever I decide to run, but it would probably be in the downtown Elgin area today. 34 for the high, mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 22. And for your Friday, mostly sunny skies, all the way to 40 degrees, celebration time, but don't get too high with the high and too low with the lows, because we're going back to the lows late in the weekend, and the next time we hit the low temperatures, it's going to take one step further into the cold abyss. That's later in the weekend. 40 tomorrow, a chance of rain and snow tomorrow night with a low of about 21 degrees. And then on your Saturday, mostly sunny, and we stay cold on Saturday. Temperature will barely move, as we'll have about 22 degrees for the Saturday high. Saturday night down to 4 degrees, and then Sunday we don't bounce back. Sunday partly sunny and cold with a high of 7. Dipping to 7 below 0 on Sunday night. Get ready to remember, make a note to yourself, put it on your fridge, with a magnet. And then you got to remember to look at it. Is that the way you still do things? Notes on your fridge with a magnet? If you do, put trickle faucets on your little sticky note for Sunday night, because we're going to be down to 7 degrees below 0 on Sunday night. That leads us into Martin Luther King Day, mostly sunny with a high of 3.
Wow.
Yeah. So get ready for all the Martin Luther King Day festivities. If you have the day off from school, well, can't do much outside. It's going to be 3 degrees on Monday. All right, now we are sitting at 23 degrees under mostly cloudy skies on this Thursday morning. Week 3, quarter number 1 of 2025. Welcome to a Thursday show. Let's have some fun today. We've had a very busy week here on the program. I don't think things are going to change that much today when it comes to that. I'll take a look at some news headlines throughout the course of the morning today. Let's see what I'm looking at this morning. City of Elgin put out another release yesterday indicating that the Elgin Fire Department has determined that the tent city fires that we've had are all accidental, nothing set on purpose. I don't know how you feel about that, but we'll get into that story a little bit. The investigation of the tent city fires is complete, and I'll give you the release that the Elgin Fire Department, did I say police? That the Elgin Fire Department put out yesterday. Also in the news, before I get to my next headline, I want to say good morning to my friend Brenda. She just went by the radio station, and she jumps on the Honkers log this morning at 6:14. Studio 14 Naked Eye Cam this morning was activated at 5:37. Gregarious Gina is on the Honkers log, and now a friend of Brenda. She's over on her way to the hut this morning to open up a little bitty store right next to Eaton's Redwood Inn, right across the tracks from Eaton. Which side of the tracks is the good side? Which side is the bad side? You decide. But you can visit the Hut and see friend of Brenda this morning. Maybe get you some healthy cigarettes or a bag of chips, taquitos maybe. Get some scratch-off tickets. And don't stand there and scratch off your tickets at the counter. Get out of the way so somebody else can be served. 6:15 here at WRMN. Now back to our news headlines. It looks like it's time for some forensic files action over in Carroll Stream, as remains that were recovered near Carroll Stream late last year were human remains. Authorities have confirmed, so a short story in the Daily Herald about that I'll get into a little bit. The Bender Dental feel-good story of the day today comes from Vineyard Church here in downtown Elgin. They're going to have a Friend Fest at the Vineyard Church coming up on Saturday. So, I'll give you details on that, and we'll feel good about that with the Bender Dental feel-good start to the day. The old-timers might claim victory when it comes to the need to retest when getting your driver's licenses. Maybe soon we'll have a victory for the old-timers that think that life is not fair, that they have to test more than the younger people when they get to a certain age. The Secretary of State has come into office, and looks like he's doing some major upgrades in technology and making things happen. I'm talking about Alexi Giannoulias. And Alexi is trying to put some bipartisan legislation into place, and I'll go into that later on as well. So some of the news stories that I'll take a look at today coming up throughout the course of the morning show. There's always a chance of a little first shift 411. I have some information from Advocate Sherman Hospital about Advocate Healthcare's Nurse Leader of the Year. Her name is Frances Tetty Teal. And there have been a couple of names that Advocate has released in different categories of Nurse of the Year, I guess. I'm going to have, I believe, Frances on the show Monday morning in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll catch up with Advocate Sherman a little bit here on the program. Give you some information about the Nurse of the Year. The Elgin History Museum is gearing up. There goes my friend Dennis D., not so young. He's on the Honker's Log this morning at 6:18 as he rolls by the radio station. If you're heading to the doctor, Dennis, have a great appointment. Good luck to you, buddy. And we will see you very soon for an ice-cold beverage. All right, let's see. Elgin History Museum's going to have trivia night. They have their fundraiser. I got some information on that. They put out their latest release yesterday. So some different things coming your way during First Shift 411 today, probably at about 7:15 this morning, something like that. Guests on the show? Yes. MR2 is going to be in the house this morning. I'm talking about Mayor Mike Reed from Hampshire. My Thursday morning co-host in the 8 o'clock hour will be here. We'll catch up with him, and he's bringing in a guest of his own today. His name is Jimmy Vaselli. He's an attorney, and we may be starting to work with Jimmy in some different ways, and we might even start up a law show soon that answers legal questions, like an Ask the Attorney type of show. But this morning, we'll introduce you to Jimmy. If you have any questions, he's happy to answer, but they have a little agenda for you. We're going to talk about some of the new laws that have gone into effect, I guess, in the state of Illinois here in 2025. Mayor Mike and Jimmy, and you're always welcome to call. The phone number to call, 847-931-1410. If you want to reach the show today, we're on YouTube. Of course we are. That's our big social media way of reaching out to you. We're on YouTube this morning at WRMN Radio on YouTube if you want to reach out to us that way. And you can always send us some pictures to our show and tell on the Image 360 information line. Looks like Nando has sent me a food pic. And I have a food pic from last night. I haven't sent it to the Image 360 information line yet, but I will. So you can send me pictures of food if you're a food picture taker, or anything you might see out there on the roadways. Pictures or just comments on our Image 360 information line at 505-926-1410. All ways to reach the radio station this morning, like my friend Dennis D. Not So Young is doing right now. Let's check in with Dennis this morning. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's happening, Marky?
Not a lot, man. What you doing?
I'm on my way to the doctor.
Fun, huh?
But I want to wish my beautiful wife a very happy birthday today. And I'll see her shortly.
Yeah. All right. I didn't realize that. Kimmy D has a birthday today, so happy birthday, Kimmy D. And, yeah, maybe we'll have to get together later.
Definitely. We'll have a couple beers or something.
All right, man. Sounds great. Well, much success at the doctor today, buddy.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right. We'll see you. Dennis D. Not So Young. Checking in with us this morning on his way to the doctor. And happy birthday, Kimmy D. I wonder if she's up yet. Kimmy D takes her time getting out of bed sometimes these days. Maybe we should wait to sing. I don't know. Maybe she is up since Dennis said happy birthday to her. I guess he would know. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Kimmy D.E. Happy birthday to you. I sing to women. I don't sing to guys. 621 here at WRMN. All right, so those are ways to reach the show. We always celebrate with some music here on the show as well. Music milestones, memories, and madness. And I don't think in this relationship between Kimmy D and Dennis D. Not So Young, they're pretty tight. They're together all the time. And I don't think they've ever lost that loving feeling. On this day in music history, American producer Phil Spector died in prison at the age of 81. That's the good news or the bad news, depending on which way you look at it. But Phil Spector was a member of Teddy Bears, who had the 1958 U.S. #1 single, To Know Him Is to Love Him. He went on to produce many classic songs. Songs from Benny King, Spanish Harlem, a great song. Songs from the Ramones and John Lennon and George Harrison, Harry Nilsson and Ike and Tina Turner, and, yes, this song from the Righteous Brothers. 623, Thursday, first shift, WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube.
You never close your eyes anymore when I kiss your lips. And there's no tenderness like grief or in your fingertips. You're trying hard not to show it. But baby, I know it. You lost that love and feeling. Oh, that love and feeling. You lost that love and feeling. Now it's gone, gone, gone. Oh. Now there's no welcome look in your eyes when I reach for you. Girl, you're starting to criticize little things I do. It makes me just feel like crying. 'Cause baby, something beautiful about it. You lost that love and feeling. Oh, that love and feeling. You lost that love and feeling. Now it's gone, gone, gone. Whoa. Baby, baby, I'd get down on my knees for you. If you would only love
that love and feeling. Oh, that love and feeling. Oh, so sad. So sad. Righteous Brothers for you here on WRMN. Quit crying, little baby. 626 here at WRMN, AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Well, we are heading for the bottom of the hour news here. I think I've babbled too long this half hour to play a break at this point, so let's just carry it on through to 6:30. And we'll hit the bottom of the hour news. WRMN news, followed by Elgin 100 years ago. The entertaining Nick Freeman puts together a great report. And then we'll come back with some of my own first shift news for you in the next half hour. Thanks for reaching out to us on YouTube this morning at WRMN Radio on YouTube. Dennis D. Not So Young driving in the dark this morning, heading to the doctor's office. Gets our prayer scoreboard started within a big way today. "25 prayers on the prayer scoreboard from Dennis D. Not So Young, the nightmare on Elm Street. We had 135 prayers on the prayer scoreboard yesterday, 3 short of the all-time record for one day of 138. We have Hector in the house this morning on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube. Good morning, Mark, and the first shifters from Hector. Ninny Rose Jeremiah, a member of our youth committee. And Uncle Boom Boom in the house. 3 prayers from Hector and the fam, our largest family of listeners here on the radio station. We hear from everybody from that family. 3 thumbs up from Hector and 3 prayers. Captain Keith, senior engineer, Elgin High, class of 1978, back when life was great. And I was 8, running around the colony, Texas, in my wild and crazy youth. Captain Keith was running around Elgin in his wild and crazy youth. Ah, young Captain Keith. He's with us now, and he's not in his youth anymore, but he's still with us and has been for a long time. Good morning, Captain Keith. And the big boss man's over in the community center this morning hanging out. Good morning, Marky B and First Shifters. Have a great day from the big boss man, who also matches Dennis D. Not So Young's prayer count this morning. And we have, at the prayer scoreboard, quickly up to 53 this morning. Al Cox checks in. Cubs fan Cox in the house this morning. Check in with us throughout the morning show. I'll do the best job I can to keep up with the comments. Sometimes I fall behind, especially later in the show, sometimes when we have guests. So I'll try to stay on it best I can. If I don't catch you, I'm sorry. I'm trying. But you know that I am a
loser.
Yes.
Loser.
Yes.
Loser.
Yes. 6:30 here on the first shift. Good morning.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Cardan. Brought to you by Progressive. The doors of the historic Polar Dome Indoor Ice Rink are swinging open once again on Friday, marking the return to the community of East Dundee. Closed for several years, the rink, which first opened in 1963, is poised to be a beacon of both memories and modern-day recreation. Isaiah Fields, a 24-year-old former employee of the Markland home in Geneva, has pleaded guilty to sexually assaulting a disabled resident. The offense came to light after the victim, living at Markland, was discovered pregnant last April and subsequently gave birth. Fields is facing from 6 to 30 years in state prison. Kane County Animal Control in Geneva is enhancing its facilities with a $10,000 donation from the estate of Sylvia Snyder. The funds are earmarked for a special project, a dog water fountain outside the KCAC on Kesslinger Road. It'll be accessible for dog walkers frequenting the adjacent popular trail at Peck Farm. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Cardan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with a high near 35, temperatures falling to around 30 in the afternoon, and gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40. Currently, it is 17 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Girl's screams frighten off her attacker. Police today were searching for an alleged masher who attempted to attack Miss Florence Ream early last evening while the young lady was walking to the home of her sister. Miss Ream broke away from the man's grasp as he approached her and screamed for help. The attacker fled upon the girl's outcry. Police were immediately notified, and the police flivver dispatched to the scene. The neighborhood was scoured, but all trace of the man's whereabouts was lost. Authorities, in attempting to obtain the identity of the man, visited the home of one suspect, but found he had not been out of the house. Miss Ream, an employee of the business department of the Elgin Daily Courier, had perceived that she was being followed a block away. The masher threw both arms about her, but she freed herself in the struggle, screaming for help as she raced to her sister's home. This is the second time Miss Ream has successfully escaped from a masher's attack. Last autumn, she was accosted by another masher in Center Street.
Wow.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.org.
Wow, Nick Freeman. He's into the old Elgin drama from back in 1924.
Wow.
Or 25. I guess it is 25 now, isn't it? Elgin 100 years ago, 6:36. here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. And that dramatic pause between the end of Freeman's report and Jerry Turnquist wrapping things up. Dramatic. Hey, I keep forgetting to put myself back on camera. Maybe that's a good thing for you. It's 6:36. Thursday morning, WRMN AM 1410, WRMN Radio on YouTube. Mayor Mike Reed in this morning at 8, and Jimmy Vaselli joining us. He's an attorney, and I think you might get to know his name. We'll introduce you to him this morning. And if you happen to have a little question that you've been wondering about, who can you talk to? Who can you ask? A legal question about something going on in your life? We will field phone calls. He'd be happy to. And I think you may hear from Jimmy a lot in the future. But today, we'll introduce you to him, and I think we're going to discuss new Illinois laws that went into effect in 2025 when he is here with MR2 this morning. Mayor Mike from Hampshire joining us at 8 o'clock. We have the Image 360 information line, 505-926-1410. And I go back to yesterday on the Image 360 information line first. I want to say thank you to David Tees. I don't think he listens this early in the morning. But David was acting as one of our street reporters last night. And we had, I guess, a little fire. I didn't see a release from the Elgin Fire Department on this. But David was driving around, as he often is, and spotted this at 415 North Grove last night. And I don't see a fire there, but I do see some emergency response vehicles, an Elgin police car, and a fire truck. I see some smoke coming from the building over there, but I'm not sure that's a fire. That might just be like, I don't know, exhaust of some sort. But some fire vehicles, and maybe that is because you see this little bit of smoke right here coming up from the building back there. So that was at 415 Grove, and I guess that took place somewhere between 5 and 6 o'clock last night. So thanks again to one of our street reporters and first shifter, David Tees, for being on the scene and sending those back to Ben and Elliot, who worked together last night on a political talk show, 415 North Grove. If I see anything more from the Elgin Fire Department about that, I'll share it with you. I still have to share my own food picture from last night, but it would take too much work on my cell phone right now, and then I wouldn't be able to talk and do that at the same time, because well, you know why I can't do that at the same time, because
you're an idiot!
Right.
You're an idiot!
Absolutely. But I can show you this from Nando. He checked in, and Nando sent this food picture this morning. Look at that. Yum. I love me some green peppers. And what is in the green peppers there, Nando? Obviously, besides ground beef. That's ground beef, right? But I see some other green things that look to me like they're pickles or something. Pickles, jalapenos, what is in the stuffed peppers? I don't know, but it sure does look good. Put some hot sauce on top of that, baby, and get to it. Those look like nice, crisp green peppers, too. Yum. Send me food pics, 505-926-1410. We had cheeseburgers last night, but not on buns. Our buns were lettuce. So we're trying to do the no carb thing, or, yeah, right. I'm trying in loose quotations, but I don't mind. I'm not a big bread freak or anything like that. So my only thing is I didn't believe that the burger could be lodged in between pieces of lettuce without the lettuce coming apart. But I guess if you put stiff enough lettuce on each side, maybe a couple of pieces of lettuce on each side of the burger, it can hold together, because it did last night. So I'll have to send you my food pic in a little while, because I know you want to see that, don't you?
No one cares!
Shut up. 641 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Our Director of Shots Fired, John Prigge, and Director of So Much More. He's the local news police and the City Council police. And John, former City Councilman, sent me a link. I'll have to look into it a little bit later. I think he actually sent it to the boys yesterday. Oklahoma City is closing their homeless camp in a push to house those living on streets. So Elgin's not the only place that's trying to figure out the answer, if there is such a thing as the answer to our homeless population, to put them somewhere where they can live and be, try to become productive members of society and not have to live in a park or in the woods in crazy conditions. Other communities and cities are working on it too. Oklahoma City is a link that John Prigge sent to me, so I'll have to open up that link later and take a look at it. Maybe we can talk about it some tomorrow on the show, or maybe today, but doubtfully today. We'll see. So thank you, John, for sending me that link, or sending us that link yesterday. And also on our Image 360 information line, we have Linda Carter checking in. Linda Carter. Oosh! Linda Carter. And she sends us a pile of prayers to our prayer scoreboard today. That is officially a pile. And we have 78 prayers on our prayer scoreboard this morning. Linda Carter, LC, originally from Jackson, Tennessee, longtime first shifter. Good to have you in. She opens the office doors every day, as she did again today on our Image 360 information line at 12:02 this morning. It is 6:43 right now, and let's get into a little bit of first shift news and see what I've been tracking besides mud in the last 24 hours. And there's a chance we might hear from the city of Elgin in the 9 o'clock hour today. I didn't get confirmation yet, but we might be hearing about the elevated lead levels in Elgin water officially this morning, perhaps, as I was trying to arrange an interview through Jeff Knox, the city communications guy, and he said he was going to talk to Miss Bertram, the director of water, for lack of a better way of describing her. And we'll see if maybe she can pop in for a few minutes this morning in the 9 o'clock hour, but I haven't gotten confirmation on that yet, so it may or may not happen. But I did share the information with you yesterday about the latest test of 100 houses with lead pipes over that were from before 1988, from older homes basically, and that 67 of them tested positive for a bit of a high lead level. But there's some new ways they go about testing and determining what's high and what's not. So I was trying to sort through that yesterday, and maybe we can get a little clarification on that later on this morning. But this was also released in the last 24 hours from the city of Elgin about the fire department. And the Elgin Fire Department has concluded now its investigation into 3 fires at the Tent City Homeless Encampment. And they have determined that all incidents were accidental and all incidents were unrelated. Accidental and unrelated.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
The fires occurred on December the 4th, December the 12th, and January the 11th. And no evidence of suspicious activity was found in any case.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Okay. Okie dokie. The December 4th fire was caused by a homemade heating unit constructed from a metal drum used to burn wood. Investigators determined that combustible materials such as bedding were either too close to or in direct contact with the heating unit, resulting in the blaze. This was blaze number 1. And if I can quickly find my pictures from Tent City the other day, I can show you what the blaze looks like, or a few pictures from the fire that took place last Saturday night, and I can show you those while I'm talking about it here. Here's one picture on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube if you want to try to view while I'm going over this. Let's see. Yeah. On December the 12th, another fire broke out due to propane-fueled heaters placed too close to combustible materials. Although significant fire damage limited the physical evidence of furniture and other items, investigators discovered multiple propane tanks and attached heaters near the point of origin. So that's the word that came down from fire number 2 over in Tent City. And again, Dino and I, a couple days ago, got a tour of Tent City. We took a lot of pictures, so I've got some to show you. This is a picture that I took through like a little fenced area of some sort of some of the remains from the last fire over at Tent City. And then we had fire number 3, January the 11th, last Saturday night. Also involving a heating unit similar to the one used in the first incident. A mattress and other bedding materials near the heating barrel sparked the flames, it says, and fire number 3 was also determined to be an accident.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
All 3 fires determined to be accidental, no signs of intentional ignition, it says here. The common factor in these incidents was the use of heating equipment near combustible materials. And for the suspicious out there, we have a hard time believing that all 3 of these fires were accidental. Their defense would be, or their part of their backing of their mindset of being suspicious would be that we hadn't had a Tent City fire in a long, long time, and suddenly we have 3 within 5 weeks. So there's some, and even Rob Sagan, when I spoke to him on the show the other day, seemed like he understood why people would believe that, especially the 3rd fire, might have been intentionally set. But the fire department investigation shows all 3 accidental. That's the release that came out yesterday from the city of Elgin. 6:49 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube, where I'm showing a few pictures of the fire, or not the fire, but the remnants from the fire. In response to ongoing concerns at the Tent City encampment, the city of Elgin has launched a new homelessness response webpage. The page is elginil.gov/EHR. I have to look at that page and I have not checked it out yet. elginil.gov/EHR. It serves as a one-stop resource for information about Tent City and the city's homelessness initiatives. It offers updates, ways to help, a timeline of recent efforts, a comprehensive resource guide, a list of community partners, and answers to frequently asked questions. If you want to check it out, elginil.gov/EHR for emergency homelessness response. 6:50 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. We also had a fire on Ludlow Avenue on the east side. I saw that they had started a GoFundMe page to help the family that lost a lot of what they owned over there on Ludlow. And I reached out yesterday afternoon to a name that I saw associated with the GoFundMe page. I got a late night response last night after I'd gone to bed, and so I have not responded back yet. But if I can make it happen, we might talk to Jocelina Rodriguez, perhaps. She's the one who responded. And we're not fundraising here at WRMN, but we certainly can make people aware of the GoFundMe page, and if anybody wants to go fund this family, which lost a lot in that fire on Ludlow the other night. I'll have more information about that later, and maybe if we can make it work, Jocelina might join me late in the show today to tell you about what happened and what they lost. I haven't been able to connect with her yet, but we'll see what we can do. 6:51 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Checking out some first shift news. One more story now. It's time for some Forensic Files action, it sounds like. Watch Forensic Files, have for years. Fascinated by the show. And every once in a while I see a story that says that's got Forensic Files written all over it. Carol Stream is where we go this time. This from the Daily Herald yesterday. Remains uncovered near Carol Stream late last year were in fact human remains. According to DuPage County Coroner Judith Lucas, who was sworn into office in December, the remains have been identified as human and have been sent out to a forensic lab for DNA testing. Now in Kane County, I believe they are in the process of getting their own forensic lab so that in the future some of these type of crimes or investigations don't have to be sent out of state and we'll get answers faster. I'm not sure if that DNA lab is complete over in Kane County yet. Rob Russell's been working on that for a long time, the Kane County coroner, who was just voted out of office. So there's a new Kane County coroner now, but hopefully that progress will continue. The former county coroner in DuPage County is Richard Jurgensen, and he said in November, while he was still in office, that the office had responded to the scene and the investigation was underway for the remains of this, what has turned out to be, person. At the time, multiple DuPage sheriff and unmarked vehicles were parked in the lot of a concrete business along the Great Western Trail. The investigation site was roughly midway between the business and Schmally Road, just north of St. Charles Road, Carol Stream. So it was in the little forest preserve area, right? I think so. So maybe we'll find out more as some results come in from DNA testing, and if there's a missing person that the remains can be connected to. We'll let you know. I guess the Daily Herald will be following up some on that in the future, and we'll see what comes of all that. 6:54 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. We'll get to the Bender Dental feel-good start to the day next hour, because I can mix it with some First Shift 411, because in a way it is First Shift 411 from Vineyard Church, where they're going to have an event for a family-friendly event coming up on Saturday that I'll tell you about. It's 6:54. Let's head back to YouTube for a moment and say good morning once again to Linda Carter. She says, good morning, First Shifters. Welcome back to Thursday morning. Have a blessed day and keep warm. It's going to be easier to keep warm today as we head for a high in the mid-30s today. Linda Carter sends our 79th prayer already to our prayer scoreboard. 35 for a high today. Once we get some daylight here in a little bit, we'll see some sunshine a little bit later. And it should be a fairly nice day for January 16th. And then tomorrow up to 40 degrees with some more sunshine. I think tomorrow we're also going to have some sunshine and a high of 40. I'll have the Fox Valley forecast in full for you when we come back from the top of the hour break. No Nickname John checks in. I think we might have time for this. No Nickname John says, good morning, First Shifters. It's National Boston Day today. National Boston Day. How does a Bostonian ask his minister to pass the spaghetti at dinner time? I don't know. How? No Nickname John. Please, pasta, pasta, pasta. Please, pasta, pasta, pasta.
Please be quiet.
This needs to stop now.
Please be quiet.
This needs to stop now.
Shut up!
Okay. I don't know, no nickname, John. Either that's over my head, but I don't think it's over my head. I'm not digging that one. I'm only going to give you a 5 today. A 5 on a 1 to 10 scale.
Wow.
Sorry, it's my judgment. The committee of me, myself, and I makes that decision. 6:56 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Music milestones, memories, madness from this day in music history. 1977. We'll go into this top of the hour break with a slow song. A very slow song by Hutch. On this day in 1977, David Soul, one half of the television police show Starsky and Hutch, went to number 1 on the UK singles chart with this song. Yes, David Soul could sing, and this is actually a sad, sad song and a good song from David Soul. And it can represent maybe our homeless population in Tent City. They say, don't give up on us, baby.
Don't give up on us, baby. Don't make the wrong seem right. The future isn't just one night. It's written in the moonlight, painted on the stars. We can't change ours. Don't give up on us, baby. We're still worth one more try. I know we put a last one by, just for a rainy evening, when maybe stars are few. Don't give up on us, I know we can still come through. I really lost my head last night. You've got a right to stop believing there's still.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 7 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Progressive. The Elgin Police Department is hosting Cocoa with a Cop on Wednesday, January 29th. The event's set to take place at the Senior Service Associates from 10 a.m. until 11 a.m., offering a chance for residents to meet and converse with local law enforcement officers. Interested attendees should RSVP by calling the Elgin Police Department. The Elgin Police Department is now accepting applications for a public safety telecommunicator. Interested candidates must submit their application by midnight on February 27th. For further details and to apply, you can visit the Elgin Police Department recruitment page at joinelginpd.com. The Naperville Police Department is inviting residents to its Citizens Police Academy starting March 5th. The 10-week program aims to provide civilian insights into the intricacies of police work. Held every Wednesday evening at the department headquarters, the course covers patrol tactics, investigations, forensic science, and more. It's capped at 30 participants, and you must apply by January 31st. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Bears head coaching search continues. The team interviewed Mike McCarthy on Wednesday. Chicago had asked the Dallas Cowboys for permission to speak to McCarthy. They said no, but then didn't retain McCarthy. The Atlanta Hawks beat the Bulls last night, 110-94 at United Center. Chicago drops to 18-23, 8-14 at home. 14 points and 16 rebounds for Nikola Vukovic. Kobe White had 16 points. Zach LaVine added 15. The Bulls went on a 12-2 run in the third to pull within 72-67 with 5 minutes left in the quarter. Atlanta led by 8 going into the fourth and remained in control from there. Chicago back home on Friday night hosting the Charlotte Hornets. The Blackhawks visit Nashville tonight. Chicago's winless in 3 and 4 of their last 5. The Predators coming off a 5-3 win over Vegas. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Progressive presents Renters MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Emily Neal's 70-inch TV. Because after watching her second-grade students yell at each other for hours, there's nothing Emily enjoys more than watching super-rich housewives also yell at each other. Why? Because those women are not her responsibility. And that's why her TV is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair's gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with a high near 35, temperatures falling to around 30 in the afternoon, and gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40. Currently, it is 17 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org. Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip, the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better, check with the BBB first because better businesses are honest and commit to high ethical standards bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
7:06, Thursday morning. Dino's here for an early visit to the radio station this morning. It's going to be a busy morning here at the radio station. We're going to have our friend MR2 in the house in a little while, and we will get on with the program and see what he and our new attorney friend Jimmy Vaselli, and they're going to talk about laws that have gone into effect in 2025. We'll catch up on all of that. So stay tuned for that in the 8 o'clock hour this morning. Your phone calls are welcome. And we'll get down to it with MR2, my guest every Thursday morning here on the show. Don't forget, tomorrow morning it's Chief Anna Lally from the Elgin Police Department. And the chief, of course, and in this time, very busy, always very busy, but this time we're in the middle of our homeless movement from Tent City over to the Lexington Inn and Suites. And the chief is in tomorrow morning, her Fridays with the Finest show from 9 until 9:30, and Steve Thoren's got the Senior Community Spotlight show and Music Memories from 9:30 until 11 tomorrow morning. All part of the Friday show. Jakes will be here. Tim Calderwood with the Schaumburg Boomers also will join us tomorrow morning on the show, and we'll do our pick six for this week. 4 games in the NFL. I'm a little scared. I probably should have put a second tiebreaker because I'm afraid with only 4 games, we might have a tie. And I'm not sure I have enough cards to give out 2 gift cards, but we'll see how it all turns out. 4 games in the NFL, 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday, and I love the game times this weekend. My favorite weekend of the NFL season. Basically, I think because of the game times. 3:30 and 7 on Saturday, and 2 and 5:30 on Sunday. So the second game on Sunday ends just in time for bed, or so on Sunday night. 7:08 here at WRMN, AM 1410, and a WRMN radio on YouTube. It is cold outside, but it's not as bad as it's been, and we got 2 days of reprieve in the weather department before we take another deep dive later in the weekend. 25 degrees right now, overcast skies. Winds are out of the west at 14 miles an hour, leaving us with a wind chill of 13 above. Mostly cloudy skies today with a high of 34, so above freezing for the first time since, I don't know, I guess it hasn't been that long. We might have gotten above freezing on Saturday of last week. Down to 22 tonight, and then tomorrow all the way up to 40 with a mostly sunny sky. Tomorrow night a chance of rain and snow before midnight. It'll be above freezing, so we might actually get a little rain. And then it drops down to 21, and it does not rebound on Saturday. Mostly sunny skies on Saturday with a high of only 22. And then we dive deep again all the way down to 4 on Saturday night, bouncing back to only 7 degrees on Sunday. 7 degrees below 0 on Sunday night. That's right, 7 below the actual temperature on Sunday night, leading us into MLK Day. Martin Luther King Day, 3 degrees. Your expected high temperature will be in single digits next Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, before we finally get back to a somewhat respectable 23 degrees next Wednesday. So we are deep into it, the middle of January, and the temperatures are reflecting such. But today, not bad, 34 for the high. It's 7:10 here at WRMN, AM 1410, and a WRMN radio on YouTube. What else is happening? Let's head to YouTube for just a moment. We'll also have a little First Shift 411 for you in this segment. I mentioned the dumb daily holiday from No Nickname John today. He celebrated National Boston Day with his bad joke of the day. The other holidays of the day, worth or not worth mentioning? Let's see. Let's find out. You can decide. Appreciate a Dragon Day. What do you think about that?
That's pitiful. I mean, it's absolutely pitiful. Pitiful.
Appreciate a Dragon Day. It is Book Publishers Day.
That's pitiful. I mean, it's absolutely pitiful. Pitiful.
Well, I don't know about that. Book publishers are very important. It is it's International Hot and Spicy Food Day. Yes, sir. Love me some hot food, hot and spicy food. Yesterday, don't tell anybody I did this, although I think Sue Castle, who was filling in yesterday for Tammy, spilled the beans because actually I spilled the beans to her. I had some hot and spicy, like jambalaya soup. Nothing homemade or anything. It was out of a can. But we made a ham this past Sunday, and I cut up some ham, and I put it in the hot and spicy jambalaya soup, and put it in a bowl, and I wanted to warm it up in the microwave here in the kitchen back here. And so I pressed, well, I was hoping to press 60 seconds, but instead the microwave set it for 6 minutes. And I walked away and didn't think about it for about 6 minutes. And I said, uh-oh. Walked back in there, and thankfully it was just super duper hot. I did have a plate over the top of it, so it didn't like splatter all over the place too bad. And it still turned out to be okay once it cooled down about 20 minutes later. 712 here at WRMN AM 1410 and AM WRMN Radio on YouTube. So that's my contribution to the holiday today, International Hot and Spicy Food Day. And it's Get to Know Your Customers Day today, too. We're always getting to know our so-called customers or listeners, friends, family, first shifters, and family members of WRMN. We want to get to know you. We want you to stop by the radio station. We want you to stop by the community center. We want you to join us on the air. We want you to share information about your life and information about events pertaining to your life. You can do it with the Image 360 information line at 505-926-1410. You can do it on YouTube every day, as we're live on YouTube from 6 to 6 every day, Monday through Friday, and then some on Saturday too. And you can always share information with me personally by sending me an email, mark@WRMN1410.com. You might email me some First Shift 411 that I share with you here on the show. That would be like events or information, garage sale information, an event being put on here in the area that you think our listeners might want to go to. It's mark@WRMN1410.com. A couple of other email addresses to think about, just general information. You can send to info@WRMN1410.com. If you don't want me to see it, if you want to send it to our management, that's info@WRMN1410.com. And if you're interested in maybe getting your word out to our audience, to our growing audience, as we continue to serve the full community here in the Fox River Valley, run a little advertising campaign, we can do that for you. Send us an email, name and phone number, or anything you want to share at sales@WRMN1410.com. Different ways to reach the radio station here at WRMN. I have some First Shift 411 for you. I'll share it with you. Dino's in the house. You might want to stop by. We'll see what's on his mind, and we'll continue with our first shift. It's on the air until 10. It's 7:14 right now, and I'm back with some First Shift 411 in just a moment.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Looking for an affordable dentist close to home? Bender Dental Care in Elgin offers new patient specials from $29, including x-rays, a regular cleaning, and exam. Senior discounts, a no insurance discount plan, and care credit financing. Bender Dental Care is a full-service family dentist with an outstanding 5-star Google rating. To find out more, call us at 847-888-4333. Bender Dental Care, affordable dentistry, close to home.
WRMN says thank you to all of our local veterans, like Jerry Christofferson of True Patriots Care.
We had the 1,700 flags up across from the wall. That's how many POWs and MIAs from Vietnam are still missing. Plus, we do veterans and first responders funerals.
Yeah.
And so if you ever drive by a funeral home or a church or a cemetery and you see the flags, you know a soldier died today.
Go to TruePatriotsCare.com for more information. And veterans, thank you for your service to our country.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Don't give up on us, baby. Sorry, now I got that song stuck in my head. I like that song. What can I say?
Loser.
I know. I don't think David Soul was the greatest guy in the world, but, you know.
Loser.
I do like that song. 7:18 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. And our Image 360 information line. I keep forgetting to send my food picture. 505-926-1410. I know you've been dying to see it. 505-926-1410. That's the Image 360 information line. 58 Mike checks in this morning. Hey, 58. He says, morning, Marky B, Linda, Derica, and all first shifters. Linda? Talking about Wild Tree? Derica and all first shifters from 58 Mike. He sends us 9 prayers to our prayer scoreboard this morning. Thank you, 58 Mike. Thanks for listening every day, and good to see you from time to time over at the American Legion, Post 57. 820 North Liberty Street, Elgin, Illinois, on the east side, where we like to spend time as much as we can. They got great Taco Tuesday. That's where I have found myself the most lately when I go to the American Legion. Fish fry on Friday. Maybe we'll try that out this Friday. I mean, I've been before, but haven't been to the fish fry at the American Legion since the new cooks and staff took over there, so that might be on the radar screen for early Friday evening. American Legion. And Mark Smith, running for city council, he's the commander of the American Legion, and he sends me daily information about what's happening at the Legion. It's Thursday, so it's burger night tonight at the American Legion. Maybe we'll see 58 Mike. Blessed day and prayers to all in California, says 58 Mike. We have Blackhawks Brad checking in with the word of the day. I have not made it into a haiku yet, but I did make his word yesterday into a haiku, and I never read the haiku, so maybe we can go back to yesterday for the haiku, as I have fallen behind in the haiku department. But yesterday's word was resplendent. Resplendent. Shining brilliantly. Gleaming. Let's win this day. That's what resplendent means. Shining brilliantly. Gleaming. Cecilia Brooks stopped in this morning. She's running for city council too, and she's resplendent, I would say. Let's win this day. The American flag flies. The eagle flies over the fabulous Fox River. And prayer number 89 from Blackhawks Brad. Here's the haiku. You ready? Resplendent people radiate with happiness and light up the room. That's pretty good, huh?
Wow.
Yeah. Resplendent people radiate with happiness and light up the room. That might be one of my better haikus in a while. 575 qualifies, I do believe. 721 here at WRMN. We got the commander in the house on the Image 360 information line now at 505-926-1410. Happy Thursday, shifters. Burgers and Lightning tonight at American Legion Post 57. Kitchens from 4 to 7:30 this evening. Lightning starts at 6:30 with the wild and wacky Gordy and Jerry. Another $3,500 jackpot is up for grabs tonight. Come on out and try your luck and have some good eats at American Legion Post 57. And they've had a couple of $3,500 winners in recent weeks over there, so you never know. Queen of Hearts next Monday will be $23,134 if we have a winner. Mark Smith checking in. So that's a little bit of First Shift 411 for you. Here's some more things to think about. Things that I have been collecting. Let's see what I can get into for the next couple of minutes here. First of all, congratulations as we take it to Advocate Healthcare's Nurse Leader of the Year. For the third year in a row, Nurse Leader of the Year for Advocate Healthcare has been selected from Advocate Sherman. Sherman's on a hot streak. Frances Tetty Teal, Director of the Family Birthing Center, was selected as the 2024 Nurse Leader of the Year. Tetty Teal is a native of Chicago, and she has been caring for patients in Chicagoland since she was 17 years old. As a young adult, she wanted to be a teacher because she loved working with kids. Somewhere along the line, she became a nurse instead, and she's a good one over at Sherman, so congratulations. It's the second release they've put out. They put another release out about a week or two ago about their Nurse of the Year period, and I believe, I don't have her name handy, but I believe both Frances and the other nurse who won Nurse of the Year are going to join us here on the First Shift next Monday morning in the 9:30 segment to tell us why they're so great and why they stand out amongst the nurses at the great hospital known as Advocate Sherman. 7:23 here at WRMN. That'll be next Monday morning at about 9:30 here on the show. Elgin History Museum. They got a lot going on. First of all, they have an exhibit opening at 6:30 on January 24th. That would be next Friday evening. And it's over at the Nancy Kimball Cobblestone House at 302 West Chicago Street. Paintings by Nick Freeman. It's an art exhibit opening at the Nancy Kimball Cobblestone House, and it's happening next Friday night from 6:30 until 8:30. Come enjoy a selection of oil paintings by Elgin fine artist Nick Freeman, who also prepares the Elgin 100 Years Ago segment that you're going to hear again in about 10 minutes right here on WRMN. Capturing the moment, showcasing Freeman's lifelong interest in bringing to life the people, places, and things that embody the fleeting and the timeless. Wine and cheese will be served. It's a free event. So get out next Friday night if you have a minute and stop by the Nancy Kimball Cobblestone House. And if you haven't been there yet, very, very nice. I think you'll like it. A week later, on the 31st of Friday night, they're going to have a fundraiser, fun, F-U-N, without the D, raiser, over at the Elgin History Museum. It's Elgin Trivia Night. We participated last year. For the third year in a row, the museum will host an Elgin Trivia Night fundraiser. Get a team together and play for prizes. They'll have beverages and snacks, and I don't know the cost, but it does go to benefit the Elgin History Museum. It's from 7 until 9, a week from Friday. Go to elginhistory.org to find out more and get your team of 4 in the trivia contest next Friday night. And also at the Elgin History Museum, coming up on April the 26th, they're having their fundraiser, their big one, April the 26th, featuring Leslie Goddard. We've had her on Dino's Night Out before, when she came here and played a stewardess from the 1960s, right? She was a 1960s stewardess. Leslie Goddard's a pretty amazing actress, and she will this time be Lucille Ball, performing during the gala at the Elgin History Museum coming up on April the 26th. So get your tickets, get yourself a table. It's a Saturday night, I do believe, and I'm pretty sure it's a Saturday night. Again, go to elginhistory.org to find out more about going to the big gala, which is a big auction that Steve Thoren is the auctioneer at. Not an auction, but well, I guess it is kind of an auction, a silent auction or whatever they call that. And more, a great dinner. And it's April the 26th, elginhistory.org. And there's some First Shift 411 for now. One more bit of First Shift 411. It's our Bender Dental Feel-Good Start to the Day. Bender Dental Feel-Good Start to the Day. Let's take it to the Vineyard Church for this edition of the Bender Dental Feel-Good Start. For kids who like fun food and playing games, Vineyard Church of Elgin is hosting a Friend Fest this Saturday. Families with kids through 5th grade can enjoy the free activities and food. All the fun takes place downstairs in the community room, and a calm room with quiet activities will also be provided for kids who appreciate a more peaceful setting. Friend Fest will be open to the public from 4 until 7 at the church at 220 Division Street in downtown Elgin. This Sunday morning, Pastor Tom Severson will continue his new sermon series, Covenant. The service begins at 10 a.m. Arrive at about 9:30 to enjoy free coffee or tea from a wide selection at the coffee bar downstairs at the Vineyard Church. If you need more information, call 847-697-8001, 847-697-8001, or visit elginvineyard.com. And it's spelled like vineyard, elginvineyard.com. 728 here on WRMN. Catch some WRMN news here at the bottom in about 2 minutes. We'll have some Elgin 100 history, 100 years ago in Elgin history coming up. And then I think Dino might join me for a few minutes in the next half hour. We'll see what's on his mind today. He's here early today. 728 on this day in music history. The Beatles are always in the news for one reason or another. The Cavern Club, opened in 1957 in Liverpool, England, became the home of many Liverpool bands, including the Beatles, who appeared at the club over 292 times.
Wow.
Yeah. Over the years, a wide variety of popular acts appeared at the club, including the Rolling Stones, the Yardbirds, the Hollies, Kinks, Elton John, Black Sabbath, Queen, The Who, and John Lee Hooker. And on this day in 1964, the Beatles played 2 shows at the Olympia Theater in Paris, France. And let's see. The first show was attended mostly by Paris's top society members. The French press had little good to say about the Beatles in the next day's paper. But the Beatles didn't care because they had just received news that their single, I Want to Hold Your Hand, hit #1 in the United States, selling 10,000 copies an hour in New York City alone. So we'll take a short snippet of that song into our 7:30 break. It's the Beatles on WRMN. Good morning.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you something I think you'll understand when I...
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Progressive. Kane County Animal Control in Geneva is enhancing its facilities with a $10,000 donation from the estate of Sylvia Snyder. The funds are earmarked for a special project, a dog water fountain outside the KCAC on Kesslinger Road. It'll be accessible for dog walkers frequenting the adjacent popular trail at Peck Farm. The doors of the historic Polar Dome Indoor Ice Rink are swinging open once again on Friday, marking the return to the community of East Dundee. Closed for several years, the rink, which first opened in 1963, is poised to be a beacon of both memories and modern-day recreation. Isaiah Fields, a 24-year-old former employee of the Markland home in Geneva, has pleaded guilty to sexually assaulting a disabled resident. The offense came to light after the victim, living at Markland, was discovered pregnant last April and subsequently gave birth. Fields is facing from 6 to 30 years in state prison. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with a high near 35. Gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40 and a chance of rain and snow Friday night. Currently, it is 20 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Welcome back to College Bowl season, and now it looks like a fan has run onto the field carrying a $5 KFC bowl.
Oh, yeah, looks like the mac and cheese bowl with 5 original recipe nuggets, or the new Nashville hot loaded fry bowl with nuggets, coleslaw, secret recipe fries, pickles, and Nashville hot sauce. Wow, looks yummy from up here.
Boy, everybody wants that bowl as more fans are pouring onto the field. Hey, Phil.
Get the only bowls that matter this season. 5 delicious bowls, just $5 each. Only at KFC. Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Girl's screams frighten off her attacker. Police today were searching for an alleged masher who attempted to attack Miss Florence Ream early last evening while the young lady was walking to the home of her sister. Miss Ream broke away from the man's grasp as he approached her and screamed for help. The attacker fled upon the girl's outcry. Police were immediately notified and the police flivver dispatched to the scene. The neighborhood was scoured, but all trace of the man's whereabouts was lost. Authorities, in attempting to obtain the identity of the man, visited the home of one suspect, but found he had not been out of the house. Miss Ream, an employee of the business department of the Elgin Daily Courier, had perceived that she was being followed a block away. The masher threw both arms about her, but she freed herself in the struggle, screaming for help as she raced to her sister's home. This is the second time Miss Ream has successfully escaped from a masher's attack. Last autumn, she was accosted by another masher in Center Street.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
7:36 here on the first shift, WRMN AM 1410, WRMN Radio on YouTube. And I have a guest in the room with me for a few minutes. You know him by now. He's Dino from Dino's Night Out and, of course, managing partner here at WRMN. How you doing, Dino?
Well, good morning, everybody. I got my good morning coffee cup from For Profit, a movie if you folks haven't seen yet, you definitely want to check it out. It showcased a lot of the things that happened right here in Elgin, a lot of the different sites. A lot of it was filmed here in our radio station, we were happy to say. But not why I'm here. Nice to see everybody, or hear everybody, I should say. Hopefully you're seeing us on the YouTube. Please subscribe to us. We're trying to get a good campaign going to get some subscribing in here, because that'll just get our message out further and further to more people. So if you don't know how to do that, Mark will explain all of that to you. But I just come on to say good morning and see what's happening in the Fox River Valley.
Yeah, I just during this break had reached out to a young lady, it sounds like, by the name of Jocelina Rodriguez, and I think she may be calling us here in just a moment, Dino. I mentioned this to you yesterday afternoon, and I just found the story. I'm pretty sure it's the home that's described in this story. Fire causing significant damage to Elgin home, 600 block of Ludlow Avenue, and it was Monday night. Fire crews were dispatched at about 5:10 in the evening and arrived on the scene 6 minutes later. Heavy black smoke billowing from the first and second floor of a 1.5-story single-family home. Firefighters worked for about an hour to bring the fire under control, but the blaze caused extensive damage to both floors of the residence, and the home sustained significant fire and smoke damage. Preliminary estimates of losses exceeding $200,000.
Oh, you could bring up a big bill today in any type of construction rehab work, or especially a burnout.
Yeah.
You don't know the extent of the fire that, that bill's nothing. I'm sure it's going to increase from that.
Yeah, so I was able to find her information through the GoFundMe page they had set up to try to raise a little money to help out the family, because I guess they've lost 90%, maybe, I think I saw in the GoFundMe message of their possessions and things like that. And I got a text back late last night after I'd gone to bed from Jocelyn Rodriguez, and I just got her on the phone during our break here, and I think she may be calling us in just a moment. And that's, one of the things we try to do here at WRMN, right, Dino, is help people out how we can. We personally can't have as a station, fundraisers for everybody that, feels like they're in need for one reason or another. But if they have a message to spread, they have GoFundMe pages and things like that. We are the community resource for that, right?
Well, again, as community broadcasters, that's exactly what we do. We're happy to have them come on the radio, love to have them tell their story, tell what took place. But any type of solicitation or any type of fundraising, we'll put it out there, and we could even put it on our website so they know where to go to. But it's something that we cannot initiate, but we will support. We definitely have empathy and compassion for anything that anyone's going through, whether they're our listeners or not. We want to, help anybody that we can. So absolutely, if somebody has something going on, you do a lot of the information and the news on your show, Mark. We'll be happy to share that. I know Matt does the same thing. He gives a little bit of insight to the different happenings around the area.
Yeah.
So we will definitely be able to communicate these type of, events that are going on. If it's a fundraiser, one of the things we're trying to do with our room next door, we're our community center, for lack of a better word, that would be then a place where if somebody needed to come and maybe needed in the afternoon or an evening to do some type of a fundraiser, we'd be glad to open our doors and work something out where they could be there and, receive a bunch of people and hopefully, get some help to their cause.
Yep, for sure. So we may hear from Jocelina in just a moment. And
beautiful.
She'll tell us maybe a little bit of the story, because I don't know much about it. And it's the first time I just talked to her ever. It was a couple of minutes ago. So we'll just see if she calls, and we'll help her spread her message here on WRMN. 740. Here on the first shift. One story I read last hour, Dino, is something that we obviously have been covering in depth for the last couple of weeks and that's Tent City, and that's something that we will continue to cover over the next few months. Next Tuesday is the day where some of the residents from Tent City are, I guess, all of next week, they will be making their move to the Lexington Inn and Suites. Chief Lally will be on with me probably for a quick update on that tomorrow morning on her show. And the thing that prompted the speed of this whole movement is the 3 fires that have taken place. The first one being on December 4th, second one December 12th, and the third fire on January the 11th, which was last Saturday night. And the Elgin Fire Department completed its investigation and put out this release yesterday saying that the investigations into the 3 fires at Tent City, they have determined that all incidents were accidental and unrelated. Does this any thoughts on that, Dean?
Well, as a brother of the fire service and, law enforcement, it's hard to talk negatively or ill against anybody who puts out an official statement. One of the things that I was saying, I think it was yesterday or the day before, arson is serious. Arson is something that needs to be addressed, and you need to get that type of person off the street. In fact, when I was because my career started with the fire and I went to the police, when I was a police officer, I actually caught an arsonist because of my training. I mean, it was stereotypical right out of the book. The guy had the glaze. He was, there's a lot to it. I'm not going to go into it. But in fact, I even got a nice official accommodation from the community I was representing. But my point is, arsonists have to be stopped. I believe that the Elgin Fire Department, especially knowing Chief Sagan, that their investigators checked this out. And the evidence that you and I saw, and we've got a lot of pictures that could actually corroborate what they're saying, you could see the burnt gas lines, the makeshift heater elements that were there. So I believe them to be accidental. I don't know that, they're saying they were accidental because of failure, because of the heating sources. I could see that, too close to something. But if it was my guess, I was always the one that said, well, the open fires that are there, because there is several open fires as well. But quite honestly, my thoughts on it are, yeah, I think that a thorough investigation was done, as much as could be done. I don't know, even though I heard the sound bites, surely you jest, but I that's their belief. And I think they've got enough evidence for them to put it on the site like they did, that's the reasons that it is. I have full faith in this fire chief here that that's exactly what took place, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Fire service, you kind of go in spurts, and I think this year is going to be one of them. I've heard of how many different fires. Is she on the phone?
A lot.
Is she calling in?
She's on the line right now, as a matter of fact.
I'll continue this when we get done, because I know she's got a tight schedule, Jocelyn. So go ahead.
Right. So let's take this phone call. Jocelyn Rodriguez, who I guess has been a part of this fire that took place a couple of nights ago on the east side of Elgin. Good morning, Jocelyn.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us this morning on the radio station here in Elgin.
Yeah, of course.
So you want to just tell us a little bit about what happened the other night? This was the fire on the 600 block of Ludlow Avenue, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I saw the release that the fire department put out. So is this a house that you live in? And I'm glad that no one was injured, but it sounds like you had a lot of damage.
Yeah. No one was home at the time when the fire started, and by the time I got there, I made it there just before it was taking over the house. So it was pretty bad, and we did lose almost everything.
Yeah.
So this was 5 o'clock in the evening. Is that correct, Jocelyn?
Yes, I had came home from work. It was 5 o'clock, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary until I got out of my car and I went up to the front door and I heard these smoke alarms already going off in the house.
So you were the one that first alerted the fire department then, is that correct?
Yes.
Wow.
I did.
That's got to be a terrifying feel. I can't imagine, You know, I mean, I could relate. One day we got a call for an ambulance call. Woman called up. She was coughing and choking. We get to the front door, me and my partner with the ambulance, and here the whole kitchen is glowing on fire. I mean, look how shocked we are with a Band-Aid box, and we needed a fire extinguisher. So, my gosh, I can imagine how you must have felt. Well, thankfully you were out safe and nobody was home. So that's really good. It was courageous. You were able to make the call to the fire department, and they came pretty quick, did they?
They did. I feel like I was on the phone with them for not even a minute or two, and I already hear sirens coming down the street.
Wow.
So your entire family lived in that house? How many people lived in the house?
So it was 4 of us there. We were all actually good friends and family, and we had just moved in. I had just moved in. It had only been less than 2 weeks that I moved in there.
Wow.
And it was supposed to be a new opportunity. We were so happy to be in this new home. We were just settling in. You know, my dog, I have a dog. My other roommate has a cat. We were just trying to kind of settle down and find stability in our lives.
Have you had a place to go the last couple of nights?
Thankfully, we were blessed with the opportunity to get a hotel. So we've been staying at a hotel for the time being.
Yeah. Was that anybody, you know, any resources, you know, from the city? Were they able to direct you, like Red Cross? Were they able to get you some type of housing temporarily till you can get settled again?
You know, we actually have to still reach out and find out about that because we have been told, you know, Red Cross could do that. So I'm not sure. It's just everything's been so crazy and busy. I feel like I've been running up and down, but that is something that we want to do.
It's something you should take advantage of. Mark has your phone number, and with your permission, he could give it to me, and I'll reach out to you with some resources. I'll also contact the city to see what type of opportunities are available for you through them. But if that would be okay with you, we'll reach out and see what we can. I know Salvation Army does some help. You have a lot of community churches that are willing to help and assist. So we'd love to give you some type of assistance that way, get you some good guidance, and tell us about your GoFundMe, because I know right now you could use some funds to get on your feet, and that's why we wanted to tell us, how would people find us?
Okay. So, yes, we have our GoFundMe going up. It's only been a few days here. It would really help us, especially because, you know, 2 of us really did, well, technically 3 of us lost almost everything. You know, after that night, I pretty much could confidently say that I only owned the clothes on my back. And, you know, it's kind of rough to say that, but it's also just material things, and it can all be replaced. Not our lives, thankfully.
Yeah.
We have our lives still, but, you know, it'd be nice to be able to just get back on our feet, like you said. It would really help us in our time right now, just to get a bunch of necessities that we need.
Jocelyn, how would someone, where is it listed on the Facebook, I believe, is the GoFundMe?
Oh.
So how would they, that's what I need is, how would they go to your Facebook page or whatever it is?
The GoFundMe
page. That's what we need to put out for you.
Right. Okay, so the GoFundMe, I do have it posted on my Facebook. My Facebook the post is public. They could look me up on Facebook easily. I think my profile is also public. So you just look up my name, Jocelina Rodriguez, and you should see both posts that I've made. I'm just making sure they're both public so that they can be seen by everyone.
Spell Jocelina for us so our listeners can go to the right location.
Okay. It is JOC as in cat, E as in Edward, I as in lime, I as in India, and November, A apple.
Jocelina Rodriguez spelled the conventional way, Jocelina. And if you go to GoFundMe.com, I guess is the way you would actually find the GoFundMe page if you want to go straight to that, right? And then type in your name that way, and I guess they'll find the way to send the money your way?
I believe so. I believe so. Our title is on the GoFundMe, Support Jocelina, Lucy, and Michelle's House Fire Recovery.
Lucy and Michelle as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Support Jocelina, Lucy, and Michelle's House Fire Recovery on GoFundMe. Yeah. So, well, life goes on, right? And it's pretty courageous of you, I think, just a couple days later to be headed to work this morning, I guess. You have to keep on going.
You really do.
You know, and I give you a lot of credit for the position you take in that, okay, all you have is the clothes on your back, but you have your life. Nobody was, lost their lives in this tragic event. And I think you're going to weather it well. You seem to have a good attitude. We will definitely do what we can to promote this for you. I'll talk to our guys. We'll throw it on the website even, a link so that people could go to it and try and get you some assistance. I'll surely do something myself personally. But, anything that we could do, we're glad to help you. I will research the services that are available to you. And then, you take it from there. So is this your home? Again, not that it really matters, but you own this home? You just bought the home?
No, I wasn't the owner of the home. Someone else who was residing there was the owner of the home.
Okay.
We were all just occupants of the home.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Gotcha.
You got to get yourself back in order. So that's great. And you want to help them out to get the home rebuilt as well.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for taking the time to join us this morning. Best of luck, and we'll keep in touch. We'll keep following this and try to help support your cause and bouncing back, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Lots of good luck, Jocelyn.
Thank you.
All right, bye. All right, there you have it from Jocelina Rodriguez. The house was on the 600 block of Ludlow Avenue on the east side of Elgin. So sad. And I've been talking about fires a lot the last few months, Dean. I think what you said a few minutes ago before we had her, not only the Tent City fires, now this fire that we have Jocelina on the air about, but there was a rash of fires.
One last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At 415 North Grove.
And what I was starting to speak of, in the fire service, you get those years that for some reason, it's like a trend. And I got a feeling that this year may be one of those years where you're going to have a little more than normal. And I don't know if it's the temperature is colder, for a longer duration, and people are, putting space heater ups or what. There's no rhyme or reason. Fire it occurs. A lot of times, silly mistakes, little mishaps or what have you. But I will tell you, in the fire service, things go in a little bit of a trend.
Cycles, yeah.
Cycle, that's the word. Thank you. And I think we're in one of those cycles because even early fall when we had the construction yard that went on fire.
Yeah.
And then again, yes, you had the Tent City fires, and they've had other sizable buildings, go up. You look at the city of Chicago, they've got countless buildings that have been burning. So, yeah, I think we have to keep our eyes open to see what's going on. Make sure you have your batteries replaced in those smoke detectors. In this case, thank God she heard the smoke detectors because she said the house looked normal to her. Could you imagine walking up to your house and hearing all the smoke detectors going off? Mm-hmm. So at least she had sense enough not to open that door, because if you reported it that it was a lot of black smoke, that's in the free burning stage. If she had opened that door, the movie Backdraft, that's what a backdraft is. You're given a sudden rush of air, oxygen. That thing would have flashed over her, would have knocked her across the street, and potentially could have even, made the house, could have even exploded to a degree for a little bit better.
Injured her and maybe taken her life. So,
yeah.
Well, thanks for popping in, Dino.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I just wanted to say hi to everybody and think everything's going well.
Yeah.
You know how to reach out to us. Dino at WRMN1410.com. Love to hear your comments. And I just love that everyone's listening. Subscribe. Have a great day.
That would be DEANO.
That's correct.
At WRMN1410.com. All right, Dino, we'll talk to you soon.
Stay well.
Dino will be here tomorrow, of course, for his show tomorrow afternoon. It's Dino's Night Out. 2 until 4. He covers entertainment in the area. I think he's going to have Rick Lindy on, maybe Friday. maybe the day after tomorrow, but some other great shows coming up here soon. And Dino will feature guests and musicians and actors and comedians and all of those types of movers and shakers in the entertainment business on his show on Friday. Well, moving and shaking into the next hour, Jimmy Vaselli is here. I saw him walk into the other side. He's been sucked in by the first shifters. And they are over in the community center, probably talking to Jimmy. He's going to be our attorney guest next hour with Hampshire Mayor Mike Reed, who is around soon, maybe taking Mikey to school this morning. So that's what we're going to spend our next hour on. You can call in and talk to us next hour if you'd like to at 847-931-1410. While we have 2 minutes left until the top of the hour break, let's say good morning to Antulo, checking in this morning on YouTube and sending us a bunch of prayers for our prayer scoreboard today. Send our prayers to the Rodriguez, to Jocelyn Rodriguez and her friends who lived in that house on Ludlow that had $200,000 worth of damage on Monday night. Good morning, Antulo. He says, good morning, Mark and the first shifters from the Construction Man. Maybe that'll be his nickname, if I can remember. You may have to remind me a few times, Antulo. We have a lot of nicknames floating around here. The Construction Man checking in. And he says, you lose your teeth by cigarettes. That's the tip of the day from Antulo. Yes, you do. So I kind of kid around when I say go see friend Brenda for some healthy cigarettes. I've never been a cigarette smoker. I'm lucky and proud to be able to say that. I'm not sure I can give myself credit. I'm not sure why. I just never really wanted to pick up that habit. So I've been lucky in that way. Kimmy D checks in. Happy birthday, Kimmy D. Dennis D, not so young, called in early in the last hour to wish you a happy birthday. Good morning, first shifters. Thanks for the birthday wishes and the song. Kimmy D sends 5 prayers, 119 on the prayer scoreboard. We got our friend Maggie Byer checking in this morning. She's helped out for years now with America's First Responders Fest. She's running for Elgin City Council. Believe it or not, I am up early this morning and I have been listening to the first shift today. Thank you, Maggie, for checking in on YouTube with us today. Brendan checks in. Basic Brendan says, good morning, first shifters. I'm Brendan and I'm listening.
Wow.
Thanks, Brendan, for checking in. And Todd Squared checks in this morning. Todd says, good morning. With the heat wave of 24 from Kingston, Illinois. Todd checks in today. We're heading for a high of about 35 on this Thursday, so not too bad of a day. All right, more of the first shift coming up. Mayor Mike Reed and Jimmy Vaselli next hour.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Progressive. The doors of the historic Polar Dome Indoor Ice Rink are swinging open once again on Friday, marking the return to the community of East Dundee. Closed for several years, the rink, which first opened in 1963, is poised to be a beacon of both memories and modern-day recreation. Isaiah Fields, a 24-year-old former employee of the Markland home in Geneva, has pleaded guilty to sexually assaulting a disabled resident. The offense came to light after the victim, living at resident Markland was discovered pregnant last April and subsequently gave birth. Fields is facing from 6 to 30 years in state prison. Kane County Animal Control in Geneva is enhancing its facilities with a $10,000 donation from the estate of Sylvia Snyder. The funds are earmarked for a special project, a dog water fountain outside the KCAC on Kesslinger Road. It'll be accessible for dog walkers frequenting the adjacent popular trail at Peck Farm. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Girl's screams frighten off her attacker. Police today were searching for an alleged masher who attempted to attack Miss Florence Ream early last evening while the young lady was walking to the home of her sister. Miss Ream broke away from the man's grasp as he approached her and screamed for help. The attacker fled upon the girl's outcry. Police were immediately notified and the police flivver dispatched to the scene. The neighborhood was scoured, but all trace of the man's whereabouts was lost. Authorities, in attempting to obtain the identity of the man, visited the home of one suspect, but found he had not been out of the house. Miss Ream, an employee of the business department of the Elgin Daily Courier, had perceived that she was being followed a block away. The masher threw both arms about her, but she freed herself in the struggle, screaming for help as she raced to her sister's home. This is the second time Miss Ream has successfully escaped from a masher's attack. Last autumn, she was accosted by another masher in Center Street.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with a high near 35. Gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40 and a chance of rain and snow Friday night. Currently, it is 20 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Welcome back to College Bowl season. And now it looks like a fan has run onto the field carrying a $5 KFC bowl.
Oh, yeah, looks like the mac and cheese bowl with 5 original recipe nuggets or the new Nashville hot loaded fry bowl with nuggets, coleslaw, secret recipe fries, pickles, and Nashville hot sauce. Wow, looks yummy from up here.
Boy, everybody wants that bowl as more fans are pouring onto the field. Hey, Phil.
Get the only bowls that matter this season. 5 delicious bowls, just $5 each. Only at KFC. Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips.
Does your car need a shine? At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they make it quick, easy, and spotless every time. And they're open 24/7 for your convenience. Right now, get a free car wash just for joining their text club. Text BRITT to 30400 and enjoy a free car wash. Visit Britain's Touchless Car Wash at 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin or at 555 Willow in West Dundee. Britain's, caring for your car while caring for our community.
Want to know what the shepherds did after they visited the Christ child? To read the short novel, The Good Shepherds, a Christmas combat story by Michael Tooman. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Silink.net. That is PSYLINK.net. Papa Sierra Yankee, Lima India November Kilo, November Echo Tango.
Welcome to The First Shift with Marky B on WRMN, the voice of the Fox River Valley. The First Shift is community radio featuring the latest local and national news, your Fox Valley forecast, an events and entertainment calendar, music milestones and memories, lively co-hosts and timely guests, and the First Shift staff meeting featuring listener and viewer comments in the YouTube chat room via text and by phone at 847-931-1410. I know, it's awesome. And now, from Studio 14 in downtown Elgin, it's The First Shift on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
It is 8:07 here on The First Shift. Welcome back to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin. We're going to bring in our guest here in just a moment. We'll have two guests. Mayor Mike, of course, always runs a couple of minutes late, but that's just because he's a good dad. And he's taken MR3 to school in Hampshire at about 7:45, and then he has to race into Elgin to be on time, or try to be, for this show. In the meantime, his attorney friend, and our new friend is here, and I'll introduce him in just a moment, but we do have a phone call coming in, so let me take that call first. 847-931-1410, Studio 14 on a cold Thursday morning, but not as cold as we have had in recent days. We're going to head for a high today of about 35 degrees. Been kind of a busy show so far this morning. Every day seems to be getting that way, and that's a good thing. Let's take this call. Good morning. Welcome to The First Shift.
Morning, Mark.
Hey, Susan. How you doing?
I'm doing really good. Just trying to clean up my room. I have a lot of stuff, trying to figure out where to put everything.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Tough. Do you have enough shelf space to put everything?
No. I have to put some stuff in the closet or something.
Yeah. I got the same problem in my man cave, Susan.
Yeah, I don't have any room to put it in storage. I'm trying to work on storage. I'm working on it, get it more organized.
You have some things you don't need anymore? Maybe you can just throw away?
Yes, I've been throwing away stuff, donating stuff.
Yeah.
Working on it.
I had to go through.
Here's Becky.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Hi, Marky B.
How you doing, beloved Becky?
Oh, I'm doing fine, and I just wanted to send out a reminder that tonight's the night of the pantry.
Yeah, tell us about that one more time.
It's between 6:30 and 7:30 tonight, and I was able to get a couple scarves in there, and next time, next month on the third Thursday, there'll be even more because I got supplies for it. So I had to wait till I had supplies and time, so...
Yeah. So tell us, so you said it's tonight, and just give us a little information about it one more time, and where it is, and what exactly is happening.
991 Deborah at the Greater Grace Community Church.
Yeah.
With Pastor Jack's place. He'll probably be there. 6:30 to 7:30 tonight, every third Thursday of the month herein. And we have just loads of clothes. We got books. We got, this time, we have a bunch of backpacks for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
And lots of food.
Lots of food. And so are you collecting money or donations for these items, or how does that work?
No, it's all free, and you don't have to sign anything.
Oh, wow. Well, that's nice. That's nice of you. And, of course, Pastor Jack's a great guy, and Greater Grace, a great church in 991 Deborah Avenue.
Right.
So, Well, that's awesome. Well, thank you for calling about the reminder, and make sure you call each time to keep me posted, and we'll keep our listeners posted, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
I'll give you back to Sue.
All right, thanks.
Hello.
Hi, Susan. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Anything else? I got the mayor and our new friend Jimmy here, but good luck with your cleanup of the
Mayor.
room.
Hi, Jimmy.
Hang on.
Hi, first shifters.
They're here. They're on the microphone now. You want to say hi to Susan, Mayor Mike?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing really good. Don't like the weather, but oh well.
You should go to Hampshire.
Yeah, it's sunny and 70 degrees there.
Oh, yeah,
All the time.
If I could get it right, I would.
Mike will scoop you up on his way back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thanks for calling, Susan.
You're welcome.
All right, take care.
Bye.
All right, sidekick Susan and beloved Becky checking in. And good morning to the Duchess of Douglas walking by the station, coming out from her palace above. We have Mayor Mike in the house on this Thursday morning. He's brought a friend today, right, Mike?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
I'm living the dream.
I know you are. I know you are. Who's this guy?
So the guy chuckling, if you look at your radio and you look to the right, you'll see Jimmy. He's chuckling. This is Jimmy.
Good morning.
He's called Chuckling Jimmy.
Chuckling, or Mike Vanelli, as his radio name goes.
Well, I messed up a little bit yesterday.
That's okay.
Didn't remember Mike's name. I mean, Jimmy's name.
That's some of the nicer things I've heard him called, so it all works out. I've called him worse.
Well, and he's your friend, and he's a village attorney for the village of Hampshire, right?
Yep, and several other municipalities in. Here he is, right there. What is that, north to south on your radio dial?
That's south to north.
South to
on
north?
the radio dial. That's Ninny Rose.
Ninny Rose, is it? But Uncle Boom Boom's in the house.
In the house, yeah.
In the house.
he doesn't get out much.
So anyway, so this is Jimmy Vaselli. He's a municipal attorney, and he's an attorney in general, but specializes in municipal law. And so why don't you say hi and introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good morning to Susan and Becky. And everybody out there listening, and thanks for having me in.
So why don't you start out with the stereotypical radio softball question? So tell us a little bit about yourself. What's your story?
When we can't think of the first question to ask, we get some background from our guest. Yeah,
that's funny. We just started our own law firm, and I have been a practicing lawyer for 24 years. I'm aging myself now.
So you practice because you're not good at it? Or
hopefully I get better. But no, it's a great opportunity. We really like working with the clients that we have. We're really blessed. And we put together a team, me and my partner, Aaron, to try to have the best law firm that we can and respect people and really provide a service that people can rely on.
So I really appreciate you taking time out of your day to drive here and sit and talk with us. This is something that Marky B and I have talked about for a little while, trying to expand. You know, I like having a lot of fun on the air and stuff, but then after I get off the air, and we kind of dip our toe into the quote unquote real issues. So I don't get scolded off the air, but Marky B and I do have a lot of fun, but we've kind of tried to make a point to try to stick to some of the real issues. So one of the
because we never get our toes dipped into the water, do we? We have too much fun, and the issues in the stories and them not getting talked about a lot of times.
Right, and so one of the reasons that I had asked you to join us today is because a lot of new laws came into place here on January 1, as they normally do, that were passed in the previous legislative session down in Springfield. And a lot of people may not know some of the things that have been passed or some of the new rules. Until they impact them directly. So we thought that we'd talk about, first of all, we thought that we'd open the floor up to the callers. Of course, is 847-931-1410.
Look at you go.
Or you could text us on our Image 360 information line at 505-926-1410.
Calm yourself. You're sounding too good at this.
And so what we'd like to do is open that up to callers and texters to any type of legal questions that you may be able to offer some insight into. With that, but we'd also like, depending on how the callers go, we'd also like to talk about some of the new laws that came into effect.
Sure.
So you up for that?
I'm happy. Thanks for having me.
Okay. So first of all, how would people, if they have a legal concern or question, how would they get a hold of you?
So if you need to get a hold of me, please feel free to call 630-931-8225. That's our number. Or I could be emailed at James, James, at jmvchicagolaw.com. Let me say that again a little bit slower. James at jmvchicagolaw.com. And the number again is 630-931-8225.
Okay, so now that we've got all the contact information, we'll give that away a couple more times throughout the rest of the segment here.
Yeah, and I'll put it on our YouTube page too, at WRMN Radio on YouTube.
And so why don't we get started? So what do you want to talk about? What went into place or on January 1 that you think that the listeners would benefit from knowing about?
So there are a lot of laws. The General Assembly passed a lot of laws in this last session, and that's a 2-year session that cover a myriad of topics. From there's a new law with regards to, it's called Karina's Law, and it's regarding firearms and how an order of protection goes into place if you have a firearm for a domestic violence charge. And that if there's probable cause of the possession of a firearm after a domestic violence charge, that the law enforcement can actually seize that weapon. It's a very complicated issue because obviously we have a strong Second Amendment, and it's important for a person to have a right to bear arms. But we also can't have people getting in harm's way. We have to be able to protect the most vulnerable people in society.
So I don't mean to interrupt you, but so how does Karina's Law change what was already on the books? So what happened in the past and what changes now?
It's a different seizure for firearms process when there is the probable cause or an order of protection outstanding.
So kind of walk me through this. So somebody is accused of a domestic dispute, accused of domestic violence,
and there is a protective order that's in place or going to be in place. The petitioner seeks an order prohibiting the respondent from possessing firearms, and then the firearm can be seized.
And it's seized by who? Local police departments?
Local police department. And that's some of the criticism of it, that some of these smaller law enforcement agencies just don't have the staffing to be able to follow up with a law like.
And that is kind of a pain point because as we try to pertain it to, there's a lot of listeners that are here based in Elgin and have a familiarity with the Elgin operations and the police department, and they have a fairly large police force. Whereas as we compare it to the Village of Hampshire as an example, we don't have that big of a police force. And so there may not be as many officers on shift protecting the streets. So now this is another task that they need to go when the courts issue this decree order.
An order
that the local police departments now have to go and remove firearms from a home, not if they've been convicted, just if there's an accusation.
And that's the push point. And the push point is a person is innocent in this country until proven guilty. And you run a delicate balance, and the legislature does a good job. And part of the hard part of being in government and part of the hard part of being an elected official is balancing the pros and the cons, the yes and the no, and what they do. So you really have to respect a person's right to bear arms. You got to respect innocent until proven guilty. And you want to make sure that the most vulnerable members of society are protected. And that's the balance. And, the great part about law, Mayor and Markey, is it's an evolving process. That if a law's not great, we change it. We do it at the village level all the time. They do it at the state level all the time. It's not the same laws that they had 2,000 years ago in Europe or in the rest of the world.
Well, we'd still be tar and feathering people right out in front of WRMN here.
Right.
Which for YouTube,
that would increase your subscriptions.
It really would. Yeah, it would bump up the listenership a little bit, or the viewership.
Probably raise legal fees too.
Yeah.
It's a win for everybody.
Right.
So again, we're happy to take your calls right here in the studio, 847-931-1410. But what else you got for us today? What other laws have gone into effect that?
So there's the Equal Pay Act of 2003 has been amended. So for businesses employing over 15 people, when they do postings for ads for employment opportunities, you have to give additional information and it has to be posted. There are limitations on that. And obviously, Mayor, I can't get into all the details of the laws or give legal advice over the radio, but it is a change to give more disclosure and more notification to employers and people, or to employees or potential employees, and employees looking for increases in salary or position. Now, again, there's always a give and a take.
So with this, I mean, I guess I've read up on this, and one of the, I guess, takeaways that I got out of it is, you know, as a guy that changed careers not too long ago, you know, I was always, up until, you know, a few years ago, I was always kind of looking for a job, and it was always really, really frustrating when you go apply for a job, go through the interview process, and find out during the interview or after the interview what the salary was offering. And a lot of times it's a waste of your time, right? And so I guess one of the things that's changed in this law is they need to disclose the pay information right at the start.
Correct.
In the job posting.
Absolutely. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing for people who are in your position and people who are in my position in the past to be able to know what a realistic range is. Now, for small employers, people who have over 15 employees, but not mammoth companies, you know, it is an unfunded mandate. It's another issue that goes out there, and you really don't want to put any more constraints on small businesses in the state of Illinois. It's a hard enough time out there to try to get things moving along, but it is good for the employees or people trying to move up in the work world to have that additional information and make an even playing field.
I think it does. I think that's good. I think that's good information to have because, like Mike said, you go into a job interview, you really have no idea. Don't think it's a good question to ask, right? Because then it looks like you're trying to get a job there for the wrong reason,
right?
So just to know up front kind of takes that whole. It takes some people out of the application process because they don't want that job. Maybe it doesn't pay enough or whatever the case may be. But it also kind of just clears up that fuzziness that's not good.
Absolutely. There's never a bad situation where more information is bad. We always should have the most information to be able to make the best decisions for us. And that's at the personal level for employees or potential employees, governments, businesses, or radio stations.
Yeah. You know, going back to the first, can I ask a question?
Absolutely. I told you, I believe this is your show.
Well, I don't know. Mike Reed's doing a great job of hosting, but no, I just was wondering with the first, the gun domestic violence thing that we talked about there. So the gun could be, or the weapon, or whatever it is, could be seized, but when would that individual have the ability to get their ammunition back if that does take place?
There would be another court hearing. So there would be another hearing to allow for the release of those items, the ammunition and the weapons.
Yeah.
And then we'll do, you know, if this is a topic that we really want to dive into more, and we're happy to do it, I guess this is my request. You guys can bring me back, and I'll be more than happy to talk about it.
Oh, you're coming back, buddy. You're locked in now.
Yeah.
Just look what happened to Reed. He came in the door, now he's here every week. So, 823 here at WRMN. 847-931-1410 is the number to call. On YouTube, it's WRMN Radio on YouTube. And G-Baby3787 says, we love Jimmy. Must be somebody he knows.
Must be.
All my plants are calling in right now.
If you're one of Attorney Jimmy's planted phone calls, call right now, 847-931-1410, and the Image 360 information lines 505-926-1410. And Sue Castle's on YouTube. She says, good morning, gentlemen.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Sue.
She uses that term loosely.
Very, very loosely.
And now we know that Mike and I are going to be singing over at Newman's Corner Pub before too long.
Oh, yeah. We're going to do some fundraising.
Yeah. And let's take a couple of phone calls here. We have a couple coming in. 847-931-1410. We start with good old Bob. Hey, Bob.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Mr. Bob. How are you this morning?
Fine, thank you. Listen, one of the things that concerns me a little bit about this business of removing firearms in a situation where somebody has an order of protection. You know, you can get an order of protection without any violence ever being involved. You can get an order of protection if you don't want your ex or soon-to-be your ex calling you and making appeals or coming to the house to remove items, so on and so forth. There's certainly no violence involved in that situation. It's especially when there's animosity between two people. It's very easy for someone to say, "I'll fix that son of a bitch." Take his guns away.
Yeah, and that happens a lot. Yeah. A lot.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Bob. And nice to meet you, Mr. Bob.
No problem. So what is the definition of when they can take a firearm away? Does there have to have been violence involved, or does she just think, this guy's got a nasty temper, so take his guns away? It'll fix him that'll teach him.
No, there has to be probable cause to believe that the respondent possesses a danger of causing personal injury to the petitioner or child. There's danger imminent and present. So there has to be some articulable facts that allow someone to make this decision. Because Mr. Bob, you raise an interesting point. And I think it's something that you and I agree upon very, very strongly, that we are innocent in this country till proven guilty. And I'm sure you agree with that, Mr. Bob.
The question is, do you have an appeal? Somebody says, okay, and comes knocking on your door and says, we've got an order of protection involved, and the party has said you are prone to violence, so we're here to get your guns.
It is a court hearing, so we can always go to court. And
before and after they take your guns.
Well, that's honestly, Mr. Bob, that's a very valid criticism. And that's what a lot of people said, that one is the timing of this. And then, Mr. Bob, I'm sure you agree with this, too, that you really got to be able to protect people who are really in danger. And the sad part is about the false allegations that come through, who it hurts are the people who are really in danger. And you really got to protect our children, right? Our children are vulnerable people. But we also have to respect the rights of people to live their lives, to have the Second Amendment be enforced for them. And that's where we're going to see how this plays out. And as time goes on, if the law's got to change, we'll write letters and we'll work to try to get this more scoped and narrowed. But I think it's an interesting point, and it's a good way to show how the law works, that there's interest on one side and there's interest on the other side. And if we don't have these extreme interests and we work to be reasonable people, we get this working in the right direction. So, Mr. Bob, excellent point. I'll have a couple more details if they do invite me back to come on the show, and we can talk about it more later.
Okay, one other thing is, if I were the judge that has to issue the order to confiscate firearms, and it came before me, and I could say yes or no, I would be more inclined to err on the part of protecting the person. And I certainly don't want somebody getting hurt as a result of my making the opposite order go down. So, because actually I want to get reelected. So I want
and can I address that, Mr. Bob?
Yeah.
Do you mind? Thanks. And that's the whole point. This law stemmed from someone who, it's a really sad story, right? And it is a story where someone lost their lives, and anytime there's an act of violence, they don't need to, right? They don't need to lose their lives. And you really have to, and Mr. Bob, I love what you said. You have to protect the most vulnerable people in society. The people who have the ability to do so have to look out for them. And to me, that's something that I care about deeply, that if you have the ability to help people, you help them.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bob.
I know.
Have a good day. Good old Bob, been calling for a long time and very knowledgeable about a lot of different things. And a great veteran, too. Thanks, Bob. All right, we have another caller, but we have to hit this bottom of the hour break. It'll be a 4-minute break or so. So if you can hold on past the break, we'll take your call. And you can jump into it, 847-931-1410. We're talking with Hampshire Mayor Mike Reed and Jimmy Vaselli of Vaselli Law. And we'll take your phone calls and continue with the first shift in just a couple of moments on this cold but better, more tolerable morning with the temperatures in the mid-20s, heading for 35 for your daytime high on a Thursday. Back on the first shift in just a moment.
Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan, brought to you by Progressive. Isaiah Fields, a 24-year-old former employee of the Markland home in Geneva, has pleaded guilty to sexually assaulting a disabled resident. The offense came to light after the victim, living at Markland, was discovered pregnant last April and subsequently gave birth. Fields is facing from 6 to 30 years in state prison. Kane County Animal Control in Geneva is enhancing its facilities with a $10,000 donation from the estate of Sylvia Snyder. The funds are earmarked for a special project, a dog water fountain outside the KCAC on Kesslinger Road. It'll be accessible for dog walkers frequenting the adjacent popular trail at Peck Farm. The doors of the historic Polar Dome indoor ice rink are swinging open once again on Friday, marking the return to the community of East Dundee. Closed for several years, the rink, which first opened in 1963, is poised to be a beacon of both memories and modern-day recreation. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Are you looking for the perfect wedding planner? Or maybe you've always dreamed of hosting that unforgettable corporate event. At the Serendipity Collective, your dreams await. Located in the heart of Hampshire, Illinois, the Serendipity Collective specializes in both traditional and non-traditional weddings. They also offer event planning services for birthdays, bridal and baby showers, quinceañeras, corporate events, and more. From the moment you step into your attire for the first time, to the tears of joy during speeches and dances, they're sure to make you savor every moment of your special day. At the Serendipity Collective, they love what they do and are passionate about helping you create memories that'll last a lifetime. Visit Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., or evenings and weekends by appointment, or call at 847-749-7848, or email at info@theserendipitycollectivellc.com. The Serendipity Collective, your dream wedding awaits.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with a high near 35, temperatures falling to around 30 in the afternoon. Windy with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40. Currently, it is 22 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
On my way from L.A. back to Knoxville, I found out those bright lights ain't where I belong.
Mayor Mike's in the house. He likes country music.
I like both kinds, country and western.
Country and western. And the two together?
And then you get Ronnie Millsap, which this Smoky Mountain Rain is one of the official state songs of Tennessee.
Yeah?
You're like, yeah? Who cares?
I did not know that.
And now you do.
He was born on this date in 1946. Ronnie Millsap was 79 years old.
Over 40 number one hits.
Became country music's first well-known blind singer.
Yep.
One of the most successful and versatile country crossover singers in his time.
Had a lot of pop hits as well. He's very talented guy. Very talented guy.
It was almost like a song, Stranger in My House, and this song, Smoky Mountain Rain, amongst his hits that helped credit him with 6 Grammy Awards.
It's more Grammy Awards than you and I have combined.
It is. So far. But our singing career is still just getting underway.
That's right.
We have Mayor Mike Reed from Hampshire and Jimmy Vaselli Law, joining us this morning. And we have you on the phones if you want to give us a call at 847-931-1410. We got a bunch to cover, but let's take this phone call first and see what's on your mind. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Hi. Welcome to WRMN. Who's this?
Hey, thanks. This is Joyce. I'm a state representative, and I've also had the pleasure of working with Jimmy.
You know this person, Jimmy?
I do. She is State Representative Joyce Mason. She's a good friend, and she really cares about our community and the state of Illinois. Good morning, Rep. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. I'm excited. You sound good on the radio.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So do you.
You should watch the YouTube stream. He looks even better on the YouTube stream.
Yeah. I have a face for radio. I've known that from I started today.
That's an overused term.
Right.
Well, and you're trying to defy all the stereotypes by having the cameras in here, Mark.
Yeah.
And now you've got all these bright lights.
Dino did all of that. I was trying to keep it dark in here, but he wants people to see us.
Yeah. They're very nice. Just don't look up.
Well, I'm glad State Representative Joyce Mason has called. I think I saw your name in a story this week.
Thanks. Oh, did you?
I think I did. A story involving senior driving, right?
Yeah, you saw that.
I did.
That's excellent. Illinois is the only state that requires seniors to do extra road tests. And the AARP has been pushing really hard to make that more equitable. So we are hoping to make a change to raise the age, but also add a way that family members can call and express concerns if they think, Grandpa shouldn't be driving. And then the Secretary of State will follow up on that and get some request some medical information from the driver to ensure that they're going to be safe.
Yeah, and that we've talked about this a lot because we have a lot of senior listeners here on the show. But it's interesting to me. It almost seems like it does seem like discrimination to a certain degree.
It certainly is. I mean, and if you think about it, like 70 is the new 60. I mean, what was considered to be quote unquote an old person, right, in the
Thank God.
40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, even 90s. I mean, you figure that, I mean, there are people working well into their 70s before they even think about retiring.
Oh, yeah. I'm 55, and I think about my dad retiring at 55, and I was like, what?
Right.
That's never going to happen.
So we've had senior callers express dissatisfaction with the way things have been, and the argument's often made, well, we drive safer than the young people do. Mm-hmm. Why don't young people have to retake their driver's tests and all that?
I don't disagree with that statement at all.
I don't either.
At all.
I wouldn't disagree with the statement of making everybody have to take a test every once in a while, a driving test again.
Right.
But anyway.
There's a lot of unsafe driving habits out there, and it's not exclusive to any age bracket, I think.
Yeah.
Can I give a shout out to Representative Mason, who has done a tremendous job for her community, especially the people in the city of Zion. So Representative Mason, along with the other members of the Lake County Caucus, worked tremendously hard to secure funds for the people of Zion, Illinois. And if you recall, and you ever drove up the lake shore in the mid 90s or the early 90s, you would see one or two nuclear silos, and there was a nuclear power plant. And they shuttered it. They shut down the nuclear power plant, and it gutted the tax base for the Zion taxing districts. And due to the efforts of the state legislature, spearheaded by Joyce Mason, that they have secured funding to lower the taxes. And we have tax issues in the state of Illinois. We can all agree upon that, especially when we border Wisconsin, who gives away the house for free. And Joyce fought tirelessly to ensure that the residents and the small businesses in the city of Zion get tax relief, much needed tax relief, to help out for their progress, and to make sure that people don't need to make a choice between, am I going to pay my rent this month, my heat this month, or buy pharmaceuticals this month? And that's because of Joyce and the other people in the Lake County Caucus. So I had this opportunity. I want to tell you, she's a great state rep. I'm proud to be her friend, and I'm proud to work with her.
Thanks, Jimmy. I didn't call to talk about me. Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack.
Well, you should
Jimmy
be.
knows.
If you know Jimmy well enough to know, he'll turn it any way he can.
Jimmy knows I'm the only politician that doesn't want to talk about it.
Well, we really appreciate you calling and talking us through the driving legislation. Is there anything else you'd like to add or talk about?
Yeah, thanks. Well, I was calling to ask Jimmy a question, but I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in on the Karina's bill, if that's okay. Just to clarify, when you go into court, and I'm a domestic violence survivor and have worked in the domestic violence area for a long time, but when you go into court for an emergency order of protection, the judge does weigh whether or not he or she believes that you are in imminent danger, because they don't want to take away your rights or somebody else's rights. This often requires removing people from their own home, not allowing them to go to work if the two people work together, so that in itself limits somebody's rights. And now we have the extra step of taking away their guns. So they do weigh it carefully, although, as the other caller said, they err on the side of protecting people. So if the person has really, made a case for I'm in danger, they'll generally pass it. But that's on an emergency basis. And then both parties have to come back in about 2 weeks to see if that stands or not. So the person, yes, temporarily, without having a voice, has their rights sort of reined in and their guns are taken away. But research shows that when there are guns in the home, the opportunity for the rate of homicide goes up 5 times. And the most dangerous times for domestic violence victims is right when they try to leave the home. So that's kind of the reasoning behind it. But in 2 weeks, that person has the opportunity to come in, make their case, bring an attorney, do whatever. And if then the plenary, they call it a plenary order of protection, the one that's going to stand, isn't awarded, and it's a pretty high bar, then the guns are returned. So just to kind of throw that in. But I wanted to ask Jimmy, you work for a lot of municipalities. Did you always want to do that, or did you set out to do a different kind of law? What drove you to that? So, I've always been curious.
Did it stem from a speeding ticket in a particular town?
No. So if I'm going to split that question up, and I want to thank again, this is why State Rep Mason is the best. She made a better point about that than I did. There is, and I want to make sure that we're clear, there's always a hearing. There's always a hearing for one of the good judges of the state of Illinois to make a determination. But I'm going to split that question into 2 parts, Joyce, if that's okay. The first one is, why did I go to law school? Why did I want to become a lawyer? So when I was in kindergarten, very young, my mom, I just remember her working all the time. She's the best. I'm so blessed to have a great family. She is the best.
I've met her.
She's amazing, right? I just have the best family. I've got great parents. I've got a great sister and brother-in-law and brothers and sisters-in-law, and I got a great 5-year-old, and I have the most wonderful wife in the world who's very patient with me.
Yes, she is.
She is.
Yes, she
very
is.
much so. Beautiful, brilliant, and very patient with me.
Totally outkicked your coverage.
Oh, absolutely. Devin Hester, right. So my mom, working all the time to make sure that I'm in Catholic school and getting a good education, walking me to school, taking a 2-hour nap rather than sleeping because she's working all the time. And my kindergarten teacher comes in, and she starts giving facts about dinosaurs. And I was one of those kids who loved dinosaurs. I wish dinosaurs were still around right now, to be honest with you. Just obsessed. And the teacher, who I hope she's not listening. If she is, thank you very much for everything. but she got a fact about the dinosaurs wrong. And I kept on raising my hand as a highly excitable kindergartner might do, and trying to correct her about this fact. And we went back and forth, back and forth. Finally, she shut down the conversation. I was completely out of line. But the next day, I packed up all my little golden books and all my pop-up books, and I put them in my little backpack. And my mom, I just remember her looking at me like, what is going on here? Why is he packing up his library? And we walked to school, and everybody gets let out for recess, and I stuck around behind. And I literally pointed out to the teacher where she got the facts wrong. And I couldn't stop. I don't know how to say this, but I couldn't help myself. I literally pointed out that these facts were wrong. And then I went outside and had recess. And the next day, and again, remember, I love dinosaurs. She comes in with the largest roll of stickers of dinosaurs of all time. And she said, tell your mom you're going to be a great lawyer one day, and gave me these stickers. I went back. My mom had the biggest smile of all time. And honestly, I was on the path from then on. So that's why I went to law school, and it's just, honestly, it's the best. And so thanks, Mom. Thanks, everybody. And thanks to my kindergartner teacher, if she's listening.
You're not going to give the kindergarten teacher's name out?
You know what? I don't remember. I don't remember her name. Mrs. Dinosaur. She's probably not going to appreciate me calling her Mrs. Dinosaur.
No.
And then municipal law, I remember we had the Great Recession, and there wasn't a lot of, I was doing commercial real estate work and zoning work, and there wasn't a lot of work going on. So during the Great Recession, the only way to really do a lot of real estate work that I could find, and zoning work, was to work on the governmental side. And then, so I started working on the governmental side, and then I honestly, I don't know why they put up with me. I fell into the greatest group of mayors that you could ask for, from Zion and Antioch and South Barrington and Hampshire, and I cannot forget Burlington or Lily Lake. So they're tremendous Kane County municipalities, all the way down to Pekin and Bradley and Dixmoor, Illinois. And to work with these people and to have a different opportunity to work with these people, who every one of them, I can honestly say that I might be the only lawyer who really likes all his clients. We literally get to do good for the people every day. So it's a great opportunity to work in administrative law, to zoning law, to do some litigation, to do some prosecutions, to do real estate work, to do financial work. So it's just a great, diverse group of people I work with, and a great, diverse group of subject matters that I get to work with every day. Does that answer that question?
Yes, I love that. I've never heard that story before.
Oh,
That's
really?
amazing.
Okay. Yeah, it's a true
Thank
story.
you.
I'm sure, listen, I don't know how many people are listening, but I know there's one more. So I'll say hi to my mom, who's out there, who I'm sure is listening in today. So,
and let's face it, what other profession can you ever be in to start yelling and screaming at politicians and get away with it, and elected officials?
Radio show host.
Average citizens.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Thank you so much for letting me call in. It's been really great listening to you guys.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Representative Mason. Thanks for calling in, and we'd like to hear from you again in the future.
Thanks.
All right, take care.
Okay, you too. Bye.
848 here at WRMN. 847-931-1410 with Mayor Mike and Jimmy Vaselli. Have another phone call. I know you have a list of things that we haven't gotten to yet, but we have another phone call. I think you might know this guy too, Mayor Mike.
Uh-oh.
Is she showing up as William McKinney?
Oh, no. Man, you're bringing in the big guns.
Wow. Hi, Mayor.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. I'm sitting here in my home office listening to you guys, and you're both doing a tremendous job. And I just have to say, the information that you give when you start talking about municipal law and everything that we have to deal with as mayors, it can be overwhelming. And Jimmy was the first decision I made as mayor once I got hired, was to bring him on to be our city attorney. And we haven't regretted the decision. And he hasn't cursed me out just yet, but I'm sure it's coming.
I can tell you he's cursed me out enough times for the two of us.
Mike Reed, why don't you tell us who this is calling?
So this is Mayor Billy McKinney of the of the city of Zion. City of Zion.
Yeah.
And also, can we give you props on your history, sir?
It's your show. It's like
well, no, I don't want to make you. I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable.
I got a yes out of that for an answer.
It's your world. I'm just paying rent in it.
So Billy McKinney is of Northwestern basketball fame. Was also in the NBA, and now currently is broadcasts the Northwestern basketball games on WGN Radio alongside Dave Ennett. So he's
very nice.
He's got a broad depth of experience and history, and he's been a really good friend to me through Jimmy, especially on some different topics that impact the municipalities different, because as we know, municipalities are different in sizes, different in demographics, and so it really helps to have a pool of people you can lean on. And so I really appreciated the relationship that Jimmy's created for me with Mr. McKinney.
It's amazing. The mayor he's the best. He is, no offense, Mayor Mike, Mayor Billy.
I don't want to hear it.
Right. He's going to hit me on air. Right? But Mayor Billy's tremendous. And the strides that they've made, Zion's always been a great town, and it's a gem on Lake Michigan. And the strides that they've made since he has, I'm going to use a dumb sports analogy, taken the ball and ran with it is just, if my career ended today, it would be one of the proudest things I could say. And I will say that he was the first person outside of my family that I called after my son Jacob was born. So he's a great man. He's a great man. So I don't know why he puts up with me, but he's a great man. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, God, I didn't call to hear all that, but appreciate it. But the thing about being in politics, something I never thought I'd do, is that you get a chance to meet all these people that have this passion for improving the towns in which they live. And it's a great fraternity in the standpoint that you are able to exchange so much information. And there's every day it feels like you learn something different because you're not dealing with the same issue every day. And I appreciate being able to have the network of mayors that I am in touch with daily. Mike, just been a great resource to me. The mayors around me in Lake County, I was just on a Lake County Municipal League call last night, and I just feel blessed to be around people that have that same passion about improving their community and making the world better. And that's something, Jimmy, when you talk about your mom and getting into politics, I was told by the mayor that brought me on the city council, he said, don't look at it as politics. Just look at it working with people and with something that you've done your entire life. And it's been true in that regard. And, State Rep Mason, who was on, has done a tremendous job in making sure that our community gets compensated for being a spent fuel storage facility. And that has changed. That's going to change the face of our community, one that struggled for the last 25 years or so since the plant's been closed. And now as we move forward, we have an incredibly bright future. So State Rep Joyce Mason, thank you, and all of the politicians that were involved with helping us secure the CEJA grant.
Well, I really appreciate your phone call, and I really appreciate you digging in. We hope that you call in again.
Yeah,
you're welcome on the air anytime.
Yeah, I got to say one thing before I go. Jimmy, you owe me money. You stole my line.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, as long as he owes you, you'll never go broke. That's what he always tells me.
That's true.
Learn from the best, right?
Well, thank you so much, Mayor McKinney from Zion, for calling in this morning. And I'm old enough to remember your NBA career a little bit.
Damn.
Yeah. So, please don't be a stranger. Love to have you on the show again sometime.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Thanks, Mayor.
8:54 here at WRMN. One more phone call at 847-931-1410. It's Zion Mayor Billy McKinney, Northwestern radio announcer now, and played in the NBA. Who do you play for? Denver?
Denver.
Denver, I remember, I think.
And the Bulls. He played in the Bulls.
Okay.
He played in the Kings. And I believe he played for Dallas. But no, he played, it's amazing. He holds an NBA record. He is in the NBA record books for most consecutive free throws made, or field goals made.
Really?
Yeah, he's great. Yeah.
How many?
The next time I come back, if I'm invited, I'll be able to give that. Sorry, Mayor, I'm sure you're still listening, but I will have
put you on the spot, but I'm a numbers guy. I want to know that. I wonder if Billy McKinney played for the Dan Issel Denver Nuggets, because those Denver Nuggets were running up and down the court all the time.
This probably would have been a good conversation to have while he was still on the phone.
Probably so.
We'll get him back too. Right.
Yeah. 8:55, 3 more minutes until the bottom of the hour break here. So let's take the Commander, American Legion Post 57, Mark Smith, checking in this morning. Hey, Mark.
Hey, good morning, gents. How are you?
Hey.
Great, man. Thanks for calling.
Good. I just had one quick question for Jim. He kind of ties this back to Elgin. It's not necessarily a new Illinois law, but if you know Elgin or know anything about, we're dealing with, kind of removing a large homeless encampment. In a not so distant past, the Supreme Court ruled that, cities and municipalities can make, anti-public camping ordinances and laws, I guess, that don't violate their Eighth Amendment rights. Do any of the municipalities that you deal with, have they passed anything like that? And if so, what were the benefits of that? And if not, have you heard anything from other municipalities that have passed those, what their benefits are from that?
So that's an excellent question, Commander. Do you just want me to?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
So different municipalities have passed it. To be honest with you, I'm not aware that we've ever had to enforce it. And it is, again, I keep on going back to this. It is a delicate issue, right? You can't. I heard that there was a fire, and I know very little about this, but I heard that there was a fire at the encampment in Elgin.
3 of them.
I mean, that's a shame. And there again, we are dealing with in a situation where there's probably some of the most vulnerable people. There are seniors, there are children in there, and they probably don't want to be living in an encampment. But you can't have a location that just catches up in spontaneous flame at some point in time. And it's hard to regulate. So it's a very delicate issue. It's an evolving issue. Different municipalities that I've worked with have, in fact, passed legislation on this. To the best of my knowledge, I don't know if there is any effectuation of that, but I will invite you to email me at james@jmvchicagolaw.com or call me at 630-931-8225 to be able to talk about this more if you'd like to. I know the lawyers in Elgin, they do a great job. And I'm sure that all the elected officials are always trying to do the best for their community, in my experience. So to answer your question directly, I don't know of any of my municipalities that have passed this that have effectuated it. And if you want to talk about it further, just give me a call or shoot me an email if that's okay.
Yeah, we'll do. Thanks for answering. I'm getting ready to walk in, so maybe we can trade business cards. But thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Commander.
It was a great show.
We'll see you in a second. All right, Commander Mark Smith, American Legion Post 57. You guys going to stick around for a little bit longer? You good?
Yeah, I'd love to.
You good for a little bit longer? Mayor Mike, you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll stick around we still have some other laws to cover that we haven't gotten to, so maybe we'll get back to that as soon as we get back from this top of the hour break. It is the Thursday morning, and it's Attorney Jimmy Vaselli and Mayor Mike Reed and myself, Marky B, for one more hour. It's the first shift on this Thursday. Keep it right here on Elgin's hometown radio station serving the Fox River Valley, WRMN.
I'm Dennis Sonar Green, inviting you to join me every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town, is where you'll find clear, balanced analysis of the day's biggest news. We dig into the headlines, cutting through the noise to deliver the facts and insights you need to stay informed. Whether you're deeply into politics or just want to understand what's going on, this show offers the depth and perspectives that matter. Tune in every weekday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on WRMN and be part of the conversation that's shaping our community. Let's navigate today's political landscape together on A Political Talk Show, only on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Progressive. The Elgin Police Department is now accepting applications for a public safety telecommunicator. Interested candidates must submit their application by midnight on February 27th. For further details and to apply, you can visit the Elgin Police Department recruitment page at joinelginpd.com. The Naperville Police Department is inviting residents to its Citizens Police Academy starting March 5th. The 10-week program aims to provide civilian insights into the intricacies of police work. Held every Wednesday evening at the department headquarters, the course covers patrol tactics, investigations, forensic science, and more. It's capped at 30 participants, and you must apply by January 31st. The Elgin Police Department is hosting Cocoa with a Cop on Wednesday, January 29th. The event's set to take place at the Senior Service Associates from 10 a.m. until 11 a.m., offering a chance for residents to meet and converse with local law enforcement officers. Interested attendees should RSVP by calling the Elgin Police Department. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Atlanta Hawks beat the Bulls last night, 110-94 at United Center. Chicago drops to 18-23, 8-14 at home. 14 points and 16 rebounds for Nikola Vukovic. Kobe White had 16 points. Zach LaVine added 15. The Bulls went on a 12-2 run in the third to pull within 72-67 with 5 minutes left in the quarter. Atlanta led by 8 going into the fourth and remained in control from there. Chicago back home on Friday night hosting the Charlotte Hornets. The Blackhawks visit Nashville tonight. Chicago is winless in 3 and 4 of their last 5. The Predators coming off a 5-3 win over Vegas. The Bears' head coaching search continues. The team interviewed Mike McCarthy on Wednesday. Chicago had asked the Dallas Cowboys for permission to speak to McCarthy. They said no, but then didn't retain McCarthy. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Emily Neal's 70-inch TV. Because after watching her second-grade students yell at each other for hours, there's nothing Emily enjoys more than watching super-rich housewives also yell at each other. Why? Because those women are not her responsibility. And that's why her TV is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair's gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with a high near 35, temperatures falling to around 30 in the afternoon. Windy with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40. Currently, it is 22 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive presents Renters MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast to Coast right here on WRMN 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Newry with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Whether you're working third shift or you're just a night owl, catch the most listened to overnight talk radio program in North America, Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
A recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off health care because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley.
Some research in the room. Welcome back to the first shift here at WRMN. We're in the middle of a deep research project during the break. I'm Marky B with Mayor Mike Reed from Hampshire and Jimmy Vaselli.
We were just looking up where to get chicken wings at this time in the morning.
You a little hungry? We played this song because on this day in 2009, how'd you like to represent this guy? Jimmy Vaselli. Boy George was sentenced to 15 months in prison after being convicted of falsely imprisoning a male escort.
I will not touch that with a 10-foot pole.
The Culture Club frontman denied the charge and claimed the victim, Norwegian Auden Carlson, had stolen photos from his laptop.
All I know is this song reminds me of The Wedding Singer. Every time I hear this song, I think of Adam Sandler singing.
Yeah. 9:07 here on WRMN, and good morning to Mary Kay Welsen from Burlington, right?
The esteemed president of the village of Burlington.
She checked in earlier, and I didn't recognize her name because she goes as MK on YouTube, and she says, good morning, gentlemen. Enjoy your day from Mary Kay.
See? And you're a poet and you didn't even know it.
Right. And she also checked in on YouTube this morning and says, thank you for the shout out to Burlington. Well, we have a few more minutes with Mayor Mike and with Jimmy Vaselli today on his first appearance of many to come on WRMN. So a few things we didn't cover yet. I know you guys wanted to get to, right?
Absolutely. So there's a recently enacted law. And again, I know it's early, but there are some serious issues. And thank you for giving us the forum to talk about them. But one problem that we have and we talk about is opioids and fentanyl and addictive problems. And Louis' law was passed, again, through Joyce Mason and a lot of members of the Lake County Caucus. And it was a State Board of Education and Department of Human Services shall work in consultation with relevant stakeholders and the Opioid Crisis Response Advisory Councils to develop and update substance use prevention and recovery resource materials for public and elementary, secondary schools in an age-appropriate and comprehensive, reality-based, safety-focused manner. And to me...
So before you get into describing it, so let's make this not sound like a lawyer. So
I apologize.
So what's this mean?
So this means that the state, again, looking out for our most vulnerable people, is requiring or putting in place facilities or resources to talk about substance abuse issues.
Okay, where? In schools?
In schools.
In schools?
Elementary and secondary schools.
Okay.
And have resources available for the kids.
So this is a new law that there was nothing in place that required them to speak about this or have resources to fight this, and now the state law says what?
It's a new law, and these resources are now in place. It went into effect on July the 1st, 2024, and it gives a forum. It gives an ability and a resource guide to be made available for the websites and sent to electronic mail to the regional offices of the superintendents to have these resources to battle substance abuse problems. We have, it's a sad thing, but we do have an opioid problem in this country, and the idea is to get those resources in the hands of children and growing adults as they matriculate up through early, so that they can better cope.
So this isn't classes that are taught, or this is just it gives the schools a statewide resource, an office kind of established to fight this, or?
Yeah, the school district has the discretion and the voluntary use of these resources, but it is a way to be able to provide this information to for education for youth.
So as of July 24, this was established. July of 24,
Correct.
This was established just solely so that there's a statewide message, statewide office, statewide resources, so that everybody's pulling from the same bit of information about this problem.
Correct.
So the state legislators recognize that this is a problem affecting our youth, not youth.
Our youth, right? Our youth.
What's a youth?
Right.
Affecting our youths, so that they can get the help that they need, and it's not every school district or school trying to reinvent the wheel as far as what the sport is.
Correct. And it's an age-appropriate manner, a comprehensive manner. You don't want to be able to give, the elementary school kids and high school kids, secondary school kids are very different in their maturity levels. And the idea to have an age-appropriate resource, to me, meant a lot, and it's good foresight, because you got to be able to communicate. You don't write for yourself. You write for the reader. You write for the person who you're trying to get the message across to. And let's get the messages out. Everybody's been touched by this. Everybody has a story of a loved one who's been affected by this. So let's try to make it better. That's why we're all here.
And for the record, a Ute is a student at the University of Utah, right? I think so.
It's funny because it was a Freudian slip, but we talk often, Jimmy and I do, about one of our shared loves of the movie My Cousin Vinny.
Absolutely.
And there's what is it? Not Herman Munster, right?
Yeah, it's Fred Gwynn.
Yeah, he was the judge in that movie.
Yeah.
And when the hotshot lawyer comes in with the New York accent, he said, 2 Utes. And he's like, what's a Ute?
What, sir, is a Ute? If you ask any lawyer who's done trial work, they will tell you that the most realistic movie, or one of the most realistic movies about trial work and introduction of evidence, is My Cousin Vinny, actually. Like, he qualifies her as an expert in her Oscar-winning performance, and he takes her through about how she knows things. So it's a great movie. I am not here to do movie plugs. This is not a movie show, but it is.
Well, it could be, because you're a movie buff.
I love movies. I love the cinema. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I love the cinema. We had a fundraiser earlier this year for opioid issues for a place that we work with, BVL Boxing Solutions. And we had a fundraiser, and we showed a movie, and all the proceeds. And thank you, Mayor Mike, for coming.
You can say the movie.
It was Pulp Fiction.
It was the 30th anniversary.
The 30th anniversary of Pulp Fiction. And we showed it, and all the proceeds went to BVL Boxing Solutions, which is a really good charitable organization that, boxing is like therapy, but cheaper. And it's something we really believe in, because everybody's been touched by this. So,
yeah. Well, I was looking at our Image 360 information line at 505-926-1410. Your buddy Court Stevens, Mayor Mike.
Oh, yeah?
He, of course, has his music show on Saturday nights from 7 until 9, and he plays the music that Mike likes.
Yeah, that's the name of that's his new catch line.
I play the music that Mike likes. But he sent in a message earlier this morning, and I wasn't quite sure where he was going, but it kind of ties in with the opioid conversation that we were just having. He sent a link to an article from back in 2022, I think, House Bill 4942. He said, and I think this was from 2022, A new state law driven by an unfortunate drug-related death has prompted action from Springfield that could help save others' lives. State Representative Anna Moeller and State Senator Mary Edley Allen worked this spring on House Bill 4942 to help authorities better investigate deaths tied to the dangerous drug fentanyl. A new state law led by those representatives from a West suburban resident aims to help prevent more unnecessary deaths tied to suspected fentanyl usage by giving law enforcement more tools for investigations. Court Stevens of Elgin learned in March of 2022 of a loophole in the state law when his close friend suffered an unexplained fentanyl-related death. Court was dismayed to learn that while the law requires hospitals to inform county coroners about deaths, hospitals and coroners are not required to notify law enforcement about the circumstances involved in those deaths. So, interesting article that Court sent our way.
Yeah.
Go on, please.
No.
And if, Mr. Stevens, if you want to reach out to me, again, it is James. Shoot me an email at james@jmvchicagolaw.com, and we can talk about this. I know Mary Edley Allen, who is a friend and an excellent state senator from, again, the northern part of the state of Illinois, does care a great deal about her community and does recognize these problems. So it's something that if you want to shoot me an email, we can talk about further. We're happy to get involved. Anything that deals with opioids or fentanyl, these are topics that have touched every American, and there's topics that we need to start working on as a community as a whole.
Well, sounds great. I know you guys have to roll, but any last issues or items you want to cover this morning before we let you go, Jimmy?
No, thank you very much for having me. Hopefully I get invited back, and again, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Our newest member of the family here at WRMN. How about that for locking you in? Jimmy Vaselli, who covers a lot of the villages and cities around the area as an attorney, and it was great having Billy McKinney on this morning for a few minutes, and State Representative Joyce Mason joining us too. So you brought the heavy hitters with you today, Jimmy.
All coincidence. I have no idea.
I didn't realize they were first shift listeners. You guys will have to get on YouTube more often at WRMN Radio on YouTube. And the commander has one last comment. He says, "Great job today, Jimmy. Thanks for coming in and sharing the important updates to our laws." So
thank you.
Thanks for being here. Thanks, Mayor Mike, for bringing in Jimmy and continuing to add to the show every week.
Hey, we try.
Trying and doing a good job.
Oh, thanks.
Mayor Mike Reed, Hampshire, here on WRMN. All right, 9:17, back with more of the first shift. I'm on until 10, then Matt's in with Out to Lunch, so keep it right here on this Thursday. I don't know what I'm going to get into next, but we'll find out. Keep it right here on the first shift.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer. It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
You said
said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You know, welcome back to the show, by the way. It's 9:20 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Hey, I see some sunshine. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. Welcome back to the show. There's my practice karaoke. I could do that song in karaoke, I think. Maybe Mike Reed and I will do a little James Taylor when we have our benefit or whatever we're going to do out at Sue's Newman's Corner Pub in the future. 9:21. What I was going to say is that after we have a lot of commotion, which is good commotion, means we got a lot going on, so it's really good. But like after an hour and a half of constant commotion, for lack of a better word, we had Dino in here. We talked to that young lady, Joss. I'll have to get her name for you, who experienced the fire on Ludlow Avenue. Rodriguez, her last name, I know that. So we went from Dino to her on the phone to having Mayor Mike in here with Jimmy Faselli and all the excitement of meeting him for the very first time and developing the concepts that I think we're going to develop with Jimmy maybe being a part of things here at the radio station moving forward. Once they leave and I still have 40 minutes left on the show, I'm a little lost. Like my format's been taken away, but that's okay. So we'll regroup and go on with the final 35 minutes plus on this show today. We still have YouTube. We'll make something happen. I'll share some news stories, some more First Shift 411, maybe a song or two for you. I never did hear back this morning, I don't think, unless I missed it, from the city of Elgin. So I guess Nora Bertram is busy this morning. She's the water director, for lack of a better title, from the city of Elgin. So we'll probably have her on soon, in the next few days to talk about the elevated levels of lead in Elgin water and why of the 100 homes tested, I got to find that release, 67 tested positive for elevated levels of water, which is kind of scary, right? But they're measuring it in a different way these days, which caused the numbers to inflate, I think, is the basic way of describing that. I will find the release that the city of Elgin, here it is, I found it. We'll have her on just to explain a little more about this. Recent drinking water quality monitoring conducted by the city of Elgin has found elevated levels of lead in drinking water. We already knew about that, right? In some homes and some buildings, and it's coming from the pipes. It's coming from the fixtures made of lead, the water service lines. And it's not coming from the water. The water's fine. It gets a little leaded, if you will, once it goes through old pipes. The results from the drinking water monitoring are representative of the homes and buildings most at risk for lead in water, those built or plumbed before 1988. Lead can enter the drinking water through the corrosion of the plumbing materials. So twice a year, Elgin tests 100 homes and buildings that are expected to have lead present. So they're expecting this because they're old homes that they're testing. The EPA action level for lead is exceeded when more than 10% of these homes have lead in water levels above 15 parts per billion. In the second half of 2024, the city completed the routine sampling, and of the 100 homes sampled, 67 were found to have lead levels above the action level. Kind of scary there, 2/3. 67 of the 100 tested, but they were all the homes tested were old homes. Keep that in mind. That's going to inflate the percentage. But the city's routine water quality sampling under federal and state regulations requires the drinking water from 100 homes to be analyzed every 6 months. The city is required to notify the public and implement corrective action. The second set of test results from this year indicated that 67 homes were above that limit of 15 ppb, showing 54 ppb as the 90th percentile value from the set of homes sampled. So this is where the numbers are starting to become above my pay grade for understanding, and that's why I wanted to have Nora Bertram on to talk about this, and that's why we will have her on in the next few days. But let's see, just to go on with this story while I'm on it. During the past 10 years, Elgin has been replacing the publicly owned portion of a lead water service line during capital improvement projects and when residents commit to replacing their privately owned portion of the lead service line. Over the past 4 years, the city has been assisting residents in replacing their private portion of the lead service water line when disturbed by city activity. So it goes on and on and on. But we will talk more about this in the coming days and be joined by an official representative from the city of Elgin who can explain this better than me. But they want to put that out there, and I guess the best advice to give right now, if you are in an old home and you worry about this, run your water for a minute or so, a minute or two, before you actually use that water. It doesn't hurt you in a shower. It's not unhealthy in a shower, for instance, I don't think, even though you usually turn on your shower about 30 seconds before you get in, right? I do. But if you're going to drink the water out of the faucets, of an old home, you might want to run it for a minute first, you know? Or if you make your coffee from that water, maybe just run the sink for a minute first, and then some of that lead, if there's any in there, will be flushed out. 927 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. So that was me babbling on about that. I wasn't really even meaning to talk about that, but we didn't have Nora on today, but we'll have her on soon. The other thing I was going to say before we go to this bottom of the hour break at 9:30 is the more I have smart people in here, like Mayor Mike Reed, Attorney Jimmy Vaselli, and some of the great callers that have been calling in lately, the more I realize how dumb I am. Or it could mean that. Or it could mean, because some of the information that they share and how well they express themselves puts me in awe a little bit. They're really, really well-versed, well-spoken, smart, intelligent, and I'm kind of in awe of some of that sometimes. But I will say this about me. Maybe that means I know that if I surround myself with smart people, I'll become a smarter person myself. And maybe we all will as first shift listeners, right? So that's something to think about. At least I'm smart enough to know that I need to surround myself with smart people. 928 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. So we'll get to some more YouTube comments in the next half hour. And we'll go over some other news stories in First Shift 411. The phone lines are always open here, of course, at 847-931-1410. You can check out our YouTube page at WRMN Radio on YouTube and catch some of what we show when we show you pictures here on the show. I showed you a great food picture earlier this morning that Nando sent me. of the stuffed peppers that I guess they made for dinner last night. You want to see those before we go to break? I do. Let's see. Nando made stuffed peppers last night at his house, and there they are. Don't they look good? Look at that ground beef and the vegetables inside. And looks like they're nice fresh peppers that the meat is dropped into. I like a little crunch on my green pepper, don't you? Love green peppers. They smell so good, don't they? 9:30 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Let's check some WRMN news, followed by some first shift news.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The proposed ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is on hold. News Nation's Alicia Neves reports Israel has delayed the cabinet vote to approve the deal, claiming Hamas creating, quote, last-minute crisis.
This deal is really fragile right now. We are told that there's still hope that within the next 24 hours that Israel can potentially vote on this deal. If they do, we could then within the next couple of days see hostages start to be returned home. That could start as early as Sunday. We're told that in this first phase, if you will, of hostages being returned home, that at least 2 hostages could be American hostages.
Hamas has denied that it's reneging and says it's committed to the agreement. Meanwhile, Israel has stepped up the attacks in Gaza ahead of the ceasefire announcement, killing more than 80 people. TikTok's days are numbered here in the United States, that is, unless a deal can be worked out or a new owner can be found for the social media platform. News Nation's Nick Smith has the latest.
3 days and counting before the TikTok ban goes into effect, and both President Biden and President-elect Trump are working to keep the app from going dark on Sunday. NBC News reports the Biden administration is exploring ways to keep TikTok up past Sunday if the ban stays in place. This comes as President-elect Trump's national security advisor pick, Florida Representative Mike Waltz, says Mr. Trump is working on a plan to preserve TikTok, possibly through an executive order. The president-elect supported a TikTok ban during his first term, and President Biden signed the bipartisan TikTok bill last April.
If the ban is upheld, the app won't go away, it just won't update, eventually becoming obsolete.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with a high near 35. This afternoon, temperatures will fall to around 30. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40 and a chance of rain and snow Friday night. Currently, it is 28 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
.934 here on the first shift. Hey, let's let's get an updated forecast. You heard Sarah Silver, but let me give you a few more details from the Fox River Valley as we look ahead on what is becoming kind of a bright Wednesday. That's good. We're at 27 degrees, which probably doesn't feel that bad compared to the way it's been the last couple of days. Officially overcast skies. The sun's trying. The sun is trying, but so far the clouds are putting up a pretty good battle. Winds are out of the west at 15 miles an hour. And today we're headed for a high about 35, so not so bad today. Mostly cloudy and some sunshine, too. How about partly sunny? Can we get away with that? It looks partly sunny here in downtown Elgin right now. Mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 22. And then tomorrow all the way to 40 degrees on a mostly sunny day. Friday will be a nice day to start the weekend. Soak it in because over the weekend it's going to get ice cold again starting Saturday. A chance of rain and snow on Friday night with a low of 21. Saturday mostly sunny skies and a high of 22. And then Sunday we're only looking at a high of 7. So a frigid day Sunday, and Sunday night 7 degrees below zero. And Martin Luther King Day, we're only looking at 3 degrees for the high. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, very cold. Single digits for high temperatures and below zero for low temperatures. 7 below on Sunday night, 9 below on Monday night. So dangerously cold. Those are the actual temperatures too. So get ready to take precautions, and that's going to be very dangerous for those still living in the Tent City homeless encampment, and I hope they go to a shelter over the weekend or early next week. Early next week, Tuesday, is when the movement is supposed to begin to get those residents from Tent City over to the Lexington Hotel and Suites. Too bad for this cold front coming through that this can't be done a few days earlier. 9:36 here at WRMN AM 1410 and at WRMN Radio on YouTube. Yep, we're on YouTube. Thanks for all your comments this morning. We got through many of the comments earlier. Dynamite Denise checked in this morning, and she sent us 8 prayers to the prayer scoreboard. Good morning, Dynamite Denise, if you're still listening today. We have 127 prayers on today's prayer scoreboard. Sue Castle checked in. Thanks, Sue, for filling in yesterday on Talk Time with Tammy. Sue, I have a feeling we're going to see more and more of Sue Castle around here, too. Our casa is Sue Casa, or Sue Castle. I was trying to make something clever there. I don't think it worked. 737, Mi Casa is Sue Castle. She wants to do some things for the radio station, and I think we're going to take her up on it and make more happen for Sue Castle and Newman's Corner Pub and Hampshire in general. So we look forward to continuing our growing relationship with Hampshire, thanks to Mayor Mike Reed for instigating and inspiring a lot of that. Mayor Mike's on his way back right now. Let's see. Tammy's back today, though. Talk Time with Tammy this afternoon from 2 until 4. Good show. I'm glad we're starting to get a little more first shift participation in Tammy's show. Trusty Pat called last few days ago when I was on with Tammy for a little bit. And I think I heard a couple of other first shifters call Tammy's show. So call and join them. Tammy, Nancy, sometimes Becky. Matt's always involved in the program, too. Our very own marvelous Matt. So call in between 2 and 4 and talk to Tammy. They're smart ladies who talk about a lot of current events and just lifestyle type of issues. 847-931-1410 between 2 and 4 every day. And then the next show comes on. It's called Apolitical Talk Show. It's on the air from 4 until 6. They mix and match sometimes on that program. You get Sonar, you get Ben Demonium Boquist. He's a staple of the program every day. You get other contributors like Elliot was on with Ben yesterday. We had our very own Cecilia Brooks, who's in and out of the radio station on a fairly regular basis now. She's a part of the Friday show. And we got this guy, David Tease, who's calling in right now. He's a part of the Apolitical Talk Show every once in a while. And he's on with us right now to tease us with some important information. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Mark. How you doing?
Okay, buddy. How's it going?
It's going good. Oh, actually, I will be on tonight with Ben at 46.
You and Ben tonight?
Yep, me and Ben tonight.
All right, cool. We look forward to it.
Yeah, I have a quick question, Dale, for you, and I was curious about this. I know next Tuesday is the big move. It's exciting. How are they going to get them from Tent City to the Elected Hotel? I didn't catch on if there was a plan, or are they going to bus them, or what? Do you know any plans about that?
I do not, other than the fact that the Elgin Township has volunteered. Ken Bruderly, the supervisor, has volunteered to use the township van or shuttle bus to bring some of the residents over to the Lexington. But other than the township doing it, I'm not sure who else is contributing.
Yeah, because it'd be interesting. Good question. How are we going to get them from point A to point B?
I'm sure the city's thought about that, Dave. I'm hoping they have. It'd be a long walk.
It's not yet. It would be.
I mean, you could do it, but it's a long walk.
Yeah, it's nice that Ken is offering the township bus. That's a good job. Good job right there.
Yeah.
But it'd be a couple of trips, because how many people can you fit in that bus? I don't know.
I'm not sure. It's not that big of a bus. Maybe 10 to 15 people. So yeah, it would take a couple, 2-3 trips maybe.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be interesting.
Very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, but I hope everything works out for that. But I just that was the question I had for you. I was just wondering how they were going to get up from point A to point B.
Yeah, man. Well, thanks for calling. Thanks for being part of the station and for sending in pictures like you did from the fire last night.
Yes. But,
and
it was like a little fire, but it was cold. But they had it out in time, so. But it looked like it wasn't much damage whatsoever in there. So, but Elgin's finest at its work, right?
Yes, sir. And congratulations on your 6-0 week in the Pick Six.
Oh, thank you. It took me 19 weeks to finally win.
Yeah. Well, that's because you're a
loser.
Hey.
Loser.
Now, thanks for all you're doing, David. Appreciate you, man.
No problem. You take care, buddy.
Talk to you soon. Bye. David T's checking in with us this morning. And he'll be on with Ben Demonium Boquist later on this afternoon on a political talk show. Call and talk to David. It is called that, but it can be about all issues. It doesn't have to be politics. Local issues. And I think as we start to get into the election season here locally again, with trustee spots and supervisor position at the township level and other positions, ECC trustees and city council, of course, the Elgin City Council, several spots coming open for. You will start to hear some interviews from the different candidates over the next couple of months. Early voting starts on the 17th of March, which is 2 months from tomorrow. Comes in a hurry. And I have mail-in ballots, by the way, here at the radio station. And that's another way where you can, if you can't make it to the poll for whatever reason, you can register to become a mail-in voter. Your vote matters. Your vote matters, and numbers are kind of expected to be low because it's not, it's the election in the spring after the presidential election. But every election is important, so get out this spring and vote. If you can, and there are many, many ways for you to be involved, including with the mail-in ballot. You can mail it in. There's a QR code that's on this ballot that I have that will take you to the website, and you can register that way as well. So we'll give you more information on that moving forward. 9:43 here at WRMN. But on A Political Talk Show, you'll hear some of the candidates over the next couple of months. So stay tuned to their show in the afternoon for that and more. All right, back to the phones we go at 847-931-1410. And we hear from our friend Westside Freddie. Hey, Westside.
Hey, Mark the Foot. How you doing?
I'm just kicking it, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah, between the goalposts, brother.
Try to
Come on, Detroit.
Yeah, try not to hit the goalpost.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, how you feeling, man?
Hey, I'm doing all right. You know what? I'm just got my strength back, so.
You sound a little.
Okay.
You're always kind of grovelly, but you sound a little more grovelly or tired than you usually do.
Yeah, that's just it. It takes, when you were laying down for 5 days, you lose like some muscle strength. So
yeah,
just walking around trying to get it back. I'm usually a quick bounce backer, but so yeah, man. Oh yeah, the Vineyard Fun Fest.
Yeah.
Be there. Don't be square. It's always a good time.
Coming up this Saturday, and I'll tell you more about that in a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, Vanessa, Oliver, myself, my wife, prettiest girl in town, and we'll be there. And then Sunday morning, I'll be on the altar, so if you want to hear some good music Sunday and you're not part of a church, if you feel it Friday, then you'll know some people. There's some first shifters that attend.
Yeah. And what time are you going to be on the altar on Sunday?
Service starts at 10 o'clock a.m.
Yeah.
And it goes up to 11:30. And they serve the best coffee and teas you can imagine. It's great. They're very hospitable. And we've been there 10 years, so that's been our home for a while.
Arrive early for the 10 o'clock at 9:30 to enjoy free coffee or tea from our wide selection at the coffee bar.
That's right, man. And they'll make it just how you like it.
Yeah.
Get different little flavors, vanilla, all kinds of stuff.
And the Vineyard Church has having a Friend Fest. It's this Saturday. Families with kids through 5th grade can enjoy the free activities and food. And the fun takes place downstairs in the community room in a calm room with quiet activities will also be provided for kids who appreciate a more peaceful setting, Westside Freddy.
Yeah, that's not my grandson. I don't know that room.
He'll be in the Buck Wild room.
Oh, yeah, he's going that room. So, but there's a lot of fun. Did I say a Fun Fest? It's morphed in different names over the years. So.
Yeah. It's called
a guaranteed good time.
4 until 7 at the church at 220 Division Street on Saturday. And for more information, you can call the church office, 847-697-8001, 847-697-8001, or go to elginvineyard.com. How about that?
Or you can call me, 630-677-4794.
630-677-4794 to call Westside Freddy. Why would someone want to do that, Fred? Just to get some engaging conversation?
Yeah, definitely, man. If you want to know more, we're very good friends with the pastor, Pastor Tom. He's completely engaging and well read and taught. So he's a great speaker. If you come, the anointing will get you. So we haven't seen you and your lady there in a while, man. So would love to see you guys pop in there if you can one of these times.
Yeah, we'll do, buddy. We'll be back very soon.
For sure, man. For sure.
All right, Westside.
So I hate to say this, but let's go Detroit.
Well, Detroit's one of those teams. By the way, Mayor Mike's family would agree with that. They're big Detroit Lions fans because of his wife. And this is Detroit's never been in the Super Bowl before.
Right.
They, of all the teams, and the Bears have certainly not had a illustrious past either in the last long time, except for once in a while they're good.
Usually about every 20 years they get close.
But Detroit's traditionally been even worse than the Chicago Bears. And so, it's not like Green Bay or Minnesota where you're like, no, I really don't want Green Bay to go to the Super Bowl, or maybe the Minnesota Vikings for whatever reason. I don't like the Minnesota Vikings, never have. But Detroit, a little harder to hate because they haven't had success before, and they have a likable coach. And so it's a well-run machine right now with Detroit.
For sure. That they've got the best thing. It hurts not hearing the 49ers and the Super in the playoffs. So I'm still kind of shaken by that. But yeah, Minnesota didn't show up. I mean, everybody from LA basically showed up.
Yeah.
And it was way more of a home game for the Rams. So. But I was cheering for the Chargers there, Jose. And we were texting back and forth.
I picked Houston in that game. I was right about that one.
Yeah.
But
that one was a far away too. So.
All right, Westside Freddy. Well, good to hear from you, man. I'm glad you're bouncing back.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, we'll talk. Hopefully we'll see everybody on Saturday or Sunday.
Sounds great, Westside. Take care.
All right, brother.
Westside Freddy, be blessed. And bless and send prayers to Westside Freddy. He's got some challenged health issues, and he always battles back, always fights back. Guy can't see, but he gets around a lot, very social, and he's a fighter. He's Westside Freddy, part of the first shift for a long time. We want him a long time longer. 9:49 here at WRMN. So we talked about the NFL playoffs a little bit. Tomorrow morning, Tim Calderwood will be in. He's the Schaumburg Boomers play-by-play announcer. Good guy, been on with us for a long time. We do a little Friday football analysis between 8:40 and 9. And Jakes will be with me tomorrow morning, so we'll talk about whatever me and Jakes talk about. Could be anything, really. But you can join us on the show, of course, tomorrow morning. Jake's due to be with me. I think Larry Jones is still around for a little bit longer before he goes back to Florida, so I got to reach back and call Larry and see if he wants to come in one day next week and be a part of the show again. Everybody loves Larry Jones, of course. And everybody's starting to love Mayor Mike Reed. I know they love him in Hampshire, and we like him around here. Love might be a little strong. Give us a little more time. But I have Mikey Reed's picks in my hand right now. Yes, I do. You want me to give them to you? No, I'm not. You know why? I don't want you to copy Mikey Reed. He came in third place last week with a record of 3-1, or actually he was 5-1, and he came in third place, 5-1. There's only 4 games on the Pick 6 sheet this week, so I hope you guys pick widely different scores for the tiebreaker game, because I don't want to tie. I don't want to tie after the tiebreaker. We'll have to flip a coin or something. I don't have that many gift cards. But you can get your picks in. Go to our website, WRMN1410.com. That's WRMN1410.com. Make your picks, and you might win a $25 gift card to Rookies All-American Sports Pub and Grill. All around the area. There's not one in Hampshire yet, but there is one in Huntley. And there is one in St. Charles. So, Rookies All-American Sports Pub. You could also use it at Village Squire, South Elgin, West Dundee. And rumor has it there's a Village Squire going up or already set up in Woodstock now. Is that true? Village Squire. It's the ever-growing Karras family of restaurants, and they really are getting involved in a lot of things. Old Republic. And, of course, Rookies has taken over the Rock House in West Dundee as well. So the Karras family of restaurants, they have it going on with their bad selves. 9:52, let's take a phone call, 847-931-1410, as we head down the home stretch of today's first shift. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
I'm calling about oil changes. One of the aides here, 2 of them paid $106.
Wow, that's crazy.
Jiffy Lube.
Yeah.
And it would have been $130-something, except she had a coupon. And then another aide paid $40.
Wow.
For her oil. Well, I just wondered, and then they said a quart of oil is going for $9 to $11. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe $106 for oil, and then maybe they topped it off with antifreeze, but still that don't make sense.
It's awfully high. Oil changes, like everything else, have gone up, but $106 sounds awfully high. Wonder if they had the synthetic oil put in their cars.
No.
No?
I don't think so. No. I just wondered what the other callers and listeners paid. I think they should be turned in or something. These girls don't have that kind of money to pay that. God, I miss the radio shopping show.
Yeah. Well, maybe one day we'll have it back in some form or fashion. But in the meantime, shop around a little bit. Don't just settle on the $106 oil change. Sometimes you don't know, though. You need to ask before you get that oil change to find out what the total's going to be, because you might see a sign for $59.99 or something, or $49.99. Next thing you know, they've done this, and you're up to $106.
Yeah, this is in Carpentersville.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll have to call the Carpentersville Village president, John Skillman, who joined Mike Reed last week on the show, and tell him to.
What happened to Mark Smith?
What do you mean? What happened to Mark Smith?
The Legion.
Nothing happened to Mark Smith. He's around.
Didn't he come on today?
He wasn't on today. Mike Reed was from Hampshire. Mark Smith stopped in for a minute, and he called the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, he sure is.
Yeah.
Well, maybe there's a couple minutes left. Somebody, maybe you can put this on there tomorrow, how much people are paying for oil change.
I'll make a note of it. Maybe we can get best place to go get an oil change right now on the show tomorrow. It's a good topic.
Yeah, just what other people are paying.
Yeah. All right, I'm writing it down. Best place for oil change as far as the price is concerned. Okay. Thanks a lot for calling.
I appreciate your show. I enjoy the mayor of Hampshire.
Yeah.
I can't wait for Steve Thorne. I look forward to that. I have a transistor I listen to, and then I run out of batteries, and then that's rough. No radio.
Well,
so
we'll have to bring some new batteries.
Bob Edwards brought me a fan, and I don't know if he's ever heard me thank him or not, if he's listening, but that was a lifesaver. I need a fan. I get kind of warm. Okay, you're running close to the clock.
Yeah, thanks for keeping track for me.
Thank you so much, dear.
What kind of batteries does your transistor take?
1.5 or AA.
AA batteries?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you staying? Can you say that?
No, I better not.
Okay. Because someone might want to bring you some batteries. We got good first shifters over here. We like to take care of our people.
Yeah, I miss the radio.
Yeah.
When the batteries are gone, oh boy.
Well, that's why we want to make sure you got a fresh set of batteries.
I get a lot of anxiety.
Yeah.
And that, and the radio, I'd like to listen to the shopping show just to hear the people call in. You'd recognize old bystanders and that. Well, I better let you go. It's
all right.
A couple of minutes, too.
Well, thank you for calling in, Darlene.
Yeah. Thank you, dear.
All right. Toodaloo.
Toodaloo.
Bye-bye. There's Darlene. That's her signature out, by the way. Nobody else can have that. Toodaloo. Okay? We'll be trying to invade that's her out. 9:57 here at WRMN. Well, thank you, everybody, for checking in today and being a part of the show, including Wilma. Wilma checks in. Good Thursday morning, Marky B says, wonderful, wonderful Wilma, cash. To all of our first shift friends, she sends a prayer. Wendy sends 5 prayers. That gives us 6 here at the tail end. That's going to once again push us close to a record, but we fall slightly short today. That's okay. The record will happen when it happens. 133 prayers on the prayer scoreboard today. And Court checks in once again, and he says, tell her to check out Martin Auto Service here in downtown Elgin. How much do they charge for an oil change over at Martin? I got to go talk to those guys anyway. They're good people over there, Martin Auto Service, not too far from the radio station. And they need their own show on WRMN. Thinking out loud? Yes, I am. It's 9:58 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. We appreciate all of you for checking in with us. Matt's coming in next. Don't go anywhere. The stream will keep on rolling on the YouTube feed, and Matt's got Out to Lunch. Lots of great information from Matt. I think he's got a guest coming up on his show today. He'll tell you about it in just a few moments. Tammy this afternoon from 2 until 4 with Talk Time with Tammy, a fun show with the ladies, and then Apolitical Talk Show 4 to 6. It's 9:59. First shift. Have a great day. Enjoy the sunshine.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Progressive. The Naperville Police Department is inviting residents to its Citizens Police Academy starting March 5th. The 10-week program aims to provide civilian insights into the intricacies of police work. Held every Wednesday evening at the department headquarters, the course covers patrol tactics, investigations, forensic science, and more. It's capped at 30 participants, and you must apply by January 31st. The Elgin Police Department is hosting Cocoa with a Cop on Wednesday, January 29th. The event's set to take place at the Senior Service Associates from 10 a.m. until 11 a.m., offering a chance for residents to meet and converse with local law enforcement officers. Interested attendees should RSVP by calling the Elgin Police Department. The Elgin Police Department is now accepting applications for a public safety telecommunicator. Interested candidates must submit their application by midnight on February 27th. For further details and to apply, you can visit the Elgin Police Department recruitment page at joinelginpd.com. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Girl's screams frighten off her attacker. Police today were searching for an alleged masher who attempted to attack Miss Florence Ream early last evening while the young lady was walking to the home of her sister. Miss Ream broke away from the man's grasp as he approached her and screamed for help. The attacker fled upon the girl's outcry. Police were immediately notified and the police flivver dispatched to the scene. The neighborhood was scoured, but all trace of the man's whereabouts was lost. Authorities, in attempting to obtain the identity of the man, visited the home of one suspect, but found he had not been out of the house. Miss Ream, an employee of the business department of the Elgin Daily Courier, had perceived that she was being followed a block away. The masher threw both arms about her, but she freed herself in the struggle, screaming for help as she raced to her sister's home. This is the second time Miss Ream has successfully escaped from a masher's attack. Last autumn, she was accosted by another masher in Center Street.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with a high near 35. This afternoon, temperatures will fall to around 30. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40 and a chance of rain and snow Friday night. Currently, it is 28 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. I'm your host, Matt McNeil, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin. We are serving the Fox River Valley. Now, a little bit earlier today was a little bit overcast. Now we're starting to see the clouds clear, and it's becoming sunny out. So we have some beautiful blue skies today here on a Thursday morning. Happy Thursday, everybody. Hopefully everyone is enjoying their day so far today. We had, of course, wonderful guests on for Marky B Show. If you do want to rewatch that, if you weren't able to watch it earlier today, you can actually rewatch it. You can find it on our live stream. Now, this is something that I have mentioned here before when it comes to our live streams that I want to mention again to you out there. If you maybe, want to find a place in the live stream to rewatch again. So as you know, we've been having the live streams going on further throughout the day. So they're not as split up, which means that they are a continuous live stream that we have. However, you can still go back and watch what previously was recorded on the live stream, even when the live stream is still going. So all you have to do is go to our youtube.com at WRMN Radio. When you scroll through, when you go onto the live stream, you can actually just click the scroll button, which will be at the end of the scroll line. So usually when it's a live stream, it's usually very similar, at least on the scroll line, looks like how when a video is finished. When you're done watching a YouTube video and it's scrolled to the far end where the red line is filled, if that makes sense. I'm trying to describe it as best as I can here on the airwaves. That's how it is when you go to a live stream. It's like it's that the cursor there is all the way at the end, like the video's finished, but that's just kind of the same as how it is for when a live stream is going. If you click on that and drag it, you can actually navigate throughout the live stream, previous parts that were recorded when the live stream, all the way back to when the live stream started. So even though, like right now, for example, you might be watching us right now here with me, Matt McNeil, Out to Lunch with WRMN. You can right now click and scroll back to the first shift, or maybe later in the day today if you are listening to, because we'll have the stream up for What's Cooking Today with Michael Horn. You can go back and look at the first shift or Out to Lunch. The same applies for, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends, an apolitical talk show. If you want to go back throughout, you can do that if you would like to. That's just kind of a way to let you know about that as well. We also do posts on particular very, important segments that we do have here as well on WRMN. So those are posted onto YouTube in separate videos. We're also working on amplifying our playlists. So our playlists, like Fridays with the Finest playlists, to lunch, different interviews, events, and things like that too. So we're kind of starting to update that a bit here too, so that you can actually find the navigation being a little bit easier because we have more videos available. But I'm just throwing that tip out there for you. I did talk about it a little bit earlier. I believe it was last week or later last week or earlier this week. I think it was maybe on Monday. I did mention that to you out there. For those of you who are tuning in and watching the live stream, if you do want to go back and rewatch the previous, you can of course feel free to do that. I do have a comment on the YouTube side of things. Hello, Hector. Good morning to you. Thanks so much for tuning in. He writes here, how come it doesn't show the comments on the YouTube feed chat room when waiting to go back and read old comments once the video is uploaded? That is something that I have noticed there too. I think what it is because they're live comments. It's not like like the live comments are separate from what is entered into the main chat when you do comment on a video that's already been posted. So for example, you can comment on a video that's already been posted. You can also, of course, comment on a live feed chat. But what will happen is that those will eventually go away once the stream is over. I don't know if it's just a particular YouTube policy that is in place, but I know that is the case because I've had this similar situation as well too. But if you do want to go back and look at comments, you can do so while the stream is still live if you just scroll up. But yes, I do know that is something that does happen. You can still comment, of course, after a stream is over. Of course, as we know, we can comment on YouTube when a video is uploaded. But yes, the live comments are different from the regular entered comments in later after a video is posted. So I'll try to explain that a little bit more here in just a bit as well too. But thank you for that comment. That's a very important comment here for sure. I do want to go through the weather. We'll go through the temperatures here, what we are going to be seeing for the rest of this week. And when we get into next week, we are starting to notice the temperatures going up a bit here. We're starting to notice the snow is melting. We are getting some nicer sunny skies today. It is predicted to be cloudy today, but like I've said before, always, you never really know until it happens, or lack thereof when if it doesn't happen, or kind of a little mixture of both. So this morning it was very overcast, a little bit more on the gloomier side outside, but today right now we are seeing sunny skies within the Elgin area. We're seeing a high of 36 degrees for today. It is predicted to eventually get a little bit more cloudy as we get into Thursday night for tonight. Dropping down to a low of 22. We are at 31 degrees currently right now. So again, kind of definitely noticeable as the roads are wet, but they have definitely melted. It doesn't have that that stained look. That stained look when it's the snow, or when it's ice, or the salt on the ground. So you're definitely seeing that there too. Hector does say, yeah, it must be a new policy because they used to be able to read old comments once. I think that there maybe is a way. I'll have to do a little bit more investigating on that, and I'll definitely get back to you, Hector. I appreciate your comment though, very much so. I will investigate. I will investigate. So today we are going to be seeing a high of 36 and a low of 22 for tomorrow. Now tomorrow is predicted to be a high of 44. We've been noticing this a little bit here with this prediction of weather. At the end of tail end of last week, we've been noticing it as like up to a high of 50. Kind of within this week, it started to kind of go down. Yesterday was predicted to be a high of 41 degrees for tomorrow. Now it's up to 44 again. So definitely going to be in the 40s coming up tomorrow. It is supposed to be partly cloudy. We are going to be seeing about a 15% chance of rain, 20% chance of snow coming into Friday night tomorrow with a low of 24 degrees. Thank you very much, says Hector. And Hector, thank you very much to you as well. We always love it when folks comment in and be a part of the conversation. So for Saturday, a high of 27, low of 5 degrees is what we're going to be seeing. We're going to be seeing some sunshine along with some intervals of clouds coming and going. That's for the weekend here. Sunday rolls around. It's going to be cold. We do see intervals of clouds and sunshine, but a high of only 9 degrees. Heading on into Sunday night, dropping into the negatives. So be prepared. That's going to be clear skies with a low of -3 degrees. Heading on into Monday. Monday is definitely going to be a very cold day along with Tuesday. Monday the 20th is bitterly cold, partly cloudy skies, high of 6 degrees. Heading on into Monday night, we are going to be seeing it dropping down to a low of -9 degrees. Keeping in mind, too, those wind speeds at about 10 to 15 miles per hour will make it feel even colder. So that will be coming up on Monday. Tuesday rolls around. We see a high of 6 degrees, plentiful sunshine in the day, but very cold. Mainly clear into Tuesday night with a low of 2 degrees. Heading on into Wednesday, we see a high of 25 and a low of 14. Sunshines and clouds mixed throughout the day, mostly cloudy into Wednesday night, 20% chance of snow. And then heading on into next Thursday, a week from today, mainly cloudy with a high of 26, wind speeds of 10 to 15 miles per hour. We do see that then die down a little bit to about 10 miles per hour with a few clouds and a low of 13 degrees. So that's what we're going to be seeing here for the weather and temperatures for the rest of this week. Again, heading on into closer the weekend, tomorrow and Saturday are going to be nice days, especially tomorrow. We're already seeing the temperatures going up here today with it being nice and sunny right now. But then again, we get into Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Those 3 days are going to be very chilly, so just make sure about that. But it is supposed to be partly cloudy, so at least we'll be getting a little bit of sunshine. Speaking of sunshine here, we'll talk a little bit about sunnyskies.com and a nice, inspirational, fun, amazing story here posted on the sunnyskies.com website. We'll talk about that here in just a bit. The time is 10:16. I will take a quick time out. I'm going to investigate a little bit on the comment there on for YouTube comments. So stay tuned for that, and we'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN here in just a bit. Stay tuned.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Haven't been to the dentist in a while? Bender Dental Care in Elgin has a new patient welcome offer. Complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Okay, that bears repeating. A complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Bender Dental Care has a verified 5-star Google rating. It doesn't get any better than that. Family dentistry at its best. Bender Dental Care in Elgin.
Court Stevens is back on his hometown radio station. Join him for a magical drive down memory lane. Every Saturday night, Court is playing the tunes, country style and otherwise, to spark memories, because a song remembers when. CD Showcase broadcasts live every Saturday night, 7 to 9 p.m., right here on WRMN AM 1410. Be sure to check out cdshowcase.com for historical details about show information, links, and playlists. CD Showcase is brought to you locally by Junk Luggers and by Remix Market.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time-to-talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. Thank you, everyone, for joining in today to listen to AM 1410 WRMN. So I did investigate a little bit here for Hector, and of course, I'm sure also for many of you out there as well as myself, figuring this out. And so what it is, why you might not be seeing comments on YouTube live replays is because, this is according to StreamYard, YouTube live chat can take up to 24 hours after your stream ended to appear on the YouTube live videos. And as long as your video is public when you stream it and you have a live chat enabled on your channel, which we do here, live comments will show up after the YouTube has completely processed the video. So again, that is why it can take up to 24 hours to fully process the stream, the VOD, the video on demand. I think that could be in fact too, depending on how long the stream is, or maybe if it has something to do with the actual system, because there are a lot of people that are posting on YouTube, as it is such a huge platform to use, of course, as we know, YouTube. So that's one of the reasons why it can take up to 24 hours. Now, I'm going to show you an example here. For an example here, this is live from Studio 14. This is actually on our YouTube channel, and this was streamed 8 days ago. So this was streamed 8 days ago, and I'm going to pop it up on the screen for you to see if you are watching now on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. So if you're watching now, you will be able to see this, giving you kind of a little bit of information on this. So this is a stream live from Studio 14, and it was recorded or streamed 8 days ago. So it's at the screen there. It was 8 days ago. And then if you scroll through on the side here, top chat reply, you scroll through here and you'll notice that the live chat does come up. And throughout the day, you'll see here too, the chat does continue to come up here as well. So that's on the side of the screen. It goes all the way from the start of the stream to wherever the part is that you are stopped at. And if you go all the way, let's say, for example, to the end of the stream, you'll notice that then the comments will generate even more on the side here. If you're watching on YouTube, hopefully you can see that all right. But that's really what it is there too. And again, I'm just using this as an example because this was streamed 8 days ago. So obviously it's been over 24 hours since that has been processed. So I hope that does clarify things. Got it. Thank you for the information. Of course, you're very welcome, Hector. And for those of you out there, I hope that did clarify some things for you. It definitely did for me too. Yes, I like all the techno things, of course, but I'm in no way perfect at it either. So that's something that I learned just now as well too. So Again, there you go. So if you do want to, of course, rewatch some streams, you can feel free to do that. Again, with those live stream comments, it can take up to 24 hours. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be 24 hours. It just means it can take up to 24 hours. I think mainly in part due to how long the stream might be. So again, throwing that out there for you. Thanks again for that comment. And hopefully I clarified some things. So that's good. Let's take a look at the Sunny Skies news here at sunnyskies.com. This is under fun and amazing stories. This was posted a couple days ago by an anonymous user. And this is a very nice little heartfelt letter that was posted on here, and a nice little story about. So this is an elderly woman's heartfelt letter after receiving a free meal. Christmas is often a time for family gatherings, laughter, and shared meals. But for some, it's a reminder of loss and solitude. I've talked about this before too. Sometimes the holidays can be very stressful for people. I know that we are out of the holidays now as we're into January and the new year, but that's something I also kind of keep in mind too, is there's a lot of times when people do kind of feel like they miss some things. There's a little bit of, again, the loss and solitude during the holidays. So continuing on with this story, this year a restaurant in Springfield, Missouri turned a simple, this year is what happened, a simple gesture into a heartwarming story that touched thousands. Mike Jalili, owner of Black Sheep Burgers and Shakes, opened his doors on Christmas Day to anyone in need, offering a free meal and warm welcome. The restaurant wrote on Facebook, "If you're in need, come and enjoy a burger on us. All we ask is that you bring your heart so we can celebrate Christmas together." That's very nice. Among the guests was a 76-year-old woman who arrived with a dear friend after hearing about the offer. For her, the meal was more than just a burger. It was a lifeline during a time of deep loneliness. Days later, the restaurant staff received a handwritten letter that left many in tears. And here's what the letter says. Quote, "A very heartfelt thank you for the kindness of you all. It would have been a very boring Christmas for me as I had no family left. I never thought of this years ago, but being the youngest in my family, I have seen everyone leave this earth before me. Living on Social Security has left me in a position to downsize to renting a room and sharing a house. The young people know what I mean. I feel like I'm at college again. A dear friend heard about this offer for the free meal and invited me for a, quote, Christmas lunch. Great idea since I was down to $1. The meal was wonderful, as were the staff. Thank you again for making the day to remember. Blessings." So that's a very nice, heartfelt story there. And then the owner, Mike, shares her letter on Facebook, hoping to find her and learn more about her incredible outlook on life. And 2 weeks later, he posted an update and brought the story full circle. He says here, quote, "I spoke with the woman who wrote the letter. She's 76 years old and hasn't had a TV in 20 years. As remarkable as her letter was, she was even more beautiful in person. It turns out this woman, who described herself as alone, has spent much of her life giving to others." He continues on to write, quote, "She dedicated about 8 years of her life to rescuing dogs, even buying a van to travel as far as New York City to save puppies and dogs, bringing them to no-kill shelters," he wrote. "She also spent years helping veterans and shared with me, you wouldn't believe what they go through. Despite her losses, her spirit remains unbroken. She has no remaining family or close friends, that they've all passed away, but her outlook remains inspiring," she told me. "I am blessed, I'm healthy, and I thank God every day. Tonight, I'm going outside to make snow angels." This is such a sweet story. The mysterious woman we've been searching for may truly be an angel. Can't wait to meet her, he says. That is such a sweet story there. And again, like I say, I know I say it a lot here too, we never know what people are going through, what can happen behind closed doors. And when it comes to little acts of kindness like this, you never know how much it can really impact someone. So this is a really, really cool story. And if you want to post your own story, maybe you have an inspiring story, or you want to read some of these as well too, this is such a great website to use, sunnyskies.com. It's all good news. You can find fun and amazing stories, inspirational stories, something to kind of brighten up your day too, or make you kind of feel some things, of course. Absolutely. You know, we have, of course, the hustle and bustle of the day. We're busy with work. We're busy with schedules, balancing friends and dating and all of these different things. So sometimes it's good to really just kind of step back, take a time to remember that there are other people that also go through a lot too. Even more than what we do. And sometimes I think we can take that for granted. So very nice heartfelt letter there that was posted by the restaurant owner there. Again, this is in Missouri here, so it's not within the Fox River Valley, but the story, of course, can inspire anyone and definitely bring some tears as well, too. So you can find that information and more stories posted onto sunnyskies.com. Again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you can feel free to comment live on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. You can call into the show here, 847-931-1410. You can utilize our text line at 505-926-1410. Again, that's 505-926-1410. You can check out our text line brought to you by Image 360 of South Elgin. And again, you can also watch us on YouTube. Please subscribe to our channel. Give us a like. You can keep up to date and in the loop with what's happening here on WRMN. And of course, what's going on within the Fox River Valley. I'm telling you, just as in general, the Fox River Valley always has something so cool. Always something going on. And we're so happy here at WRMN to be able to come onto the airwaves, come onto YouTube, be able to be heard on from lots of different places throughout our app, our website, to get the word out and let people know. We've got some good things in the works here for 2025. I'm very excited about it, and I know you will be too. And we thank everyone, of course, out there for tuning into WRMN and, of course, being a part of that conversation and helping each other out. The time is approaching 10:30 pretty soon here, so we're going to be taking a quick time out. When we come back, we'll go through a little sneak peek on the Tradio side of things, and then we'll continue on with some more local news. We'll also touch base here coming into the 11 o'clock hour with a very special guest, Chad Goodman, talking about upcoming events. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more in just a bit.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The proposed ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is on hold. News Nation's Alicia Neves reports Israel has delayed the cabinet vote to approve the deal, claiming Hamas creating, quote, last-minute crisis.
This deal is really fragile right now. We are told that there's still hope that within the next 24 hours that Israel can potentially vote on this deal. If they do, we could then within the next couple of days see hostages start to be returned home. That could start as early as Sunday. We're told that in this first phase, if you will, of hostages being returned home, that at least 2 hostages could be American hostages.
Hamas has denied that it's reneging and says it's committed to the agreement. Meanwhile, Israel has stepped up the attacks in Gaza ahead of the ceasefire announcement, killing more than 80 people. TikTok's days are numbered here in the United States, that is, unless a deal can be worked out or a new owner can be found for the social media platform. News Nation's Nick Smith has the latest.
3 days and counting before the TikTok ban goes into effect, and both President Biden and President-elect Trump are working to keep the app from going dark on Sunday. NBC News reports the Biden administration is exploring ways to keep TikTok up past Sunday if the ban stays in place. This comes as President-elect Trump's national security advisor pick, Florida Representative Mike Waltz, says Mr. Trump is working on a plan to preserve TikTok, possibly through an executive order. The president-elect supported a TikTok ban during his first term, and President Biden signed the bipartisan TikTok bill last April.
If the ban is upheld, the app won't go away, it just won't update, eventually becoming obsolete.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with a high near 35. Temperatures falling to around 30 in the afternoon. Windy with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40. Currently, it is 32 degrees and mainly clear. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Welcome back to College Bowl season, and now it looks like a fan has run onto the field carrying a $5 KFC bowl.
Oh, yeah, looks like the mac and cheese bowl with 5 original recipe nuggets, or the new Nashville hot loaded fry bowl with nuggets, coleslaw, secret recipe fries, pickles, and Nashville hot sauce. Wow, looks yummy from up here.
Boy, everybody wants that bowl as more fans are pouring onto the field. Hey, Bill.
Get the only bowls that matter this season. 5 delicious bowls, just $5 each. Only at KFC. Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope that you are enjoying your morning so far here today as we are in the 10 o'clock hour, halfway through the 10 o'clock hour here as we speak. And again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. Don't forget, if you'd like to subscribe to our channel, please do so. You can give the video a like. Let us know what you're doing. Feel free to do that, of course, in the comments, calling into the show, or through the text line, 505-926-1410. We also do have our app that's available, easy to download. All you have to do is go to the App Store, or you can also go to the Google Play Store for Samsung and Android users and download the app. Again, if you want to find links directly to those apps, you can find it on our website. That's WRMN1410.com. is where you can find that information posted on our main page. Go to the main page here. You'll be able to find it, of course. Scroll down a little bit and you'll be able to see that for yourself and find it. Pretty easy to do so. And what's nice about it too is, of course, it's right at the center of the screen. So that's always very good. So if you scroll down, you'll be able to see the little Apple icon and what I've been calling the little alien icon, I think. I don't know. But that is there, and you can click on that. It'll take you directly to the App Store preview, which you can find. And of course, the nice thing about our website, it is mobile friendly. So it's mobile friendly. If you have a mobile device, you can go to our website. It's very mobile friendly there too. It does look a little bit different on the mobile side of things versus when you're on the computer. But if you do go there, it's not too different. It's still, of course, the same. It's just been mobilized, I guess you could say. A little bit more on the mobile end of things. So you can find our app available, WRMN Radio, and then you can also go to our website and also find for Google Play for Samsung online radio box radio player. It's easy to download and you can listen to us from anywhere. So it's really good to use, and we do recommend that you do use it. So it's WRMN1410.com. If you go to our website, you can find us there too. And again, we also do have, again, our mobile website too, which is really just the same link. It's just in mobile formation. So how you'll be able to find those different categories and such is when you go to our mobile website, there'll be a little drop down 3 lines, and that's how you'll be able to find those different categories on there too. So it does look a little bit different, but that's how you'll be able to find the categories for Listen Now, Honor Schedule, About Us, and how to contact us too. So that's just for the mobile side of things. I like to throw that out there for you. Let's take a little sneak peek into Tradio, who has recently called in. Tradio does officially start at around 12:34. That'll be the time to call into the show. Let us know what you're looking to purchase, sell, trade, and or announce to the Fox River Valley area. So we have a Tradio caller called in yesterday, has a 2,000-watt generator for sale. Now, it's a small generator. It's got a 4 horsepower on there for $350. That number to dial is 847-847-8813 is that number. We have another Tradio caller, has the snowblower. It's the 4-cycle engine, 3 speeds, has a directional double-stage snow chute for $350. That number is 847-741-8276 is that number to dial. That's for $350 with a nice snowblower in great condition, too. We have Linda, has the oak table with the 4 chairs and the 2 leaves for $100. That number, if you want to reach out to her for more information, is 847-271-8219 is that number. That's Linda. We have the Tradio caller looking for the Simon Learning Game and Etch-a-Sketch. Her number to dial is 847-717-3028. We have Susie. She has a lot of different items. She's got 3 homemade full-size quilts for $50 or best offer. Some bakeware 24-piece set, $150 or best offer from $19.75. She's got a kitchen mixer that's yellow, comes with all the hooks and even a meat grinder for $75 or best offer. A big blue suitcase the size of a trunk for $35 or best offer. She's got that Singer sewing machine for $75 or best offer. Does come with a built-in cabinet, and then also some pots and pans that are glass and antiques. That's 630-536-9922 for all those great items. We have Bill. He sells movie posters here, original theatrical film posters. They make great wall art. If anyone's interested, you can text him or email him. His text number is 708-793-3980, or you can also email him, billsellsposters@gmail.com. billsellsposters@gmail.com. And then finally here, we still have Wood by Jeff of Elburn. Does have some firewood as well as some other wood pieces that he's looking to get rid of and maybe even sell some of them too. If you want to reach out to him, that's 630-365-9488. So those are the Tradio callers. Taking a look at some more local news here. This was recently posted within the Chicagoland area. This is on foxvalleymagazine.com. Chicago man pleads guilty to sexual assaulting patient at Geneva's Markland home. So let's read a little bit about this. A 24-year-old Chicago man pleaded guilty Tuesday to sexually assaulting a disabled woman in Markland home in Geneva in 2023. Kane County State's Attorney Jamie L. Mosser announces that Isaiah Fields has pleaded guilty to the offense of aggravated criminal sexual assault, a Class X felony. Judge John A. Barsanti accepted the plea and sets Fields' next court date appearance to be March 14th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. in courtroom 319 at the Kane County Judicial Center for sentencing. Prosecutors asserted that on or about August 1st, 2023 through till September 5th, 2023, Fields sexually assaulted the victim, who he knew and had severe or profound intellectual disability and was unable to give consent. The victim was a resident of the Markland home in Geneva. It was discovered on April of 2024 that the victim was nearly fully pregnant, and the victim later gave birth. The Kane County Sheriff's Office conducted an investigation that involved securing multiple buccal swab DNA tests from current and previous male employees. After Fields' DNA test came back positive, the sheriff secured and sealed order for his arrest. Fields faces a non-probational 6 to 30 years of imprisonment in the Illinois Department of Corrections. In a second unrelated case, Fields agreed to a sentence of 1 year for imprisonment in the Illinois Department of Corrections in exchange for a guilty plea to the offense of criminal sexual abuse Class 4 felony. Judge John A. Barsanti accepted the plea. Furthermore, goes into more detail on this as well, too. As Mosser commented, quote, Mr. Fields preyed on vulnerable individuals who were unable to defend themselves, and his actions are unconscionable. I'm so sorry about this pronunciation. Unconscionable. With today's guilty pleas, he's being held accountable for the profound harm he caused, end quote. So Fields remain in custody at the Kane County Jail. You can find more information posted. That is on foxvalleymagazine.com. foxvalleymagazine.com. That is the website to go to. Taking a look here, we do have a guest here in studio. Not even a guest. We've got Dino DeLaley here. How you doing today?
Hey, good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. Thanks for stopping in.
I just wanted to break in real quick. Although we're broadcasting live on the antenna, We're having some issues. Don't know what it is. We sent our technician out to the transmitter, but we're getting like an intermediate pulsing type of a signal on the actual AM 1410 dial. We're still able to broadcast live and clear through the YouTube, so stay tuned there if you're listening and watching here. But if you do have the AM channel on, we are aware of it. Thank you very much, because we have got a few calls on it, and I heard it right away. But Dennis is jumping on it along with Brian, and we should have it resolved very, very soon.
All right. Thank you.
We're aware of the problem. I just wanted people to know what was going on. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you so much for stopping in there. So stay tuned on to the AM 1410 dial. What I'm going to do also here, too, is double check the app. And if you do have the app, again, like I said, you can download it on the App Store, or if you don't have the app. But if you do have it, I'm going to double check here, and I'm going to play it just in case so that we do happen to have it on the app. So let me double check here. Okay, so the app is working, so you can listen to us directly through youtube.com at WRMN Radio. You can also listen to us through the app. I'm also going to double check here on the click here to listen live section. That is the air feed. So I'm going to have to double check there too, just to see, because I do always want to make sure here. So going on to the air feed here. Okay, so it does look like if you do listen directly through our website, that is also coming in clear right now too. So that's if you go to our website, WRMN1410.com, and you go under the click here to listen live, that currently is working, on top of us also being on YouTube is working right now, and also through the app as well. So those are multiple ways that we are working, of course. So stay tuned again here. We're going to take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more of some local news, and then we'll touch base with our, give you a little intro on what is going to be coming up here into the 11 o'clock hour with our special guest, Chad Goodman, to be talking about Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 6. And I think what I'm even going to do here too, after, pardon me, the interview, is play a little bit of Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 6 so that you can get a little sneak peek on what to expect. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410 here in just a bit. Don't go anywhere.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Your kids could get free or low-cost health coverage from Medicaid or CHIP. Even if you've applied before, they may be eligible now. Kids up to age 19 are covered for checkups, vaccines, dentist visits, hospital care, and more. And if they already have Medicaid or CHIP, remember to renew every year. Visit insurekidsnow.gov or call 877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Fitting in shouldn't be hard, whether in life, on the court, or in the classroom. At Elgin Community College, you could find your place alongside those expanding their horizons, exploring rewarding careers, and achieving their dreams. A place for doers, thinkers, and believers. At ECC, we see you, we believe in you, and you'll fit right in. Learn more at elgin.edu/belong.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. Now, if you are tuning in right now, too, if you're tuning in through the AM 1410 dial, we are having a little bit of a sound difficulty currently happening right now. If you are tuning in, that is through the AM 1410 dial. So we are in the works of getting that all set and ready to go up and running again. So thank you to Dino for letting us know about that earlier to the show today. I did double check the app. The app is working just fine. I did double check, of course, YouTube is working just fine as well too. Always feel free to let us know if it is not. Of course, having those people, listeners out there call in, which is how we learned about it. Very much appreciated of that a lot too. We also have our radio on in the back, so we learned that as well. But I heard about it, and it is still going on. I can still hear it right now, too. But so on the YouTube side of things, we are good. We are good on the app. We're also good if you go to our website and directly listen to us live. So it's the click here to listen live button. We're working through there. And then I also did just receive a text from Tammy, who, of course, is Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. She just tuned in, heard you were down, and Alexa is working. So she has an Alexa, which, of course, you say, hey, and now I'm going to say it on the air, and someone's going to have Alexa in their home. Alexa, tune in to WRMN AM 1410. So on her end, it is working just fine. So that's good. So if you are maybe tuning into Alexa, it might actually be working, or maybe if you do have another program like Google or something along those lines. So thank you, Tammy, for letting us know about that. If you want to hear more from Tammy, you can tune in later today. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends from 2 until 4 o'clock. Stay tuned for that. She's got a great show rundown here, too. Got a little sneak peek of that, too. She always sends it to me. So thank you so much for that. And, of course, if you want to be a part of the conversation during that time, too, you can call into the show, use the text line as well, too. So that'll be coming up later today from 2 until 4 o'clock. So let's see some of the local news. We did talk about some local news here, too. And then we'll also go through some other things as well, too. But this one is actually more towards, and this is in regards to the Lincoln Park Zoo. There was another news article that I thought was very interesting, and I think what I'm going to do is read a little bit about it more towards the 11 o'clock hour. So in the 11 o'clock hour, we're going to be having Chad Goodman on the air with us. He's going to be calling into Studio 14, talking about Elgin Symphony Orchestra's next performance, which is going to be at the Hemmons Cultural Center for Tchaikovsky's Symphony Number 6. Symphony Number 6. So we're going to be discussing that a little bit. What I'm also planning on doing as well, too, into the 11 o'clock hour is I'm going to be talking a little bit about a particular news article that relates to TikTok as well, too, and I think it's pretty interesting. And then kind of also tying into what are we going to be seeing with the future of music, as, of course, we know so many things are digital, and how it's important also to remember that having that live music is very important. So, of course, kind of tying that all in together during the 11 o'clock hour is what we'll do. We'll go through that here. Again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. Now, this is something that happened at Lincoln Park Zoo not too long ago, and this happened Wednesday, January 8th. There was a Chilean flamingo named Teal that died due to bird flu. So, of course, we've been seeing this a little bit on the rise here. There is a seal and also a flamingo. Both die of bird flu at the Lincoln Park Zoo. This was covered by Adam Harrington and Matthew Kramer of CBS News Chicago. Posted a little bit later yesterday in the day. So, a seal and a flamingo, 2 animals died of bird flu last week. The zoo announced on Wednesday testing has confirmed the causes of the animal's death was bird flu. Dr. Catherine Gamble, the Lester E. Fisher Director of Veterinary Services at Lincoln Park Zoo, said in a news release, quote, "This is a sad news for wildlife and for the zoo team. Not only are we facing the first known case of HPAI in animals in our care, but we've lost 2 amazing animals." And that's the thing about, for example, Lincoln Park Zoo and other facilities too, is they create that relationship with those animals too, and they love them. So while highly pathogenic avian influenza is a naturally occurring virus in free-ranging waterfowl, more mammal species have been reported to be susceptible to HPAI since 2022. End quote. So the zoo said teal was just hatched this past fall and was just getting acquainted to her flock and keepers. So definitely a sad story there, of course, with the animals. That was teal, the flamingo there, and I'll even show you a picture of teal here on the screen. And then also here as well too, Slater, the 7-year-old seal that was described by the zoo as quote, beloved seal known to be rambunctious and of curious nature as well too. So unfortunately, because of that passing there, we are noticing here a little bit more on the bird flu. It's very slow, but it is kind of starting to kind of pick up a little bit in the news here. So again, just something to be mindful too when it comes to your pets. As well too. Lincoln Park Zoo said the specific source of the exposure of the animals to bird flu or H5N1 virus is not known. The virus is spread through saliva, nasal secretions, and feces of infected birds. So again, just something to kind of keep note on here. The Lincoln Park Zoo did emphasize that visitors are not at risk for getting bird flu from its animals. The zoo president and chief executive officer, Dr. Megan Ross, said in the release, quote, "Because highly pathogenic avian influenza is spread by free-ranging birds, it is no riskier to visit Lincoln Park Zoo than to enjoy a walk outdoors. The zoo remains a safe space for people to connect with animals in their care," end quote. So the zoo has already been monitoring bird flu reports and has enacted a multi-tier bird flu response plan. The McCormick Birdhouse has also closed until further notice. So that's more towards the Chicagoland area, but just putting that out there for you to know, of course. And you can find this and more on cbsnews.com. That's cbsnews.com. There are a lot of other really great news articles that have also been posted on here as well, too. You can find them on CBS News. You can find them on Shaw Local Network. Of course, if you're subscribed to newsletters, great to take a look at those. Kane County Connects, Fox Valley Magazine, all of those great ones out there. So good to take a look at those because I always like to keep you informed and up to date on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley. And actually this month here too is National Poverty Awareness Month, which is an observance established by Congress in 2009 as a way to raise awareness about the issue of poverty. Well, Kane County Connects posted not too long ago that Kane County marks National Poverty Awareness Month with a proclamation. So, despite some objections, the Kane County Board, by majority vote, approved a proclamation recognizing poverty as a local concern. According to the Kane County Health Department, approximately 1 in 12 residents, or 42,000 people, live below the federal poverty line. This includes roughly 1 in 8 children, or 15,000 young individuals. Additionally, an estimated 461 people experienced homelessness in Kane County in 2023. The Northern Illinois Food Bank reported assisting an average 75,000 individuals per month. Robert Dezio, Senior Manager of Public Policy and Benefits of the Northern Illinois Food Bank, was present to accept the proclamation and emphasized to the board the ongoing need for support and resources of those facing hunger. A kind of good way to tie this in as well, too. Of course, Elgin has launched their homeless response webpage as well, too. I know that has been definitely a talk of the town here in Elgin. Of course, it has affected all of us, even in a way, too, if it hasn't actually affected us, financially or anything, but it still is, because they are a part of the community. So if you do want to check out that website, you can find it. That's the City of Elgin with their homeless response webpage, and you can also find that on their Facebook page as well too. So lots of things going on here within the Fox River Valley, and we like to be the talk of the town to let you know exactly what's going on, and have that conversation is important. We here at WRMN could just talk about it and that's it. But having the conversation, having guests in here, talking about it, having the conversation is so important. And we're so thankful that we here at WRMN are able to have this platform to do that for the community. Also coming in here, of course, a big part of the community, Chad Goodman on the phone lines here, already on hold. Stay tuned for that. We're going to be talking about Elgin Symphony Orchestra's performance of Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 6, an absolute beautiful symphony that embarks on a wonderful journey that your ears will enjoy, of course, with also being in person with that experience. We'll also talk a little bit about the future of music, what could possibly be, and more coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. So stay tuned for that. You're listening to WRMN AM 1410. You're listening to Out to Lunch. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more in just a little bit.
Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Progressive. The Naperville Police Department is inviting residents to its Citizens Police Academy starting March 5th. The 10-week program aims to provide civilian insights into the intricacies of police work. Held every Wednesday evening at the department headquarters, the course covers patrol tactics, investigations, forensic science, and more. It's capped at 30 participants, and you must apply by January 31st. The Elgin Police Department is hosting Cocoa with a Cop on Wednesday, January 29th. The event's set to take place at the Senior Service Associates from 10 a.m. until 11 a.m., offering a chance for residents to meet and converse with local law enforcement officers. Interested attendees should RSVP by calling the Elgin Police Department. The Elgin Police Department is now accepting applications for a public safety telecommunicator. Interested candidates must submit their application by midnight on February 27th. For further details and to apply, you can visit the Elgin Police Department recruitment page at joinelginpd.com. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The proposed ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is on hold. News Nation's Alicia Neves reports Israel has delayed the cabinet vote to approve the deal, claiming Hamas creating, quote, last-minute crisis.
This deal is really fragile right now. We are told that there's still hope that within the next 24 hours that Israel can potentially vote on this deal. If they do, we could then within the next couple of days see hostages start to be returned home. That could start as early as Sunday. We're told that in this first phase, if you will, of hostages being returned home, that at least 2 hostages could be American hostages.
Hamas has denied that it's reneging and says it's committed to the agreement. Meanwhile, Israel has stepped up the attacks in Gaza ahead of the ceasefire announcement, killing more than 80 people. TikTok's days are numbered here in the United States, that is, unless a deal can be worked out or a new owner can be found for the social media platform. News Nation's Nick Smith has the latest.
3 days and counting before the TikTok ban goes into effect, and both President Biden and President-elect Trump are working to keep the app from going dark on Sunday. NBC News reports the Biden administration is exploring ways to keep TikTok up past Sunday if the ban stays in place. This comes as President-elect Trump's national security advisor pick, Florida Representative Mike Waltz, says Mr. Trump is working on a plan to preserve TikTok, possibly through an executive order. The president-elect supported a TikTok ban during his first term, and President Biden signed the bipartisan TikTok bill last April.
If the ban is upheld, the app won't go away, it just won't update, eventually becoming obsolete.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with a high near 35. Temperatures falling to around 30 in the afternoon. Windy with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40. Currently, it is 32 degrees and mainly clear. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Welcome back to College Bowl season. And now it looks like a fan has run onto the field carrying a $5 KFC bowl.
Oh, yeah, looks like the mac and cheese bowl with 5 original recipe nuggets, or the new Nashville hot loaded fry bowl with nuggets, coleslaw, secret recipe fries, pickles, and Nashville hot sauce. Wow, looks yummy from up here.
Boy, everybody wants that bowl as more fans are pouring onto the field. Hey, Bill.
Get the only bowls that matter this season. 5 delicious bowls, just $5 each. Only at KFC. Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips.
Are you ready to rock? At School of Rock Elgin, located at 353 South Randall Road, we're more than just music lessons. We're a community. Whether you're an absolute beginner or a seasoned musician, our performance-based curriculum is designed to transform your skills and confidence. From learning new instruments to rocking a full-blown concert, we bring out the best in every musician, no matter their level. Join the School of Rock Elgin family today, where music isn't just learned, it's lived. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting mid-February opening. Unleash your inner rock star.
Are you looking for a dentist near you? Choose the one with the 5-star Google rating, Bender Dental Care in Elgin. We earned that 5-star rating with our super friendly staff, reasonable rates, and outstanding patient care. Dr. Bender provides full-service family dentistry, including tooth-colored fillings and crowns, and no drill, no shot treatment for small cavities, perfect for kids. Choose Google's 5-star dentist close to home, Bender Dental Care in Elgin. We're here for you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 11 o'clock hour of Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley, and we hope you are enjoying the show. If you would like to be a part of the conversation, you can feel free to comment live. We are on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. We did just receive word here that the satellite is back up and running again, thankfully. And if you want to tune into the AM 1410 dial, you can now. It is coming in through nice and clearly as well. If we do happen to hear anything, of course, in the future about that, we will let you know. I appreciate, of course, everyone participating, getting the word out there and being patient as well, too. You can also listen to us and watch us on YouTube Live at youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Please feel free to subscribe to our channel, give us a like, keep up to date and in the loop and in tune with what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here with WRMN. And of course, you can also visit our website, WRMN1410.com. Now, with discussion today, we are going to be talking about the Elgin Symphony Orchestra in, of course, recognition of their upcoming Symphony No. 6. That is Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 6. Now, I want to talk a little bit just very briefly here on who Tchaikovsky is. Well, his name is Pyotr Tchaikovsky, or Petya as a nickname in Russian. He was a Russian composer during the Romantic period. He was born in Votkinsk, Russia. It was about roughly 3 hours from the Vologda region. And then he died in St. Petersburg, Russia, which is where I was born, as you know. So I'm pretty excited about this. And, I love that. I think it's cool that he's Russian. I don't know. So this is, again, he was a composer during the Romantic period. He has a lot of very heartfelt, tugging at the heartstrings type of music that he composed, and he has done absolutely a phenomenal job doing so, as we still hear, of course, from in today's music as well, too. And speaking of which, we do have coming up here very soon into next Saturday, January 25th at 7:30 at the Hemmons Cultural Center. It is Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 6. And we have a very, very, very special guest on the air with us today, Chad Goodman, who is the conductor. Chad, thank you so much for joining us today live on WRMN. How are you doing this morning?
Doing so well. I loved hearing your description of Tchaikovsky. I feel like we should have you doing pre-concert talks.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I know he was born in or died in St. Petersburg, which is where I was born. I was adopted from Russia, so I was like, oh my goodness. So, yeah. So I got excited about that. So very nice. So Chad Goodman is the conductor here. If you want to tell the folks a little bit about yourself, just a brief description of yourself and how you got started with the Elgin Symphony Orchestra for those who don't know, and then we'll hop into the conversation of the upcoming symphony.
Absolutely. So this is now my second full season serving as music director and conductor of the Elgin Symphony Orchestra, which feels particularly monumental with this being the orchestra's 75th anniversary concert season. It's such a milestone and an achievement for any orchestra in any city, and it's just been so meaningful to get to come in and be sort of the new face in town and carry on this legacy of this organization and move things forward. So it's been such an incredible first season and a half, and we have such great music coming up, particularly in this upcoming program, which we're about to discuss.
Very exciting. Yeah, I'm excited for it too. I think that this is definitely something that people can look forward to, that people can enjoy. Being in person there too. So tell us a little bit here, of course, about what Symphony No. 6 is. That was by Tchaikovsky.
Yeah, so Tchaikovsky's Sixth Symphony was the final symphony that he wrote in his lifetime, and it was the one he was most proud about. We have documents, we have letters that he wrote to close friends and family members bragging about this. This is the greatest work I've ever written. It's come to me so easily. He said something like he finished writing, sitting down at the piano and outlining and writing the first movement within 4 days, and that he heard everything else. The third movement in its entirety was still already in his head. Just, one of these stories we hear so often in music history from these prodigies who would hear an entire new work in their brain and then just sit down and put pen to paper. And the piece, like you mentioned, has some of the most beautiful, rich, heartwarming melodies. Now, as I said, this piece came at the very end of Tchaikovsky's life. He was there for the premiere, which was incredibly important, and it was very well received. But there's a lot of myth behind it. It's nicknamed the Pathétique Symphony, which is the French word, which obviously implies pity, pathetic, pittiness. But this is a mistranslation because it actually came from the Russian word for passion. He, in fact, called it the Passionate Symphony originally. And so the mistranslation into French makes people think, oh, this is a particularly, it's filled with pity, but it's not. It's filled with some of the most beautiful, rich, pull at your heart kind of melodies that were ever written. Now, there is a darkness to it. It starts and ends in the lowest of registers with the string basses and the bassoon at the very start with a beautiful solo. The last movement is a slow movement, which was incredibly unusual. We're used to everyone going out with a bang in the very end of a symphony. This one ends quiet and low again. And of course, this is at the very end of his life, so there's all sorts of assumptions you're contemplating. Was he thinking about his own mortality in this? Is he accepting that he's going to pass on? Is he struggling against that concept? There's, of course, moments of tension and drama and anger, but there's also tremendous moments of beauty and a meditative kind of quality. So I really can't think of a more lovely way to, as you said, come and join with our audiences for the live music experience, warm ourselves up. Spiritually, musically, there's something so special, especially when it's cold out, to get to come into a warm concert hall and be surrounded and overcome with beautiful music from 80 musicians on stage pouring their hearts into it.
That is awesome. Now, I have to ask, as a musical director, as we know, of course, this symphony is often considered one of his most emotionally intense works. Now, as a musical director, how do you approach conveying the depth of emotion in this symphony to both the orchestra as well as the audience?
It's a phenomenal question, and it's something I spent a lot of time considering in the months that I've been studying intimately this piece, because Tchaikovsky did write so many heart-wrenching, memorable melodies, and in this symphony, for sure, it's just one after another. You have to be very aware of how you pace that. How do you pace the drama? Because it's easy to go all in and lose yourself entirely and really be dramatic and, encourage the orchestra to, really dig deep on from the very first big melody that comes in. But there's 40 minutes more music to go. You have to pace that over one movement, over all four movements together. And so it is, through my studying and prepping, is finding my own way of navigating through this symphony. And there's infinite ways to move through it, but it is deciding where are the ones where we really we hold that top note a split second longer, where we really want to emphasize the drama, the passion, the intensity of this moment, and maybe being a little bit more subtle in some of the others, even though it would be easy and even warranted to go all in all the time. It really is about pacing. With this piece in particular, but the first two pieces on the program we have as well also are very contrasting to this, but deeply moving pieces as well. And those, just as a very quick tease as well, we're opening with a piece from American composer Missy Mazzoli called These Worlds in Us, which is a piece that she wrote in inspiration of really her father, who was a Vietnam War veteran. And she found inspiration in the poetry of poet James Tate, who had written a poem based on his father's experience in World War II. And so she explores in this piece this idea that in times of extreme turbulence, the feelings of joy and happiness and connectivity are very, very close and inextricably linked to also feelings of darkness and to, intense drama. And so her piece is this beautiful exploration and a meditation on how a melody can be both uplifting and also incredibly intense and dramatic at the same time. And it's just a fabulous piece, which then leads into Saint-Saëns' first cello concerto, where we get to have the privilege of featuring our very own principal cellist, Matthew Agnew, as soloist. And he's just, our community knows and loves Matthew. He's been with the orchestra for more than 20 years. He's a spectacular force of nature in the musical world, such a sensitive artist. So for him to get to, as I like to say, sit in the hot seat and be a concerto soloist up front, we're really excited to give him a chance to shine in a piece that really pushes the boundaries of what a cello could do at the time it was written in the late part of the 19th century. Everything from the incredibly fast and virtuosic to it incredibly intimate and delicate music. It's going to really showcase just what the cello is capable, and just, how wonderful and how fortunate we are to have Matthew Agnew as our principal cellist sitting on that first stand on all of our concerts.
Absolutely. I think it's great that also, too, I have to give praise to the orchestra in general. When you're sitting in the audience, and I think you could also attest to this as well, too, as you are working with them and directing them, you can feel the emotions. You can feel that they are interpreting the music. And I think that that's really important when you work, in an orchestra, so that you're able to balance the contrast, pardon me, between this symphony piece's more turbulent sections and the quiet in perspective moments too.
Absolutely. I mean, the sensitivity of the orchestra, what's always amazing and why it is so special to experience a symphony live and not just recordings and YouTube and all that, is getting to witness 70, 80, 90 people all on stage who are so committed, who have dedicated their lives to their instrument, coming together, uniting, agreeing upon these things too, because everyone on that stage is going to probably have a different idea of what's the most important moment, where do we dig deep, where do we pull back, how soft should this soft section be, and to see and witness the teamwork that is required of a full symphony to just unite and without words, without us speaking at all to one another during that performance, uniting and, becoming one voice and one path. It really is an extraordinary feat of humanity to get to witness and be a part of. So yeah, I think you nailed it with the emotional sensitivity that everyone on that stage has.
Yep. Absolutely. I totally agree with that too. I mean, when you especially see it and you see the, you see the way that they move with the movement and the facial expressions and that too. They're very passionate about that. And I think that that's really a beautiful thing. I do have a comment here on the YouTube side of things. Now, we do have a commenter here asking, how does this piece compare to the 1812 overture of the Nutcracker?
So 1812 Overture and the Nutcracker as well, obviously two other massively famous works from the same composer. And what's so interesting to me now, the Nutcracker, when we think about that, is massive. We're used to hearing the suite or the selections from, or if you see the ballet, often we see a shortened version of it. But it's multiple hours of music. And it was Tchaikovsky's last ballet. So in terms of immediately thinking of both of those works, the Nutcracker was written around the same time period as the Pathétique. These were works from the end of his life. He was really at his most mature place as a composer, as a thinker. He was able to, I think, get to the bottom or the core of what he wanted to say quicker with both of those works. 1812 Overture was an incredibly programmatic piece, right? This incredible depiction and representation of battle, of war. There's also so much drama. I'd say it's a little bit more on the extreme end, almost to caricature in where he goes. He's over the top, and Tchaikovsky's known as kind of an over-the-top composer, which some people love. Actually, I'd say most people love, but if it has to be done right. And I think it's particularly easy to go overboard on a piece like 1812 Overture, and it becomes overly dramatic. But I think that there is more subtlety to the Sixth Symphony and to the Nutcracker as well. I still adore the 1812 Overture, though. That's a wonderful question, and I think it's always interesting to see how a composer develops or how they're able to shift their voice through different periods of their life and through different thematic material that they're hoping to sort of explore musically.
Absolutely. I think what also here, too, in particular to Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 6 is that it's often... So the emotional undertones are often linked to his own personal struggles, and knowing that too, you can feel that understanding. It adds that layer of interpretation to the piece when you perform it too.
Absolutely, and to your point, and it is worth bringing this very important detail up, that this piece, Tchaikovsky did say in his letters to his family that this piece was deeply personal, and that this is kind of an autobiography in a way. He was saying so much of my life is in this piece, but I'm never going to tell people specifically what. I want that to be an enigma. So we don't know. So historians for, over a century now are still trying to crack the code. Like, what was his intentions behind this? Because he did say it was personal, but he wanted to keep those details a mystery from the public.
Absolutely. I am wondering if with the future of music, if we're ever going to be able to crack that code and find that in any way with technology. I don't know.
Yeah, it's such an interesting point, and there are people. I'm wondering how many. Guarantee there are specialists in Tchaikovsky and music historians. I'd say it might also come down to if we find additional manuscripts or letters. It's always fascinating when we do hear of a recent discovery of an unpublished work from a composer. This happens more often than we would think, where it's in someone's great grandparents' attic of their house, or they buy an old house and they find it in a drawer somewhere, or it's in a library somewhere in an archive. So it is a fun thing to ponder, but we're left with sort of a smattering of details we know from what we do have of paper trails plus his music. But the beauty of music is, in many ways, is it should always kind of be an enigma, because that's what allows for true interpretation and flexibility in making every performance unique. If you're given all the facts and everything, it sort of limits just how far you can push the boundaries of interpretation.
Yeah, it makes it more fascinating. It makes it more interesting, more mysterious when you don't always know all the answers. And I think that that's really amazing that when we have what we have here with Tchaikovsky's number 6, is that we can interpret this in various ways. And, it's been interpreted in various ways over the years, from its melancholic undertones with the triumphant moments. And, is there anything that you do to make this piece in a way your own while still respecting the intentions?
Absolutely. And that's the goal of any conductor we are interpreters. We are not creators. We are recreators as far as I'm concerned. We're taking a piece written by someone else and trying to bring it to life as best we can off of the same notes on the page that all of us were given. And so in terms of my approach to this piece, in discussing what is this, was this a suicide note? That's what some people like to interpret this as. That's Tchaikovsky knowing he's going to be passing on. Is it him accepting that he's going to pass on, or is it him struggling? And I view this as a struggle. I think there's a fight with all the beautiful, heart-wrenching melodies that happen. Like I said earlier, the symphony starts and ends in the lowest of registers, and nearly every melody that we hear in this symphony, interestingly enough, descends. It's always pulling us back. The music is always pulling us back down to the earth, which is not something that we find in every piece of Tchaikovsky or most composers. There's this consistency of fighting against gravity. And to me, this is a struggle, an internal struggle. So I choose to approach certain things with this, my framework for the piece is that while there's joyful moments, the second and third movements, the second movement waltz, which is gorgeous and so unique. It's in 5/4, 5 beats per bar instead of 3/4, like every other waltz ever written. And the third movement, which is this joyful scherzo with this silly little march. It's so positive and so contrasting to the first and fourth movements. You have to think, is that true happiness? Is he joy, or is he pretending to be happy? Right? Is this is this the sound of someone who's happy, or is it with the sound of someone saying, "I need to be happy"?
Right.
And that changes how you approach the music. So it's ask me again in 5 years, and I might have very different ideas, but I do have a concept for how we will be navigating, and I'll definitely be curious to speak with anyone who's there, whether it's anyone in the audience after. I'm always curious to hear what people think of the experience and how they interpret, because there is no right and wrong, and you learn so much by having these conversations. It's the beauty and power of this music, is because, like you said, there is enigma. Everyone can have their own experience, and when you talk about it, you can start hearing things in an entire different way because everyone has a unique perspective.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we could talk on for a long time about, interpretations and things like that too, taking into consideration what was going on in Russia at the time and the economy and all of that too. So there's just a lot of different things out there too. But Chad, I want to thank you so much for joining us today live here on WRMN. How can people find more information about this upcoming performance and also partake in it too?
Yes. So we have 2 performances of this exact program. So as you said, we start on Saturday, January 25th. The concert's at 7:30 p.m. at the Hemmings Cultural Center. And we repeat the program the following day, Sunday, January 26th at 2:30 p.m. for a matinee. Note for both of these performances, 1 hour before, so 6:30 on Saturday and 1:30 on Sunday, I will give a 30-minute pre-concert talk about the program and break things down, which is really nice that we get to sort of share, me and the audience, some more details and, go behind the scenes, so to speak, of the program. So I encourage anyone to come to that. You can find information online at elginsymphony.org. And you can purchase tickets online. You can also do it by calling the box office, and you can find the phone number on our website as well. We just love being here for our community, and especially, like I said, during this 75th anniversary season, we served proudly Elgin and the Fox River Valley area for 75 years, and we look forward to just continuing that into the future.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to it as well. Chad, thanks so much for joining us today. We greatly appreciate you coming on here to WRMN and taking the time to discuss this with us, too, and to get people interested. So we appreciate
Thank you so much. I appreciate the wonderful conversation we had and look forward to seeing so many people at these performances coming up.
Absolutely. Thank you again, Chad. You have a wonderful rest of your day today.
You too. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye now. All right, that was conductor Chad Goodman here on the airwaves here, WRMN AM 1410. Thank you again so much for joining us, taking the time and energy to talk with us about Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 6, which will be coming up here. And if you want to check out more information to get tickets, you can find it at elginsymphony.org. That's elginsymphony.org. Prices are, they got the gold tickets at $65, the red at $42, and the green at $20. And for students out there, you can get tickets for just $10. Call them and ask for their free youth tickets for children ages 17 and under. You can find this information posted onto elginsymphony.org, elginsymphony.org. Definitely very cool. I actually do plan on kind of investigating a little bit more on Tchaikovsky as well, too. When it comes to, of course, interpreting his music as well, too, what was going on in the world at the time when it was, I believe it was Leningrad is when it was. It was formerly known as Petrograd and then changed to Leningrad. He was living there at the time. I know that the economy was, you had you were either super wealthy or you're super poor. So, and then there were even problems, of course, within the super wealthy area too. I find all that history very interesting. And then the fact that history can very much so be interpreted by the music that is performed and written by Tchaikovsky is really, really awesome too. And to also be able to listen and see how others can interpret that music as well too, here in the world we live in of music and interpretation and history. It's all very fascinating here. So feel free to check it out. And we'll actually talk a little bit more about it too in just a bit. So stay tuned. You're listening to Out to Lunch.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan, brought to you by Progressive. The Elgin Police Department is hosting Cocoa with a Cop on Wednesday, January 29th. The event's set to take place at the Senior Service Associates from 10 a.m. until 11 a.m., offering a chance for residents to meet and converse with local law enforcement officers. Interested attendees should RSVP by calling the Elgin Police Department. The Elgin Police Department is now accepting applications for a public safety telecommunicator. Interested candidates must submit their application by midnight on February 27th. For further details and to apply, you can visit the Elgin Police Department recruitment page at joinelginpd.com. The Naperville Police Department is inviting residents to its Citizens Police Academy starting March 5th. The 10-week program aims to provide civilian insights into the intricacies of police work. Held every Wednesday evening at the department headquarters, the course covers patrol tactics, investigations, forensic science, and more. It's capped at 30 participants, and you must apply by January 31st. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with a high near 35. Temperatures falling to around 30 in the afternoon. Windy with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Breezy with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40. Currently, it is 34 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. You can keep in tune with what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here with WRMN AM 1410. Remember, we do have the phone lines here, 847-931-1410 to call into Studio 14. You can also utilize our text line, 505-926-1410, brought to you by Image 360 in South Elgin. They're your one source for comprehensive signage and custom solutions within the area, located on Sundown Road, open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5. Check out their website for more information on how they can help to help your business or anything else too when it comes to custom signs and graphic solutions at image360.com. That's image360.com. Thank you again to Chad Goodman, conductor here of Elgin Symphony Orchestra, for joining us live here in Studio 14 through the airwaves here on the phone lines here. We greatly appreciate that you've given the time here. And he's actually a musical director. He's received widespread praising for conducting music, combining precision, agility, and fervor. As well too. So feel free to check out actually more information on him. You can actually visit his website, chadgoodmanmusic.com. Again, that's chadgoodmanmusic.com if you do want to learn more information about him. Again, at chadgoodmanmusic.com. Does have a little biography on him as well too. And then you can also you can download the press kit as well. You can find media, books, coaching and workshop schedules, and how to contact him also. So again, feel free to check that out for more information, but I do encourage you also go to elginsymphony.org. That's Elgin Symphony Orchestra for elginsymphony.org to get those tickets starting at just $20. That is for Tchaikovsky's Pathétique Symphony No. 6 with Chad Goodman and Matthew Agnew on cello. So looking forward to it, and I hope you are as well. You can also check out other things that are going to be coming up here as well, too. You can even go all the way to May. The 75th anniversary gala will be coming up in May. So that's going to be pretty nice. That's going to be in Barrington Hills. That is going to be an exclusive tour of the San Filippo Estate. Special performance starring the movie Palace Organ. 6 o'clock, they're going to be having cocktails and hors d'oeuvres, and then a dinner at 7 o'clock. That's coming up in May. So they cordially invite you to join them. So if you want to check out more information on that, view their website. That is elginsymphony.org. Again, elginsymphony.org. What I wanted to do here is just give you a little preview here on what Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 6 in B minor is, Pathétique. So the total in time that it is, I do believe it's around 50 minutes. I'm just going to do like the first quarter half of it, just very briefly for maybe like a minute or so, just to kind of give you a little preview on it, but nothing that's going to spoil too much. But this is kind of towards the first part of the song here. And like Chad did describe here as well, his music in this particular Symphony No. 6, which is his last one, starts off very slow, a little bit quiet, and ends the same way as well towards the middle, eventually kind of rising a bit too. So it is a little bit like a mountain, or so to say, even larger with little scaled smaller mountains. I'm trying to visually explain it to you as best as I can. Figuratively, I guess you could say, with this performance. So this is a little sneak peek on, of course, you probably have heard this before if you are interested, if you are a fan of the Symphony No. 6, but it's around the 15-minute mark here. Just kind of a little snippet of it. That's a little snippet there. You can even hear, and it does actually continue on to good. You can hear it too, start to grow a little more. So there was that section that was very emotional, deep, strong, and a feeling of almost dread. And now you hear it, and it's like a rainbow in the sky, right? Beauty, elegance, grace. So again, you get that mixture with this Symphony No. 6. And I'm just giving you some little snippets here on what to expect as well, too. So that little snippet that I brought to your attention there, you heard that transition of how it went from, very deep, almost like something that you'd hear like in a scary movie or something. And then now it goes back up to quiet, elegant, and now even louder. So I think that this is very fascinating. When it comes to music, you can feel the emotions. And what I encourage you to do, of course, is go in person to experience this for yourself, because I'm telling you, when it comes to classical music, it really can be an awesome experience. And I also want to talk a little bit here too, and I think we can even go on, I guess maybe even a little bit more on a scientific level of things on why classical music is important. We'll also go through a little bit on what could the future be for music that we might be seeing. So when it comes to classical music, it's important for many reasons. One of them being, if you actually do interpret it more on an even scientific level, or dissect it more on a scientific level, classical music, and this is according to Philadelphia International Music Festival on the Pacific Symphony blog, it can actually help reduce blood pressure and heart rate. And what this can also do is improve mood and stress relief. It can also help with pain, anxiety, depression, and sleep disturbances as well, too. When it comes to the culture of it, it's a staple in human culture. It bridges cultures and countries. It has influenced popular culture and contemporary artists as well. When it comes to live performances, you get that unique experience where audiences can connect with the music as well as the performers too. Not just visually, but of course, very importantly as well, hearing it too. And even maybe for those who are hard of hearing, you can still feel the vibrations when it comes to those different levels. You can feel that, and you can also physically see it as well too. And for those maybe who are hard of seeing, you can hear that, of course. So I definitely encourage people to go on out. It's definitely going to be a very wonderful experience. So feel free to check that out. And there's so much emotional expressions when it comes to this style of music as well. So very, very cool. Check it out. You can find more information at elginsymphony.org. That's elginsymphony.org. Again, you can also call their number if you want to. Call the box office number at 847-888-4000. That's 847-888-4000 for more information. Taking a look at the time here, it is 11:43. What we'll do is we'll take a little time out. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about what could be the future of music. I'm kind of starting to do this as well too with the Out to Lunch show, is have certain themes when it comes to particular hours, or maybe even the full segments as well too. And so this one is kind of talking a bit about music, and we'll go from there too into the rest of this hour until we head on into the 12 o'clock hour. We'll talk a little bit about music and what we could be seeing here as well. What it's going to be driven by, as we of course know, hint, hint, technology, advancements as well too. So we'll talk a little bit about that here coming up in just a bit. Again, thank you everyone for listening in today to WRMN AM 1410. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, click the notification bell, like the video. You can keep up to date and in the loop with what's happening here with the Fox River Valley, in the Fox River Valley. Events like Tchaikovsky's No. 6 at the Hemmons Cultural Center, coming up by Elgin Symphony Orchestra, and many more. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch here in just a bit. Are you unemployed, underemployed, or considering a career change? Or maybe you're looking to take your career to the next level? The Business and Career Services, located at 1400 South Wolf Road, Building 200 in Wheeling, Illinois, is here to help. As a nonprofit organization, BCS supports all aspects of career development, from personalized career coaching and resume help to interview prep and even funding for job training. We're your partner in navigating high-growth careers. And it's not just individuals who benefit. Businesses can also rely on BCS for recruitment support, training resources, and strategies to retain top talent. Whether you're looking to grow your career or business, BCS has the resources and expertise to help you succeed. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 847-484-8187. That's 847-484-8187. BCS, your future, our mission.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident, or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation information on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. Feel free to give us a like and subscribe here on the YouTube side of things, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. You can also utilize our text line, our text number, 505-926-1410. You can also call into the show here, 847-931-1410. We've been talking about Tchaikovsky here for a bit, as well as the Elgin Symphony Orchestra. I want to give a big thank you again for Chad Goodman, who was able to take the time to come on to the airwaves through the phone lines here and talk about the upcoming performance of Tchaikovsky's number 6, coming up starting January 25th, and that'll be at the Hemmons Cultural Center at 45 Symphony Way right here in Elgin. You can call their box office number, 847 880-4000, I do believe is their box office number, if I remembered that correctly. I'll have to double check here, though. It is 847-888. I was close. By one number off. 847-888-4000. For tickets, call the box office. You can find that information also posted on their website. That is elginsymphony.org. So we're talking a little bit about the future of music. Of course, music can move all of us. Music, of course, is a way to help for us to express ourselves. It's a way, of course, to, when we create music, it's like with Tchaikovsky, it's a way to express ourselves. Sometimes people do it because of a particular life event. They create music, they create songs with lyrics, or even just with sounds from instruments, if it's just instrumental, or maybe even if it's just a cappella, or a mixture. You know, you get the both together to create the song too, as well, with joint music that way too, to convey emotion. And some people even just do it because they like the beat, but it's still conveying an emotion there too. So as we know, of course, here as well, when it does come with that, it also comes that way with art as well too. We see with artwork, we see it with paintings. It's a way to convey emotion. It's a way to express yourself by doing, by painting on a canvas or drawing or creating a sculpture. And as we're seeing right now, of course, with AI, there's that debate. Is it art? Is it not? It's not really conveying emotion because it's putting something into a program and spitting it out. There's having, that whole debate on that too, which we're not going to have on here. But if you want to, a political talk show coming up from 4 until 6 o'clock tonight. If you do want to talk a little bit about that, you can. I know that we have talked about AI, or Dennis Sonar Green, Bendemonium Boquest. They have talked about AI last Friday. They did talk about AI for a bit. They even did the little devil's advocate where they talked a bit about, saying like, being in the position of, oh, I love AI and why AI does work, and even if they believed it or not. And I know that he is starting to also implement that into the show as well too. So you can stay tuned for that. That's coming up later today from 4 until 6 o'clock, a political talk show. But then again, back to music here too, with the future of music. Well, as we know, of course, you probably, I've been talking about this here. You probably already kind of can guess what the future of music could hold. Now, again, certain things will be applicable, others may not be. You don't necessarily have to use AI, but when it comes to the future of music, we're expecting to be driven by technological advances with AI as a tool to help, such as artificial intelligence, again, virtual reality and blockchain. Now, the virtual reality, when you actually mix that with music, I think could be really, really, really cool because it enhances that experience while you're listening to music and also visually seeing there too. Now, these are innovations that'll change how people listen to music, how artists create music, and how fans can experience music. There are tons of different resources out there that have touched base on this. One of them being talking about blockchain technology can automate royalty payments to help artists receive fair compensation is one that we could see with the music in the future and media and beyond here into 2025. That's according to Roadie Tuner that you can find. It's Roadie Music there. It's a blog that they have in industry news there, so you can feel free to check that out. It does go into, of course, virtual reality can create immersive music videos, concerts, and live performances. Now, the virtual reality could be a good thing in terms of if you cannot attend concerts and live performances, having that there. But is this going to then change to where we're going to be like, you know what? I have the virtual reality. I don't need to go to those live concerts. I do believe going to those live concerts is very important, especially when you are trying to convey that actual personal level of communication and understanding and interpretation and hearing of music and others too. But again, that's a whole conversation in and of itself. When it comes to machine learning can help with metadata management and composition, and AI will help with composition, production, and distribution. Can also analyze music and create replicas or generate music from text prompts. I mean, we already see here with AI helping with music with Shazam, the app. It's been able to read a lot of different music that's out there by literally just pressing on your phone or your tablet, having the app listen to the music. And what it does is it takes that information, it goes within the pool of music that is out there online and on the web. And then it then spits out, okay, this is what the particular app is hearing. So it's definitely very interesting. Pardon me as well. It is very interesting. So yeah. In terms of fan experience, virtual concerts, again, fan communities. Fans can use apps to find other fans in the area and connect with them. This is something that we are actually seeing on the rise with music and musical artists as well, too. As we know, of course, the Swiftie movement. We've been seeing this here, too, where fans are starting to come together. We have that. I mean, there was also, of course, fans of many different artists out there that did have groups and things like that too. So that's a little something that we're going to be seeing continuing on with the future of music. In terms of music creation, social media can help to help make music a little bit more democratic, I guess. Help to democratize, if that's the correct word, music creation, collaboration as well too. And genre revival is another big one that we might be seeing. There could be a revival of genres like techno and house, or the creation of new subgenres as well that we're noticing. There's some subgenres that we're noticing now too that's starting to come up as well that we're noticing. One of them is called funk. It's spelled P-H-O-N-K. It's kind of a little bit of a sub genre there. It's very unique in and of itself too. So sometimes where the song will start off being at a certain tune, kind of rise up in speed a little bit there, and then towards the end kind of go back down and slow down a little bit too. So if you're listening to that funk music, which I do, you know what I'm talking about. So again, lots of cool things out there when it comes to music. Again, going to those live experiences are still very important because I think what it really can do, of course, is really tug at the heartstrings in a way that's in person that you can experience, where you can actually feel the natural vibrations of the energy that's in the room too. So again, this goes back to checking out those concerts here. And we here at WRMN AM 1410 love to keep you up to date and in the loop with what's happening here within the Fox River Valley, including lots of great concerts when it comes to music, when it comes to entertainment, and more. So we appreciate, of course, everyone tuning in today. Again, feel free to check out our website, WRMN1410.com. That's WRMN1410.com. www.fox1010.com. And again, there's lots of great discussions online that you can find as well, too. You could even, start a discussion panel, a group, where we talk about, music and entertainment and things like that, too. If you want to have your own show here on WRMN, let us know. Feel free to contact us, info@WRMN1410.com. Let us know if you are something that you're very passionate about. And, you could help to pertain to the Fox River Valley area by getting the word out. Let us know. info@WRMN1410.com. You can feel free to call our office number, 847-741-7700. That's 847-741-7700 is that number to dial. Let us get the word out so you can get the word out. Be a part of the community for the community here on WRMN. Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. So we are going to be closing up the second half, or the second hour of the show here in just a bit. When we come back, there is something I wanted to talk about here. This was a news article on TikTok, and it's in regards to a local Chicago influencer on this too. I thought the article was pretty interesting, and I think I might as well share it with you. I think it's good to note too. And then of course you can take away, whatever opinions you might have on the situation with TikTok. That is, it's been pretty big lately, that the ban going into effect. So again, it's an interesting conversation. Absolutely. So stay tuned for that. And then, of course, we'll also go through some other things that are going to be happening here in the area of the Fox River Valley. So stay tuned. Again, you've been listening to WRMN AM 1410, taking you out to lunch with WRMN. Also coming up tomorrow, too, give you a little sneak peek tomorrow at 12 o'clock. We do have the life experiences with Bill Pellerinos. He'll be coming in. I'll be on from 11 until 1 o'clock, so that'll be for Out to Lunch tomorrow. Stay tuned for more information coming up pretty soon. We'll be back.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. The Elgin Fire Department has concluded its investigation into 3 fires at the Tent City homeless encampment, determining that all incidents were accidental and unrelated. The fires occurred on December the 4th and 12th and January the 11th. No evidence of suspicious activity was found in any case. The December 4th fire was caused by a homemade heating unit constructed from a metal drum used to burn wood. Investigators determined that combustible materials such as bedding were either too close to or in direct contact with the heating unit, resulting in the blaze. On the 12th of December, another fire broke out due to propane-fueled heaters placed too close to combustible materials. Although significant fire damage limited the physical evidence of furniture and other items, investigators discovered multiple propane tanks and attached heaters near the point of origin. The third fire on January the 11th also involved a heating unit similar to the one used in the first incident. All 3 fires were determined to be accidental, with no signs of intentional ignition. The old-timers may soon claim victory. Secretary of State Alexei Giannoulias said he is optimistic new bipartisan legislation seeking to increase the age for mandated road tests from 79 to 87 will succeed where similar bills have failed in the past. The legislation drafted by Giannoulias and filed last week also would allow family members to report unsafe motorists of any age based on medical and cognitive issues affecting driving. The move comes after an outcry from seniors about age discrimination in testing. Illinois is the only state in the United States with a mandatory road exam for elderly drivers. I'm Marky B on the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. The Blackhawks visit Nashville tonight. Chicago is winless in 3 and 4 of their last 5. The Predators coming off a 5-3 win over Vegas. The Bears' head coaching search continues. The team interviewed Mike McCarthy on Wednesday. Chicago had asked the Dallas Cowboys for permission to speak to McCarthy. They said no, but then didn't retain McCarthy. The Atlanta Hawks beat the Bulls last night, 110-94 at United Center. Chicago drops to 18-23, 8-14 at home. 14 points and 16 rebounds for Nikola Vukovic. Kobe White had 16 points. Zach LaVine added 15. The Bulls went on a 12-2 run in the third to pull within 72-67 with 5 minutes left in the quarter. Atlanta led by 8 going into the fourth and remained in control from there. Chicago back home on Friday night hosting the Charlotte Hornets. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Progressive presents Renters MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Emily Neal's 70-inch TV. Because after watching her second-grade students yell at each other for hours, there's nothing Emily enjoys more than watching super-rich housewives also yell at each other. Why? Because those women are not her responsibility. And that's why her TV is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair's gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, mostly cloudy with a high near 35. Temperatures falling to around 30 in the afternoon. Windy with gusts up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Breezy with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40. Currently, it is 34 with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive presents Renters MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive.
Theriault Booth, a leading local law firm, is located on the beautiful Fox River in downtown St. Charles. Here's Ryan Theriault.
For better or worse, there are just times people need a lawyer. Whether you are involved in a work injury, in an automobile crash, selling a home, or even planning for your estate after your passing, we're here. We're local. We're part of the community.
For more information, visit them on the web at tbfirm.com or give them a call at 630-526-4242. It's always exciting to hear Elgin business owners like Tanner Melvin of Side Street Studios share positivity about the local community.
Elgin is on its way, and it has been, and sometimes, we got set back, the pandemic, and it's been rough. Everyone has felt it in so many different ways. What we're trying to do is a lot of hand-holding and shoulder rubbing and being like, it's okay. Mm-hmm. We're trying to get this town a lot more money. We're very lucky to live in this community right now. There's nothing like this around here.
Feel the positive power of the first shift with me, Marky B, weekday mornings on WRMN.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. It's a beautiful sunny day outside today, so go outside and enjoy the beautiful weather. We are seeing those temperatures continuing to go up a little bit more here throughout the day, so you can check out more information at a lot of different websites that you can find. The one that I've been using lately is weather.com. That's the weather channel, weather.com. For a while, I've just been using the Google Elgin weather. I find that this one is more detailed, so I like to give you those details when it does come to the weather and forecast. And again, that could change as time goes by here, as we're seeing a high today now of 38. Recently, I think it was predicted earlier today at a high around 34 degrees. So now it's at a high of 38 degrees is what we're going to be seeing today. Currently, right now, temperature-wise, we are at 35. So we have surpassed what we had previously, or what had previously been predicted as a high of 34 today. Now we're at 35, and it's going to be a high of 38 predicted as of right now. And it is going to be, it does say more clouds than sun, but I'm seeing a mixture of both. We've got nice white fluffy clouds here, blue skies and sunshine here within the Elgin area. And it is starting to warm up a little bit here too. I'm also noticing people walking by, their jackets and coats are a little bit more on the lighter side. They're still, heavier in the terms of course, winter, but definitely it's not, you don't have to be wearing a super big fur coat or, like it's nice outside today. It doesn't feel as cold. Still chilly, but not as cold because we're in the 30s right now. We are going to be seeing it dropping down to a low of 22 degrees for tonight with cloudy skies. Tomorrow's the day. It's supposed to be partly cloudy skies in the morning, and we are going to actually now be seeing a little bit more cloudier skies during the afternoon with about a 15% chance of rain. We do see a high of 44 degrees. Now, also now predicted here too, wind speeds as a high of about 15 to 25 miles per hour with some wind gusts that could occasionally go over 40 miles per hour. So it could get pretty windy coming up tomorrow too within the area. We are going to be seeing cloudy skies, low of 24 degrees for Friday night. Heading on into the weekend, we're going to be seeing those temperatures drop. We see partly cloudy skies, much colder with a high of 27, dropping down to 5 degrees. Partly cloudy skies during the evening will give way to more clouds overnight for Saturday night. Heading on into Sunday, we start to see those chills continuing on here. Intervals of clouds and sunshine, very cold, only a high of 9 degrees. Coming up on Sunday with a low of -4 degrees for Sunday night. Then we head on into Monday and Tuesday. Monday and Tuesday are going to be even chillier, especially Monday night's going to be very bitter cold. Bitterly cold throughout the whole day Monday. Intervals of clouds and sunshine, high of 6 degrees, low of -9 degrees. -9 degrees, that's coming up for Monday night. So it is going to be very cold outside coming up on Monday. Sunset Monday is going to be around 4:53 p.m. Tuesday, we see those temperatures staying here. Again, very chilly. Mostly sunny skies, though, on Tuesday, the 21st. High of 6 degrees, low of 2 degrees. That's for Tuesday. Wednesday rolls around. We see sunshine and clouds mixed. High of 23 with a low of about 15 degrees. It is supposed to be mostly cloudy outside. That's what we're going to be seeing here for Wednesday. And then for next Thursday, a week from now, mostly cloudy skies. High of 28. Low of about 14 with a few clouds in the sky from time to time. About a 20% chance of rain that we're going to be seeing here. Rain/snow coming up for Thursday afternoon. So that's what we're going to be seeing here. As we get closer into the rest of January, we are going to start to see more on the partly cloudy skies like we're seeing today here. And then eventually getting back to mostly cloudy into the end of January. So if you do want to check out more information on that, you can find that at weather.com. Weather.com. Again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We do have a comment here. Al is joining in the comments saying, Matt, starting Sunday, the cold is going to be deadly. Absolutely. So thank you, El, for, of course, telling us that here too, reminding us, of course, yes, it is going to be very cold outside, so make sure that you are prepared. And it does, yes, starting Sunday is. I think I kind of promoted it like Monday was going to be the start of it, but yes, so Sunday is going to be where it's definitely going to be much colder out. So enjoy the weather here. Again, it's nice today. We're seeing it being partly cloudy outside here. Now it's starting to seem a little bit more on the mostly cloudy sky here. It could just be a particular cloud that's overhead right now that's kind of covering the sun a little bit, but that's what we're going to be seeing. Tomorrow's going to be a nice day, though, in the 40s. So stay tuned for that. You can tune into AM 1410 WRMN. Call in the show 847-931-1410. Check out our text line 505-926-1410. And don't forget also, we do have our website, WRMN1410.com. If you follow us on YouTube.com at WRMN Radio, you can hop into the live stream, comment if you like, listen in, and keep in tune with what's happening. And a way for you to always get those notifications is by clicking that notification bell. And in order to do that, subscribe to our channel. That's youtube.com at WRMN Radio. You can also download the YouTube app as well. This is something I failed to mention. You can, of course, download the YouTube app on your phone and you can watch us. So if you go to our website, or if you go to the App Store, for example, and if you don't have YouTube, I've got YouTube on my phone, you can listen to us, WRMN AM 1410. Check it out. You can even just look up WRMN 1410. If you click directly onto the profile here, and then there is the live. So you'll be able to see it live from Studio 14. It'll then take you up to the live stream here in mobile-friendly version. And it also does, of course, have how many people are viewing, and, of course, also the messages as well there too. So feel free to check that out. You can find it on our YouTube channel, youtube.com at WRMN Radio. We do have things up and running again here with the satellite, and also, of course, our app is still working, and also you can listen to us directly through our website. Yes. So taking a look at the time here, it is approaching 12:15 pretty soon here. So we are going to take a quick time out. Now, what I'm going to do is when I come back, I want to talk about a particular news article here that I found pretty fascinating, as of course it does relate to the U.S. ban on TikTok, and what that's going to be doing for content creators. So we'll definitely talk a little bit about that here too. One in particular that does talk about in regards to a Chicago influencer within the Chicagoland area. So stay tuned for that. You're listening to WRMN AM 1410, taking you out to lunch, and we'll be back with more in just a bit.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast right here on WRMN, 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Noory with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time-to-talk, a message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope you're enjoying the show here today. Of course, feel free to tune in live, AM 1410 WRMN. You can find us on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. If you want to subscribe to us, please do so and hit that like and subscribe and click that notification bell. You can always keep up to date and in the loop with what's happening here on WRMN, what's going on here within the Fox River Valley. If you are interested in having advertisements, promotions, maybe even a nice little banner across the screen here as well, too, you can feel free to email us, sales@WRMN1410.com. Again, that is sales@WRMN1410.com. If you want to inquire information on that, we're more than happy to help you. And of course, you can also call our office number 847-741-7700. Now here, I again wanted to talk about this particular article here as well too, about TikTok. As we know, of course, with the ban that is going to be coming into effect on January 19th, what is going to be happening if TikTok is actually banned? So, I mean, that's what it is. It's going to be banned in the U.S. on January 19th, unless the Supreme Court accepts the last-ditch legal bid from its Chinese owner, ByteDance, that to do so would be unconstitutional, that does say, though. But this is an article. This was written by Tom Gherkin and Liv McMahon of BBC.com. It was written even just about 6 hours ago here, too. So I'm just going to give you a little brief generalization on this. Now, the most likely way is that it would be out of the app stores. It would be out of the Google Play Store, making it unavailable to download in that region, which would mean that you wouldn't have a legitimate means to access TikTok anymore, though it would also mean people who already do have it on your phone or your tablet it would still be there. So you would still have it. But it just would not be publicly available anymore to download. New updates would no longer be delivered to users in the US, which would then make the app buggier and eventually unusable. Not to mention also that many updates that these apps have, of course, do help to fix security and bug fixes. And with that going to be off the table for you US users, then what that could be is present hackers with millions of devices to target too. So that's something also there as well. So with that being said, though, also, again, it's definitely a conversation to have had and to have as we continue on. And something that did come up here, this was on CBSnews.com in Chicago, and this is titled, this is by Marissa Sulek and Megan Carullo of CBS News. Chicago influencer says U.S. ban on TikTok would take slash, then slash his audience as well, too. As we know, there are a lot of different content creators on TikTok, or, content creators that use TikTok, that platform, to generate an audience and even generate revenue there too. So as we're seeing this too, it could shut down social media site on Sunday, January 19th, unless the Supreme Court strikes down or otherwise delays the effective date of a law aimed at forcing TikTok's sale by its Chinese parent company. Now, there is a Chicago influence out there, Dean Lovina, I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly, as he built his entire platform on TikTok, and he could lose it all in a matter of days. Whether you know him or not, people all over the city give Lovina tours of their Chicago apartments to show what is available for rent at certain price points in different neighborhoods. Is it Salvina or is it Lovina? Let me see. I'm not quite sure. It's saying different names here. I'm going to have to just double check. Yep, it is Dean Lovina. He's an internet personality. So Dean Lovina. So it does say that he depends on nearly 190,000 TikTok followers for a supplemental income if the Chinese-owned app were to be banned in the United States due to national security concerns. He then said it would cut back his audience, saying, quote, "It stinks because a lot of these other platforms are more so like they're not as broad," he says, end quote. So now an associate professor of computer science at University of Chicago named Marshini Chetty says the situation with TikTok is a novel one, saying, quote, "I don't think an app has been banned in this manner before." Also continuing on to say, if the ban goes into effect, app stores will stop distributing the app, will not provide updates. So definitely something here that we're seeing. Whatever your opinion might be on the ban of TikTok, I'm not here, of course, to state mine. I don't really know, honestly. It is honest here. I don't really know. But it is a fact that, of course, there are a lot of people on the app, TikTok, and that there are a lot of people who do make an income from it. So in one scenario, TikTok will go dark and users will receive a notice. That's what some experts say that actually could happen, and that it won't be functionable. But we won't see until the day actually comes. So we'll have to we'll keep you up to date on that. So we'll definitely see how that goes. Some people still have hope, though. So I would say it's important to just be prepared. There are other platforms out there, but I do understand that it can be scary for people who have made a living off of this too. So definitely an interesting conversation there. And that was an interesting Business Insider CBS News Chicago take on this article, especially in relation to a Chicago influencer out there as well too. So if you want to read a little bit more about that, that is CBSnews.com. I'm sure also in the future, coming up here for a political talk show, the TikTok ban will definitely be discussed. You'll be able to, of course, call into the show, text us here, post your comments in the section on YouTube, and let the words get out on what your opinion is on it and have that conversation too. So you can tune into a political talk show coming up later today from 4 until 6 o'clock. Speaking of shows here, we also want to go through some other shows that are here on our station, WRMN local programming here. We have, of course, Studio 14, the first shift with Marky B, which is from 6 until 10 o'clock. He's been having a lot of phenomenal guests here on the air, of course, bringing in local chamber members here, having people from different chambers from different towns and different cities coming in and talking about things that are happening locally. We've been having the conversation, of course, about the homeless encampment, which now, of course, Elgin has their now homelessness response webpage that you can visit as well. You can visit them on Facebook as well, too, the City of Elgin, Illinois government page, and find all that information posted there, too. I know also this does remind me here, the tree, I don't know. I think it's been taken down already. I don't know for a fact here, but this is the City of Elgin on Facebook, because I did announce it yesterday that we were going to be taking down the tree on DuPage Court. So that was today. Yep. So that is, so the increased staff presence and activity expected here, still going on now until 1 p.m. for the holiday tree removal process. So just to ensure you that you understand that information, you can find out more information posted on to their Facebook page. Now, they also did post here, too, friendly reminder that holiday tree collecting is free through till tomorrow in Elgin. So if you want to check out more information on that, you can find that on their website, on their Facebook page, City of Elgin, Illinois Government. But, of course, here with the shows, here we have Studio 14 mornings, first shift with Marky B from 6 to 10 a.m., Monday through Friday. We've got Out to Lunch with WRMN. I'm your host, Matt McNeil. That is from Monday through Thursday from 10 to 1, and then Fridays from 11 until 1 o'clock. And then we also do have here incorporated into that with the shows on Fridays for life experiences with Bill Pellerino. So he's going to be on coming up tomorrow at 12 o'clock. I will be on from 11 until 12 for Out to Lunch. From 12 to 1, we do then have life experiences with Bill Pellerino. So coming up tomorrow, we're going to be starting Tradio a little bit earlier. So we'll be doing Tradio just a tad bit earlier tomorrow. At the very start of the show, I am going to be having a very special guest coming in. Bill Swalwell, president of the Historical Society in Hampshire, is going to be coming into studio at 11 o'clock at the start of the show to be talking about a fundraiser that they're going to be having. Now, this fundraiser is going to be helping to preserve the history of Hampshire. So we're very excited to be talking about him. I do believe he's also going to be having Michael Behoon also coming into the studio as well, too. So I'll definitely touch base on that. That'll be coming up tomorrow at 11 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. And then probably after that interview, we'll go through Tradio. I'll just give some announcements as well, too. Then we'll go into life experiences with Bill Pellerinos from 12 until 1 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. Always a fun show to tune in and listen to. Don't forget, you can also check out weekend programming as well, too. We've got On the Rise with Derek and Mike from 8 to 10. Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Mack from 10 to 12. We've got Chief Guard of the Republic with Michael Tuman and Paul. That is from 12 to 1 o'clock. And then also from 1 until 2, we have the Jeff Michaels Show with Jeff Michaels. So stay tuned for that coming up over the weekend. And lots more in the works here that we're very excited about. So stay tuned. We'll keep you informed with that. And again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. We're going to be coming up here with our Tradio segment in just a little bit. So stay tuned for that. That'll be the time to call into the show here at 847-931-1410. After that, we'll go through some other things as well, too. Got some other things that are going to be coming up here that I want to announce here that's going on within the Fox River Valley. So stay tuned. Thanks again, everyone, for joining in today. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN, and we'll officially be in our Tradio segment here in just a little bit. That number is 847-931-1410. You can text us 505-926-1410 if you prefer to do it that way. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Progressive. The doors of the historic Polar Dome Indoor Ice Rink are swinging open once again on Friday, marking the return to the community of East Dundee. Closed for several years, the rink, which first opened in 1963, is poised to be a beacon of both memories and modern-day recreation. Isaiah Fields, a 24-year-old former employee of the Markland home in Geneva, has pleaded guilty to sexually assaulting a disabled resident. The offense came to light after the victim, living at Markland, was discovered pregnant last April and subsequently gave birth. Fields is facing from 6 to 30 years in state prison. Kane County Animal Control in Geneva is enhancing its facilities with a $10,000 donation from the estate of Sylvia Snyder. The funds are earmarked for a special project, a dog water fountain outside the KCAC on Kesslinger Road. It'll be accessible for dog walkers frequenting the adjacent popular trail at Peck Farm. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly cloudy with a high near 35. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40. Tomorrow night, a chance of rain and snow, cloudy with a low around 22. Currently, it is 37 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Hopefully you're enjoying the day so far. Now it's getting mostly cloudy outside today. We are officially now also in our Tradio segment. So if you're interested in buying, selling, trading, and or announcing to the Fox River Valley area, please feel free to give us a call here today, 847-931-1410. 847-931-1410. We're seeing here as we get closer out of January into February, we are getting closer every day to spring. And as we know, of course, spring cleaning will be coming around here. You might already be starting early. And maybe you have a particular item or a bunch of items that you're looking to get rid of or maybe sell. Post it on Tradio. Maybe you're looking for an item to add to your home, your office. Announce it on Tradio, of course. Maybe you looking to trade. Announce it on Tradio. Let us know, of course, here if there is an event that's coming up that you are holding, or maybe that your church is hosting as well, too. Fundraiser event, soup kitchen. Please feel free to let us know. Call into the show today at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. You can also, of course, text us any time of the day, 505-926-1410, 505-926-1410. We've got some comments here. Thank you again for commenting in. I'm sorry I didn't make notice to the comments here sooner like I should have. So I appreciate you all calling in today. I know 58 Mike said, seems like a pulsing sort of problem. That was at 10:50. Okay, I'm trying to remember what I said. I'm so sorry. I meant to read your comments there. I appreciate. I appreciate you commenting in and letting us know about that here too. Okay. Here, this is perfect. Thank you, Sonar, for messaging me on this here too. I meant to read those comments here. I'm going to try to get better at that here. Illinois Media School is having an open house today. It's a talent show. How cool is this? And you are invited. So let's take a look at this. I'm going to share it on the screen so that you can see it. So this is coming up. Join them for a slice of fun. You are invited. It is going to be an open house. How cool is that? That's at the O'Hare campus. That's tonight at 4 p.m. at the O'Hare campus. It is the Be On Air open house. Be On Air open house. Come on, join on in for some fun. How cool is that? So very nice. Thank you for sharing that information there. The Illinois Media School having their open house today. Talent show. The Be On Air open house. Tonight at 4 p.m. That's tonight at 4 p.m. at the O'Hare campus. Very, very good. We've got Jose here in the comments here as well. Hello, Matt. Enjoying the show. Keep up the good work. Let's go Buffalo Bills. Very, very nice. And hey, I absolutely love the picture that you sent Sunday of the picture of your mother and father. Oh, I love it. I love those old pictures. Absolutely love them. If you don't mind, I'll share it on the screen very briefly here, but that is so, so sweet. I just love those old pictures. Absolutely beautiful couple, by the way, too, your parents. Very, very nice. I love those old pictures there. Your mother had that beautiful glamour headshot picture. I absolutely love it. And you come from a very good-looking family. I love it. Awesome. I love those old pictures, too. And, hey, you know what? If you want to, just for fun, you don't have to. But if you want to share some old pictures with me, let me. I just love it. I think it's so, so cool. Very cool. So pardon me, my goodness. We'll continue on here with Tradio, talk about the Tradio callers that have recently called in. We have a Tradio caller as the 2,000-watt generator for sale. It's a smaller generator with a 4 horsepower, asking $350 on that. So $350 on that. If you do want to reach out, you can feel free to contact him. That number is 847-8813. 847-8813 is that number. So he has that snowblower. Very nice. Let's see what else we have here too as well. Another Tradio caller has the... Oh, no, wait. Did I say it was a snowblower? I'm so sorry. It's a small generator. I'm sorry. So it's a 2,000-watt generator for sale. 847-8813. Next on the list is the snowblower. So this is the snowblower. It's a 4-cycle engine, 3 speeds. It has a directional double-stage snow chute for $350. So both of those individually are $350. That's why I read $350 on both and combined the two, but they're separate. I'll separate them even further on the list here. There we go. So that Tradio caller for the snowblower, if anyone's interested, 847-741-8276. 847-741-8276. Another Tradio caller here. This is Linda and Huntley. She has the oak table with the 4 chairs and 2 leaves for $100 on that. Pretty good deal on that for an oak table. If you want to reach out to her, 847-271-8219. That's 847-271-8219. Another Tradio caller here is looking for the Simon Learning Game and Etch-a-Sketch. If you do want to reach out to her, she's locally here at 847-717-3028. 847-717-3028. Another Tradio caller here. This is Susie calling in. Now, she has quite a few things here. She does have 3 homemade full-size quilts. Now, these are 3 homemade full-size quilts that her mother-in-law made, and she's asking $50 or best offer on those. So that's a pretty good deal on that, so $50 or best offer. She also does have a 24-piece set. They're bakeware, 24-piece set. They are from 1975, so it's from 1975, and there's no chips or cracks on them, too. They've got some nice blue doves and hot pink tulips on there for $150 or best offer. She also does have a kitchen mixer. It's in the color yellow. It does come with all of the hooks and items needed, and then also a meat grinder for $75 or best offer. She also does have this for $35 or best offer. It's a big blue suitcase. It's in the size of a trunk, so pretty good to use there too, for storage if you'd like. And then also as well, she does have here a Singer sewing machine. It does come in with the built-in cabinet that is for $75 or best offer. So $75 or best offer on that. And then she also does have some antiques and sets of pots and pans that are glass. Feel free to reach out to her, 630-536-9922. That is 630-536-9922 is that number. We have Bill. He sells those theatrical film posters, movie posters. They make great wall art. If anyone's interested, you can text him 708-793-3980. That's 708-793-3980. Or, of course, you can also contact him. You can text him through that, or also email him, billsellsposters@gmail.com. Again, that's billsellsposters@gmail.com. So if you do want to reach out there, you can feel free to do that too. So that is for Bill. He sells those movie posters, which I think is I think that's really great. Very cool. And then another Tradio caller here as well. This is Wood by Jeff in Elburn. He has a lot of things. He has, of course, he has a Hobbit house that he made. He's got firewood. He's got mahogany wood. A lot of different wood pieces here too. So if you want to reach out to him, feel free to give him a call, 630-365-9488. That's 630-365-9488. The time is approaching 12:44. Those are the Tradio callers that have recently called in. If you want to be a part of the conversation, if you do want to announce your Tradio through the airwaves here, 847-931-1410, or text line 505-926-1410. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN here in just a bit.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope you are enjoying the day today so far, that you're enjoying the show, and that you're keeping nice and warm here. Although temperatures here in the 30s, not too bad, if I do say so myself. We are going to be seeing here a continuous of mostly cloudy skies for the rest of the day today. And again, starting here around Saturday, Sunday, around that time, the temperatures are very much so going to be pretty cold outside. So with that being said here, of course, we want to keep you informed on that. And of course, let you know what is what's going on in the area here as well, too. So definitely stay tuned for that. And again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope you are enjoying the day so far today. We still have about 10 minutes left here. So let's go through and talk a little bit about what are some upcoming things here within the area. So we're going to see what we have here within the area of the Fox River Valley, and we'll go from there, see what is what's coming up here. So we'll take a look here with the American Legion Post 57 at 820 North Liberty Street right here in Elgin. You can check out their website at allelginpost57.com. That's allelginpost57.com. Feel free to check out more coming up here. So very nice. Wait, today's Thursday. It's Family Burger Night. Yes. Happy Family Burger Night. It is Thursday today. That's right. It is Thursday. Yes, it is Thursday. Just wanted to double check. Okay. It is, pardon me. It is Thursday here. So Burgers and Lightning is going to be tonight at the American Legion Post 57. The kitchen is open from 4 to 7:30 p.m. Lightning at 6:30 with Gordy and Jerry. Another $3,500 jackpot up for grabs tonight. If you want to see if you could win that, come on out tonight and try your luck with some of these good eats as well, too. Thank you to Commander Mark Smith for letting us know about that. And it was good to see you today, as always. So very nice. So that is at the American Legion Post 57. allelginpost57.com is their website to go to. Coming up here at the Kane County Cougars Stadium. This is at the Kane County Cougar Stadium in Batavia. This is an event by the Geneva History Museum. They're going to be having Trivia Night fundraiser for the Geneva History Museum. Now, this is coming up tonight. It's from 6 to 8 p.m., and it's a fundraiser for the Geneva History Museum. It's $35 per person, so $35 per person. And you get teams of up to, 8 people, including an appetizer buffet, soft drinks, and water, cash bar, 50-50 raffle included there too. How funny is that? Compete in 4 trivia rounds, 1 round Geneva history while enjoying delicious food with friends. Prizes will be awarded to the winning team, most creative team name, and best costumes. So round up your smartest pals and show off your trivia skills. You don't want to miss out on this exciting fundraiser brought to you by the Geneva History Museum. That's coming up tonight from 6 to 8 p.m. Check out more information. You can find this on their website. You can get to tickets at genevahistorymuseum.org. It'll take you to the portal on their website directly through Facebook, and you can find that posted there. The event location, again, is at the Kane County Cougars Stadium. So if you want to check that out, view more information, and you can also check out the Geneva History Museum on their Facebook page. So you can find all that information out there. Very nice. Very good. Some other things here, too. Ladies' Night Out is coming up here. This is the Rustic Fox, located not too far away here. This is the Rustic Fox. Feel free to check them out. They're located in North Aurora. They're at the Town Center Drive, and what they have to offer here is from 5 to 8 p.m. tonight, they're going to be having wine, workshops, and shopping. So the workshops start at 5 p.m. You can register today at therusticfoxhome.com, taking you to that link there too. And registration closes tonight at 5 p.m. So registration closes tonight at 5 p.m. So you don't want to miss out on that. Sounds like a lot of fun. Join them for workshops, wine, and shopping. That is January 16th, 5 to 8. Grab your girlfriends and join them for workshops, wine, and shopping. And check it out, therusticfoxhome.com. That sounds like a lot of fun. Doing some shopping, having a glass of wine, having a nice ladies' night out on a Thursday night. Sounds like a good plan for the ladies out there. Custom tee with Black Angel Designs is going to be there. You can create custom Chicago-themed tees. Get a wine glass with Here's Your Sign. Sign up and watch to your custom glass come to life too, which is pretty cool. They're also going to be having jewelry as well too. Choose from new styles of chains and accessories. Pick your favorite charms to add to your bracelets or necklaces. So this is a fun homey event to go to, or ladies' night out as well. So check it out. That's the North Aurora workshops are going to be featured there. You can even find a link to the demo video. It's posted on their Here's Your Sign in partnership there. So if you want to check out that video, that's really cool. That's really cool. So feel free to check that out. Now here, this is something happening in West Dundee. There's the Brook and Beard Academy. They are having a special announcement here that on the Martin Luther King Day, that's coming up on Monday, this Monday, they're going to be offering $5 haircuts for this Monday only. So, and all the work is done by the students. This is in honor of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Join them as they celebrate the legacy of Dr. King and enjoy a fresh new look at an unbeatable price of just $5. How cool is that? That's coming up this Monday from 9 to 5 at 103 South 1st Street in West Dundee. Can't wait to see you there. And all the work is done by their students. I think that is really, really cool. So you can check out more information located in West Dundee. Sounds like a good place to try out for sure. Let's see some other things here as well coming up. We have on exploreelginarea.com on January 18th, the band Interstate 90s is going to be at Nico's Tavern. Now that font there, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're familiar with GTA, that looks like a GTA font there. I like it. About the band, the 90s, lyrics were deep and emotional, guitars that were furious and unconventionally melodic. Have a melody to them. So feel free to check it out. That's going to be coming up here at Nico's Tavern in Elgin. Good to check it out. Chicago Alternative Rock Experience. And you can find that on Route 20 in Elgin. They're at 3145 Route 20 in Elgin. So that is, again, great activity to enjoy coming up here on January 18th. Some other things that are going to be coming up here as well. Moretti's of Elgin is going to be featuring Dante Salmonte coming up Saturday at 7:30. It's live music at Moretti's of Elgin. You can enjoy awesome music from Dante Salamonte. Sorry about that, Salamonte. Coming up Saturday, January 18th, starting at 7:30 at 2300 Bushwood Drive in Elgin. No cover, spread the word, invite your friends, experience live music. You can also find out some other things here too, like Danny's on Douglas always has some great performance out there too. The Bad Bands is going to be here coming up January 18th. They are back in town. They're going to be offering some great rock hits. That's coming up at 8 p.m. coming up January 18th on Saturday. So you can always find some fun Saturday activities to do as well. And if you also want to keep up to date and in the loop with what's happening at different clubs and theaters and performances, you can tune in tomorrow to Dino's Night Out. That is from 2 until 4 o'clock tomorrow on Friday. He'll be keeping you up to date and definitely telling you exactly what's going on in the area as well too. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up tomorrow. That is Dino's Night Out from 2 until 4 o'clock. And hey, if you haven't heard it yet, that intro song is really, really awesome. Very, very cool. Dino's Night Out intro song is fantastic. I love it. So love listening to it. You can also check out other things as well. State Street Markets, if you like a nice little cozy style of shopping there too, while enjoying some cookies and cocoa. That'll be coming up on Sunday at the State Street Market Shop at 701 North State Street in Elgin. That's from 12 until 4 o'clock. Over 35, it's 35 plus amazing vendor shops that you can go to. Everyone there is always super, super friendly as well. So feel free to check that out. That'll be coming up on Sunday for amazing cookies and cocoa. And you can even enter to win a door prize featuring Wind and Willow gourmet food products and mixes. They're featuring their newest shops that are going to be there too. They have amazing antique and vintage furniture shop opening at the entrance of State Street as well too. They've got an elegant bookstore featuring top quality books that you can find. Lots of great things. This and more can be found on exploreelginarea.com. You can also check out, of course, Facebook pages, Enjoy Aurora. There's lots of ones out there too. So feel free to view that all for your viewing pleasure and keeping you up to date and in the loop with what's happening here in the Fox River Valley. Again, thank you so much for listening in. This is WRMN AM 1410. We're taking you out to lunch. Now we're out of the lunch segment here, but not entirely, though, because we are going to be talking about cooking. Michael Horn will be talking about cooking on What's Cooking Today coming up in the next hour, so stay tuned for that. We also do have Talk Time with Tammy and Friends from 2 to 4 o'clock, an apolitical talk show from 4 until 6 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. And I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your day. Enjoy the temperatures today. It's going to get cold eventually. Have a good rest of your day, everybody.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The proposed ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is on hold. News Nation's Alicia Neves reports Israel has delayed the cabinet vote to approve the deal, claiming Hamas creating, quote, last-minute crisis.
This deal is really fragile right now. We are told that there's still hope that within the next 24 hours that Israel can potentially vote on this deal. If they do, we could then within the next couple of days see hostages start to be returned home. That could start as early as Sunday. We're told that in this first phase, if you will, of hostages being returned home, that at least 2 hostages could be American hostages.
Hamas has denied that it's reneging and says it's committed to the agreement. Meanwhile, Israel has stepped up the attacks in Gaza ahead of the ceasefire announcement, killing more than 80 people. TikTok's days are numbered here in the United States, that is, unless a deal can be worked out or a new owner can be found for the social media platform. News Nation's Nick Smith has the latest.
3 days and counting before the TikTok ban goes into effect, and both President Biden and President-elect Trump are working to keep the app from going dark on Sunday. NBC News reports the Biden administration is exploring ways to keep TikTok up past Sunday if the ban stays in place. This comes as President-elect Trump's national security advisor pick, Florida Representative Mike Waltz, says Mr. Trump is working on a plan to preserve TikTok, possibly through an executive order. The president-elect supported a TikTok ban during his first term, and President Biden signed the bipartisan TikTok bill last April.
If the ban is upheld, the app won't go away, it just won't update, eventually becoming obsolete.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Progressive. Isaiah Fields, a 24-year-old former employee of the Markland home in Geneva, has pleaded guilty to sexually assaulting a disabled resident. The offense came to light after the victim, living at Markland, was discovered pregnant last April and subsequently gave birth. Fields is facing from 6 to 30 years in state prison. Kane County Animal Control in Geneva is enhancing its facilities with a $10,000 donation from the estate of Sylvia Snyder. The funds are earmarked for a special project, a dog water fountain outside the KCAC on Kesslinger Road. It'll be accessible for dog walkers frequenting the adjacent popular trail at Peck Farm. The doors of the historic Polar Dome Indoor Ice Rink are swinging open once again on Friday, marking the return to the community of East Dundee. Closed for several years, the rink, which first opened in 1963, is poised to be a beacon of both memories and modern-day recreation. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Credan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly cloudy with a high near 35. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40. Tomorrow night, a chance of rain and snow, cloudy with a low around 22. Currently, it is 37 with mainly clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when.
Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move. So I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Fast-paced, fact-based, AM 790 KABC.
Hi, everyone. This is Ron Say. I played baseball for the Los Angeles Dodgers, Chicago Cubs, and Oakland A's. My Dodger teams won 4 National League pennants and a World Series. Now I am tackling a new challenge. I am hosting a new sports show called We'll See About That. We will look at the aspects of sports, baseball, football, basketball, hockey, soccer, and much more. Plus, you will be able to get my honest opinions on the big stories of the day. Join me for We'll See About That, Saturdays at 11 a.m. Pacific Time right here on crntalk.com.
Live across America, Mike Horn and What's Cooking on CRN Digital Talk Radio.
Welcome to What's Cooking today. I am Michael Horn on the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. We call the program What's Cooking Today, and we have some great guests lined up for you today on our pre-weekend edition. From National Geographic Travel, the expert in traveling, Annie Fitzsimmons, will be here with a new book she's got out called, listen to this, 100 Hotels of a Lifetime. She's got 100 different hotels you can make as destinations on your next trip, or maybe they are the trip. We'll tell you all about it. And then we got our health update. Moved up, some say marked down. We moved it up, ladies and gentlemen, with Dr. Jeff Barkey. And we'll be talking about the bird flu. Give you an update on that. Everybody's worried about bird flu. Eating your eggs, everything. I mean, come on. There's always something, isn't there? Always something. Engineer Corey Marino is with us. Is there always something, Corey?
There's always something.
There always
Something's
is.
trying to get you something.
Who is Detroit playing this weekend in football?
Detroit's playing the Commanders.
Yeah, and I was just, I think great. I really have a great brain meld when I'm in the shower. And I'm thinking, if there's an upset out there, this could be the one. The Commanders, if they really play well, they have a chance to beat these great Detroit Lions. I think I picked the Lions on the On Point Live show just because everybody's been barking about how great the Lions are. If they don't win this game, they're nothing.
I agree. I actually picked the Commanders, but I know
you
see.
did.
I think they're going to do an upset. Rookie's going to lead them to the promised land.
Okay. Yeah. Who's that quarterback there for the Commanders?
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels. He's pretty darn good. But
good.
they keep saying that Jared Goff is very good on Detroit. But here's my deal. He was on the Rams, and they said he was wonderful. He was going to bring the team to victory. Didn't Goff take him to the Super Bowl, but they lost?
Yeah, they lost to the Patriots. It was like 10-3. It was a really bad Super Bowl.
It was a terrible Super Bowl. And so then they traded him. After all that, I was there at the stadium where they were talking to how great this guy is, and they sat everybody down in the dirt out there. We listened to them question Jared Goff, and I thought, okay. And then all of a sudden they throw the guy away. I don't get it.
Yeah, they got Matthew Stafford and got another championship. So
and they may get another one this year after the Rams win this weekend.
We'll see.
Who are they playing?
The Eagles.
Eagles are tired. That's the reason I picked the Rams. The Rams are on a roll. They're tired. Quarterback's hurt. They haven't. Their last part of the season, the Eagles' record has not been that good. There, Guru.
They've been okay. They've been rattling off the little wins. They lost a couple, but they still had a good record at the end.
That's our pre-weekend edition story that we have here for you. See you on the show. Okay, we also have National Quinoa Day. This is something going on this week. It honors the quinoa, a versatile superfood that's rich in fiber and protein. You like quinoa, Corey?
Yeah, I do. I like it in salads and stuff.
Originally, I didn't hear about it for a while, but all of a sudden it just came on like a roller coaster here. And it originally was cultivated by the Andean people in the Andes thousands of years ago. And then quinoa thrived in the harsh conditions of Bolivia. And then it's resilient because it's got an ability to withstand drought, frost, and high salinity, high water content, with salt in it, Initially overlooked, never overcooked. Quinoa, did you like that? Initially overlooked, but never overcooked. I added that.
That is clean.
Quinoa, thanks. Gained recognition after the Bolivian government began exporting it to the United States. Now, it is touted as a superfood because of its nutritional benefits. Listen to this. It's popular, it's global, but it's really good for you. Beyond South America, it's growing in regions like Europe and India and so much more. So grab some quinoa today. And it's also Fig Newton Day. You either love them or hate them. We'll be talking later on about Fig Newtons. I'm not a fan, but I'll talk to you about the day anyway. Maybe I'll pop one down just to go ahead and cleanse my throat. They scratch as they go down. We'll be back on What's Cooking Today.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Becky really talks like that, too. Welcome back here to What's Cooking Today, the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. It's our pre-weekend edition, and we have a great guest coming up here. Travel expert Annie Fitzsimmons is here. She's actually National Geographic travel expert, and she's an author. The newest book out that she's got is 100 Hotels of a Lifetime, the World's Ultimate Retreats. Annie, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's an honor always to have you on. You have, how long have you been working for National Geographic, and how many books have you put out?
Wow, because I remember being on this show before. It has been, I think, like 14 years. But this is the first book that's fully my own. I wrote the whole thing.
Did you take the pictures and everything?
No, I wish.
Okay.
But no, I wrote every word.
Sorry I brought that up. But anyway, but she wrote the whole thing. Annie's amazing. She's covered hotels, travel, lifestyle, restaurants, destinations around the entire globe here for the last 2 decades on many platforms. She's in the media landscape. She worked with top media and travel brands and everything. She has had really something else. At National Geographic Travel, she's been the luxury editor, the editor at large, and then she went on a diet, and she looks great now. And I made that up, Annie. I'm sorry. And the first and only people reporting on cities and culture around the world. So let's talk about this new book, National Geographic, 100 Hotels of a Lifetime, the World's Ultimate Retreats. Why? Why did you put this one together?
Well, I did. I pitched this book in the middle of COVID when we couldn't go anywhere, and I really missed my work, and which took me sort of out of my everyday daily life. And I really believe that a hotel is a portal to this kind of magical world that doesn't exist in real life. But I feel like everyone can access that, even if you don't stay in a hotel. You can go and stay at them and access that magic. And I grew up, I like to talk about, I grew up one of 5 kids. Like, we didn't have money. I would sleep in a bathtub in hotels. And now, what I do is just the best job in the world. So
if you get to the best hotel, it's almost like worth going to the destination. I remember, I'm of Czech heritage, and I went into the Czech Republic, and I stayed in Pilsen, and I was at some of these hotels where the food was absolutely incredible. The dining room's spectacularly adorned. You go into the hotel room, it's just wonderful. And, these can be the destination. So let me ask you this one. How did you choose the 100 hotels? There's got to be so many. How did you kind of narrow them down?
My editor let me put in bonus days, so there's actually more than 100 in the book, first of all. But I think second of all, just having kind of the 2 decades, which I'm getting old, but sort of travel knowledge, I was able to understand what should be in it and what shouldn't be. I also want to do a book too, of course. But I think, number one, it had to feel up the destination. So the Cipriani in Venice, the Eden Rock in St. Bart's, the Carlton in Cannes, like these are hotels that could really only be in that place. And then I had to have geographical diversity. Like one of the only things my editor told me, she was like, there's too much Italy. You have to take out some Italy. So, every hotel could have been in Italy, but I really wanted to showcase the world through the book.
This is fabulous. You could have extra books coming out because you've got so many destinations. It's like the gentleman that I know that writes about wineries in certain regions of the world. Here you got about hotels from all over the world to go to. So you mentioned a few. Tell us about some of the most spectacular destinations that you highlighted in this new book that it's out now. Am I right? National Geographic.
It's out anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So what are some of the most spectacular?
I think last year alone, I went to Japan, Tanzania, Kenya, South Africa. I think when I think of spectacular, I do think of Africa because it's just unlike anywhere you've been, and you kind of hear yourself think in the silence. Royal Portfolio, Singida, these are places that you just dream of going, and they're very expensive. But I also did include places like, for example, in Paris, where I'm going in a couple of weeks, the Hotel du Danube, which is about 200 euros a night, family run for 60 years. I wanted to include both because it isn't about the price, right, of a hotel. It's about the people. AI, artificial intelligence can never take that away from us. Service, making someone feel at home. So I feel like I included all. I mean, I will say, yes, most of them in the book are obscenely expensive, but there are ways to see them without staying.
Do you have a particular favorite, or do they all just sort of jumble together?
I always say the Hotel Cipriani in Venice, but I think my husband's Swiss as well, so I love the Swiss hotels. I have a soft spot for them. The Hotel Eden Rock in Ascona, the Mont Cervin Palace in Zermatt. I think, too, I know you're a foodie or an eatie. I go to places like the Beverly Hills Hotel for the McCarthy salad or the Sachertorte at the Hotel Sacher in Vienna, the cake. I travel for food, too.
That Beverly Hills Hotel, is that the Charlie McCarthy salad, is it, or the Paul McCarthy McCartney salad? Which one is it?
That's actually a great question. I don't know.
That's a good another book. I'm telling you right now.
Exactly.
Here's the thing.
I love it.
Our guest is Annie Fitzsimmons, National Geographic travel expert and author, and her book out now, 100 Hotels of a Lifetime, the World's Ultimate Retreats. A lot of us will never get the opportunity to spend a night in one of these hotels. Is there a way we can experience the idea there by reading this book?
Yeah. Well, yes, and I do think one of my biggest tips is on your birthday, find the nicest hotel near you and go to breakfast there, because even if the rest of the day is terrible, you've started it out right. Yes, and I feel like, this is an armchair traveler book like all of the National Geographic books, but I do think it also inspires you to find the magic in everyday life. Like, the news can be really, really hard. Hotels are magic. The best hotels are magic, and it's a way of, kind of getting yourself out of that news cycle in a way.
What makes a hotel great? When we're choosing a destination when we're traveling, what makes a great hotel? Location, amenities, service, customer experience? What is it?
Yeah, I do think location is very important. I love being in a hotel where you just walk outside and you're in the middle of everything. But number one is the people. There's a hotel called Schloss Elnau in Germany where they train. What they say in training is just be yourself, and I love that. So everyone has a bad day, but it is the people, and it can change depending on who's in charge, too.
I like traveling, as I mentioned, to Eastern Europe. Is there anything in Prague or the Czech Republic that you went to?
So it's funny you said that. I've been to Prague. There, unfortunately, is no hotel in Prague in the book, but I do love the Four Seasons there, and a lot has opened. I need to go back. I haven't been back in about 10 years.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And is this kind of a book for the armchair traveler, the daydreamer that wants to look around and see what's going on? Can we live vicariously through this book?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. My dad is an armchair traveler. He's like the number one armchair traveler I know. And it's definitely for that person because of the photos, because of the history. If you're interested in history, I'm at the Raffles Old War Office in London right now, which was Winston Churchill's office during World War II. So the history of hotels is fascinating.
Is there one hotel in all the world that should be on everyone's bucket list in your estimation?
I think a Singita or Royal Portfolio in Africa, either one of those.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And you talked about the Cipriani there, the Hotel Cipriani in Venice, and you went that route. All right. And real quick, can the luxury hotels maybe more of a destination sometimes? If we want to make that our trip, go to that hotel?
Exactly. They're of the destination. Venice does not exist without the Cipriani. It's part of the city.
There you have it from our guest. She's incredible. I love it when she's on. Annie Fitzsimmons, author of National Geographic, 100 Hotels of a Lifetime, The World's Ultimate Retreats. Where do we get the book? Where can we find it?
Amazon, Barnes & Noble, anywhere books are sold. Thank you so much for highlighting it.
And do you have a website?
I'm mostly on Instagram, at Annie Fitzsimmons.
At Annie Fitzsimmons. There you go. Get the book anywhere books are sold. 100 Hotels of a Lifetime, The World's Ultimate Retreats. Annie Fitzsimmons, thanks for sharing with us. I'm going out to get the book right after the show. I love it. Love looking through that coffee table book for all of you. We'll be back.
Savor the past and savor the glory days of Las Vegas. Enjoy 70 years of true Las Vegas history as 4 generations of family wait to greet you at the legendary Bootlegger Italian Bistro. Wine, dine, and experience Mama Maria's award-winning original recipes while surrounded by original family photos and celebrity memorabilia. Enjoy piano artistry nightly with music from the Great American Songbook in our main formal dining room. The Bootlegger Italian Bistro, 7700 Las Vegas Boulevard South, in the entertainment capital of the world. The Bootlegger Italian Bistro, open 7 days a week. 7700 Las Vegas Boulevard South, in the entertainment capital of the world. It's Vegas, baby.
You experiencing pain, back pain, shoulder, elbow, or hand pain, pain from a sports injury? If so, schedule a visit with Dr. Michael Sheps, the leading expert in laser therapy for pain management. Call 310-873-4422 or go to drsheps.com. Experience Epic T, the breakthrough laser therapy system that Dr. Sheps developed to make you pain-free in less time. Laser therapy is a non-invasive, safe, and effective in-office procedure that penetrates deep into your skin without damaging the tissue. It perfectly targets areas of pain to promote fast, natural healing. Relax your muscles, ease muscle spasms, joint stiffness, and arthritis pain while increasing blood circulation. For over 25 years, Dr. Sheps has helped Olympic athletes and sports enthusiasts alike get back in the game. Schedule your visit with Dr. Sheps at his Brentwood office in California. Call 310-873-4422 or visit drsheps.com. That's DRSHEPS.com. 310-873-4422.
What are the most important issues facing people in California? Inflation and crime. Hi, Aaron here. We at California Deluxe Windows addressed both. We are making beautiful energy-efficient custom-fit windows right here in LA, saving on waiting time and the cost, so it beats inflation. And our security features are unlike anybody else. Steel-reinforced frames, metal comlocks, night latches made from Lexan, almost unbreakable, like a football helmet, interlock, and more. This is our deflation security cell with 30% discount on top of it. And our installation is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house can be covered with potato chips and we wouldn't crack one. Call us 866-988-5100. 866-988-5100. 866-988-5100.
CSLB 774518. Some restrictions apply.
Banana split for my baby. A glass of plain water for me.
Welcome back here to What's Cooking Today, the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. Dr. Sheps there talking in the last break here locally to a lot of stations. And for those of you for a fire update in Southern California, a lot of people are going to have to rebuild, do some things. A lot of people are homeless, went through so many things. Maybe you have some muscle pull problems of that nature. Dr. Sheps was in the fire area himself. His father-in-law lost part of his house. His sister-in-law lost her entire house. Luckily, Dr. Sheps' house house was saved. So at his practice, he's a full chiropractic practice, but he has the hot laser to go ahead and get the inflammation out of problems that you have, maybe with lower back, things of that nature, stuff that may have been injured during the firefighting. And this is not only for responders, for everybody. Dr. Shep's going to offer services, he says, at 50% off. So if you want to call him, 310-873-4422. 310-873-4422. You can talk to him and those of you in the fire areas there. 310-873-4422 for you and that had problems. And Columbo's Restaurant is giving first responders, you eat free if you go to their restaurant in Eagle Rock, California. Again, this is all in the Southern California area. You come in there as a first responder, whether it's medical, fire, whatever, police, you eat free at Columbo's. So some good people donating and doing some good things. Too bad the leaders, the mayor of Los Angeles and the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, and the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, didn't do a good job. And hopefully they will do something here to rectify this situation with no water available, having cocktail parties in Ghana while their homeland burned to the ground in the case of Karen Bass. Unbelievable. Don't get me going. Anyway, National Fig Newton Day is today. Let's get a little brightened up here a little bit. Either you hate them or you love them. What do you think, Corey? Are you a Fig Newton fan?
Yeah, I like them.
Okay.
I know you don't.
Yeah. One goes a long way, you know? If you're going to eat one of these, it's like having one of the nature bars or something, you know? And Fig Newtons especially, because the figs fresh are wonderful when they're kind of ground up in this thing. They taste like a fig, but there's, all that breading around it there, all the cookie stuff. They're a much-loved pastry, though. They've been that way for over a century. Today's their day, and Fig Newtons come with it came into existence when in the 19th century, physicians began to promote an increase in biscuits. That's what they call cookies across the pond there in the UK, and fruit in one's diet. So they said, let's get some biscuits and some fruit. And so the fig rolls became a popular food item. And then in 1891, a guy by the name of Charles Roser, R-O, there's your O, S-E-R, there's your sir, Roser. Charles Roser invented a machine that inserted fig paste into dough. Sounds delicately and delicious. Get some of that fig paste, jam it into that dough. Yeah, load it up. Thank you very much. Sell it for a couple of cents with, inflation. After several business deals, the fig roll from Charles Roser became a product of Nabisco, and the name was changed to Fig Newton. Much better than the Roser biscuit, don't you think?
100%. I wonder where they got what the Newton is for, though.
Probably the genius of Sir Isaac sitting under a fig tree and watching figs fall to the ground.
He loved figs.
Smash them on the head and they have fig juice on you there. There's not much juice there. By the way, when you eat figs, you like regular figs, Corey?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you like those regular figs. They put a little milk on them. Sometimes they're good. So, and I don't know where they came up with figgy pudding either. All right, so it's Fig Day. Check it out, Fig Newton Day. Hot and spicy food day also today. I like some spicy food. I don't like it so hot, but it's good for you. The day encourages you to enjoy spicy foods. Make sure your stomach can handle it. They got those Scoville units that you got to watch out for. But spices, they've been valued for over 6,000 years. And not just for flavor, also because of, as I mentioned, health benefits, including anti-inflammatory and healing properties. The ancient Greeks and the Romans used spices like cinnamon, ginger, and pepper in cooking, medicine, and even scented oils. And capsaicin, the active compound that's in chili peppers, has been around to destroy cancer cells for a long time. So that's what they say it does. And it's Boston Day today. It honors the unique name Boston. It's Middle English. Of course, we have Boston, Massachusetts. That's the state's oldest capital there, and it shares its name with a small port town in Lincolnshire, England, reflecting the heritage of the early colonists. That's why they named it Boston. The area was renamed Boston in 1631, influenced by the Countess of Lincoln's wish to honor Boston, England. Did you know that story? That's a good one, isn't it?
It is a good one. I didn't know, but I found out why they call it Newtons, and it goes with this a little bit.
What is that?
It's after the pastry was made in Newton, Massachusetts.
How do you like that? That's right. That's where Nabisco is. You're absolutely. Corey Marino gets a point. Put one on the board for him on the show. We'll be back. I've got to compete.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. The Elgin Fire Department has concluded its investigation into 3 fires at the Tent City homeless encampment, determining that all incidents were accidental and unrelated. The fires occurred on December the 4th and 12th and January the 11th. No evidence of suspicious activity was found in any case. The December 4th fire was caused by a homemade heating unit constructed from a metal drum used to burn wood. Investigators determined that combustible materials such as bedding were either too close to or in direct contact with the heating unit, resulting in the blaze. On the 12th of December, another fire broke out due to propane-fueled heaters placed too close to combustible materials. Although significant fire damage limited the physical evidence of furniture and other items, investigators discovered multiple propane tanks and attached heaters near the point of origin. The third fire on January the 11th also involved a heating unit similar to the one used in the first incident. All 3 fires were determined to be accidental, with no signs of intentional ignition. The old-timers may soon claim victory. Secretary of State Alexei Giannoulias said he is optimistic new bipartisan legislation seeking to increase the age for mandated road tests from 79 to 87 will succeed where similar bills have failed in the past. The legislation drafted by Giannoulias and filed last week also would allow family members to report unsafe motorists of any age based on medical and cognitive issues affecting driving. The move comes after an outcry from seniors about age discrimination in testing. Illinois is the only state in the United States with a mandatory road exam for elderly drivers. I'm Marky B on the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly cloudy with a high near 37. Gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40 and a chance of rain and snow Friday night. Currently, it is 39 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Welcome back to College Bowl season. And now it looks like a fan has run onto the field carrying a $5 KFC bowl.
Oh, yeah, looks like the mac and cheese bowl with 5 original recipe nuggets, or the new Nashville hot loaded fry bowl with nuggets, coleslaw, secret recipe fries, pickles, and Nashville hot sauce. Wow, looks yummy from up here.
Boy, everybody wants that bowl as more fans are pouring onto the field. Hey, Bill.
Get the only bowls that matter this season. 5 delicious bowls, just $5 each. Only at KFC. Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Visit our website at harmonycheese.com. Welcome back to What's Cooking Today, our pre-weekend edition of the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. I'm your host, Michael Horn. We usually have this guy on Tuesday, but we brought him in for the weekend because everybody's been talking about the bird flu. They're going nuts what's going on, what's happening. We're talking about our buddy, our health update that we have every week, Dr. Jeff Barkey. Dr. Barkey, welcome to the show.
Great to be with you, Mike. Thanks for having me back.
It's always good to have you, and very soon. I think within the next week we have your show ready to go here, Dr. Barkey. We got a few changes in commercials and things, and we'll be announcing Dr. Barkey's new show. But I owe him an update. I got to get it to him today. So we'll have that for you. Dr. Jeff Barkey, if you don't know, he's been on with us here in the mornings. He's a board-certified primary care physician. He's been in private practice for over 25 years. Listen to that. He completed his medical school and his family practice residency at the University of California in Irvine, California. He served as an associate clinical professor at UC Irvine. He's a board member of the Orange County Medical Association. He's also a reserve deputy and a tactical physician for a local law enforcement SWAT team. Dr. Barkey also served as an elected school board member for the Los Alamitos Unified School District for 12 years, and he's now co-founder and current school board chairman of a free public charter school in Orange, California. That's called Orange County Classical Academy. So he's got medicine, he's got health in his background there, he's got police service there on emergency services and education. He is a quadruple threat guy. So let's nail it to you there, Dr. Barkey. First, how are you? Okay in the fires in Southern California? You're out in Orange County, so you've been okay, I'm guessing, right? A little smoke?
Yeah, absolutely. Orange County really is immune. We had a couple little flare-ups. I think somebody tried to light a fire in Anaheim or something. I don't know, but we've been immune pretty much to the devastation that has occurred in L.A., thank goodness. I have family and friends, of course, who have been affected, who hasn't, that lives in the Southern California area. And it's really mind-boggling that something like this happened. I'm not saying that natural disasters don't happen. Of course they do. But the government, in my opinion, was complicit in the degree to which this occurred, from fire hydrants that weren't full to the complete mismanagement of our water system here in South California, to the lack of control from an environmental standpoint, where Governor Newsom did not allow Forest Service to come in and clear cut a lot of the brush and so forth that caught on fire, et cetera, et cetera. And it's fine if you're a big famous star and you lose your $1 million home because you can rebuild and you can go spend a couple weeks at the Ritz-Carlton figuring it out. But there are so many blue-collar workers, paycheck-to-paycheck people that lived in mobile home parks, et cetera, that are just devastated by this. And it's horrible. Through my local church, there's a charity that I've been giving to go out and try to help. And we always talk about thoughts and prayers, et cetera. All that is good. But ultimately, we've got to just make changes at the top. We need new government leaders that won't allow this kind of thing to happen and will respond in a way that is actually legitimately the way government is supposed to respond. You see these press conferences, Mike, and the chief of this, that, and the other, and the mayor of L.A. gets up there and they talk about, oh, we're here for you. We're with you on this. We won't leave you behind.
Where?
But they were responsible for this.
Yeah.
And it's so hypocritical for this to happen.
You know, back in the first term of President Trump, I remember he visited Gavin Newsom. They seemed to get along. And Trump was saying, hey, you in Northern California, they had like a couple of years, two big fires in a row that a couple of years apart that devastated that area. And all of it was a lot due to not clearing out the underbrush in the woods or the woodland areas or whatever. Same thing in Southern California now. Happens again. Nothing was learned. Only this time when they go to turn on the fire hydrants, some of the hydrants don't work because they got a water tank there, the Santa Ynez water tank or whatever, that was drained so they could repair it in February of last year. How long did it take to change and drain the thing? It's a year that they took to even think about it. And the mayor of Karen Bass in L.A. is at a cocktail party in Ghana after she ran on the I'll never leave the city, I'll stay here all the time. She's been on 4 trips already. Get these guys out. And I can't believe they even have any approval rating. If anybody's listening, don't vote with a D or an R. Vote for a person that's going to do the job that you need. And don't cut services from fire. $17 million gone and cut from the fire service in Los Angeles, while the equity and department gets all of, $6 million or $7 million. Who cares what the person's background is? Get the most qualified persons for the job and do it. It's like, I'm a little ticked off here, Dr. Barkey.
100%. I'm with you. No wonder people are leaving California. I've had so many people ask me why I stay here. You know, I went last year to Tennessee, spend some time in Franklin, Tennessee, which is the most gorgeous, cute little city ever. It's like, why wouldn't I just live and go live in a free state where the government isn't creating difficulties in how we live and make a living and so forth? I don't know.
Because I'm looking at the problem.
Because I'm looking outside right now, Mike, and it's 65 degrees and the sky is blue and I'm a 5-minute walk to the beach. That's why I stay here. But at some point, enough is enough.
But, Dr. Barkey, we know that the Santa Ana winds happen in Southern California, nowhere else but here. And it's like if you're a mayor, if you're a governor, you got to be ready for this. You got to be ready for the worst scenario. Your eyeballs got to be open now to think, we got to get some water into Southern California. Forget that little smelt or whatever is up there. And if you're saving the smelt, that water, fresh water, has to dump into the ocean somewhere. Grab it before it goes into the ocean and bring it down after the smelt have swum around in it. You know, it's like, come on. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard of. And instead, people are, and even rich people, they're losing their memories. Their entire life burns to the ground. They got nothing but the clothes on their back. Some people have more money than others. And then you have the insurance company where the Governor Newsom says, well, you can't raise your rates. Well, then all the insurance companies leave, so there's just one or two left. Thank goodness they're there, but they raise the rates up to the ceiling instead of having common sense go. Well, Dr. Barkey, thank you for your broadcast today. That was a really good one. Can you hang in for another segment? We got to get on top of all that, we got to get a bird flu update, for gosh sake.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right. By the way, Dr. Barkey has written a few books, and you can get copies of them, and they're great. I can tell you that. His latest, Unavoidably Unsafe Childhood Vaccines Reconsidered. He's also got Morning Message, Dispelling the Myths You've Been Told About Optimal Health. COVID-19, a physician's take on the exaggerated fear of the coronavirus, a book that I believe Dr. Barkey sent over to some of the doctors during the Dr. Fauci's reading his copy right now. You can check all those out at his website, Dr. Barkey's website, rxforliberty.com. Follow him at rx4liberty on Instagram. We'll be right back with Dr. Barkey.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-745-9090. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-745-9090. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-745-9090.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states.
Attention pet lovers. Try Greska's Carbon 60, a revolutionary pet supplement designed to keep your furry friends at their very best. It's packed with powerful antioxidants. Greska's Carbon 60 supports your pet's immune system, joint health, and vitality. Now, whether you have a playful pup or a seasoned senior, give them the gift of wellness with Greska's Carbon 60. Visit our website at C60.com. That's the letter C, the number 60.com, or call 720-600-6040. You can learn more and order today. Your pets deserve the best, so give them Greska's Carbon 60, because a healthier pet means a happier you. Go to C60.com or call 720-600-6040. C60.com or 720-600-6040. Welcome back here to What's Cooking Today, the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. I'm your host, Michael Horn. Sitting here drinking coffee in my No More Joe coffee mug. Yeah, Joe said goodbye to us, Biden, and I'm saying that because he said inflation is down. Yeah, have you looked at eggs there, Joe? Have you gone to the grocery store? So now you'll be able to, on your limited income that you'll have as a retiree, see what you can find out for. Dr. Jeff Barkey is with us, and I bring that up because before we get to the next craziness of people going nuts about bird flu, you know, can you get it from eggs? Is it contagious? Can it hit humans? Dr. Barkey, give us our update here right now on bird flu. What's going on?
Oh, boy. Well, you should look at my post today. It's an article from the Orange County Register about a guy that had 2 of his cats die. I love cats, by the way. I have 2 cats. And he said his cats died because he fed them raw milk from Raw Farm. Raw Farm is owned by Mark McAfee. He's the largest raw milk producer in the country. I interviewed him twice on my podcast, Informed Dissent. What they did is, because of the bird flu emergency that Governor Newsom called, when you call an emergency, it gives the state unbelievable power to do things that they normally couldn't do. Like, they can come in unannounced without your permission and test your animals, and they did that at Mark's farm. They went in and they tested his milk with PCR testing. Remember PCR testing? Those swabs that we stuck up our nose, got put into a machine. Cycle threshold was a word. You crank the machine up until you basically can test for anything on any counter on anything. So it doesn't test for actually live virus. It tests for the minuscule amount of DNA particle contained in the virus, in this case, bird flu. So at a cycle threshold of 25, we shouldn't be using more than about 15, but whatever. At a cycle threshold of 25 or 27, they discovered tiny fragments of this bird flu. So they forced Mark, quote unquote, voluntarily to remove all his raw milk from the shelves of California, and he had to do that. Cost him over $1 million. Wow. It's back on the shelf now, but meanwhile, somebody just claims that bird flu killed their cat. Impossible. First of all, if there actually was live virus in the milk, and there isn't, that's not where the virus would live, you can't eat it in your stomach. It would be destroyed by stomach acid. It would be destroyed by the natural antibacterial and antiviral properties in the milk. That's not how you get bird flu anyways. So I call BS on this story about 2 cats dying. And, of course, he's suing Mark McAfee for something like $12,000 for the cost of his poor departed cats. Now, with great sympathy, I am a cat lover. I would never want somebody to lose their cat. But nonetheless, so bird flu, it's been around since the beginning of time, like 25 years. Every year as it circulates through, it tends to be less virulent, makes people less sick than it was the last year. Yeah, it's a real thing, but it's not a thing that anybody should get their panties in a wad over. As a matter of fact, there hasn't been a single case of human-to-human transmission of bird flu, yet the government is spending an enormous amount of money to the pharmaceutical companies to create a messenger RNA bird flu vaccination that is completely unnecessary, unsafe, and unwise to do. So what to know about bird flu? Nothing. Turn off the news. Stop reading the newspaper. Don't be scared by this. And for goodness sake, take care of your own immune system. Get in the sun. Keep your weight down. Get some exercise. Vitamin D. Plenty of purified non-government tap water. All the things that we've been talking about. Minimize your alcohol. Stop eating sugar every day, etc. Take care of yourself. We all get sick once in a while, and the better shape that you're in, the better you will be able to handle that. And stay away from these darn vaccines. They just simply are not safe or effective.
So, Dr. Barkey, the bird flu affects birds. Is that correct?
The bird flu, yes, affects birds, chickens. You've been hearing about. They discover a chicken with bird flu and then they kill the entire flock. That's in part why egg prices are skyrocketing. They can also affect apparently cows as well. The illness that typically comes if you are affected by bird flu, it's usually just close workers that are working with the chickens and working with the cows, is it's a type of conjunctivitis, an eye infection, like pink eye kind of thing. Sure, can it get into your lungs if you inhale it? Absolutely. Will it cause flu-like symptoms? Sure it will. Can you transmit it to your friend down the street at a party? No. There's no evidence that human-to-human contact occurs and transmission occurs. And now there's evidence that this bird flu thing may have been bioengineered through gain-of-function research at one of our research labs that I forget what college, what university was doing this again. We keep messing with Mother Nature, and it's no surprise that it's going to come back and mess with us too.
This gain of function stuff has got to stop. We've got now. If this is a true story, and it looks like evidence is there, as you mentioned, it have to be investigated. But after COVID, couldn't be, and we found out exactly that's what did happen. We were lied to by the politicians and our wonderful leaders around the world. This is ridiculous. It's about time we, the public, stepped up and said enough is enough. We need full disclosure, and as Biden said, transparency. Are you kidding me? This guy was as transparent as a painted-over window in a van that's going to rob somebody. I'll tell you, it is terrible stuff. Dr. Barkey, where do we follow you? Where do we get more info?
RX for Liberty, and that's Instagram, and rxforliberty.com is my website, and soon to be optimizing your health on a radio station near you.
All right, I like that, optimizing. That's the show. He's done better on the title. We got the show almost to go in there. Again, follow him on Instagram at RX, the letter R, the letter X, for FOR, Liberty, LIBERTY. And his website is rxforliberty.com. And coming soon to optimizing your health on a radio station near you. We'll be back with more What's Cooking Today. Thank you, Dr. Barkey. Stay with us here. You're experiencing pain, back pain, shoulder, elbow, or hand pain from a sports injury. If so, schedule a visit with Dr. Michael Sheps, the leading expert in laser therapy for pain management. Call 310-873-4422 or go to drsheps.com. Experience Epic T, the breakthrough laser therapy system that Dr. Sheps developed to make you pain-free in less time. Laser therapy is a non-invasive, safe, and effective in-office procedure that penetrates deep into your skin without damaging the tissue. It perfectly targets areas of pain to promote fast, natural healing. Relax your muscles, ease muscle spasms, joint stiffness, and arthritis pain while increasing blood circulation. For over 25 years, Dr. Sheps has helped Olympic athletes and sports enthusiasts alike get back in the game. Schedule your visit with Dr. Sheps at his Brentwood office in California. Call 310-873-4422 or visit drsheps.com. That's DRSHEPS.com, 310-873-4422.
1 out of 2 Americans thinks their life is worthy of a book. Here's another startling stat. You may be one of the 15% of people who bothered to start your book and one of the 6% that got halfway through it, but your gem of an idea likely died. Or did it? Some published authors are making significant money, so join the ranks of the successful people that finish their books with help from Dorrance Publishing. Call right now, and our experienced editors and writers will explain to you what it's going to take to get your book completely written, published, and then taken to market to sell it. It's a free consultation, so call right now. Find out how much time and money it takes to finally get that book idea of yours published. Make your dreams happen. Call Dorrance Publishing right now.
800-786-1468. 800-786-1468. 800-786-1468. That's 800-786-1468.
Are you annoyed, angry, or maybe there's another word you want to use about where your tax dollars are going? Let's face it, the government does a terrible job of managing money, especially when it's yours and mine. Tax dollars are being wasted, and all the government does is have their hand out for more. So what do? They send you, the tax-paying American or business owner, a letter saying you underpaid your taxes, and you owe us a lot more. Don't laugh and don't cry. Call the Tax Resources Network now. Their trained experts can help negotiate between you and the IRS and take all the stress off your back. And if you're lucky, save you a boatload of tax money. So before you think about calling the IRS, if you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, call us right now.
888-816-7701. 888-816-7701. 888-816-7701. That's 888-816-7701.
Time for What's Cooking News. Keep the music up. It'll give you the blues. We got the news you need. You can plant it with a seed. All right, thank you very much. I just wrote that one right off the presses. So a story out today says there's going to be food trends this year, and these are going to be foods that everyone will be cooking with this year. Now, I don't know if everyone will, but here it is. Peppers. Beyond bell peppers, there's a lot of chili peppers, both fresh and dried. They'll take center stage. Maybe we'll do some pickling. We'll do a lot of hot sauces with it. The capsaicin in there is good for you. Then there's yuzu, Y-U-Z-U. It's an East Asian citrus fruit. Tangy flavor, a staple in both sweet and savory dishes, from ponzu sauce to cheesecakes. Artisanal pickles. I love pickles. Upgraded pickled goods, including non-traditional items like garlic and pineapple, will also see a lot of use. Mushrooms. Love mushrooms. Chop them up. Put them in your salad. You a mushroom guy, Corey?
Yeah, I like mushrooms.
Yeah. Functional mushrooms like reishi and turkey tail, along with culinary varieties like some king oyster mushrooms in those too. Chanterelle is also good. Hot honey. It's a spicy, sweet condiment made from honey infused with chilies, finds its way into marinades, glazes, desserts. High-quality olive oils, premium olive oils, are going to be replaced generic ones for finishing dishes. That's driven by the growing awareness of their flavors and the fraudulent nature of some of the lower-grade oils. And then there's gochujang. Gochujang. It's a Korean fermented chili paste. It'll become mainstream, offering a sweet, spicy, umami boost to your dishes, from burgers to curries and on. Seaweed. Edible seaweed like nori and kombu will gain traction for its sustainability, health benefits, and its diverse culinary stuff. You going to eat any of that stuff, Corey?
Yeah, the olive oils, the hot honey, the pickles, yuzu.
You
I
have
don't like
hot
seaweed,
honey, don't
though.
You? You like hot honey, don't
I
you?
do like hot honey.
Yeah, I like turkey tail also. That's good. All right, so those are the mushrooms. The FDA has officially now banned red dye number 3 and from food, beverages, and ingested drugs because of its cancer risk in humans and animals. This ban is going to require the removal of the dye from food products by January of 2027. How long are we going to go on with this, huh?
Well,
So
there's
it's
a
been
lot
banned.
of things. It's like all the candies, a lot of desserts. So you have to take a lot of stuff off the market.
Yes, going to be gone by. It's got to be off the shelf by January 2027. Just avoid it now. From drugs by 2028 is based on the Delaney clause. They say, and that clause, which says carcinogenic additives. Red dye number 3 is commonly used in products like candy, cakes, cookies, frozen desserts, etc. Also, the U.S. charges the highest tourist tax in the world. What city, Corey, do you think it is?
Boston.
Now, a lot of people thought it's New York City, but Honolulu has the highest tourism tax in the world, 10.25%, 10.25% tax rate. They charge an average charge of $51.70 per night on your hotel rooms when you're there. Honolulu expensive, but it has off-peak travel months coming up here in February, April, May, October, and November, so save money there. And the TSA says U.S. travelers will need to present a real ID-compliant driver's license or identification card to pass through TSA security at airports by May 7th of 2025, May 7th of next year. And that's our show. If you miss anything, log on to our website, which is whatscookintoday.com, COOKIN, whatscookintoday.com, and download our cell phone app. You can get it on your smartphone absolutely free and listen to all our shows. How do they get it, Corey?
You dial pound 250. It's a phone call. Then you say CRN, and the app is automatically downloaded to your device.
For our executive producer, Courtney Kader, for engineer Corey Marino, I'm Michael Horn. Thanks for listening. Have a great weekend. Until next time, eat well, everybody.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 2 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The proposed ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is on hold. News Nation's Alicia Neves reports Israel has delayed the cabinet vote to approve the deal, claiming Hamas creating, quote, last-minute crisis.
This deal is really fragile right now. We are told that there's still hope that within the next 24 hours that Israel can potentially vote on this deal. If they do, we could then within the next couple of days see hostages start to be returned home. That could start as early as Sunday. We're told that in this first phase, if you will, of hostages being returned home, that at least 2 hostages could be American hostages.
Hamas has denied that it's reneging and says it's committed to the agreement. Meanwhile, Israel has stepped up the attacks in Gaza ahead of the ceasefire announcement, killing more than 80 people. TikTok's days are numbered here in the United States, that is, unless a deal can be worked out or a new owner can be found for the social media platform. News Nation's Nick Smith has the latest.
3 days and counting before the TikTok ban goes into effect, and both President Biden and President-elect Trump are working to keep the app from going dark on Sunday. NBC News reports the Biden administration is exploring ways to keep TikTok up past Sunday if the ban stays in place. This comes as President-elect Trump's national security advisor pick, Florida Representative Mike Waltz, says Mr. Trump is working on a plan to preserve TikTok, possibly through an executive order. The president-elect supported a TikTok ban during his first term, and President Biden signed the bipartisan TikTok bill last April.
If the ban is upheld, the app won't go away, it just won't update, eventually becoming obsolete.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Girl's screams frighten off her attacker. Police today were searching for an alleged masher who attempted to attack Miss Florence Ream early last evening while the young lady was walking to the home of her sister. Miss Ream broke away from the man's grasp as he approached her and screamed for help. The attacker fled upon the girl's outcry. Police were immediately notified and the police flivver dispatched to the scene. The neighborhood was scoured, but all trace of the man's whereabouts was lost. Authorities, in attempting to obtain the identity of the man, visited the home of one suspect, but found he had not been out of the house. Miss Ream, an employee of the business department of the Elgin Daily Courier, had perceived that she was being followed a block away. The masher threw both arms about her, but she freed herself in the struggle, screaming for help as she raced to her sister's home. This is the second time Miss Ream has successfully escaped from a masher's attack. Last autumn, she was accosted by another masher in Center Street.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You may also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly cloudy with a high near 37. Gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 40 and a chance of rain and snow Friday night. Currently, it is 39 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Welcome back to College Bowl season. And now it looks like a fan has run onto the field carrying a $5 KFC bowl.
Oh, yeah, looks like the mac and cheese bowl with 5 original recipe nuggets, or the new Nashville hot loaded fry bowl with nuggets, coleslaw, secret recipe fries, pickles, and Nashville hot sauce. Wow, looks yummy from up here.
Boy, everybody wants that bowl as more fans are pouring onto the field. Hey, Bill.
Get the only bowls that matter this season. 5 delicious bowls, just $5 each. Only at KFC. Prices and participation may vary while supplies last.
I've just been feeling so sluggish lately. You should try the Metamucil 2-Week Challenge. The Metamucil 2-Week Challenge? Yeah, Metamucil 4-in-1 Fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Start your daily routine now, and in 2 weeks, you could be feeling great. Well, it's been 2 weeks. How you feeling? Lighter and feeling great.
If you want to feel lighter by promoting digestive health, sign up to take the 2-week challenge at Metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. Your personal info is in so many places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. If your identity's stolen, LifeLock's restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your subscription money back, and resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% off your first year with promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Talk Time with Tammy and Friends right here on Fox Valley Afternoons. Oh, look what we have. 2 smiling little happy faces. Well, hello, Miss Nancy, and hello, Miss Becky. My hair
Hello.
And when I see myself in this camera, my hair is always a rat's nest, but I don't care. Don't care. Bad hair, don't care.
Okay, I like it. I like it.
You know, got an attitude today. What's going on, ladies? Welcome in. We've got Becky Herkert chiming in from the south suburbs of Chicago, and Nancy French is hanging out in Dallas, Texas today. Welcome in, everybody. I am live in the studio downtown Elgin. First and foremost, let me thank Sue for filling in for us yesterday. Thank you, Sue. We appreciate you taking over the microphone for us. Well, we had a little break. We're back at it today. How's everybody doing, ladies?
Well, doing well.
You're doing well? Good.
Yes, good.
Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I actually haven't talked to you kids in a minute or two. Well, kind of.
Well, it was a day and a half ago.
I mean, that's a long time. That's a long time.
That's a long time.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you've got lots happening. Last time
Nancy, you're wearing a sweater.
Well,
I'm not wearing my gym clothes.
Well, I'm just not used to seeing you in a winter sweater.
Oh, they had snow, Beck. They've had snow.
Wow.
I know. She had a snowman. You know, she's been out there. She's been doing the thing.
I have.
You and I are in constant sweaters, but you know that's
true.
Part of the game for our location. What are you going to do? Hey, did you guys do your New Year's resolution still? How's that going, Nancy Negative? No Negative Nancy? You having a hard?
I forgot.
I'm having a hard time. I'll be honest. I had a hard time last week. Was it this week? Yeah, it was this week. This week was a rough one, but back on the horse. I'm back on the no negative horse. How about you, Nance? How's it going?
I'm abstaining.
Oh, from doing it or answering?
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's a little tough. I mean, it depends on how the spouse is acting. I mean, come on.
If he behaves himself, it's no problem. But
it's no problem, But if he's a little crabby, I do. But you know what I did? I am doing this. I'm trying to do this.
You can shut the door. He won't hear you.
Well, no, you just try. You still talk to him. You got to communicate, right? Just let it go. You can communicate. But we tried now. We're trying both to say, the other day, I wish you'd listen, whatever, pay attention when I'm asking you a question, or, when you're driving, you seemed a little agitated, in that way, instead of saying, right? I mean,
Wait a minute. We're going to back up. We're going to back up, Nancy French. What is the problem with his driving? Is he get agitated as he drives?
Be right back.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Easy come, easy go.
I guess. You're in, you're out.
Rebecca.
Yeah. She's got to go. Is she still in her closet? She got out of her closet though. That's
no,
good.
They let her out.
Oh, that's nice. So, what you so wait, you had a suggestion for his driving and
well, yeah,
is that
it might have bordered on negativity, but hey, how about you decide?
Okay, tell me. We'll decide. We'll be the judge. Listeners, listen up. Here it goes. Ready?
Okay. Mr. and Mrs. French were on their way to a play downtown Dallas in rush hour. Thank you very much. So you can imagine the level of frustration just, anyone would have. Now, my husband doesn't really like to drive. He certainly doesn't like to drive downtown. And, truth be told, I let him drive downtown. I don't like to either.
I was just going to suggest perhaps you should take the wheel, but that's not an option in this one, huh?
It would have been an option, but I'd rather complain. And sing a song.
Okay, all right.
I mean, that's, that works for me.
Okay.
So, anyway, we're following, the direction lady, right? Betty.
You're Betty. Yeah.
And he was just the whole time,
ours is Nancy Know-It-All, by the way.
Oh, thanks a lot.
It is. Yeah. That's what we call the nav lady, Nancy Know-It-All.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what we call ours is Barb.
Barb, I think that's hysterical.
Oh yeah, Barb. Enough said. No, but anyway,
so, go ahead.
So he has difficulty following Betty. He what do you mean get in the left lane?
He argues with Betty?
Oh, he gets so, hey, what do you mean? I said, well, it just means to remain in the lane. So he gets off on an express lane. I said, to the left. I'm like, no, she just means stay in the left. Just stay in the left. That's not what she said. She should have said stay in the left and don't get in the express lane, blah, blah.
Betty's not a good communicator.
Maybe you should try Betty Waze. Try the Waze one. Do you use Waze?
No, it's how he uses them. It's not the lady.
It's totally not the lady. There's no way.
So you're saying if you chose another driving or direction app, he'd still have the same problem.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
So
Becky.
I think I have a solution.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So
change it to a man. There you go.
That's part of it. That's part of it. But I think I might have a solution, Nancy French.
Let's hear it.
Okay, no, this is a good one. This is what we do. I'll just share that one because my husband has the same problem. He doesn't like navigation telling him what to do or where to go. So you know what happens? I put the navigation on my phone, not on the screen, and I tell him where to turn and where to go and what to do. So if I don't want him in that lane, I wouldn't tell him to go in that lane. I would just look at it and go, okay, take a left in 1 mile or whatever. I'm the navigator, not Nancy Know-It-All. Know what I say?
Okay, Tammy,
yes,
that is a fantastic idea for for you and your situation. Can I just tell you that that's what I was doing?
Oh,
I
you
was
were
doing
telling
that.
him where to go?
Not this time. Not this time. No, every other time I do the nav, and
he does what you tell him.
Oh, it's 100% worse because what it is. Did you look at that right? Are you sure it said that? Are you sure it said to turn left? I'm like, oh my God. And then you know what? I have to show him the phone.
Yes.
It says this. Well, that's wrong. And are you sure you put in the right directions? That's a big one. Are you sure you put the right directions in?
Wait.
Yeah, then I start doubting myself. I'm like, oh my God.
I have another solution. Wait. I have another solution. What if you just call an Uber? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Now, here's another one.
But the screen is better, is all I'm saying, because then he has to make up his mind whether he wants to follow that or not. I'm out, baby. I'm out.
I think it was less stressful in a way prior to being able to get your directions as you drive.
I agree.
When you had no idea what to expect.
But do you remember
I agree.
Remember MapQuest? You used to have to print out the MapQuest and then you bring it in the car, and then now. So the problem we would have now with that is we can't see it. As you're driving, you're seeing distance, and then you've got a little baby MapQuest that you can't read.
But Tammy,
yes.
Before that, way
I know what she's talking about.
Yes.
I mean, how did we even get anywhere?
I know. Atlas.
Or when you knew where you were going.
Though.
Yeah,
I know. But you would know where you were going. You just didn't know if you were going to run into traffic. I think that was better. Like going up to Michigan.
Oh my gosh,
going to Chicago.
Because you jot down the directions. I-95 to 40 to left on blah, and you just have a little piece of paper, whatever, and then you'd read them and you'd know. Okay, I'm going to. I got to look for the signage that says I-95.
And sometimes you miss it, but that's okay.
But sometimes you're going to Chicago and you go to Gillespie, Illinois, and then your son says, "I knew you'd get off course. I just knew it." Thank you, son. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, then I have no more solutions for you, Nancy. You're in this to win it. That's all you.
I know. I know. But an Uber's
an Uber. That is my only solution. Then it's all over, and we got no problem.
That's true. That is true.
You could do it that way.
I don't know. I guess your men do the same thing, kind of.
Oh
too,
no, mine hates.
Right?
He doesn't. In fact, I have to ask permission before I turn on a MapQuest or what do you call it? What do you call that? GPS. Before I turn
GPS.
Nancy Know-It-All. Before I turn that on.
I don't like that name.
Oh, girl,
I don't like that name.
Girl, that has been our name since they've invented it. I thought you knew that.
Nancy Know-It-All. I love that. That's hilarious.
It's pretty good though.
Yeah. So before I turn it on, I have to say, do you want me to? Because he's like, I can do this. I can figure out where we're going. I know where we're going. Okay, all right, fine. You go. Tell me when you want me to turn Nancy on. I'll do that.
Oh no, we have to know exactly how long it's going to take. So we have to check the map or the directions before we even get in the car.
Oh, well,
and then you got to keep. It's all about the time. It's not about making a left turn or right. It's about time.
Hurry up! Hurry up to get there. Yeah, now Bill likes to look at it from the computer because he's that guy. He'll look up the directions on the computer and then he'll go get in the car and drive from what he just saw on the computer. Like, I think, yeah.
That's kind of still old. That's not
one
a bad
should
idea.
Look ahead of time. Well, and then what he gets in the habit of doing, what he gets in the habit of doing is he looks down. He used to, because before it was up on the dash when we get the new car.
Yeah.
The new car's right where your eyes are. It's great. But before it looked down, right? So he would be driving, looking down.
Yeah.
Like, where did that say?
Mr. Magoo.
I said, no, man, you got to look and say, exit 347.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to keep looking at exit 347.
You're just looking for exit 347.
You're just looking for exit but it does draw you in. Like Becky was saying, before you and Bill, he has an idea where he's going, which is what one should do.
He always does it. Yep. Always.
Because it is wrong. It is sometimes wrong.
The nav, but you're at its mercy. If you don't know where you're going or what you're doing, and when I traveled a lot for work, I would go to strange cities all the time, rent cars, try and find my way around. And a lot of times, it could be wrong, but I don't have any other choice. So I'm going to follow this because I know eventually I'll get to that destination at the end of the road there, And that's the only choice I had. So, hey, let me ask you guys something. Have you bought eggs lately?
Yeah.
Brian did.
All the
he bought
time.
a lot of them.
We eat them every day. You know me.
Well, have you seen the price of eggs?
Nah, I don't pay attention to that.
Last week, Nancy, $8. $8 a dozen. $8 is insane for a dozen of eggs.
What kind of eggs were they? Were they like the organic?
No,
cage-free?
Becky, they weren't. They were the white, non-organic, in a styrofoam container, roundies, 12. That's all they had. They were out of everything. They were out.
What store were you at?
Is that bird flu?
Yep, bird flu, baby. That's it. I was freaking out in the grocery store. I'm like, where are all the eggs? And then I went home and yes, bird flu. Bird flu has hit Illinois. I don't know if you heard of this. I don't know about down by you, Nance, but there is a high pathogenic avian influenza or bird flu that continues to spread, experts say in Illinois, and they're feeling the impacts. And the egg prices are one of them. Now, the other thing they're talking about is your pets. Did you hear this, Beck, about your pets?
No.
Yeah, okay.
What?
It's a warning for pet owners, rising egg prices, and the risk to humans. We're looking into how the outbreak is impacting Illinois residents. This is a little report I got on, what is this, NBC. Let's see. Well, none of these cases, there's been H5 bird flu is widespread in wild birds worldwide and is causing outbreaks in poultry and U.S. dairy cows. There have been 66 confirmed human cases in the U.S., with several cases tied to dairy and poultry workers, according to the CDC. Well, none of these cases... Oh, what's that? You got something, Beth?
No. I was just going to ask you what were the symptoms, but you keep going.
Well, all right, then.
They're all the ones you have, Becky.
Oh, you're so silly.
And then pretty soon...
You start to hop around.
I was going to say, you start flopping your wings. Yeah. You start flapping your wings, and then you'll take off. Well, none of these cases have been reported in Illinois. Residents are still being urged to take precautions. Cats are more susceptible to becoming severely ill than dogs, according to Stephen Lewis at the University of Illinois College of Veterinary Medicine. If you have an outdoor cat, make sure you are keeping them indoors. If you have dogs,
I don't have an outdoor cat.
I'm definitely not a proponent of that. But whatever. That's a whole nother segment, Rebecca.
I have to tell my sister.
Yeah, she does. That cat comes and goes. She still got that big fat polka dot cat.
No, the big fat polka dot cat passed away.
Oh, that was such a cool cat.
Yeah, it was so sweet.
No,
he's gone.
No, unfortunate. I'm sorry. If you have dogs, make sure you are monitoring them outside. Lewis says dogs and cats should avoid contact with sick or dead animals, wild birds, and poultry. Our recommendation is not to feed them any raw diets. Even some of the commercially made raw diets have been associated with this influenza cases and even death in some domestic cats.
Well, then wait a minute. What about eating chicken or poultry? Can
raw?
You eat that?
Yeah. Yes, I believe so. Here, let me continue. Pet owners should look for symptoms including fever, lethargy, tremors, or respiratory issues to seek veterinary care immediately. Lewis also recommends people with backyard poultry restrict free roam, cover enclosures with line them with hardware cloth to keep the rodents out, which can transmit this disease. Influenza is famous for its ability to mutate. It can adapt to different hosts really, really easily, Lewis said. As the bird flu outbreak continues, the average cost of eggs has skyrocketed, hence my point on that one. In December, USDA reported over 18 million birds were affected, with the average typical cost for a dozen eggs jumping over 60%. In a statement by NBC News, the American Egg Board says the volatility reflects many factors with prices driven by supply and demand. Although more expensive experts advise eating eggs is still safe, Rebecca.
Oh, good.
As long as poultry products are properly cooked, there is no concern. Okay, so don't eat raw eggs, Becky.
I won't. No, that's a definite.
Yeah, and don't.
Although mayo is made with raw eggs, so whatever.
Well, if you start flapping your wings after your BLT, you'll know.
You can make it. It's so easy. You put vegetable oil and eggs in a blender. You've got mayo.
There you go.
What? Yes.
Yeah, that's all it is. Isn't there oil in it too, Beck? Is there a little oil in it?
Yeah.
I said oil, and maybe you could add salt and pepper. I mean, I don't know, but that's the basis of it.
There you go.
Does it just like the commercial grades? Do you think they use the raw eggs too?
Well, at some point,
because they last so long.
Yeah.
They last so long.
Well, right, but
all those preservatives, yummy.
Sure,
yummy preservatives.
Sure, all those yucca-friendly.
We're going to talk about that later today. Nancy.
We are. Becky's been doing a little.
That's a nice little segue,
it
right?
Sure is.
A pre-segue.
A pre-segue.
It is. So what's a little bit more unique about this bird flu compared to the typical flu, like that H5 compared to the influenza A, that it's very common right now, conjunctivitis or red or itchy eyes. That is a very common right now, conjunctivitis or red or itchy eyes. What's a little bit more unique about the bird flu? Oh, you get conjunctivitis with the bird flu.
Right.
I mean, humans do?
Yes. Isn't that weird?
Ew.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen a chicken with conjunctivitis, maybe, or a cow. I don't know.
Well,
when would you have seen this?
I don't know if I was on the show. I think I was. Was I on the show when Daisy had grabbed a bird, and a sick bird? She grabbed a sick bird out here. And
oh no!
Scott was freaking.
How long ago? How long ago was that, Nance?
A couple days ago. What is today?
Today's Thursday.
Tuesday, I think.
Well, we'll keep an eye on her.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. And then, so Scott, I didn't know that Scott gave her a bath, and he came in and we was sitting here. Pretty sure I was on the show, and she's just shivering, and I'm like, call the doctor, and he's like, God, does she have bird flu? Oh my God, can it happen that quickly? Oh God, but she didn't have it very long. But we were both kind of freaking out. But she's fine.
Yeah. Why was she shaking?
Cold from a bath.
He gave her a bath, and I didn't know that. I'm like, she's shaking.
Okay, so wait. I have this final sentence because this is interesting. If you are sick and believe you have influenza at this moment, it is very likely it's just typical influenza A and not the bird flu. I just want to make sure if anybody thinks they have bird flu out there. Illinois hasn't had a case. It's rare to get it in a human.
Nancy, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you may, Becky.
Does Tammy sound muffly to you?
Yeah.
Oh, do I?
Yeah, Tammy, you're muffly.
Yeah. You're really
you should have told me I was muffly.
I texted you.
You did? Oh, I don't even know where my phone is. All right. Am I sounding better here? Is this better?
No. Right there was better.
That's better?
No, that's not better.
No.
Really? What do you think that is? Mr. Matt is in here.
I am investigating.
I thought it was my head.
It must be me. So I'm going to change mics. We'll do that at the break, which is coming up in about 30 seconds or so, something like that. What do we got?
Okay.
A couple minutes. 2 minutes.
That clock must be wrong then. That says it's 14:29. So, we got a couple minutes, and then I will not be muffly. You two chat amongst yourself, so I'm not muffled.
When you go away from the mic, you're not so muffly.
That's better.
That's better. Yeah. Right there.
I'll stay over here. I'll stay back here.
Please.
Is that normal?
Stay, Tammy, stay.
Stay.
No, you leaned in. Don't lean in.
I can't help it. I always lean in. I'm a lean inner. All right, I'm going to change mics at the break, and we won't worry about this any longer. We won't. I promise.
There. That's good.
Okay.
That's good.
All right.
I don't know what. Here, lean.
I'm leaning away. I'm going over.
Now stay.
Lean right and put your arm up like this, like an antenna.
I don't listen to you guys. I don't listen to them.
And then bark.
They're cracking themselves up today, man.
Get a little piece of foil and just put it on your head.
All I'm doing I'm just watching. I'm just watching you guys. That's it. This is the comedic offerings of Nancy and Becky for.
Mark says you sound fine. So
Mark says I sound fine. So there. Ha 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 ha. How do I sound to you, young man?
Great.
All right.
Crystal clear.
All right. I'm still gonna switch mics because Oh, golly. All right, girlfriends, I am going to take that break. We are going to take that break. I'm going to switch mics. We're going to come back. And what are we doing when we get back? We've got do we have a News Nation? You had a little issue.
Yep, I signed into my own one now, so.
Okay, we're good. All right, so we'll be back. We'll do a little News Nation, have some more chatter. We'll be back. Don't go away.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. The Elgin Fire Department has concluded its investigation into 3 fires at the Tent City homeless encampment, determining that all incidents were accidental and unrelated. The fires occurred on December the 4th and 12th and January the 11th. No evidence of suspicious activity was found in any case. The December 4th fire was caused by a homemade heating unit constructed from a metal drum used to burn wood. Investigators determined that combustible materials such as bedding were either too close to or in direct contact with the heating unit, resulting in the blaze. On the 12th of December, another fire broke out due to propane-fueled heaters placed too close to combustible materials. Although significant fire damage limited the physical evidence of furniture and other items, investigators discovered multiple propane tanks and attached heaters near the point of origin. The third fire on January the 11th also involved a heating unit similar to the one used in the first incident. All 3 fires were determined to be accidental, with no signs of intentional ignition. The old-timers may soon claim victory. Secretary of State Alexei Giannoulias said he is optimistic new bipartisan legislation seeking to increase the age for mandated road tests from 79 to 87 will succeed where similar bills have failed in the past. The legislation drafted by Giannoulias and filed last week also would allow family members to report unsafe motorists of any age based on medical and cognitive issues affecting driving. The move comes after an outcry from seniors about age discrimination in testing. Illinois is the only state in the United States with a mandatory road exam for elderly drivers. I'm Marky B on the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly cloudy with a high near 37. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 43. And tomorrow night, a chance of rain and snow with a low around 22. Currently, it is 33 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. We've got Nancy French and Becky Herkert joining us today on our little Talk Time. Now, how's this mic, boys and girls? Is this better?
That's better.
Very nice. Yes.
Very nice. A nice mic.
That is a nice mic there, little
Fabulous
lady.
Mic.
Nice mic.
Thank you. I appreciate the compliments on my mic. We got a fun game this afternoon, boys and girls, so stick around. The last 10 minutes are going to be a new game that'll be major fun. Matt and I were just messing with it a little bit. All right, let's talk a little bit about News Nation today. We've got some clips. A lot of fire clips are probably in there too, huh?
Yes, but there's one in particular we'll talk about.
All right, then. Go for it, Matt. What you got for us today?
All right. TikTok will be banned on Sunday unless the Supreme Court rules otherwise or some other government action is taken. News Nation's Robert Sherman tells us some users are already thinking of using other platforms.
There are some that are being tossed around here that you've seen. If you're on TikTok, some users talking about that they're migrating to. One of them is Lemon 8. Another one would be Red Note. But there are also concerns about applications such as Red Note as well for other links that it has as being a Chinese company and links to the Chinese government as well. So, I mean, there are concerns that you're just trading one application for another, but not necessarily solving the underlying concern that many officials in the intelligence and national security space have.
President-elect Trump's reportedly considering an executive order to extend the deadline for TikTok's parent company to sell.
Well, what do you kids think of such a thing?
What do I think? I don't think any government, whether it's China or Russia or anyone, should have ability to see what, Americans, their passwords, their account information.
Right. So
that's what I heard.
Do you think they should close it then, to shut it down?
They should it would have to be bought by an American company. Yeah.
Or shut down.
But if you think about it, China already has the information. So I don't know.
But we don't want to.
But they're getting more. They're getting more every day.
You don't want to give them more.
I agree.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions about this story, Matt. They're switching to other platforms that are also Chinese owned. Why are there so many Chinese owned platforms in our country? Like, what's going on there? That's where I think the focus has to go. What's the point
I agree.
of that? Why are we letting this happen? And whose job is it to check that sort of thing? Is it the FCC? Is it I don't know who's in charge of that. I don't know. So just asking the question. And then I don't think I have a strong opinion on it. I don't think that children should be using that app and Chinese getting their info, period. Like, that's exploiting. And what are we doing as a country that we're not protecting our kids and our teenagers with that stuff? I mean, I think it's wrong.
I agree. I agree.
Well, it's not only TikTok. Are you talking about all
No, I'm talking about China, the China factor in this, and their access to now social media in general. Nancy, is a whole nother ball.
Yeah, that's a whole nother ball game.
Yeah, but I mean, just the fact that this is used to manipulate, and we know it works because we've seen what it's done, so we know that their manipulation is working, their algorithms. And that's what I heard. One of the guys, I forgot which one of the Supreme Court guys, I can't think, I know the dude, I can't think of his name. He said algorithms are not freedom of speech. And that's what they're doing. They're doing algorithms. People are complaining taking TikTok away is suppressing freedom of speech. It's not. It's suppressing. I agree with him. It's suppressing algorithms that shouldn't be out there. That shouldn't be had on our children, on our teenagers, who are most of the users on these are young people who are using the TikTok app.
If you think about it, then whether it's China or even the United States, they shouldn't have access to your keystrokes and any of that.
Correct.
And how do you police that? And how do you enforce it? I mean, I don't even know.
Well, those are very complicated questions.
Right.
Thank you, Nancy.
Right. Thank you for that affirmation, Nancy.
Thank you.
But I think if I would rather. So okay, look at it. So whoever is manipulating our social media in this country now, is it the government? Is it the owners? Is it Meta? Is it X? Whoever owns that platform? Are they doing the same things? I have no idea. That's something that we as a country need to regulate. I don't know if regulate's the right word, or keep tabs on or whatever. Right. But allowing a foreign country to have that access is wrong. Period.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
Of course, I think everybody thinks that. I don't know who doesn't.
I agree with
who thinks doesn't, Nancy, is people who are making their living on TikTok and don't care.
Yes.
They're like,
there's so many influencers.
Right,
you're taking this away from me. You're doing,
Yes.
They have to find another platform.
They are, and that's the thing, Nancy. They're going to other Chinese platforms. So
why are they going to the Chinese platform? Can't we figure this out?
I agree. Well, isn't AI? Wait a minute. Won't AI change the whole landscape of this anyway? So maybe in a year or two, this will be, history, really. And then AI is going to rule, which I don't even know exactly what that entails.
Yeah, what does that look like?
That's a whole other deal.
But I think that's the way it's going to go anyway.
Well, so how does that work, Beck? I mean, with AI.
Oh, I have no idea. But I know it's going to because everything of the future seems to be based on AI. Everything.
Yeah.
So how does that work? I don't know. And that's why you want to be ahead of the game before the Chinese and Russians. So it sounds so spy.
I heard Trump's got some opening on his panel. Do you want to go maybe be a cabinet guy or something?
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. I know nothing about coding. I know nothing about that.
Oh,
that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need to. You
do it.
Silly
You're good.
Me.
You're good. You're good.
I'm playing around here. Hey, you guys, I'm going to be right back. I got to get a spoon for my tea. I'll be right back.
Oh, my God.
Okay, well, that's important.
Oh, my God. The girl can't wait for the break, for the tea, for cry eye. All right, kids. You know what? We could take a break.
We could.
We're going to do that. We're going to take Becky, next time we're going to take a break and you can go get your tea. We're going to do that now.
She's actually pretty strict about that, Becky. I don't know if you knew that. But, yeah.
All right. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do about it, Scully?
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Well, let me tell you. Hey, you want to? Hey, hold on a second, girlies. Do you want to, Matt? You want to read Mark's comment about what he thinks going on with these two today?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Now this is to quote Mark.
Uh-oh.
Quote, y'all ladies been hitting the wacky tobacco.
That's what they think is happening, young lady.
Oh,
you know what?
Come on.
It's sad, but it's just us, Mark. It's just us.
It really,
okay.
Yeah.
So I hate to tell you, but
that's a whole nother level.
Yeah. Oh no. We can't even begin to talk about that. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Becky and her tea after this quick message.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Want to furnish your space without breaking the bank or the planet? Remix Market is your destination for high-quality pre-loved furniture, home decor, and more. Each purchase helps us rehome items and keep them out of landfills. From statement pieces to everyday essentials, you'll find it all at Remix Market. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and shop secondhand treasures today.
Get ready for an unforgettable Saturday night of music on WRMN AM 1410. Starting at 7 p.m., join Court Stevens live from Studio 14 for the CD Showcase. Court mixes together a blend of his favorite country music tunes because, as he says, a song remembers when. Then at 9 p.m., don't miss the Pure American Country Radio Show, hosted by the legendary Hall of Fame disc jockey and voice of the Grand Ole Opry, Bill Cody. Enjoy the best in classic country alongside today's real country hits, perfect for every fan of the genre. But the fun doesn't stop there. At 11 p.m., join country music enthusiast Jim Dandy and Mike Patrick for Branson Country USA. With a rotating roster of special guest stars from the vibrant Branson entertainment scene, you'll get a taste of the best talent in country music. So grab your boots and settle in for a night filled with heartwarming tunes and legendary sounds. Tune in every Saturday night from 7 p.m. to midnight on WRMN AM 1410, where the heart of country music comes alive.
Welcome in. It's time for a little girl talk right here on Fox Valley Afternoons. It's Talk Time with Tammy and friends. We've got Nancy and Becky standing by. We got Matt at the controls over here.
Yes.
All ready to have a little talk time. Hey, what's the date today? Do you guys know the date?
Today is the 16th. It's my brother's birthday.
Oh, which brother?
Joseph.
Oh, happy birthday, Joseph. We love Joseph. He's a cool dude.
Yeah.
In a loose mood. We should have Joe on. What could he talk about? All kinds of stuff.
We could talk about the
Yeah,
clowns.
he is our circus contact, isn't he? He's the guy who we worked with at the circus. So
yes.
Yeah, but then,
is he?
Oh yeah, but then
Yeah.
then he'd tell stories, and we can't have that. We can't have that. No. So
Well, and we could have my brother on for trash talk.
yeah, I definitely want Norm on. I definitely want Norm on for a trash talk segment. We figured that out, and I think it'd be interesting though. I think he could.
I just want to hear him laugh.
I love
Ryan
it.
says he has the best laugh.
He's got a good guffaw.
He does. does.
Yeah.
He does. He does.
So, you know what happened on January 16th in music history today? Hey, wait.
Oh, give us a hint.
But you will tell us.
I am about to shed some light on that darkness for you. Let's see. Let's see. Who's born in music today? Kesha? Remember Kesha?
Oh, Kesha.
Yes.
Yeah.
She was born in 1989.
Wow, she's younger than I thought.
Yeah, she's on Sade. Remember Sade?
Yeah, I sure do.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1959 is Sade.
Oh.
And then
Really? She's all right. She's a little around our age. She's older than us. Wow.
She thinking she's doing well?
I think so. I didn't. She's older than we are.
Yeah, well, you know, there's a lot of people out there who are a young lady. And then we've got
a lot.
we're still young ladies, Nancy. So
young lady.
I'm called young lady only by her.
1946, Ronnie Millsap.
Ronnie Millsap.
Yep. And then that's about it. Nobody else you'll know. So let's chat a little bit about what happened on this date in music history, shall we? Let's see. 1964, the Beatles played 2 shows at the Olympia Theater, Paris, France, the first of an 18-night engagement. First show was attended mostly by Paris's top society members.
Wow.
The rest of it's kind of a boring report about that. In 1970, on this date, John Lennon, 2 days after it opened, the Bagwan Gallery in London, England, was raided by Scotland Yard. The police removed 8 John Lennon lithographs. That's boring, too. How about this one? 1973, Bruce Springsteen appeared at the Villanova University, Philadelphia, to an audience of 25 people.
How many?
25. 25.
What year? What year was that?
73. Due to a strike at the time by Villanova's school newspaper, the Villanovian, this concert went unadvertised. So this is probably the smallest crowd Bruce and the E Street Band have ever played in front of. Wow. I'm certain the Day Drinkers have played for 25 people.
You know what? I think Pardon My French has also played for less than 25.
Yeah, right. Let's see. 1977. No, that one's boring. 1980. Paul McCartney. This is a good one. Was jailed for 9 days in Tokyo for marijuana possession after being.
I remember that.
Do you? I don't remember that at all.
Yes, that was big news.
After being
he was bad.
He was found with 219 grams on his arrival at the airport in Japan. McCartney said in 2004, "This stuff was too good to flush down the toilet, so I thought I'd take a chance with it."
Oh my God!
That's funny.
That's funny.
That is funny.
That is funny.
Let's see. 1988, George Harrison. 24 years after the Beatles first topped the chart, George Harrison went to #1 on the U.S. singles chart with Got My Mind Set on You, an old favorite of George's that was originally recorded by James Ray in 1962. I did not know that was a remake on that one.
And you're going to play it.
I am not going to play. I am going to play that.
I love that
I'm lying to you. I'm going to play it right now. Matt's going to play it. We're going to listen, and we're going to watch. Here it is.
This is, wait, I'm sorry. Which one is it again?
Oh, sorry. 1988, George Harrison.
Okay.
Got My Mind Set on You.
Got my mind set.
I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. Got my mind set on you. But it's gonna take money. A whole lot of spending money. It's gonna take plenty of money to do it right, child. It's gonna take time. A whole lot of precious time. It's gonna take patience and time. To do it right, child. I got my mind set on you. 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 And this time I know it's real. The feeling that I feel. I know if I put my mind to it, I know that I really can do it. got my mind set on you. Set on you. I got my mind set on you. Set on you. But it's gonna take money. Whole lot of spending money. It's gonna take plenty of money to do it right, child. It's gonna take time, whole lot of precious time. It's gonna take patience and time to do it, 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 to do it right. I got my mind set on you. 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 And this time I know it's real. The feelings that I feel. I know if I put my mind to it, I know that I really could do it. But it's gonna take money. A whole lot of spending money. It's gonna take plenty of money to do it right, child. It's gonna take a time, a whole lot of precious time. It's gonna take patience and time to do it, 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 to do it right.
That's a little George Harrison for you. Caught me in the middle of my apple there. I like that song, though. It's a good song. And then, on this date in 2007, Bob Dylan and his brother David Zimmerman bought the Altmore House, which is a mansion in the Scottish National Park, Inverness Shire is where it's located if you want to go visit it. Dylan put the house back on the market in 2023. The 11-bathroom house with a large Victorian greenhouse, a walled garden, a fountain, and a croquet lawn went up for sale for $3.8 million.
That's not big enough for me.
Right. I think you need a bigger one. In 2005, on this date, The Killers started a 2-week run at number 1 on the UK charts with their debut album, Hot Fuss. The Las Vegas band also entered the UK singles chart at number 3 with Somebody Told Me, and Green Day were number 1 on the charts at that time. In 2005, Elvis Presley's single One Night made chart history of becoming the 1,000th Elvis song Jailhouse Rock, and now scored more than number 1 UK hits. Let's see. I'm screwing up the story in a big way. And it's kind of boring, so I'm moving on. We're going to go to Michael Jackson. In 2004, Michael Jackson appeared in court and pleaded not guilty to 7 charges of child molestation. The singer, who arrived 21 minutes late, was told off by the Santa Barbara judge saying, Mr. Jackson, you have started out on the wrong foot here, and it is an insult to this court. I do remember that, him being late to court. And I remember that whole rigmarole with the court with him. It was on TV and blah, blah, blah. In 2000, we've got in 92. There's our happy music. We're not even going to be able to hear. I need a longer segment for our music, man.
That seemed short.
It did seem short.
That was short.
Well, we're not going to hear Eric Clapton, Layla, which happens to be your mom or your dad's song. Matt, which song?
Oh, my dad. He
Yeah,
loved that
Dad.
song.
His dad. So Uncle Garrett likes that song. We're going to play that for him, but we'll have to catch it next year on this date. So, sorry, Uncle Garrett. We're gonna we need a little longer music segment coming your way. All right, you hear that music? That means we're going to take our quick break, and we will be back after these messages with more fun for you right here on Girl Talk. Don't go away.
Looking to stay informed on the political issues that truly matter? I'm Dennis Sonar Green, inviting you to join me every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town, is where you'll find clear, balanced analysis of the day's biggest news. We dig into the headlines, cutting through the noise to deliver the facts and insights you need to stay informed. Whether you're deeply into politics or just want to understand what's going on, this show offers the depth and perspectives that matter. Tune in every weekday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on WRMN and be part of the conversation that's shaping our community. Let's navigate today's political landscape together on A Political Talk Show, only on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 3 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The proposed ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is on hold. News Nation's Alicia Neves reports Israel has delayed the cabinet vote to approve the deal, claiming Hamas creating, quote, last-minute crisis.
This deal is really fragile right now. We are told that there's still hope that within the next 24 hours that Israel can potentially vote on this deal. If they do, we could then within the next couple of days see hostages start to be returned home. That could start as early as Sunday. We're told that in this first phase, if you will, of hostages being returned home, that at least 2 hostages could be American hostages.
Hamas has denied that it's reneging and says it's committed to the agreement. Meanwhile, Israel has stepped up the attacks in Gaza ahead of the ceasefire announcement, killing more than 80 people. TikTok's days are numbered here in the United States, that is, unless a deal can be worked out or a new owner can be found for the social media platform. News Nation's Nick Smith has the latest.
3 days and counting before the TikTok ban goes into effect, and both President Biden and President-elect Trump are working to keep the app from going dark on Sunday. NBC News reports the Biden administration is exploring ways to keep TikTok up past Sunday if the ban stays in place. This comes as President-elect Trump's national security advisor pick, Florida Representative Mike Waltz, says Mr. Trump is working on a plan to preserve TikTok, possibly through an executive order. The president-elect supported a TikTok ban during his first term, and President Biden signed the bipartisan TikTok bill last April.
If the ban is upheld, the app won't go away, it just won't update, eventually becoming obsolete.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan, brought to you by Progressive. The Elgin Police Department is now accepting applications for a public safety telecommunicator. Interested candidates must submit their application by midnight on February 27th. For further details and to apply, you can visit the Elgin Police Department recruitment page at joinelginpd.com. The Naperville Police Department is inviting residents to its Citizens Police Academy starting March 5th. The 10-week program aims to provide civilian insights into the intricacies of police work. Held every Wednesday evening at the department headquarters, the course covers patrol tactics, investigations, forensic science, and more. It's capped at 30 participants, and you must apply by January 31st. The Elgin Police Department is hosting Cocoa with a Cop on Wednesday, January 29th. The event's set to take place at the Senior Service Associates from 10 a.m. until 11 a.m., offering a chance for residents to meet and converse with local law enforcement officers. Interested attendees should RSVP by calling the Elgin Police Department. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time.
and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly cloudy with a high near 37. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 43. And tomorrow night, a chance of rain and snow with a low around 22. Currently, it is 33 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire. Enjoy fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts drawing every Saturday at 3 p.m. Challenge your friends to darts or pool while you're here. Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Welcome back, everybody. It is 3:06 on a fabulous little Thursday afternoon. Currently, we should have a high in Elgin today of 37, which is what it's telling me we were at. So it's a heat wave happening out there. Hey, Daisy, what's happening? Hi, Daisy. Daisy, if you've got your YouTube up, you can see a new furry friend that we have on the radio show. Her name is Daisy.
So cute.
And she does tricks. Hi, Daisy. So 37 heat wave around these parts. You'll be seeing shorts tomorrow because it's going up to 44. Tonight, we've got a low of 22 degrees. Tomorrow, heat wave, 44. That is when Tammy's going to go take down the rest of her holiday decorations outside. And hopefully the rest of the snow will be gone. Some sun in the morning with increasing clouds during the afternoon. That high is going to be 44 degrees. Now, you're going to have south-southwest winds at 15 to 25 miles an hour with gusts at over 40 miles an hour. So it's going to be windy, but kind of warm for 44 for, what's the date, Becky? What was that date again?
For what?
What?
January 16th.
Thank you,
Oh,
Nancy.
the 16th.
But tomorrow's the 17th. So for the 17th, it's going to be 17th of January. It's going to be 44 degrees out here in Chicago, and then it goes down to 24 tomorrow night. Now we got a little roller coaster we're going to go on, boys and girls. So buckle up. Saturday, the 18th, partly cloudy skies and 27 degrees, and then Saturday night, partly cloudy skies and 5 degrees. Which is not going to be fun for anybody. And then Sunday, you've got a high of 8, so it's not going to get much warmer. Sunday night, you've got a low of -3, so cold, cold, cold coming your way. Monday, high of 7 again, bitterly cold, but there'll be sun this time. Sun along with a few clouds on Monday. Monday night, the low is going down to -8. So burr, burr, burr. Tuesday, the 21st, we've got a high of 5 degrees coming your way and a low of 1. We're not negative. We're in the positives. That wind chill, though, I mean, that's what I'm looking for wind speeds on this. It'll be 10 to 20 miles an hour, so it's going to feel worse. I heard Sunday, I heard somebody say we're going to have wind chills of -25. I know.
When is that?
Oh my gosh.
I believe that was Sunday when we've got the Sunday night. The air temp is -3. Monday night, the air temp is -8. I know it's going to get ugly here for a minute, kids. And then the roller coaster's coming back because on Wednesday, partly cloudy skies and 25 degrees. And then Wednesday night going down to 15. Next Thursday, we've got a high of 26 and a low of 13. And then, the week after that's all in the 20s. So it levels out, but we're gonna go for a little ride here for a minute, a little cold ride for a minute, and stay warm out there. And if you know somebody that needs to be looked up on during this weather, look up on them. Check in on them because this weather can get you. You never know. It's so cold, like ridiculously cold out there. Anyway, I digress with that depressing weather forecast. So, New Year's resolutions, lots of them include diets, Now, I just read, was it Monday last Monday this week was the official I quit my New Year's resolution day? Like nobody,
I think it was.
Yeah,
I think it was.
By Monday, people are done with it. Like they're done with it. But I'm sticking with it, man. I'm trying my water. I'm not doing the Gatorade. No Gatorade. What'd you say, Beck?
No. I've got something to tell you about your water.
What about my water do you have to tell me?
It'll come in a little while.
Oh, you're going to, look at little.
It's a teaser.
Oh, it's a good
teaser. It is a teaser.
All right. Okay. Oh, what's our comment?
Yeah, so Al is in the comments here saying wind chills Monday, -25.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for confirming, Al.
My goodness.
It's awful.
That was Monday, yeah. So hold on your hats, kids. It's going to get really ugly out there. It's been a while since we've been in that kind of weather, I mean, it's bitterly cold. This stuff is cold. You go outside, it's cold. Not right now. It's like a heat wave right now. It's like, it's if it's above 20, it's a heat wave these days. I hate to say it. Anyway, I'm digressing. Back to our diet issue, our not diet, but our New Year's resolution. A lot of people go on diets. Let's face it, they do. I start a new one too, by the way. I'm Mediterranean. I'm now doing Mediterranean. I'm ordering, like we went out to eat last night, and I'm ordering according to those guidelines, those Mediterranean guidelines. I know I'm sticking with it, Becky. Don't you giggle at me, young lady. I'm gonna stick with
Tammy,
Yes,
what
ma'am.
are the Mediterranean guidelines that you're adhering to?
We went over them yesterday or the day before. It was Tuesday, Nancy. If you were paying attention on the program,
You were there.
She was here. She was, and she talked to me about it.
See,
I know, but they're so diverse. I do recall that.
No,
but I'm just wondering what your
here's what I'll tell you. Olive oil instead of butter. Two servings of vegetables a day, 3 servings of fruit. Really hard to do.
Wait, just 2 servings of vegetables?
A day. That's right. 2 servings of vegetable, 3 servings of fruit. Fish 3 days a week.
Oh, see, we didn't get that specific, though.
It did. It was very specific. Yeah, I'll send you the article. Yeah. It's on the end. It lists and these are exactly what we consider the basis of a Mediterranean diet. Like you do these 2 servings of a tomato-based sauce or product a week is what they recommend. And then
I can do that.
No, I mean,
it's so easy.
All of this is easy. I mean, but you don't think that way when when I sit down to order something, I don't think about it that way. When I look at a menu with different eyes and I'm looking for the olive oil and the tomato paste and 2 servings of vegetables and how do I get the fish in? And, you're looking for ways to get it all in. I'm thinking about it more. That's all. Now don't you rain on my Mediterranean parade, girls. I'm trying to get this done. I'm going to get this done. And the water thing I'm doing pretty good on too. The no negative thing, I kind of fell off that little boat. But I'm coming back. I'm making a rebound.
It's a tough boat to ride on.
It is. I'm telling you.
To drink water?
No, not say anything negative.
Yeah,
that's the tough one. I don't think Becky.
That one.
Becky, we were doing that, right? You know, we were going to do that for New Year's. We're trying to be like.
Yes,
You said you were going to do it too. Becky.
I did. I am. And then I do try to catch myself.
But your subliminals like this.
They say though.
I know.
They say that if you keep thinking positive, it will change the makeup of your brain.
That's true.
Instead of being negative.
And even if you smile, if you physically smile,
that's a good one.
That makes a very big difference.
So, but if you just sit there and smile all day, you look a little creepy, don't you think? So I think.
Well, I'm not going to say all day. Doesn't qualify that.
Crack an occasional smile. That'll be good.
Oh, I think more than occasional.
Maybe laugh too.
Laughter.
Just laugh for no reason.
Yes.
Whatever happened to laughter?
You've got the smile in there. If you laugh, you got a smile and a laugh. So 2 for 1.
You get a 2 for. There you go. All right. Is that your New Year's resolution to smile?
If you laugh.
Okay,
laugh.
Becky's gonna laugh
Then you
more.
got that smile in there.
Yeah, Becky's going to laugh more every day. That's going to be Becky's New Year's resolution.
That's easy, Becky.
Just call us. We'll help you.
I'll just call in. Yeah, I'll call you guys.
That's it. We're laughable. Okay, so Becky had. Becky came with us last week and was telling us about a diet that is sweeping the nation. It's very, very popular out there. And you went through the first part of it. Maybe you want to refresh and then go tell us about the second part.
Well,
no, you don't want to refresh? Never mind.
Well, I could try. Okay, but I'll just preface it by saying that there's a podcaster out there named Mel Robbins, and she's really popular. Anyway, she had this guy on, a doctor named William Lee, and he wrote 2 books, Eat to Beat Disease and Eat to Beat Your Diet. And he's got some unbelievable credentials. Let's see if I can find it. Okay. So he's a scientist with groundbreaking on angiogenics, which is the study of blood vessels, and the impact. Something spilled, so I can't read that.
Would it be your tea, Becky?
Who spilled that?
Becky dropped something that's shocking to me.
Okay.
Shocking.
Anyway,
Becky, by the way, wait a minute. I'm gonna clue the listeners in. Becky is the most dropsy person I know. She drops everything that she ever holds in her hand, and especially glasses full of liquid. Okay, you can continue.
I've changed my ways,
Have you?
Yes. Okay. I'm very careful when I put things down.
Okay.
All right. So anyway, this guy has 30 years of research. He's again, I can't read.
It's okay. We get
you.
He's really good.
He knows his stuff. We got you.
He knows
his smart
stuff.
Dude.
Yes. So I'm not going to go through. I'll just go through the top things he said that you should eat. Okay.
Yep,
and then I'll go in more detail about what you should not eat.
Okay.
So number 1 on his list was have an apple a day because it has chlorogenic acid that turns on the brown fat, which gets rid of the white fat, like the jiggly stuff. So there's 2 types of fat.
I'm doing
in your
my
body.
apple now as we speak. In fact, I'll take a bite.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Don't you know that?
I know. So then the second thing would be like your green vegetables, like bok choy, broccoli, kale. And again, Tammy, you can saute those in extra virgin olive oil and add your spices. The third one, which is really easy for me, is have a tomato a day. There's
I
like
love
all these studies that if you saute the tomatoes, then it really brings out the lycopene, which is really good for burning fat.
Could it be canned tomatoes that you like?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Dr. Lee about that.
Let's get him on the show. Okay.
Yes. And then the fourth thing was pomegranates. The pomegranate seeds are, they have something in it that's really good for you. It's like, they call it Mother Nature's Pharmacy. It activates, it activates your gut to produce healthy mucus and healthy gut bacteria. Anyway, so that's
every day, Becky. You have pomegranate?
And one more popular thing. It's just like Ozempic. It's like Ozempic, so it lowers the blood sugars and you help lose body fat.
Wait, so if I just eat pomegranates all day, I'll wither away to nothing.
Just one, and well.
Can you drink pomegranate juice instead?
Yes, you can, but you got to make sure that it's pure pomegranate juice, and it's not like pomegranate juice with mostly apple juice or
diluted,
something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay.
And then the final thing is a kiwi. So kiwis are
like kiwis.
Well, too bad. You have to.
Too bad. So sad.
It's not bad. And that's loaded with
they're okay, but
yeah, it's really good to lower inflammation.
Okay,
Inflammation's bad.
Rebecca,
and if you've got fat on your body, you're definitely inflamed, he says. So
well, who doesn't have fat on their body somewhere?
Exactly.
I mean, just saying.
So those are the top 5. Oh, and dark chocolate is another very good thing.
Well, that you should have led with, for crying out loud. Dark chocolate. So are you supposed to eat this every day?
Yes.
Pomegranates and kiwi every day?
Yes, just one.
A whole one? Wait a minute. A whole kiwi and a whole pomegranate?
No, the pomegranate are the pomegranate seeds.
Yeah.
The kiwi is eat the green kiwi part. Then you're supposed to, he suggests you make a smoothie so you can add the skin of a kiwi because it's loaded with really good fiber.
I know that skin's rough though. Yeah, that skin is
I
gross.
know.
Yeah.
I know. But maybe you just start ball or something. I don't know. But don't you want to hear what you don't want to eat?
I do want to hear what I don't want to eat.
Not really. Not really.
This one
Becky,
is
with the pomegranate seeds. So we used to eat pomegranates. We live in California.
Right, off the tree. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. But I remember. It's like I don't remember how to eat them, but they're like the jelly seeds.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you just suck the seeds and then you spit the seeds out.
No, you eat the whole seed.
You eat the seed.
Yes, you swallow it. Yes.
It's kind of.
I don't think I can do that.
Yes, you can. Oh my God! Yes,
I don't think this diet is for you, Nancy.
Yeah, I don't think so, man. I don't like the kiwis. I don't like the
pomegranates. Can't do any of it.
Well, you'll have to hear the podcast. It's from Mel Robbins' January 1st show with William Lee. Okay, so what do you think is his number one bad thing you should not have? I think you guys can figure it.
Red meat.
Alcohol.
Well, you're both wrong.
Well,
it's soda. Regular or diet.
Oh man, don't do this to me.
So
Cut
bad.
it out,
Really bad. Do you know how many teaspoons?
Drink soda.
Well, it doesn't.
I never drink soda.
I love soda.
You're good. That's really good because regular sugar has 9 teaspoons. Oh, regular soda has 9 teaspoons of sugar in it. And what happened? And the diet is even worse because the artificial sweeteners do not digest. So what they do is they somehow try to attach to the microbiomes in your gut, and then they start to kill off the microbiome. So that's
I tell
bad.
Scott, diet anything is terrible.
Well,
you know what? You're better off drinking a quarter of a regular.
Yeah, but nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to drink a quarter. They're going to drink the whole thing. And then the other question about that, Beck, is that is stevia included in that icky bad? Because I know the little pink packet and the blue packet, they're gross. But the Stevia,
Is stevia real?
I
That's a
grow
real
it in the
thing, right?
garden. Yes, it's a plant in the garden.
Well, then I don't know. I would say
but the
probably not.
plant isn't the granulated sugar stuff that you're putting in your coffee.
No,
I
but
mean,
that's
not the same thing.
Well, that's what it comes from, and then
But it does, but it's processed.
Yeah, it's the
a lot
processing
of
that
things
really is
come
bad.
from a plant, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Heroin comes from the poppy
But they don't
seed.
look like a plant. They don't look
well,
like
you
it.
should know, Nancy. Oh. All right. So tell me what I don't want to eat, Rebecca.
Okay, the second one is like the packaged health food, which is really surprising. So let's say you're at the airport and you want to get something healthy, before you get on the plane, and you go to maybe to get some nuts. And then if you look and they're like barbecue nuts, those are actually loaded with emulsifiers or something that glues them together and artificial sweeteners. So basically, the plainer, the better.
Well, I can have salt.
That makes sense.
Because a lot of this stuff causes inflammation. It's something. Stay away from ultra processed foods.
Well,
that's the key.
Right.
That's the push, right?
Yeah.
Whole foods, like actual whole foods.
Well, this is what I thought. I thought the top two were just like, okay, kind of bad. The last two are really bad. And I don't know.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, soda, and what was the second one? Say it again.
Packaged like health foods, like because they're ruining it when they put all of that like barbecue or Korean spice on them. It's not real anymore.
Well,
that's actually really bad for you. Maybe because it's so intensified. I don't know.
Well, Becky, that's why I heart the Yuka app so much because you're absolutely right. It will shock you when you go to the grocery store and you run that app over beans that have lower salt. Well, guess what? Because they have lower salt, they put a bunch of junk in it,
sugar,
and it's worse.
Yep.
And it's worse
Isn't that
for you.
crazy?
It rates, and then my grandkids have all this stuff that this packaged
plastic, whatever. Yep.
That they think it says healthy blah.
Yep.
Because I know exactly what you're talking about because I yucked them. And I'm like, Brad, this is bad, man. I don't care.
Brad, it's bad.
Bad. That's why she named him Brad. Because
my daughter bad, Brad.
Bad, Brad.
My daughter just officially outlawed red dye.
Yes,
or something.
red dye yesterday.
So maybe things will start to improve because that's to me is false advertising, like what you're saying.
Calling it healthy.
It's the wording, and it's like it's not healthy.
Well, and you know what? I think it's even worse than that because those products are specifically marketed to children. And
that's even worse.
And I don't want to put that kind of chemical or crap in my children and in anybody's children. I mean, I think it's wrong.
Tammy.
Yes, dear.
Hey,
we
what
already
do you guys
did.
think about?
Yeah, we did. We did. Well, I'm talking about like somebody like my grandkids, or whatever. You don't want to put it in there. You just don't want kids.
I agree.
And if we're marketing it and selling it as normal, healthy food when it's destructive food, like I think that's a problem. Just saying.
Well, and Tammy was saying the other day that Tuesday that she worries about the packages that all the little kids' food comes in, all the plastic, those little squeezy packs and stuff.
All of it.
Yeah. They're in there, right? And I was thinking about the other day, we buy fresh vegetables, but sometimes we buy those steam in pack in the microwave.
Right.
So you poke it and you steam in the bag. Is that good? I said to Scott, I said, we're fooling ourselves. If we think that we're going to buy this plastic packaging, it's good as far as they know now. But how about 5 years from now?
Right.
That's
No,
a bad
Nancy,
idea.
that's number 4 on the list.
Oh my
goodness! So we're at number 3, right, Rebecca?
Number 3 is gonna make you go, oh, I'll never buy this crap again.
Okay,
are you ready?
All right, yeah.
We're ready.
And you've got Beck. You got about 2 minutes too. So
okay, let's wrap it up. Okay, let's do this.
Deli meats, like your salami, your bologna, your turkey, anything like that. Do you know what the word deli came from?
Delicatessen.
No.
Delicious. So what they were trying to do back in the day was like, how can we make a food that sounds good with little pieces of meat that we have left over. And that's how they got the word deli.
I thought it was delicatessen.
Well, it's actually from the word delicious. I don't know. That maybe it was delicious. I don't know, but that's
it
what
was
this
a
guy was
delicious
saying.
delicatessen.
It must
Tammy.
be. It must have been a delicious delicatessen.
I didn't do deep research. Okay,
So let me tell you this.
Yes, you did, Becky. Becky, yes, you did.
My daughter-in-law's doc, she's preggo, you know that, right? Her baby doc said no deli meats while you're pregnant.
Right.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
they all
now.
say that.
That's what they're saying now.
Same.
And
but anyways,
bologna's just the nastiest thing that ever.
Well,
and salami, people, and sausage, all bad.
Well, the U.S. Army, they're the ones that came up with the idea to make a glue to hold all these little pieces of meat together.
Well, that sounds like what they want to feed the
nitrate.
troops, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that maybe that's how it started. Maybe it was World War I. I don't have a clue. But the WHO, the World Health Organization, has classified nitrates and all of that as a class 1 carcinogen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, you knew that. We knew that. We've known that for a long time. We got a comment on the YouTube. What do you got?
So Al says processed foods can give you heart problems. Sodium is extremely high in those. And then Mark asks, are ramen noodles bad for you?
Well, I think that's covered under number 2.
Packaged health food. Well, they don't even call that health food. Okay, what's the last one, Becky?
Wait, well, you got to hear this story. So this doctor had a patient who was a USDA inspector, and he said he had to change his rubber boots every 4 months because of the liquid stuff on the floor would dissolve his boots.
What was the liquid stuff on the floor?
From the meat, from the meat factories.
Oh, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Because they're putting this crap together.
Okay,
Anyways,
so what's your last one?
Yummy. What's the last one?
The last one is bottled water.
Don't drink bottled water?
The plastic is shedding into your water, and it's not just bottled water. They did a study in Italy about all these microplastics being found in people's hearts. Bye.
Brought to you by Progressive. Kane County Animal Control in Geneva is enhancing its facilities with a $10,000 donation from the estate of Sylvia Snyder. The funds are earmarked for a special project, a dog water fountain outside the KCAC on Kesslinger Road. It'll be accessible for dog walkers frequenting the adjacent popular trail at Peck Farm. The doors of the historic Polar Dome Indoor Ice Rink are swinging open once again on Friday, marking the return to the community of East Dundee. Closed for several years, the rink, which first opened in 1963, is poised to be a beacon of both memories and modern-day recreation. Isaiah Fields, a 24-year-old former employee of the Markland home in Geneva, has pleaded guilty to sexually assaulting a disabled resident. The offense came to light after the victim, living at Markland, was discovered pregnant last April and subsequently gave birth. Fields is facing from 6 to 30 years in state prison. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Are you looking for the perfect wedding planner? Or maybe you've always dreamed of hosting that unforgettable corporate event. At the Serendipity Collective, your dreams await. Located in the heart of Hampshire, Illinois, the Serendipity Collective specializes in both traditional and non-traditional weddings. They also offer event planning services for birthdays, bridal and baby showers, quinceañeras, corporate events, and more. From the moment you step into your attire for the first time, to the tears of joy during speeches and dances, they're sure to make you savor every moment of your special day. At the Serendipity Collective, they love what they do and are passionate about helping you create memories that'll last a lifetime. Visit Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., or evenings and weekends by appointment, or call at 847-749-7848, or email at info@theserendipitycollectivellc.com. The Serendipity Collective, your dream wedding awaits.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly cloudy with a high near 37, falling to around 32. Windy with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 43. Currently, it is 34 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Everybody, it's Talk Time with Tammy and Friends right here on Fox Valley Afternoons. We've got, well, let me see here. It is 3:35 in the afternoon, and we've got about 25 minutes of our fun little program left for you today, but we've got lots of fun in store too, so don't go away. Right now, we've got Matt digging through those News Nation files. It's our second News Nation clip du jour. And let's see what he's come up with. What kind of news, what kind of current events can we talk about today?
Well, current and former members of the Los Angeles Fire Department wrote a letter calling for the removal of Chief Kristen Crowley amid the ongoing wildfires. More from News Nation's Rick McHugh.
I spoke with John Knox. He's a 23-year veteran of the Los Angeles Fire Department. He refused to take a COVID shot along with hundreds of others and was let go. Here's what he had to say.
I think in describing this, probably the best way I can is a complete and utter lack of leadership.
Now, Knox says the problem goes all the way to the top. This internal Los Angeles Fire Department document shows that the mayor's office was asking for an additional $48 million in budget cuts this year, which would need them to close 16 fire stations.
Crowley has not commented on that letter.
Well, now I saw a press conference with the mayor, who's a female, and the head of the fire department, who's a female. Did you guys see any of those press conferences? This is like earlier in the week.
I've seen them.
And they're touting unity, and they're in lockstep, arm in arm. And did something happen recently that made them?
So the New York Post recently said that LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, accused of firing employee for exposing financial misconduct, harassment, and new suit.
Oh, well, that's different. You know, they're saying it's a retaliation deal going on. Like she fired somebody and they're suing back or something like that. That's a way different story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then also, of course, under attack for handling of the deadly wildfires as well, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough gig to be handed. You know, I guess it's your job, but
it's a very tough gig. Well, yeah, but it's catastrophic.
Everyone's going to point fingers right now.
Yeah, they're going to point fingers. That's exactly right.
That's going to take a while to figure out everything.
And I think they've got some sour grapes out there with some, you know, like this guy in the past that was let go because he didn't take his COVID shot or whatever. I mean, the policies and the whatever out there that are happening. look, they've got a big job to do. I don't know what now. I don't know if now is a good time to be switching your leadership, though, in the middle of all these fires. I mean,
Yeah, I agree.
I know.
you might want to.
Seems like it.
You might want to look at a plan for the future fires, maybe, or whatever. I mean, and analyze how it's going on this one. But I'm not sure how productive that would be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just my thoughts on that one. Hey, Beck. So I want to go back to your diet. That last So
I didn't get to.
I know you got
really
cut off a little bit. So tell us.
Okay. So let me just tell you this. So this is a brand new study that was done with neurologists and cardiologists from Italy, and they looked at people who had clogged blood vessels, so they had cardiovascular disease. And what they found is as they were cleaning out their pipes, shall we say, especially the one that leads to the brain, that when they cleaned it out, they found pieces of plastic in the plaque. So then they went one step further and they were able, this is a study, so keep that in mind, that people who had that, where they found that plaque or that the plastic, they had 4 times increase with a heart attack or a stroke. And then it makes you wonder if that could lead to some sort of, dementia.
Oh, right. 100%. I read a thing once that said the average American has a plastic, the size that has enough plastic in their body currently, the size of a credit card. Like if you.
No, this guy is saying every week you get that much plastic in your body.
How much? A credit card every week?
Yes. And
how do I get?
Another way they can determine is, or somehow they're weighing people's brains, and a brain that has a lot of plastic in it is going to weigh more. I don't know.
Well, plastic's heavy, man. I don't know.
Heavy. It's heavy, man.
Not that heavy.
It is heavy.
I don't know.
So what did we learn from this? We should not have plastic water bottles, Tammy.
I'm with you, girlfriend. I'm with you. What about this?
I see that.
This isn't a water bottle. This is an iced tea bottle. Can I have that?
Is it glass?
No, it's plastic. Nobody does glass, Becky. Nobody does glass.
No. You got to do glass, or you could do metal. I saw Nancy had a metal one.
Oh, yeah. But if I'm buying it from the store and I'm like coming and going.
No, don't do that.
They don't sell anything.
No.
Okay, what about what?
You're supposed to put water in your thermos, Tammy, and bring it to work.
Yeah. But here.
Oh, stop right now. Have you forgotten who you're speaking to?
I'm just trying to help you, Tammy.
There is no way that I'm going to be doing that. Now, I'm trying to just to get water instead of Gatorade.
Wait, why don't you just you have the Culligan man. Don't you have Culligan at your house?
No, he does not live at my house. The Culligan man.
I think he does. Bill would tell me differently.
I heard he does.
Oh, Culligan man. No. No, he's not here. No, I don't have the Culligan man. But, you're right. You should. Listen, ideally, you should. And I do.
Ideally, right.
I did. Now, wait a minute. So hold on. I did get the big... like 5-gallon water jugs delivered, and in a water dispenser, but that's plastic. That water is sitting in.
I know. I was thinking about
how safe is that?
It's
probably not good.
See,
probably
filtered water in plastic, which is what you're going to get every time you have a water cooler anywhere or whatever. That's because that's what I've got at home is a water cooler with filtered water in it, or purified water, whatever I'm putting in there.
With you, Tammy, we're talking baby steps.
That's
right?
it.
You're drinking more water.
I'm simple. I mean, hopefully the plastic can come out in the form of a credit card, and I can go use it and go shopping, and then away we go.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice.
That works.
I mean, Tammy, I guess why
that's the bright side.
What we just do is, we just get it. Well, oh my goodness.
What do you mean?
Okay, so we get it out of the refrigerator.
Yeah,
that's what we do.
Oh, true. And you've got a filter on that too, don't you, Nancy?
We have a filter. We have a filter on that, and interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I love this feature more than I love it. It's a little water pitcher in the refrigerator.
Yeah, I remember
that. It automatically fills up.
Yeah.
Okay, so It's plastic.
Oh, that's right. The pitcher is
plastic.
I'm saying
I think we're all screwed.
Now, it
That's
doesn't
what I'm
sit.
thinking.
It doesn't sit in there, so it'd be hard to leach.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I'm just saying you can't get away from it. And the other thing, what did you just text me over the break? You said we're supposed to eat fish, and they found what in fish?
Yeah.
What they find?
Microplastic
in fish. So
they're definitely in fish. That's a big deal.
it is. It is.
Yeah.
So what do you do? What do you do?
I guess
you know what he
we
said?
have to all grow our own fish.
Grow your own fish.
No, this is what you should do. You can eat. He says it's okay to eat fish out of a tin, like your tuna fish or your sardines or your salmon.
How far is that going to get me? I'm going to eat.
But wait a minute, a tin. Wait a minute, though. It's the fish. It's the fish that has the plastic.
Yeah, not the tin.
Container
It's
it's
the,
No, I know that's
It's
true.
the fish that has the
I don't-
plastic, and
I
tuna is
don't
one of the
know.
worst. Tuna
I
is
don't
one of the
know.
worst. Salmon is up there too.
Well, what
I
are we
forgot
going to
which
eat?
ones have less?
What are we going to eat? Maybe we don't eat fish.
well,
we just eat
Becky,
lettuce.
I'm going to eat
kale.
apples, broccoli, tomatoes, pomegranate, kiwi,
Yes.
and dark chocolate. That's what I'm going to eat. What are you going to
This
eat?
doesn't. Well, I'm gonna eat potatoes. I like a good potato.
I do like
and I'm gonna eat all
potato.
that other stuff. But
Yeah.
I gotta have something.
I know you got to have a meal at some point,
Yeah.
you know. So, and the meal usually centers around something.
Yeah,
You know,
that's what I mean.
chicken.
Oh, can we not? You think we're not going to
chicken.
find any issues with chicken?
We just talked about the bird virus.
flu. Yeah.
Yeah, but remember, you don't get it from eating them.
What do you get it
Yeah.
from? Oh, well.
Handling poultry.
about-
Tammy, if you mishandle poultry.
I do. I'm actually very good at mishandling my poultry. You know, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Hey,
Let's play a game.
I love it. I got a good.
Okay.
I've got a new game. You girls are gonna like it. I got Matt in on this one too. He's got it downloaded. Are you ready for this one, boys and girls? Keep your hat on. This game is called. It's kind of like a Name That Tune, but it's Name That 1950s and 60s TV theme song.
Okay.
Okay. On your mark.
I don't know.
Don't look up anything, Becky.
Yeah, Becky. No cheating.
Becky.
I'm not cheating. My
No, the
phone's
way
over
this game
here.
works, it is a Matt's going to put it on the screen. If you've got your YouTube up, you can see it, and there's really nothing to see because you're going to hear it, and it'll play for. You've got a very short window, and then we have to tell him what song we think it is. So once he plays it? I mean, do we want to just shout it out when you know it, or do you want to confer? How do you want to do it?
Wait a minute. Are we
confer?
naming the song, or are we naming the show that it was on?
The TV show.
Okay, good. Because
Yeah, we don't know the names of a lot of these themes are just jingles that are written by
right jingles.
Alan Thicke or whoever. Okay. All right. So what do we want? If you know it, shout it, or if you want, or do we want to like have him stop and confer?
What do you think, Nance?
Let's stop and confer.
Okay.
Okay.
So he'll play it, and then he'll pause it, and then we'll confer, and we'll give our answer. Does that sound right?
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. Can you guess memorable 1950s and 1960s TV shows from their theme songs? Please hold. Have fun. Easy level. That's for us.
That's an easy level.
Oh, was that it?
No.
That was it. I can't hear it right.
I know that line.
Go, Becky.
I know it.
Go, Becky.
Should I
Yeah,
I
what-
think it's the Lone Ranger.
That's right. That's what it sounds like.
I can't
High
hear
Hole
it. It's all
Silver
fuzzy.
away.
It's all fuzzy. I can't hear it, though.
Yeah, it is fuzzy.
Got it. See? That's
Good
a good
job,
one.
Beck.
Becky's got 1 point. Good job, Rebecca. I don't know if we're going to do it like that. What else we got?
All right, let's try it.
Here it comes.
Twilight Zone.
That's it. But you're not supposed to scream it. Yes.
Yeah, I thought we were conferring.
No,
What
not
about
Nancy.
God?
Not Nancy. For crying out loud. Okay, ready? Next.
Okay. The Bonanza.
Good job, Becky. I knew she'd know that
Nice
one.
job. She didn't confer.
No, she did not confer.
Well, you're not conferring either.
I think, you know what? We're done conferring.
We're not conferring.
You two are playing against each other, and just when you know it, say it, okay?
All right.
Here's number 3. Becky's got 2, by the way. Nancy's got stop.
Listen to a story about a man named Jed.
Hillbillies, Beverly Hillbillies. Beverly Hillbillies.
Yay, Nancy got that. All right, next.
I love the Beverly Hillbillies.
Oh,
The Addams Family. Addams Family. Addams Family.
That's right, Nancy got it. Please hold.
Okay. There we go. Okay.
You got to wait for the answer to come to you. Okay, next.
Batman.
That's right, Becky.
Oh, you saw it on the screen?
Yeah.
I had the little
No, I
preview. I had
didn't.
the preview up here. That's
Oh, gotcha. But I think she heard it. Okay.
I wasn't allowed to watch Batman.
Get smart. Get smart.
Oh, yeah, Get Smart.
Is that good?
That was a good one.
Let's
No,
see.
not Get Smart. Was it Get Smart?
Mission
Man from
Impossible,
Uncle.
I think.
Oh, Mission Impossible. I
Man
should have
from
known
Uncle.
that.
Yeah,
I should have known that.
Oh,
Dang, I should have known
Mission
that.
Impossible.
All right, what's next?
Hawaii 5-0.
That's it. Bingo. Nancy's got, how many you got right, Nancy?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Oh, man. Okay, next.
Bewitched. Bewitched.
She got it. She got it. Becky got it.
What was it?
Yeah, it was
That
Bewitched.
was my favorite. That was my favorite. show.
Bewitched.
Was it?
Bewitched.
Oh, Bewitched.
Here
I
it
love that
comes.
show, too.
There's the answer right there.
I love that show.
I
Yeah,
know that was
great.
cute.
Next.
Faster than lightning. No one you see.
Smarter than Flipper.
Yes,
Flipper.
that's it, Becky.
Good,
Yeah,
Becky.
good one,
I
Rebecca.
like that. Was one of my favorites too.
I like
Yeah,
that, too.
that was a good
I like
one.
that, too. I know this song.
What is it, Beck?
Lassie.
I think that's right. Let's see. Lassie it is.
I like Lassie.
Yeah.
What is it, Lassie?
We
Timmy's in the
watched a
well.
lot of TV,
Timmy.
didn't we?
Oh, Lost in Space.
Oh.
Could it be? I could be wrong. I was right.
Yeah.
Yay.
Oh,
They're so
Timmy.
mine. God,
I like
was
that
so-
show, too.
Yeah, it was cute.
We watched a lot of TV.
Get smart.
Yeah.
I said it.
We got it.
Yeah, it'll come up. There we go.
I
like
love that show.
too.
That was
Me
my
too. That was so
all-time
fun.
favorite.
That was fun.
I dream
I
of
drew a
you.
genie.
I Dream Genie.
You guys are getting me.
Yay. Let's see.
It is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it is. I like that show, too.
I know.
Living in a bottle.
You know this.
McHale's Navy.
That's it.
Hogan's Heroes.
Or Hogan's Heroes. Which one?
McHale's Navy.
All right. Let's see.
Hogan's Hero.
Hogan's Heroes.
Oh, right. I like that, too.
Me too.
Okay, those were the easy ones.
Oh, wow.
Now we're going to me. Oh, you know this. You know this.
Brady Bunch.
Right.
Brady Bunch.
Who said that, Becky?
Yeah, but
I beat her this time.
no, you didn't.
I did, too.
I
too.
I said it right away. That was an
Okay,
easy
it's
one.
a tie. It's a tie.
It's a tie.
All
It's a
right.
tie.
Keep going. Come on, you know this.
Love Boat?
No.
No.
Come on, Beck. Your kids know this. Star
I
Trek.
don't know.
Oh, Star Trek.
As you can tell, I wasn't into sci-fi. I don't.
I like Star Trek, too.
You know this too. Didn't hear you, Beck. Your mic's off.
The monkeys.
No.
Oh.
You give up, Nance? Sesame
The
Street.
Partridge Family.
Sesame Street.
Sesame Street.
Oh, gosh.
I think it was the monkeys.
I should have known that. We should have known that.
I know we should have known that.
No clue. I have no clue.
Nothing. No, I don't know either.
Let's see. Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. Well, I never watched that. Never watched that show.
From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe.
Rawhide.
The ribbon is blowing.
Is it Rawhide?
I never saw that.
That was an old black and white. No, Daniel Boone.
Daniel.
That's why I didn't know that one either.
Wow. That's way back.
What?
Green something.
What is it?
Green something. The green something.
The green something.
Yeah, green beret.
Green Hornet. Green Hornet. We both get it. I get the Hornet part.
Yeah, you each get half a point for that.
Yeah.
Come on, you know this.
My Three Sons?
Andy Griffith.
That's
Andy
it.
Griffith.
That's it.
Andy Griffith. You're right. Golly.
My Three Sons. That was a cute show, too.
That was cute, too. Yeah.
Look at little Ronnie Howard.
I know.
He had hair.
Ginger hair.
It's obviously sci-fi.
I don't know what this is.
Hey, remember My Favorite Martian?
Oh, maybe that's what that was.
I love that
Doctor
show.
Who. I thought that might have been Doctor Who.
Oh, Doctor Who.
I love
Never
My
watched
Favorite
that either.
Martian.
I liked My Favorite Martian.
You know this.
Monkeys.
Yeah, Nancy got it first. Good one.
I did. I did. Didn't I? No.
No.
All right.
No, you didn't.
All right. Fine.
You were
fine,
way
fine.
behind.
Okay, here's one more. You know this. Nancy already said it.
F Troop. We watch it all the time. F Troop.
What was it?
F Troop.
Let's see.
True.
Let's
that
see.
was a cute show.
Let's see if she's
F-Troop.
correct.
I am correct. Or not.
You
The
are.
Adventures of Rin Tin Tin. You are not.
Oh. I think they're wrong. I think they're wrong.
Level hard. Here we go. One more.
Okay.
You know this.
Carol Burnett. Carol Burnett? No.
No. What? You cut out, Becky.
Lucy.
No.
Lucy.
Yeah,
I love
Lucy. It is correct. Yeah.
Lucy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have known that. I like that too.
Why is that one hard? Yeah, that was popular.
A little train that is
You know
rolling
this.
down the tracks to the junction.
Yep, that's right.
Petticoat Junction?
Yeah. Hey, Becky.
Petticoat Junction.
When you answer, don't move forward because you cut out and I
Yeah,
don't hear you.
you're cutting out.
Oh.
Petticoat Junction, is that what you said,
Yep.
Becky?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the one. Yeah,
Shady
that's-
Rest Hotel.
Uh-huh. Like a Western of some sort, isn't it?
I don't know.
Waiting. Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke. Oh, I never.
I didn't watch that very often.
You know, me either.
We watched the same.
Another Western I never watched.
Not the Lone Ranger. What was that other one? I don't know.
Please hold. We'll see. The answer is Bat Masterson. I don't think I've
never
ever
watched
watched that. Yeah.
I don't even know what that is. Why would, my name was. Oh, Disney. How about the Disney show or something? Something with Disney?
How about like Under the Sea, something sea?
Laramie.
Laramie.
These are hard ones, by the way. This is hard category. To watch great TV shows, see the links in the video description below. Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's it. So our score on the hard round, Becky, let's see. Nancy is chipping in at 2.5, and Becky chimes in at 1, 2, 3, 4.5. So Becky is the big winner. Ring that bell. Chicken dinner for Rebecca.
Becky, you watched a lot of TV, didn't you?
Yeah.
I must have.
What
No,
was
I know I did.
What was your favorite show back then? I mean, we used
Actually, I love Bewitched.
Bewitched was a good one. You'd come home from school, you throw the books down, you turn the TV on. You know what?
Hogan's Heroes.
Gilligan's
I loved
Island.
Hogan's
They
Heroes.
had Gilligan's Island, Hogan's Heroes, and Bewitched. I think all three of those were on after school.
Brian's cousin, no, Brian's dad's first cousin was on Bewitched. She was Mercedes McCambridge. She was Endora's like head witch. Remember Endora?
Oh, Endora, yeah.
And she wasn't she also the swimmer? Wait, doesn't Brian have? Or no, it's this lady. She used to swim, didn't she? Was her name
Swim?
Yeah, Brian's aunt. We're talking about that was the actress, and she
Cousin.
Cousin. Oh.
His dad's first cousin.
Yeah. Is it the one that did the who's the it's synchronized swimming, the old
that's what we used to call Nancy when she was in the water.
No, Brian, your husband has a relative who is no,
he doesn't.
Maybe I dreamt that. Okay. We have some comments and we're running out of time.
We do.
We've got Mark saying Fred McMurray was the best dad in My Three Sons.
Yeah.
Al says awesome game, and then Mark's asking who's the best looking. Ellie Mae from Beverly Hillbillies, great movie. Jeannie from I Dream of Jeannie, or Samantha from Bewitched.
Oh, that's a good question because
I Dream of Jeannie. Maybe I think.
all the dudes our age, had it out for those three that he just mentioned, like the Barbara Eden. I actually have ornaments on my Christmas tree of two of those three that he just mentioned.
Funny.
Wow.
Funny.
That's
Barbara
funny,
Eden
Tammy.
looked good for years. I remember that.
Yeah, she did.
The debate's open. We'll pick up this discussion later on who's the hottest out of the three of those. And hear that happy music. It's time for us to skedaddle. Now it's Thursday, so we will not be back tomorrow, but Dino will be here with the Dino's Night Out. And the girls and I will be back on Monday. So tune in. Thanks for listening. Make good decisions, and good luck with those resolutions. Stick with it. Stay warm. Stay warm. Bye-bye.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 4 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. The Elgin Fire Department has concluded its investigation into 3 fires at the Tent City homeless encampment, determining that all incidents were accidental and unrelated. The fires occurred on December the 4th and 12th and January the 11th. No evidence of suspicious activity was found in any case. The December 4th fire was caused by a homemade heating unit constructed from a metal drum used to burn wood. Investigators determined that combustible materials such as bedding were either too close to or in direct contact with the heating unit, resulting in the blaze. On the 12th of December, another fire broke out due to propane-fueled heaters placed too close to combustible materials. Although significant fire damage limited the physical evidence of furniture and other items, investigators discovered multiple propane tanks and attached heaters near the point of origin. The third fire on January the 11th also involved a heating unit similar to the one used in the first incident. All 3 fires were determined to be accidental, with no signs of intentional ignition. The old-timers may soon claim victory. Secretary of State Alexei Giannoulias said he is optimistic new bipartisan legislation seeking to increase the age for mandated road tests from 79 to 87 will succeed where similar bills have failed in the past. The legislation drafted by Giannoulias and filed last week also would allow family members to report unsafe motorists of any age based on medical and cognitive issues affecting driving. The move comes after an outcry from seniors about age discrimination in testing. Illinois is the only state in the United States with a mandatory road exam for elderly drivers. I'm Marky B on the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Girl's screams frighten off her attacker. Police today were searching for an alleged masher who attempted to attack Miss Florence Ream early last evening while the young lady was walking to the home of her sister. Miss Ream broke away from the man's grasp as he approached her and screamed for help. The attacker fled upon the girl's outcry. Police were immediately notified and the police flivver dispatched to the scene. The neighborhood was scoured, but all trace of the man's whereabouts was lost. Authorities, in attempting to obtain the identity of the man, visited the home of one suspect, but found he had not been out of the house. Miss Ream, an employee of the business department of the Elgin Daily Courier, had perceived that she was being followed a block away. The masher threw both arms about her, but she freed herself in the struggle, screaming for help as she raced to her sister's home. This is the second time Miss Ream has successfully escaped from a masher's attack. Last autumn, she was accosted by another masher in Center Street.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly cloudy with a high near 37, falling to around 32. Windy with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 43. Currently, it is 34 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org. Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip, the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better, check with the BBB first because better businesses are honest and commit to high ethical standards bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Hello, America, and good day to our friends around the world. This is a political talk show. Thank you very much for being here with us. Thanks for being on the show. We really appreciate that. Why do we say you're on the show? Well, because this is an interactive show. You can jump into the text line, 505-926-1410, or you can give us a call here in the second hour when we break down the headlines and open up those phone lines. And that phone line is, of course, 847-931-1410. 1410. Thank you for being here again with us today. This is a political talk show on WRMN. I am not in Studio 14 like Bendemonium Boquest is right now. I am over at the Illinois Media School. We're having an open house today where Power 92 decided to come by. So I get in a little bit of the music side of radio. We've also got some few friends in studio with us as well with Bendemonium Boquest. Of course, that is returning, I guess, political champion. I don't know how to necessarily phrase that. Would be L Train Elliot Serrano. Thank you very much for being here with us today.
I said I would defend my championship 24 hours a day, so here I am.
That's why you jump over from WRMN to WCPT as well, so that you can keep that challenge.
Just keep it going. But Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and you libertarians.
I saw something the other day where somebody I'm on Reddit a lot, and somebody on our conservatives was yelling at somebody who was a libertarian and was like, hey, we're conservatives, not libertarians around here. And so it was just, okay, well, policies are policies. You can throw your label as you need. But also joining us as well is, of course, the amazing David Tease. Thank you very much for being with us as well, sir. How was it? Are you planning on running for anything else coming up in the future?
I've got some options out there. Kane County Board for my district won't be until another 4 years, so maybe I might switch to the president. And
hey, there you go.
There's options. City council, maybe city council or maybe mayor of city of Elgin. I'm born and raised in Elgin, been a true Elginite, haven't left. So I know a lot about Elgin here. But, those are options, but they're not written in stone.
Dog catcher.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing what you've got going on here in the political field. So today is, of course, Thursday, and we do legislation on Thursday where we talk a little bit about our government. Well, the session of the 119th Congress is already started, and they're already pushing SB 5. SB 5 is commonly known now as the Laken-Riley Act. That one is what we are going to be talking about today because I think all but like 8 or 9 Democrats actually went on board with this. So this may be the end of that, I guess, the resistance to the immigration policies of Trump. Is it one of these things where they're just going to double down and try to just say, I'll tell you what, you're in charge. Let's let you make the solutions, and we'll see if maybe that's ends up being a problem for you. Tease, is this the Democrats jumping in to support, or is this more of like, okay, you want to find out? Let's mess around a little bit.
Well, what I think it is that I'm hoping that things are going to start changing in Congress and in the Senate, where we start getting practical, we start working together, and we start working with the issues. What's more important for the American public, the American people? Mm-hmm. And I think maybe, and hopefully in next few years, they all start getting along and start, instead of fighting and bickering, we all start working together. And I'm hoping that's going to be the change in the future. I don't think they're scared of Trump or trying to jump on the Trump train. But I think it's time where we're starting to come back to reality.
Do you think it's because the person who kind of put us in this situation legally can't run again? I mean, if I knew that there was a possible third term for Trump, I don't believe that we would be in this maybe lower temperature for everything that's here. It did seem like there was one particular person, whether or not he was the one who instigated everything, it was definitely a reason that was there. Your thoughts on that, Elliot?
Well, I mean, everyone's still in the as you said, we're in a feeling out process right now. I mean, don't get me wrong. Just because these bills are getting moved and spoken about, we'll see. The issue of dealing with immigration, as Mr. T says, in a practical standpoint, is something that everybody wants, but it never seems to get done practically because it's such a hot button issue. And it's something that, either side can yell at the other about. This particular bill, where I'm trying to remember the name of the senator who was on CNN. They're saying we want to get round up all these immigrants and send them out, but we have a lot of folks. There's always this. Well, we're going to focus on the ones that commit crimes and so on. I'm like, what? That's where the justification comes, but in the end, that's not ultimately what actually happens. We saw this happen with the quote unquote Muslim ban the first time. It was like, oh no, we wanted to make sure we were protecting the country from people we couldn't vet them and so on. And yet, boom, we were essentially banning anyone.
The argument that I always see as well, Elliot, on that same line is they're only going to arrest the criminals, right?
That's right. That's
and
what they say.
Immediately, the very next line is, well, they're in here illegally, they're criminals.
Right.
So, okay, then just tell me you're going to arrest all of the immigrants. Don't just tell me you're going to arrest criminals and all illegal immigrants are criminals.
Right. Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, that we're in this stage where people can actually act on it, you can't say it. Why? Because there were many folks who supported Trump, who voted for Trump and voted for knowing what these issues or these policies were going to be, and know that a major part of their workforce is from undocumented workers. I mean, we've seen some folks they come out. I saw, and I wish I could state more directly where I saw this. I want to say it was a 60 Minutes interview where they were interviewing a guy who owns like a dairy farm. It's nothing but 24 hours around the clock, 24/7, milking cows. And half his workforce are all undocumented workers. And he's saying, if you pull all these folks out of here and you ship them out of the country, I'm not going to be able to do this. I'm going to go out of business. And then the reporter said, well, you knew that's what Trump was going to do. And he goes, no, I didn't really believe it. I thought, that's what he'd say, but I think he would know better than to do that to me. That's essentially what was going on.
Well, the leopards eat my face party, right?
By the way, I've met leopards. They're very sweet. They don't eat faces that much, but I would probably be scared of a grizzly. But then women prefer the bear over men anyway.
That's true. Tease, let's dive into why this has been an issue for decades after decades after decades. Is it because of this labor dispute? Do the politicians that say they want to close up the border actually want to close up the border? Because we hear a lot of lip service, even as far as medical or protecting Social Security or anything like that, but then we see the actions of people coming after it. We hear for the last 30, 40 years, we need to clean up immigration, but it never gets done. Is that because nobody really wants to fix it?
Yeah, that nobody really wants to fix it, but closing the border because it's wide open right now has to be done because we're not knowing who's coming in our country. And I don't think, in my personal opinion, is yes, there are people that want to come to this country for a better life. Everybody does, to make money, to have the American dream. And yeah, it's undocumented people working in the workforce. But I still say, like a lot of politicians say, we have to get rid of the criminals. And yeah, we do have to reform the border. But right now, we have to close it. We have to put a stop to it. But I don't have a problem with people coming in for the American dream, doing it legally, following the system like a lot of people in the years have done.
Yeah, but okay, tell me what someone needs to do to immigrate to the United States of America today.
What was the question again?
Tell me what people need to do today to immigrate legally to the United States of America.
Well, find out who the person is.
I mean, and in general, what do you need to do today if you wanted to immigrate?
Well,
you're saying it's legal. Tell me the legal way of doing it.
The legal way of doing it is document who they are, give them into the right programs, having them get a job for 5 years, pay taxes, learn the Constitution, and become an American citizen after 5 years. Stay out of trouble. Don't commit crimes. Have a job for 5 years.
That's not the way it works, though. If any of these folks wanted to come in and to get a job and you want to take a test, whatever, why don't we just do that? They're already working for us. Let them work for the 5 years and go through the process. The only way you can get in is through an application process that takes years, if not almost a decade, and they got to pay money for the whole thing. And again, 100 years ago, you didn't have to do that. All you needed to do was buy a ticket to come to the new world. Your great-grandparents, everybody's here who's watching this, that's how they immigrated here in the first place. There were no tests. There were no you got to do this.
To the point, is the over-documentation the issue? Is the government wants to know every single little thing about the citizen that comes in. So if I'm a brand new citizen, English speaking or adult or whatever, I'm a brand new citizen with no United States track record in any kind of way. Maybe I don't even have any paperwork from the country I came from. I think maybe the over documentation of a United States citizen might be the issue, because if I have to get a job, I have to sign a W-9. I also have to apply for the taxes and everything else. Otherwise, my employer is breaking the law. So that's where the issue comes in, is if you want to help people, at some point along the line, you have to break the law, whether it's the employer that breaks the law or the person that outstays their visa or the person that doesn't have it. Somewhere in our system, they are a criminal, or somebody is, to get them to do this. And maybe that's the issue that we're running into, is everybody wants to talk about kicking out the criminals, but nobody wants to talk about how easily to bring the right people in.
Well, to Mr. Tease's point, I mean, if immigration worked exactly the way he said, I'd be like, I'm all for that. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. And then to your point, yes, I wish there was more attention given to the businesses that know that the folks that they're bringing in really shouldn't be there. And why are they doing that? Because if you document them, then you have to pay them a fair wage. If you got to pay them a fair wage, you can't make the profits that you want to make. And that's always been the issue with immigration, that people get angry. They say, well, they're coming in and they're taking our jobs. The reason they're taking our jobs is because these are people given jobs. They're given jobs, one, and they're willing to do the work for a wage less than what you will do it for, meaning, and mind you, I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that that businesses should be able to undercut people by bringing in foreign work. I think these foreign workers who come in should be making a fair wage as well. Add to that when it comes to the punishment, who's the one that ends up getting the brunt of it? It's these folks who are being used, who've been brought in and kicked around and sent out, and the businesses don't. I mean, if anything, they get a fine, and that's it. But their businesses go on.
Like Elliot says, with businesses getting undocumented immigrants and paying them basically whatever they want to pay them, you guys have had in the past talked about people working 2 or 3 jobs to try to make ends meet that are Americans, born in America, okay? And if you get like a milk farm and I'm going to pay them $5 an hour, they're not going to be able to live in this country. But if they're documented, and if we create more jobs to make the system faster, more people processing them, they can get a fair wage and the American dream. But I don't think it would be fair to them that they're not being protected with having to work 4 or 5 jobs when they're making $5 an hour compared to somebody getting minimum wage if they want to become.
And that's where a lot of the HB1 argument comes in as well. As Meta or X lays off engineers, they then turn around and hire HB1 visa engineers. And a lot of that is because they get it for cheaper labor. And now this person has their citizenship tied to their employment. See, and that's the other side of it, too. I don't think any freedom for anybody should be tied to your employer. It's why we're running into the health system that we've got now, and why these people who are employed in a visa or a just a working status don't feel like they have the same rights as someone else. And the other part of it is these people are paying taxes. They're paying taxes by buying things. They're paying taxes as far as the different wheel taxes and everything else, if there's a rent on it. So these are active people in the economy. These aren't just people who are working and then just leeching off the system as well. Nobody does that. So what we're running into is everybody is starting to see where the system is built to perpetuate this part of the immigration when we can't essentially figure it out. What is the argument they always have on the war on drugs? If we didn't have a consumption problem of drugs in the United States, then we wouldn't have a drug problem of trafficking. Well, if we didn't have employers that broke the law, then we wouldn't have places for these illegal immigrants to do it. Now, what I'm saying sounds cruel at a certain point, because everybody should be able to live and be a part of something and eat and et cetera, et cetera. But this is the issue that we always run into with America, is we don't want to go through the growing pains. I mean, the problem is America is both the sculptor and the clay, and it's the growing pains that we have to go through to get to that better image of ourselves.
You mixed some metaphors there. You see that? I mean, that was pretty good. Mm-hmm. That was good. I mean, to the point, man, it was there, and I lost it.
I'm sorry.
I did want to make one point, and this was about the issue of, we want to get rid of the criminals. I mean, we already know, statistically speaking, that immigrants, undocumented immigrants, are among the lowest percentage of actual criminals, because they know that if they commit a crime, they're done. They basically pretty much stay out. I'm like, let's deport all the criminals. Let's go to Club Fed. Let's start with Club Fed. Let's get all the hedge fund managers, all those guys who ripped off billions from people and took the money out of grandma and grandpa's pension accounts and retirement accounts, and send them elsewhere. Send them off. Go somewhere else. To another point, but also to the other point too. But what you're saying is growing and adapting and learning to deal. Guess what? Mexico is doing that now. Okay, Mexico, they're starting to work on their economy and the standard of living in that country. And with them dealing with all the heck, before they get to us, they go through Mexico first. You think Mexico doesn't want to have, deal with the sort of things, the issues that are going on? And there are folks that ever since, they had the stay in Mexico mandate, done, back, again, during the Trump administration, that, Biden just kept up with it. Mexico said, okay, well, if we're going to have these people here, we need to learn to deal with them and figure out what's going to happen. And yes, they did. And lo and behold, now all these jobs that we were saying we need to keep in America are now going to Mexico, because you have a workforce down there that's ready to do it right across the California border.
Yep, you've got a workforce and you've got an economy that is feeding back down. The tax structure for Mexico is a whole different than the tax structure that we've got here in the United States. And I may bring that up on a Monetary Monday of just our tax code for our neighbors. But the bill that we're talking about today, before we hit the bottom of the hour, I just want to preface what we're talking about. We are talking about the Laken-Riley Act. This is one of the very first bills that will be moved into the Senate. If you're looking at the 119th Congress, if you go to congress.gov, it is Bill S5. That is a great place to go to, congress.gov/bill/119th Congress/Senate Bill 5 is what you're looking for there. So the Laken-Riley Act, there's a couple places that you can go to read for it. Vox, Politico have a few other places. I like to go directly to the Judiciary Committee. You can go to judiciary.senate.gov. where Dick Durbin and a few other people wrote about this particular bill. So what does the bill for the Lincoln-Riley Act do? The bill, the Lincoln-Riley Act, is named after a young woman who was killed last February by an undocumented immigrant from Venezuela. Her murderer was sentenced to life in prison. The bill has two major parts. It will mandate that federal government detain all immigrants accused of theft and other related crimes. So it isn't just being a criminal because you're here illegally that automatically dubs you criminal. It's actually misdemeanors and a few other things. The man convicted of Riley had been charged with shoplifting prior to her death, but had failed to appear into court. The bill suggests that, at least the bill supporters argue that if he had been detained because he was a shoplifter, then Riley would still be alive. And then the second point is it would give states a broad right to bring lawsuits against federal immigration policy. And what that means is if Texas doesn't like what the president is doing at the federal level, Texas can sue the federal government. So those are the two biggest issues in this bill. Quick thoughts real quick, Mr. Tease, before we hit the break.
Well, it's pretty sad that it comes down to a tragic incident to have a bill like this when it could have been prevented. And she wasn't the only one that was killed and murdered by a documented immigrant in our country. There's many others that have been that, but she's the most noted one about it all. Mm-hmm. And like I say, it's like a recall out a crib or a recall out a toy. It takes tragedies before we have to fix it. And this is what we're looking at.
Yeah. Elliot, what do you think about this? About the federal government detaining people if they are arrested at the local level? They're just headed right over to ICE.
Man, that opens up a whole can of worms, and that's where you start talking about. Well, you can talk about government overreach and the like. But then again, by the way, Laken Riley's family didn't want this thing named for her. They asked that it not be. And how many kids get shot in schools? We're not worried about the gun regulation.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I absolutely agree with you on that one too. But we're coming right back here to talk about the Laken Riley side of things. This is a political talk show. We'll go into a little bit of what happens to DACA with these things in this side, because DACA people, the Dreamers, technically fall into this. We'll talk about Dick Durbin's amendment when we come back.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Progressive. Kane County Animal Control in Geneva is enhancing its facilities with a $10,000 donation from the estate of Sylvia Snyder. The funds are earmarked for a special project, a dog water fountain outside the KCAC on Kesslinger Road. It'll be accessible for dog walkers frequenting the adjacent popular trail at Peck Farm. The doors of the historic Polar Dome Indoor Ice Rink are swinging open once again on Friday, marking the return to the community of East Dundee. Closed for several years, the rink, which first opened in 1963, is poised to be a beacon of both memories and modern-day recreation. Isaiah Fields, a 24-year-old former employee of the Markland home in Geneva, has pleaded guilty to sexually assaulting a disabled resident. The offense came to light after the victim, living at Markland, was discovered pregnant last April and subsequently gave birth. Fields is facing from 6 to 30 years in state prison. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has
has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly cloudy with a high near 37. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 43, with temperatures falling to around 40 in the afternoon. Looking ahead to Saturday, mostly sunny with a high near 22. Currently, it is 32 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Welcome back to College Bowl season. And now it looks like a fan has run onto the field carrying a $5 KFC bowl.
Oh, yeah, looks like the mac and cheese bowl with 5 original recipe nuggets, or the new Nashville hot loaded fry bowl with nuggets, coleslaw, secret recipe fries, pickles, and Nashville hot sauce. Wow, looks yummy from up here.
Boy, everybody wants that bowl as more fans are pouring onto the field. Hey, Bill.
Get the only bowls that matter this season. 5 delicious bowls, just $5 each. Only at KFC. Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Welcome back to A Political Talk Show on WRMN. WRMN simulcasts everything on YouTube, and then we also push it on the website. That website is WRMN1410.com. Check it out. You'll see a updated schedule of all the wonderful shows we have here on the station. And you can also reach out to us from there or see some of the amazing profiles of the people that work to bring this content to you. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I'm joined by a couple friends today. Of course, Ben Demoni and Boquest is on the ones and twos for me over at the studio, while I'm over at the Be On Air studios in downtown Chicago. I'm broadcasting just a few, miles, a few baseball throws away from O'Hare Airport. We're having an open house here at the Illinois Media School. Come on down. Find more information at beonair.com. You can learn how to do what we do, that voodoo that we do so well. Right? I think I messed that one up.
Yeah. You're good. You were doing good there for a while. Then the you kind of swerved off the track there. Yeah.
It's true. That's some of my other friends over there heckling me as best that they can, and we love it. That would be Elliot Serrano and our friend David Teese. Thank you, gentlemen, for jumping in on the discussion today.
And I want to say hello to TikTok. I'm also streaming this entire session on my TikTok account. I want to say good, as I did yesterday when I was sitting in with Ben Demonium. I want to say hello, TikTok. I want to say goodbye to my Chinese spy. That's what everyone's doing on TikTok now, and yeah, people are coming through looking at this, and I gotta say, I don't want to derail things, which is what I tend to do when I'm here. I'm just very amused that the president of TikTok is going to be at the inauguration.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many followers?
The same. the same app that both presidents did not want to have anymore, and now both of them are fighting tooth and nail to keep it. I wonder what happened.
170 million users. That's what happened.
I wonder what happened. Or what was there a check? Was there a phone call? I don't know.
I believe
it's odd to just have somebody say one thing and then, I don't know, less than 72 hours later say the exact opposite.
Yeah, someone from Trump's own team actually said that it was such a tool for them to use during the election that that's why they're going after it.
But both sides, I mean, again,
and yet a year ago, Biden made those TikToks.
Biden made TikToks. The Harris campaign made TikToks. That's the first thing I said once the election started, the electioneering started. I was like, wait, if TikTok is terrible and we can't have, and right, you still, if you're a government employee, you cannot download TikTok like on any government issued phones and stuff like that. Right. But it's like, but why are the campaigns using them now if there's such a security issue with them? And which reminds me of, there was the time, Sonar, remember when they had the tracking, people had their Fitbits, and which was tracking their running path. Yeah, but when they were running, and you had soldiers, enlisted men on military bases running during their regular run, and that tracking information was going out, and any foreign national could get a layout of what every military base was like just by following the running patterns of the soldiers on their Fitbits. So this whole thing with the data being what it is, because it's the Chinese that have it now, which I'm not dismissing that. Yes, when you give the Chinese that much information about you, you are opening yourself to a lot of problems. But Meta does the same thing. X does the same thing. David, you made a little joke about that. What if Elon Musk buys TikTok? That'll be great. Like, no, because Twitter used to be the best platform out there, and then he ruined it. And I mean, and Elon Musk is an American citizen. He's South African. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but again, this is information that's going to a foreign national. So why suddenly it's because TikTok is owned by the Chinese, and there are people who will argue that it's not really like that. I mean, their headquarters are here.
It's not the ownership. It's because, and we'll get to Lakin, but the biggest issue for me is the reason that they don't want TikTok is because TikTok is showing more of the international bad things that we do than any other platform will allow. Yeah. And why won't those other platforms allow it? Because they are friends with the national government over here. And that's the issue with a lot of the digital media and quote-unquote journalism, but it's guerrilla journalism where you jump at a scene, you take the picture, and you send it out. You let somebody else, let a pundit, let an anchor, let somebody else figure it out. But this is what's happening right now, and having that evidence out of what we do or what our allies do is really what's going on, because they can't turn around and call somebody up and be like, hey, we're going to raise your taxes, or we're going to stick the FBI after you, or we've got this, or we've got that. The best that they can do is CIA, which will be breaking all the treaties that we've got into, or just the business hit job where you go and you force them to sell. And it's not about the data, because if it was about the data, it would be, like you said, Elliot, it would be everybody who's mad about the data. But the issue is it's not the data, it's who can they pressure and how can they pressure to get them to take all of the America Does Nasty Things off of their platform.
It's funny, too. I mean, if you've never been on TikTok, there is a fair amount of censorship on there. There are certain words you cannot say, certain terms you cannot drop, like in chat. If you, like right now, if I'm talking politics, because I've been talking politics here on my live, it's automatically been bumped to an 18 and above category. So it's not like I'm not swearing or anything, but kids cannot watch this stream now because there is censorship and direction on TikTok. Mind you, it's the same kind of censorship, I hate to say it, that people want on Meta, that they want on Facebook and those platforms to kind of like protect people, so to speak. But, I mean, you could have legit free speech issues on TikTok if it was an American company, but it's not.
Mm-hmm. All social media outlets to me are like a double-bladed sword. People will use it for evil and people will use it for good. And that's one of the biggest problems I have with social media because, and it's just like we talked about, and I hate to bring up AI, that's what's going to happen with that. They're going to use it and manipulate it to do evil things in the future. And it's propaganda at its fullest, I think, personally, in bad ways and in good ways. Promote this, and we got to interpret what's right and what's wrong. And it's a new challenge in our society today.
Oh, absolutely. No, you're absolutely right there. And I think the issue with technology, okay, but we talk about this, right? The good and the bad of the both. How do you put guardrails there to keep people from doing all the bad without infringing on their free speech? Mm-hmm. Now that's always been the challenge on social media. I mean, that's what Mark Zuckerberg will say now is like he's taking off the fact checking and all that, and it's like because we want to be able to do this, that, and the other. I'm like, oh.
Well, so the Supreme Court will absolutely be seeing some of that First Amendment stuff as well from the Corn Hub stuff that's going for some of these.
Oh my goodness! I am so glad I don't live in Florida right now.
Yeah, Florida. I think Iowa is the other, or Idaho is the other one. Yeah. So there's a few of them out there, and the Supreme Court is going to see that. Ben, a question for you because this is something that's on your side. Is this the step towards net neutrality?
I'm sorry. We transitioned from Pornhub to Ben.
Well, it was mostly for the net neutrality side of it.
Yeah, no, I'll defend.
Is what I'm trying to say. Is that where this comes in?
I'll defend both pornography and net neutrality. If that's what's being hoisted upon me, I will.
I'm sorry that was a kind of loaded segue there. I'm sorry, buddy.
Speaking of degenerates, Ben, what do you think about this? So exactly, net neutrality. You're saying that because of this giant pushback right now, i.e., the states banning adult content and stuff like that, that'll be the actual catalyst for the return of some actual net neutrality, some real net neutrality.
If the Supreme Court was to turn around and say all websites should be available to all states and all people, is this a step towards that net neutrality, or is this something where the ISPs are then going to turn around and say, okay, well, if all websites are available, well, then you're not a website anymore?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to put anything in the court of what the ISP would do, especially with, how interwoven they are with politics in many ways. So it's one of those things where, at the end of the day, it might kind of progress, or I guess regress back into a more secure net neutrality, opposed to what we have right now. But yeah, it's definitely looking like it's getting worse right now, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. And I can't see any other way besides, just being a bad marker that if TikTok were to go away, just because there's something that's going to fill its place, something always does. As a matter of fact, right now there are a bunch of people on this app called Red Note.
That's a new one. Yeah,
who are and they're very unapologetically. Leaning into that it's Chinese owned, i.e., making learning Mandarin, and saying things. And
Duolingo is jumping into that right now. Jumping into that that swing. They have a special on Mandarin right now too.
There we go.
So if you go to Duolingo, they're pushing this whole, hey, you want a TikTok going away? Need to learn Mandarin?
There you go.
So, for you, Elliot, what the boss lady told me the other day is this means that we are on the Firefly timeline.
Yeah.
Where at the end of the day, we're all going to be speaking Mandarin and flying jalopies through the sky.
Mr. Tease, that was a science fiction show that was on Fox back in the day, created by Joss Whedon, who also did Buffy the Vampire Slayer, starring a very young Nathan Fillion. This is before he became the Rookie and all these other, and Castle too. He had Castle.
This is before
Rookie.
Castle.
Castle and the Rookie, and in that it was a future where China was essentially the last superpower on Earth. So then everybody was speaking Chinese at that point. Which
so all their curse words are all in Mandarin.
Yes, and they would actually
curse words.
Yes, so they would actually curse in Mandarin on the show, but because it aired in America and people didn't know most people didn't know Chinese curse words, they got away with it on there. Yeah,
that's it. So that's my light at the end of the tunnel is that we're on the Firefly Josh Wheaton timeline. So I'm okay with that.
As long as it's
all
not
of the
Buffy
timelines and this is what I got to go through, then sure.
Yeah, I don't want the Buffy timeline though. Because that's
we don't need all of it.
I don't need a giant hell mouth opening like in the downtown Elgin. No,
definitely don't. And Joss Wheaton will definitely kill your favorite character.
One of the things I like to share with you guys real quickly and how social media is like, I'm not really into Facebook, the old people page. I like that. But my son just turned 12 years old and started middle school. And he's never had a cell phone until he started middle school because it's got the Life 360. We could track where he's at. If he loses his phone, we can find it. But one of the things as a responsible parent, we don't allow him to get on any type of social media. We control the phone. And I think with TikTok and other stuff, it intimidates young minds in ways that makes them do crazy stuff. They get a little older and, influences stuff into other things. But I'm glad we made him go out and play, get dirty, play ball, chase bugs, snakes, and all that stuff. He became a 70s kid. But with the mainstream media and what the government's trying to do is to control it to a point. And I think as parents, that's what I'm doing. I'm controlling what he should be watching and what he should not be watching.
That's the real key right there. That's the one, because that's the first line of defense. A lot of lazy parenting wants to turn around and say, oh, well, the school will teach them. Oh, well, the system will do it. Oh, well, I'll just sit them in front of this Mr. Rogers, and they'll learn to be the best person in the world. It's just that lazy parenting that's there. Any active parent will tell you that that's what you just said, Tease, is exactly what you're supposed to be doing. If you meet a kid and that kid is an absolute monster and a jerk, that is because their parents are also jerks. I will stand by that 100%. If your kid is a little POS, that's because you are a POS.
Point of service? What?
That's what all. Hey, look, I meet all kinds of people in the world, and I meet all kinds of kids every once in a while. And there's one phrase that I just cannot get out of my head is some people's kids.
Yeah.
I get that.
Then they become other people's parents.
Exactly.
Like that, right?
Exactly. Sometimes I'll look over at my students and be like, call up your mom right now. I want to know who did this. Why are you talking like this? Why do you act like this? Call up your mom. Let's figure out this mystery.
And to Mr. Tease's point too, I mean, it has been scientifically proven, and Meta and the folks, they will admit that the algorithms, the way it works, is set to elicit a particular type of a reaction from the human brain to cause them to be addicted, and that's why they say with 12, 13 years old, I'm telling you, I'm with you. I would not have a kid being on social media when they're that young.
Right.
Because it's just not friggin' good for them. They know it's not like they're going to be on TikTok for a little bit and then, they'll put it away and whatever, and go on to their, chasing bugs. But
TikTok's own internal reporting says it takes less than 23 minutes for you to be addicted to TikTok.
Right.
That's all it takes. So that when you close the app, you're immediately thinking about opening the app again.
It's a mental nicotine.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I'm with that. But mind you, that's the same thing. But then the same thing about video games. If you have a kid who plays a lot of video games, that sort of thing. So yes, good parenting is
Absolutely.
what we need, and going from there. And I was just say, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I agree with him.
Wow, but
let's wrap up the Lincoln Riley real quick, and then what I'll do is I'll let you guys take the headlines and phone lines on your side, so I can get back to my students. But let's talk a little bit about the Lincoln Riley Act that we've been brought up for this. What's happening with this is there's a lot of people who are a little concerned about it, mostly because in the provision, there is no term limit of detention. There is no can only be held for so long, can only be done for this. The other thing that's in this that is another tricky side is that detention isn't because of you were convicted. If you were alleged and then detained indefinitely. So this is, to me, the Patriot Act on steroids, but only targeting immigrants. If you don't have a birth certificate or a Social Security card or whatever, we can now turn around and say, you stole that thing. No, I paid for it. No. You stole it. I saw you steal it. Now we're going to arrest you and then never give you your speedy trial, because the Lincoln Riley Act says that I have to detain you until whenever. And this is where the issue comes in. Is my big question of the day would be, do illegal immigrants have the same constitutional rights as American citizens? And if they do, why will they let these provisions in this act?
If you get a smart lawyer onto this one here, when you're born in America and you automatically become a citizen, right? And if you want
supposedly
to
there is some debate on that, depending on which cabinet member that you ask. So
right. I'll
give you that.
But if you're from another country and you want to become a citizen, you have to take that loyalty of oath, don't you? To become a citizen when you do your final day and all that stuff. So do they get due process? Well, they took that oath. We didn't take that oath. I didn't take that oath when I was born. You know, I didn't raise my right hand and became a citizen. I was just born into it. So, yeah, I think it's a really tough question. The guy who murdered Lincoln Riley, he was given a speedy trial. Did he plead guilty automatically, or was he saying not guilty? I couldn't remember his.
Are you saying for the murder was the speedy trial?
Well, after he murdered her, he was arrested and he went to court. Did he plead guilty?
Yeah, that was pretty quick.
Yeah, it was.
I think mostly because they wanted to get to the conviction as quickly as they could. But as far as his shoplifting, no, that wasn't a speedy trial. That's why he was released on the side. So is the right to a speedy trial is, like you said, the 14th Amendment.
Right.
There is somebody right now who is campaigning to be the next Attorney General who does not think that naturalized citizens like you and me, who was born here in the 14th Amendment, are allowed to be citizens. The Attorney General, tease, if what all of a sudden they say, okay, you didn't take the citizen test, so you aren't a citizen. So now all of the Lincoln Riley Act stuff pertains to you now.
Yeah. But he's
is this a slippery slope, Elliot? What are we looking at here?
Yeah, and I mean, as Mr. T says, that's kind of above my pay grade, because yes, I've heard both sides. Lawyers argue both sides of the equation, mind you, and it's not unprecedented. I mean, this happened under the Obama administration when an American citizen was killed as a foreign, classifying anyone who we thought was a terrorist, foreign combatant.
That's the Patriot Act.
Yeah, under the Patriot Act. And there was no due process. There was, it just happened. And they were saying, well, it's happening to, folks who aren't citizens, so due process doesn't apply to them. And yet when it came out, it was an actual U.S. citizen who was killed under the same circumstances. There, all those rights that they were supposed to have under the Constitution didn't matter. So, yeah, I mean, is it a slippery slope? Yes, but I think we've already slid down it.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. We're just going to get deeper and deeper. How many beds are in Gitmo? I mean, could we fit everybody that we're trying to arrest over here?
No, but
that's the other thing that we've got going on too. Is we've got the 13th Amendment as well of putting together slavery and abolishing that. Or I'm sorry, it was the 15th Amendment. I can't remember. It's one of those two. But all in case you are incarcerated. This makes more incarcerated people on the federal side. Is this is this how we get cheaper eggs? Like, I don't understand what we gotta do.
They're gonna raise chickens for us on the.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what you said before, Elliot, is you turned around and said, what does this have to do with the price of eggs in America? And that's what we're running into. Hey, I'm going to let you guys take the next hour. Thanks a lot for hanging out with me, everybody. My friends over at Studio 14, and also you, listener. Don't forget, next hour, headlines, phone lines, and whatever the guys want to talk about. 847-931-1410. I'll see you tomorrow, but keep listening for more Apolitical Talk Show.
See ya.
See you later.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 5 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. The Elgin Fire Department has concluded its investigation into 3 fires at the Tent City homeless encampment, determining that all incidents were accidental and unrelated. The fires occurred on December the 4th and 12th and January the 11th. No evidence of suspicious activity was found in any case. The December 4th fire was caused by a homemade heating unit constructed from a metal drum used to burn wood. Investigators determined that combustible materials such as bedding were either too close to or in direct contact with the heating unit, resulting in the blaze. On the 12th of December, another fire broke out due to propane-fueled heaters placed too close to combustible materials. Although significant fire damage limited the physical evidence of furniture and other items, investigators discovered multiple propane tanks and attached heaters near the point of origin. The third fire on January the 11th also involved a heating unit similar to the one used in the first incident. All 3 fires were determined to be accidental, with no signs of intentional ignition. The old-timers may soon claim victory. Secretary of State Alexei Giannoulias said he is optimistic new bipartisan legislation seeking to increase the age for mandated road tests from 79 to 87 will succeed where similar bills have failed in the past. The legislation drafted by Giannoulias and filed last week also would allow family members to report unsafe motorists of any age based on medical and cognitive issues affecting driving. The move comes after an outcry from seniors about age discrimination in testing. Illinois is the only state in the United States with a mandatory road exam for elderly drivers. I'm Marky B on the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I'm Nick Freeman, and here's what was happening 100 years ago today. Girl's screams frighten off her attacker. Police today were searching for an alleged masher who attempted to attack Miss Florence Ream early last evening while the young lady was walking to the home of her sister. Miss Ream broke away from the man's grasp as he approached her and screamed for help. The attacker fled upon the girl's outcry. Police were immediately notified and the police flivver dispatched to the scene. The neighborhood was scoured, but all trace of the man's whereabouts was lost. Authorities, in attempting to obtain the identity of the man, visited the home of one suspect, but found he had not been out of the house. Miss Ream, an employee of the business department of the Elgin Daily Courier, had perceived that she was being followed a block away. The masher threw both arms about her, but she freed herself in the struggle, screaming for help as she raced to her sister's home. This is the second time Miss Ream has successfully escaped from a masher's attack. Last autumn, she was accosted by another masher in Center Street.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, mostly cloudy with a high near 37. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 43, with temperatures falling to around 40 in the afternoon. Looking ahead to Saturday, mostly sunny with a high near 22. Currently, it is 32 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Welcome back to College Bowl season. And now it looks like a fan has run onto the field carrying a $5 KFC bowl.
Oh, yeah, looks like the mac and cheese bowl with 5 original recipe nuggets or the new Nashville hot loaded fry bowl with nuggets, coleslaw, secret recipe fries, pickles, and Nashville hot sauce. Wow, looks yummy from up here.
Boy, everybody wants that bowl as more fans are pouring onto the field. Hey, Bill.
Get the only bowls that matter this season. 5 delicious bowls, just $5 each. Only at KFC. Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
welcome back to Apolitical Talk Show right here on WRMN 1410 with Elliot Serrano and David Tees today. Also, yours truly, Bendemonium Boquist, bringing you through hour number 2 with headlines and phone lines. Yeah, what's up, guys?
Now that you're back in the driver's seat, I have to readjust myself here. It's like I was like staring at the screen this whole time while Dennis was hosting, and I'm like, but I'm so used to looking at you when I'm in studio with you. So I'm like, well, okay, wait, who's directing the conversation now? Okay, now it's you. All right, yeah. I got to give me a moment to get my bearings here. Got my bearings.
All right, got your bearings. How about let's check back in with the Chinese spy.
And hello to everyone. By the way, on YouTube, if you're watching us here on YouTube, please make sure you like. If you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe button, share, like, and that way more people can see this. If you're following me on TikTok at King of Geek Chicago, I'm live streaming all that right now. You can't see it's completely different. It's a less flattering angle. I'm going to be honest with you because I like the way the camera up there is like coming down, right? So it hides, the down here. Whereas my phone, which is next to me here, is doing the upwards angle, which is
shows your double chin.
So it's my triple chin.
When you accidentally open the forward-facing camera, yes.
Whoa!
Oh, I do have something to say. Cecilia Brooks brought to our township meeting Tuesday Sarah Silver there to the township meeting. Nice. And we all went out for a beer at the Moose afterwards. And, she's the first time I ever met her, she's a very nice lady.
She's very cool,
I think we're so let's the three of us get together and have breakfast one day.
There you go. As long as, maybe don't post on social media or TikTok about what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's the other thing too. She never posts on social media. I mean, she has like one of those accounts that, well, first, for some reason I can't see anything on it. She doesn't even have a profile picture. It's like, it's like one of those, it's like you see the circle and there's like a silhouette of a person in there.
Mm-hmm.
And it says Sarah Silver and it says WRMN News weather. It says, and under about info, no info to show, no info to show, no info to show. I'm like going, am I blocked? Was I blocked then?
Yeah.
She's a very intelligent lady. She's very smart. I was just amazed by her intelligence on everything that we talked about.
Did I come up in the conversation at all?
No. We were basically talking about social media like we're doing today. Yeah. We're having fun.
But she didn't say anything, like say, hey, Elliot, have you seen him, or did you happen to drop me in conversation? Like you saw me and you thought, hey, Sarah,
she did say something. She said, who was that guy? And then she was like, was that the janitor? Was that, I just see him he's always in the bathroom. She said.
Okay.
That guy,
okay.
That weird,
look,
fellow.
There are times it's embarrassing, but there are times you got to go to the bathroom to make sure you're kind of ready to be on air for a while.
Makes sense.
Because the breaks in between don't give you a whole lot of time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'm drinking all this coffee here, and I don't want to tell you what coffee does to me. Anyway,
meteorology, man, takes a lot of time, and
that's where it's at.
On call.
It does. All right. Okay.
Well, I just want to real quickly drop some sad news that we got today. 2 deaths I heard of. Celebrity deaths, not fun, but talk of the town. We got to bring you everything. The talk of the day here. You want to call in? Give us a call 847-931-1410. So as I alluded to. 2 kind of giants in their industries, respectively. Sans kind of definite.
I had no idea that could have been a possibility. I was shocked when I saw it come across my Facebook page.
Yeah. Bob Uecker.
Mr. Baseball.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just a bit outside.
Oh, man.
One of the best baseball sports movie performances ever in Major League, and longtime Milwaukee Brewers caller and player at one point. Bob Uecker. Passed away at age 90, and also director David Lynch at 78.
That one surprised me too.
Twin Peaks and a bunch of other alt.
He was working on projects too. He had some things in the works, so it wasn't like I hadn't heard anything about like, well, he's in ill health.
I heard something.
Oh, you did? I didn't hear anything.
Last year,
Okay.
he came out and said that he was diagnosed with emphysema. So
okay, see, but
halting all projects.
but again,
He didn't think right away.
But he was working on things too. I mean, I saw some footage of him like directing something, and I was like, okay, but no, that was a surprise.
Did Bob do a lot of what was it? Bud Light commercials or were the light beer?
Bob Uecker, I think he did the light ones.
Yeah,
the Miller Lite.
Yeah, it was
Miller
Miller
Lights.
Lite. In fact, someone dropped a Miller Lite picture outside of can outside of his statue outside of Miller Field.
Raise a 16 ounce. Or
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so even the Southsiders and the Cubs fans raise a Miller Lite to maybe an old style.
I remember whenever Bob Uecker would come to town and he would do we had the Cubs games and they would have him sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," but he's like you're having the Milwaukee guy singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." So it was we'll root for the, and I'm like, what's he gonna? He can't say root for the Cubbies. He's for the Brewers. And I remember he was so clever. He said something like, "I'll root," and he said, He even said, "I'll root for the Brewers, and you root for the Cubs." He got that to fit that in the song there, which was like, oh, that was really cool of him. Acknowledging that, hey, I'm here, but I'm rooting for my guys. You root for your guys.
Class act.
Yeah.
Yes, he was
one of the definite class acts of baseball, and just world movies, a pop culture icon. So
I mean, he wasn't he? I want to say one of the, let's be honest, he really got to know him because of the beer commercials. He did the because he was Mr. 200, that's his claim to fame, that he bat 200, and that's why he wanted to get into the Hall of Fame. Mind you, he also did admit that there were times where he would kind of like, give up an at bat because he knew that if he got a hit in that particular at bat, it would be like 202, and you can't do that. You had to
really,
So I was like, man, really? That's what you did? But okay. But he wanted to be the 200 hitter to go into the Hall of Fame.
It's very Uecker.
Yeah, but he did those commercials, and he was hilarious at it. And I think that's when you had the when you got really the sports personalities that transitioned out of the sport into media, into commercials. Was he doing I don't know if he was doing the play-by-play back then too, way back when he was doing the Miller Lite commercials. I could be wrong. Someone wants to call in to the station and correct me. I'd love to hear it. But that's how I always knew him, for the beer commercials. Yeah. And then of course he would do Major League, the movie, and I think that's when boom, he became internationally known.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and then David Lynch, of course, just really one of those a film, I guess, fans director, if you would, one of those directors where you watch the movie and maybe like you came in halfway through and then something happens, you're like, oh, this is a David Lynch movie. Okay.
Yeah, his movies had a very surreal quality to them, and a lot of folks go, oh, this is weird. You have no idea how hard it is to make a movie. I mean, folks who will sit there and go, whatever. No. The amount of skill and vision it takes to even create something that surreal. Well, most people know David Lynch these days, like if you like Blue Velvet and Mulholland Drive and those films, or even he did Dune. He did the first Dune movie. But then, but the Twin Peaks is the one that most people will talk about.
Yeah, it's the show that he did.
And this is before you had, mind you, this is him bringing the movie quality cinematics to television. This is before this. Not doing that now happens all the time. Right. Yeah, you have movie directors doing television all the time now, but he was one of the first to do that and really revolutionized it.
Something special. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, just bringing that to the forefront. Yeah. R.I.P. to some legends out there.
Well, what's going to happen. But speaking of David Lynch and movies in Hollywood, did you hear what Trump's new appointments?
Oh no! What is this? What's the angle here?
Well, he's appointed Mel Gibson, John Voight, and Sylvester Stallone to be his ambassadors to Hollywood.
Well,
because he's going to make Hollywood great again.
Yeah. That's predictable.
I'm legit. It's legit. He announced it on his Truth Social, and it's out there now. Ambassadors of Hollywood.
Interesting. Yeah, much like the DOGE, kind of a off the books, not real department type of thing, but not a real ambassadorship. But it is what it is. You can't throw me off anymore. There's just this happened. Who said this? Yeah, this and that.
Well, I'm telling you, I want to know what that paycheck is. I mean, if you want me to be an ambassador, give me
right. Yeah. How about ambassador to space? I feel like that's open with Space Force. You guys want to talk about space a little bit? That's a segue, right?
Yeah.
How about that? So, if you didn't hear, this is an article from scientificamerican.com. Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket finally took off. The heavy lift New Glenn rocket soared to success, reaching orbit on its highly anticipated inaugural flight, but failing to land its booster on an ocean barge. So a few minutes after 2 a.m. Eastern Time, a hulking 320-foot tall rocket slipped into its tethers at the Cape Canaveral Space Station, Space Force Station, that is, and heaved itself into the sky on a bluish-white pillar of flame, briefly turning night into day along the eastern shore of Florida's Space Coast. About 8 minutes later, the rocket's large first-stage booster failed to stick its landing on a barge in the Atlantic. Not exactly the desired outcome, but not unusual for the first attempt to land a booster upright. So obviously, this is like kind of a new thing. We haven't seen the rockets landing themselves it was space shuttles for the longest time, and now you saw this come around with SpaceX and Blue Origin. What do you guys think about, in general, just the space industry where it is now? Like, what is the reason why there's so many different private kind of sectors, as well as working together with NASA and everything? What are your general thoughts on the either Blue Origin, SpaceX, and NASA kind of working together?
I think it's actually cool. I think it's interesting because it's look what they're doing now. They're bringing rockets and landing straight up compared to the space shuttle had to come back and land on a runway, and then it was put onto a giant jet and brought back to its destination. But now they're bringing these rockets up into space in orbit, and they're coming back straight down, and it's incredible. It's almost like something from Lost in Space. They get to go up, go to another place, and come back down. And eventually, that's what's going to happen. We're going to be able to go to different planets and land on them, and take off and land on another one.
It's cool. It's cool. To me, it seems like I can't help but thinking like the billionaire mindset of like, it seems cheap. It seems like reusing your lunch bags or something. Like they're just going to reuse they're just saving the space junk that they didn't care about for so long.
But isn't that?
But it is awesome.
I was going to say, but that was one of the big things that throughout the history of NASA was that when you went to the moon, when you did all these things, is that you got one shot with that missile, whatever, and then it was gone after that. You wanted to be able to reduce and be able to reuse as much as you could, so that you could extend the life of the equipment for more missions and actually, really to save money is the big point of it. But it's great that we have companies that are doing this. Elon has got SpaceX, which he did not create. He bought it. Other people created SpaceX. Elon wouldn't know how to make a rocket if you asked him.
People forget about the Blue Origin, though, which I guess started 25 years ago.
Yeah, and yet they appear to be behind right now. Yeah, because Elon's already he's got boosters that are already doing that landing thing, and Blue Origin is like, no, it's not meant as a criticism. That's generally the nature of this business, that everyone's like, okay, we got to, figure this out. And because everyone's on parallel tracks, but they're probably thinking about it differently.
Yeah. Why not just do this then?
Yeah. But that's a problem that comes up. One of the reasons why one of the criticisms of NASA, as you said, like with the space shuttle, we thought, okay, we can reuse this craft. We have the limitations of technology of that time, but yeah, it can land over here, but now we got to put it on a plane to bring it back over here. And at that time it was great. And no one, but because it worked and because that was the culture at NASA, they were like, okay, let's figure out how to improve this or do it over. But they're like, no, because this works. Mm-hmm. So when you have private industry, this is one of those rare times when I'll tell you, this is when private industry does things a little better than government.
Less regulation.
But also more, they don't have that culture that keeps them in that box. Mm. They go, okay, this is the way we're going to do it. We've always done it like this. Let's do it a different way.
Yeah.
And, but again, so on the one hand, really cool. On the other hand, I will point everyone to the 1978 James Bond film Moonraker, where Drax, the evil billionaire who had his own, his own fleet of space shuttles, was ready to like destroy the Earth and populate it himself because he had all the money and the vision and was going to start a whole new race of people. And because he had the rockets to be able to get off the planet, and I swear that's what I think Elon wants to do.
And it won't be long before maybe we'll all have rockets in our yards and wife makes you mad. That's it. I'm going to the moon to have a beer. I'm out of here. I'll come back later.
Remember when we thought we'd have space? Remember when we all thought we'd have rocket packs? Remember?
Yeah.
Back in the day, it's like, the Walt Disney, we thought we'd be living the Jetsons future by now, cars that fly or jet packs or stuff like that. We don't have, where are our jet packs? We were promised jet packs.
Yep.
Sometimes I just feel like if they work together instead of, just facing each other. I mean, everyone's fine with one giant monopoly in other sectors.
Yeah, I mean, again, I understand that it costs money to do this kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And it can't, the federal government can't fund everything. And we should be exploring space. We should be making those advancements. The downside, though, to letting private industry do that, as opposed to like when we were in the middle of the space race and NASA was creating all these things to get us to the moon, all the technological discoveries that they made along the way went to benefit the American people and public industry. Now, if SpaceX discovers some cool new way of doing something, or they can discover a new kind of fabric, or guess who gets to keep all the money from that and all the advancements of that? Mm-hmm. That they get to keep it. So there's that give and take, and mostly a lot of taking on their part.
I think if you look it up, George Jetson's birth date was last year.
Yes!
June or July or something.
George Jetson has been born.
All right.
George Jetson, I think, is going to be going on a year soon.
Yeah.
The George Jetson.
Crazy.
Noel.
Although, but mind you, Judy, his wife, was it Judy Jetson? Or what was that, the daughter's name? I can't remember the daughter's name. Jane. No, Jane is his wife.
Jane, yeah.
Judy's his daughter. Jane, get me off this crazy thing called love. That's so I married an ex-murderer reference for you Mike Myers fans. George Jetson will meet Jane Jetson, and she is significantly younger than him when they marry. Like borderline not legal. When you look it up. So maybe George Jetson's from Alabama.
You too, George Jetson. All my heroes.
Two, George Jetson.
Yeah, two.
By the way, how do you say hello in Chinese? You kept putting the Chinese up there.
Oh yeah, it's gone now.
Okay, I want to learn a little Chinese. So again, say hello.
Jaws up there now.
Say goodbye to my Chinese spy. And for folks who are watching us on the YouTube, if you're listening to us on the radio or over the app, you get an extra bonus by watching us on the YouTube. Please make sure you like, share, subscribe. If you're watching me on TikTok, hello TikTok, I'm here. Hello to my Chinese spy. I will learn something. I will learn to say Chinese before I say goodbye, finally.
Yeah. We've got a caller, guys.
Okay.
We've got the Dutchman on the line. What do you want to talk about,
Dutchman calling from Hawaii?
Yeah, I believe so. Okay. Dutchman?
Yes.
Hey, Dutch, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm there. How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
Hey, what's going on?
Not mucho. How about yourself?
Have you been surfing, Dutchman?
Not yet.
Oh, man. What's the weather there? Is it still 80?
I know. I should be, right? It's about 80 something. Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
I'm just kind of wandering. You're getting my exercise. I'm walking right now, so as I'm listening. See, I told you. I'm always listening.
Are you on the beach, or are you like walking around town or something?
Walking above the beach.
Oh, okay.
Up in parking lot of condos.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Well, anyway.
Yeah, I'm condo right now. I'm condoing it. It's
sweet.
Well, I'll be going to the pool here in a little bit, guys.
Rub it in.
Man, rub it in.
We're not doing that.
There's a salt in the wound. Keep on going. Golly.
Oh, it's all right. We've got
put a little
20
lemon
degrees out.
Yeah,
now.
do a little lemon juice while you're at it.
Yeah. And Dutchman, while you're down there and you're out walking around, if you see a little little statue thing and you find it on the ground, don't pick it up. It's bad luck.
Yeah, do not pick up the little tiki. If you
the
find
tiki,
the tiki,
yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, don't pick it up.
Don't pick up the tiki.
They got everything over here. They got turkeys on the loose. They got chickens on the loose. Chickens everywhere. Wild boars, sheep or goats everywhere. Cats, wild. I mean, yeah, wild burros. Pretty much about like what we got back home. And I think they have some deer up here, but it's up further up the mountain. But I mean, I think it's funny how there's stories to be told about how they got here and whatnot, but that one day I had my 10 cents on the space thing. Now, I grew up in the space industry. My father-in-law worked on the space shuttle. My close friend is her dad was Dale Reed, and he's the one that invented the lifting bodies and the Star Dreamliner. And I had to tell this story because this is kind of how it went. Back in high school, I had my eye on her, my friend Christy, and I'm thinking she might be a girlfriend, but they ended up we were close friends. I couldn't do it. It was like brother or sister. But I used to go over to the house, and her dad was actually making a mock-up model of the lifting bodies. So if you know anything about that, a lot of that lift ended up being part of what was creating the space shuttle and everything else after that. But the point was, I always got big into flying remote control planes. He must have had like 5 or 6 some were boat planes, some were different kinds of other planes. And then the old balsa wood with the Cox gas engines on it and stuff. And dating back a ways. So that makes me kind of an old geezer. But back when they used to have gasoline instead of the electric stuff they have now. But the point was, I grew up in a valley where we made the space shuttle, we made the X-15, we made the B-1, B-2. All the stealth fighters were developed there. Lockheed Martin Skunk Works is right down the street from where my mom lived. So they developed this Palmdale Plant 42, but Edwards is to the north of it about 15 miles. And I've got a picture of this. I have a couple of pictures. The space shuttle going down a certain road going north of my house. You could see the tail of the thing sticking up between a couple of apartments buildings. What they used to do is put the space shuttle on a lowboy. It was censored, and they drove it. It took them all day to go real slow all the way to Edwards from Palmdale, where they built it, to set it up and get it ready to test, and then put it on the back of the 747 and take it to Florida.
Jeez. Dutchman, real quick, I've got to go to a break in the next 10 seconds here. Will you stay on for the bottom of the next hour?
Sure.
All right, we'll be right back on Apolitical Talk Show with Space Tunes, or Space Stories. Stick right here.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Progressive. Isaiah Fields, a 24-year-old former employee of the Markland home in Geneva, has pleaded guilty to sexually assaulting a disabled resident. The offense came to light after the victim, living at Markland, was discovered pregnant last April and subsequently gave birth. Fields is facing from 6 to 30 years in state prison. Kane County Animal Control in Geneva is enhancing its facilities with a $10,000 donation from the estate of Sylvia Snyder. The funds are earmarked for a special project, a dog water fountain outside the KCAC on Kesslinger Road. It'll be accessible for dog walkers frequenting the adjacent popular trail at Peck Farm. The doors of the historic Polar Dome Indoor Ice Rink are swinging open once again on Friday, marking the return to the community of East Dundee. Closed for several years, the rink, which first opened in 1963, is poised to be a beacon of both memories and modern-day recreation. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 24. Windy conditions with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 43. Temperatures falling to around 40 in the afternoon. Windy with gusts up to 35 miles per hour. Currently, it is 30 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Back to a political talk show right here on WRMN 1410, Elgin's Talk of the Town, the Fox River Valley's voice, the voice of that valley, and your home this summer for the Fox River.
Of the Chicago White Sox.
Absolutely. How about that? Major League Baseball right here on the classic WRMN.
WRMN. And we just got, we've been talking to the folks over at Good Karma. They're the ones who handle all the contracts and relationships with the pro teams that they manage. And we're going to be getting the Whites, those great little magnetic schedules. We're going to be getting the schedules for the Chicago White Sox with the WRMN logo on it.
Wow.
There you go. I love
White
it.
Sox coming to WRMN. That's exciting stuff, guys. It really is.
That'll be
real
fun.
Moving on up.
Real swag right here.
So if you're interested in buying ads on during the summer when the White Sox are playing, you want to send an email to sales at WRMN1410.com, where you'll hear back from either Matt McNeil or myself or anybody here in the sales staff to get you set up.
Or you want to have an event, we'll come by with a boombox if you're in the Elgin area.
Oh, we've done,
1410.
I sat in on a couple. I've been in on a couple of those. I remember I was at the holiday, the Christmas train over in Pingree Grove.
Yep.
Pingree Grove.
And we had the camera set up. We were doing interviews with people there. It was kind of like being at a Christmas event, and we were live on camera. That's a lot of fun. And we can do that sort of thing. And we would love to hit a couple sports bars.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Do a live broadcast from a sports bar.
From a sports bar. Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, the signal will be coming to us from space, so maybe we could have a space listening party. ISS.
There we
Just
go.
trying to work the space.
Send it up there to the ISS. And maybe we can get one of them to come in on remote and talk to us from the ISS.
Yeah, there you go. You get a Sox player to come in or do a remote live on the radio. Wow.
We could test the connection right now with the Tropical Dutchman.
Tropical Dutchman.
From Hawaii.
So, Dutchman, sorry that we ran into the break, and you when you last left us, you were talking about seeing the shuttle and its tail up in the air.
Oh, it went right past my house.
What?
That was a block over from what? That was a block over from what it was in the 70s, I believe, 79, 80, something like that. The first actual shuttle was a drone. Basically, it was a mock-up, but it was the same exact size as all the rest of them. But it's called the Enterprise.
Yes, I remember that one.
It never flew. Yeah, it never flew into space. Basically, it was just a dropping drone. They were testing to see if they can actually do it or not. And I think it was a couple of years later when they actually did the first space shuttle landing. I used to go to every one of them, with the landings, every one of the landings, because you could see it from my house. I would come around and circle. And because my father-in-law worked out, I always got VIP tickets to go out there, and I didn't have to worry about parking or nothing. But I'm telling you that the dry lake bed on the east side of Edwards, Muroc Dry Lake, it was nothing but people everywhere. It was a big, big event, 100,000 people, a million, or whatever, I don't know. It was a big deal, and it still is. That community is tightly knit. When they had the first challenge, when they had the first incidents with Challenger, it killed. It was terrible. And the same thing happened with Columbia. That's the first original one that was up there, and that thing was a beast. But the story behind space in general. Okay, so I don't know how you guys feel about it. I know a lot of people that if you're not involved in it, it's like anything else. Who cares? It's money spent that could be spent somewhere else. I like the idea that private industry is taking it over. And, honestly, if it can help mankind in the future, why not let them do it? NASA has gotten to the point where I think they're just being the overseer. And everybody complains about money, with the government, how tight, and we don't get money here, we don't get money there. Well, this alleviates a little bit of that. It's also putting people together, working. So we all complain about jobs, about manufacturing. Well, you have a lot of them being done by, Elon Musk. Again, I've talked about this with his cars. I kind of admire the guy. He's actually doing something for society. And I said this before when Dennis talks about it. The Monetary Monday, if you can get millionaires and billionaires to do stuff like this that can actually help man, put it into, research for cancer, put it into just about anything that's going to help mankind, that's the way to do it. I mean, I have this thing about taxing people, no matter who it is. I mean, because to be honest with you, if you tax the rich, you're going to be taxing all the politicians. You're going to be taxing everybody that figures out a way to get out of it anyway. Think about it. We do the same thing with tax deductions, right? I mean, it used to be you could save money by deducting stuff from Goodwill and Salvation Army, right? Can't do that anymore, right? So we all do the same thing. It's just on a smaller thing, you know. So what I like is people who think outside the box. Make it tolerable so that other people can invest in things and make it, even if it's, you know, putting people to work doing something locally. To me, that makes more sense than anything out there. Trying to fight the system, trying to be a left versus right doesn't work. It hasn't worked for 30, 40 years. Me and Dennis talk about this all the time. And it's not gonna work until we all just basically, I call it buck up and change the way things are, because you can't. Sure. You were talking about something he was talking about this whole thing last hour about, you know, all these people getting citizenship and stuff like that. Well, there's people out there that say, why are we even, I put it out there, I typed it in, I was kind of joking a little bit, but are people serious about no borders, about opening the whole country to everybody in the world to where they can come in and get free health care, free education? Well, what's it going to do to the people that are already here?
Yeah, no, that's a question. I don't know if that's so much a popular opinion now. I don't know how many people are saying open borders, and that's definitely an extreme side of it, that people want 100% unfettered immigration.
They want that in California. They want that in California and Arizona and New Mexico. You're not on the border, so that is a fact. That is a fact. I grew up with this. Well, two-thirds of the state is Hispanic now, anyway.
Yeah, well, you're talking about Southern California. It's different because it's that's their the day labor kind of trade part of it, and it's one of those just part of the community. And
I'm of the. I mean, I'm not gonna say open borders. I mean, we talked about this in the first hour. But I'm like, why are we making it so hard for people to become legal immigrants? Because the moment they're legal, they can. It's easier to track. You know they're paying their their taxes to pay. They're in the system. We already have. We're talking about the population. The number of people who are actually having kids in the United States of America is dropping. That means the labor force, as we have it, is going to be dropping. And that means we're going to have a lot of old folks. Probably. A lot of old folks are going to be collecting less of a Social Security check because there's nobody behind them paying into the system. So, hey, I say, if you're able to work here, let's legalize you. As you said, Mr. Teese, you have a job here for 5 years. Boom, let's sign you up. Let's make you take the test. Right. You swear the oath. We know you're here. You've stayed out of trouble all this time. Boom, and let's get you in the system. And that way we know that you're going to be here. You're a citizen. You're paying taxes. You've kept your nose clean. And boom, and then we move forward from there.
Right. And it's Sonar talked about earlier with
I'm going to let you guys go, but see, the thing is, I always like to look and keep an open mind on everything. I don't care who's in president, who's in the office. I want smart young people in doing legislative work that means a lot more than the old same old. And to me, I hate to pick on people my age because it's true. If you're older than 70 and you're in office, then I think you're pushing your luck being in office. I think they have a tendency not to be flexible on their ideas. Now, I'm sure somebody will call up and say something about that. But I personally think you ought to have a certain age, and then you ought to be out of there. Like, everybody wants to retire at a certain age if they can, and it should be the same way. I don't think you should be 90 being a politician. I just don't, because I think your wits about you. Joe, the past president, is a good example, and I feel sorry for him because people took advantage. His own party took advantage of the guy, for crying out loud. They couldn't see that. Till this day, they still do this. To me, that makes no sense. Maybe that's the reason why Trump got in office, because the Democratic Party uses people and then they spit you out. Well, I'm not saying the Republican Party does that. It just, to me, makes no sense.
Well, Mr. Trump is 2 years younger than President Biden, so there's not a lot of difference there. But still, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, but I didn't vote for either one, so I'm proud of that. To be honest with you, I don't care. the idea of not having open minds has got to stop. You have to be able to go with the flow, especially with the times. Things change so much. I call it evolution of mankind because it's doing it. You have to look back 30, 40 years and how far we've come in technology. It's insane. It's insane. You guys should study that one time. The time from I remember when I had no phone, and it just seemed like it was yesterday.
You know what's insane to me, Dutchman? You know what's insane to me?
Yeah.
That you're in Hawaii and you spent the last half hour on the phone with us.
And it's still daylight there, too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I love you guys, and I tell you, I might talk a lot on here, and I kind of apologize to probably some other people who probably don't like what I say. But
no, you're good.
It's a freedom of speech thing, and I love what you guys have got going on and how you change things up. And I always invite people to my shop. So when I get back, if people want to learn how to, turn a bowl or something, or just talk, chit-chat, woodworking, by all means, we can
Absolutely.
go.
We need to do a remote from Dutchman's shop.
Yeah.
Let's do a remote from there, yeah.
I'm down. Let's
hey, Dutchman.
I love you guys.
Hey, Dutchman, I got a question.
Let you go.
Hey, Dutchman, really quickly. You were a firefighter, obviously. I want to thank you for your services back in when you were a firefighter. Like Steve Thorne says, thank a firefighter, thank a law enforcement officer, thank a military man. So thank you for your services back then, and really appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. And once a firefighter, always a firefighter. My heart goes out every time somebody gets hurt or killed. So
Backdraft, best firefighter.
Pray to all these people, even the ones that lost homes, that they recover. It's going to be a long, hard process. I just hope they figure out a way to make it better the next time around. You can only think positive. You got to think positive. You can't think kind of negative. We'll find out what happened. They'll figure it out. But God bless them. God bless America's firefighters, too.
Absolutely.
Aloha.
Thanks, Dutchman. Aloha, mahalo, all that good stuff. Well, you brought it up, Mr. Tees, the wildfire situation.
Yeah.
Still happening in California, as I see from APnews.com. Coming out with this article about, let's see, there's a threat from toxic fire debris that will prevent many LA residents from checking on damaged homes. So homeowners learned Thursday that it could be a week or more before they will be allowed to check on their fire-damaged properties, while officials assess the threat to potentially toxic ash and debris left by the blazes that have blackened neighborhoods across the LA area. More than 80,000 people are still under evacuation orders, and many do not know what, if anything, is left of their houses, apartments, and possessions. So yeah, just a terrible, grim picture out there. And they're still working on, I heard, last I heard, at least 2 fires extinguishing them.
And what's really sad about this, I found out yesterday that insurance companies I think it was a year ago, I heard it was recent, but I guess it was a year ago, dropped fire hazard insurance for a lot of the homeowners in what is the town,
Palisades?
Yeah, that one there. Because of the fact is that the government there, local government, did not clean the brush or clear everywhere, make it more safer and less desirable to start a fire, have a fire there. So these people, a lot of these people are don't have homeowners insurance for fires because they're not covered. And the insurance companies warned them, hey, you don't do this, we're going to drop your coverage out of that. Plus, they wanted to raise the rates, and I think California is one of the states that has you can't do that. You can't they regulate what the insurance rates are. But who's that to say, and maybe it won't happen, but if an insurance company these people are never going to get their houses back, I think, and I hope they do. But insurance companies, what if they go to Kansas and say, hey, sorry, you're in a high tornado area, and we're going to drop your tornado insurance.
Actually, they do that. Yeah, they have done that. They've done. How many companies drop people in Florida?
Yeah,
for the hurricanes.
Yes,
and you had the last hurricane. I saw a guy again on TikTok. I'm streaming on TikTok, folks, by the way. Hello, everybody. But on TikTok, there was a guy who was streaming during the last hurricane. He made it on the news, too, the national news. He was like in a little kayak in his basement. The basement had flooded, and he just like paddling around his house, and he's showing everybody on camera his house. And he goes, yeah, I don't have any insurance. He goes, I don't have any insurance for this because the companies have all been, they would cancel them left and right. I mean, again, with the whole thing with the fire management in California, folks, we've known this was coming. Okay, we knew that these hurricanes were going to get worse. We knew there were going to be wildfires. We knew. People have been saying this for years that with climate change, that these things would get worse, and we had to prepare for it. In the case of California, though, I mean, their infrastructure, how can you plan for something that huge when your infrastructure just can't handle that much fire? I mean, but again, we knew it was coming, and it's going to get worse before it gets better.
And I'm going to be honest with you, climate change or not, some of these fires, and they're actually still doing it now, are being started by people because they're using this for people evacuating their houses as crimes of opportunity. They're looting houses as people evacuate. They're like right behind them. They caught a guy dressed like a firefighter looting houses. They said they caught a guy. I don't know if he was documented or undocumented, but he had a he had a blowtorch with him, and he was running down the neighborhood street, and the residents detained him. But some of these, and they're finding out now that people are still starting fires there because now this became a crime of opportunity, and that to me is sick. It's wrong to burn people out of their houses so you can steal all their stuff.
Right, and that's like really a big reason why you make it harder for these fires to be started or not find yourself in the worst possible situation because of the possibility of bad actors. If it's like candy from a baby, then don't give your baby candy. I don't know what else to say.
So you're saying we need more regulation?
In that sense, yes.
But there we go, and then that goes to that. Then it's like we're like, well, I don't want the government regulating where I can build my house.
Where it makes sense.
I live in America. In America, if I want to live on top of Mount Vesuvius, I can do that. But I'm like, but then when the volcano goes off and my house has been burned, we're like, oh man, the government didn't do enough for me because the government let my house burn down. Well, okay, which is it? Do you want the government to look after you, or do you want the government to stay out of your life? You can't have it,
Yeah, I think just making sure that the right points, the right parts of life are regulated. I.e. the old boar's head listeria outbreak that happened. Talking about that a couple days ago, and just the conditions that the factory were in were so bad. They were saying that just one of those things that slipped below the radar.
Well, because again, you don't have enough regulation there. You need more. You need more FDA inspectors. But when they keep cutting back the number of inspectors that you have going to these places, then you're not going to get them to go and say, "Whoa, what's going on here?" You're going to get me started on the whole the animal industry, the factory farming industry is one of the worst. The level of inhumane conditions that these animals go through when they're being being processed, literally processed for food. And I mean, I'm not talking about family farms. I'm not talking about Mom, Pa Kent, and their cattle. And I'm talking about these megacore farms where, you have the chickens in battery cages. You have these pigs, in these tiny little stalls, and the husbandry, the poor husbandry of these animals is going to lead to, of course, things like bird flu, things like swine flu, and all these things that the animals end up suffering, and then that suffering gets passed on to people. But because we want to make money and we want to feed everybody for as cheaply as we can, we endure it.
Yeah, and making money out there is an opportunity for having people are hiring private firefighting companies that are charging $200 an hour to $2,000 an hour, and they seem to have all the equipment to save the elites' houses, okay? But then again, California is going, let's say LA has 5,000 homeless people. It's an exaggerated number. Maybe it's higher or lower. Now you've gone to 40,000 homeless people, and nobody's talking about what are we going to do? Where are we going to put all of these people? How are we going to house them?
Yeah, the rents are going up too.
Oh, yeah. Rent skyrocketed in California, I heard. Wow.
Yeah, my question is, are people who their houses have burned down, are they technically considered homeless now? Is that a thing, or they still have that property?
Yeah, they're considered. You can say homeless, but guess what? They still got to pay that mortgage.
Yeah,
right.
Even though they have no house, you still got to pay that mortgage.
Right. Yeah,
you still got to pay those homeowners taxes.
I think the definition of a homeless is not having a roof over your head and walls around you.
Yeah, right.
So
it's crazy to think. And then with the recent Supreme Court judgment of basically no camping anywhere,
Yeah.
Would they be? Is putting an RV on that slab, is that frowned upon? I don't know. We'll see in the time to come in the rebuild.
Oh man,
all the craziness that's to come from that.
I hope California comes down on these landlords and says, no, we're not going to let you raise the rent, make it reasonable, because some of these people are going to have to find housing and rent in other places if they have a job, because businesses are lowering.
Yeah, you can't rent as a Republican anymore, man. That was totally a Republican would never say that. It's the market, man. The market decides.
Yeah.
Aren't you a free market Republican?
I'm actually like Fetterman. He's a reasonable guy now. He doesn't pick both sides. He wants what's right.
Fetterman's
and that's what
a
I
Democrat.
want. What's right?
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, okay. So you're saying you're a Democrat now?
Well, no, I'm not.
Are you going to run for city council as a Democrat?
No,
I'll endorse you. I'll endorse you.
I'm saying it's time to be reasonable and responsible.
Again, how are you a Republican?
You act like I'm out there ready to check everybody's prices up right now.
Yeah, again, this is crazy.
Kick the little guy. That's what Republicans do. That's your guys'.
No, actually, again, I said this in the last time we were on the show together. You've actually become the reasonable one. Cecilia is the one that's out there she's like playing their line now. She's like, yeah, Daddy's home, back in the White House. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Wow, you better watch out because Sarah really does like Cecilia. Yeah,
Cecilia's great, but when she starts doing the spouting the Republican line, which I know you got to do when you're in party politics. I get that. Poor Cecilia's getting calls from the rest of the folks from the RNC. Oh, you're on. We were listening. Oh,
she's calling out my chairman right now of the Township Republican Party. David Tease might not be a Republican. you might want to check him out. Okay, really closely.
I have friends in the DNC. We can take care of you, my friend.
Well, speaking of orange number 1, red number 3 has been banned by the FDA. Have you guys heard about this? With the new, not before even the new administration. The FDA has banned red number 3, the artificial coloring used in beverages, candy, and other foods. So the FDA said Wednesday it's banning.
There are a number of reds that they've banned. Yeah. And you know what? I'm all for that because the crap that they keep putting in and the stuff we drink. And I'm looking at the Gatorade you got there.
Yeah, I left it in the freezer.
I'm like, I don't know, man. It's just,
you guys gonna miss red number 3? No. Yeah, or no?
Red number 3. I hardly knew you.
Remember Jolt back in the day?
Yeah.
What was in that stuff?
Oh, Jolt. I miss Jolt.
Remember when Coca-Cola had actual cocaine in it?
Those are the days. Talk about regulation.
Really?
Right here on.
But Red Note, number 1. Number 1 app on TikTok. I mean, on the App Store.
Yeah. Yep. TikTok's gone until they bring it back. I'm thinking that's what's going to happen. We'll cover it here on A Political Talk Show as you'd imagine we would. Thanks for listening every weekday from 4 to 6. I'm Ben. That's Elliot. That's David. Be back tomorrow.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 6 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. The proposed ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is on hold. News Nation's Alicia Neves reports Israel has delayed the cabinet vote to